appreciate it if I could have one conversation without hearing the words Hannah Montana? Yeah, that's right, girl. I know Hannah Montana.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. It's Johnny 2000, where we dive into the most nostalgic TV shows and media from the 2000s. So today, we're taking a trip back to 2006. Yeah, that's right. Stop tying your shoes, because we're gonna be talking about my favorite teen sitcom, Hannah Montana. Now, there's a lot of episodes in Hannah Montana's seasons, so I'm gonna split this in half. We're gonna do part 1, the first 13 out of the 26 episodes in the series. So those of you who have somehow missed the phenomenon, Hannah Montana is a story of Miley Stewart, regular teenager with a secret double life as the pop sensation Hannah Montana. The show combined comedy, heart, music, and teen drama into the highly addictive Disney Channel classic. And it also gave us some iconic characters like Miley, Lily, Oliver, and of course, Miley's dad, Robbie Ray, who is completely estranged that nobody's ever heard of before this program. So season 1 premiered in March 2006, and from the very first episode, it had me hooked. So let's go through episode by episode and kind of talk about what's been going on here. So we're gonna dive, unlike the Drake and Josh video, because of how many episodes are in this show, we're probably gonna dive into the summaries, we're gonna dive in some how well the story is crafted and how interesting the characters are and how they interact with each other. I'll give you a little bit of insight into my life and kind of how it shaped me as a growing person. So without further ado, let's get started. So every Hannah Montana episode title references a song, like Lily, Do You Want to Know a Secret is a play on the Beatles song, Do You Want to Know a Secret? Okay, Miley Stewart's best friend, Lily Truscott, buys 2 tickets to see a Hannah Montana concert for her and Miley. Because Miley's secret is Hannah Montana, she says she can't go. Since she said no, Lily ends up going to the concert with Oliver Oaken, who is Miley and Lily's friend. So at the concert that night, Lily and Oliver end up actually sneaking into Hannah Montana's dressing room.
Get out of here right now or I'll call security! Wait, no, I'm sorry! I was just looking for a souvenir! My name's Lily Truscott, and I'm a huge fan.
When she finds out that Miley is Hannah Montana,
Aren't you gonna get that?
No. I'm talking to you. That would be rude.
Miley then explains to her why she did not tell her and then shows her the Hannah closet. However, when Lily tries to convince Miley she should tell her secret at school, Miley thinks it's a terrible idea. And that kind of gets them into a big fight.
Everything I was afraid that would happen, happened.
So every Hannah Montana episode, Jackson's line of when you get it, flaunt it, references a song from the musical The Producers. Fermain is based on Frank Egelhofer, Martin Short's character in the movie Father of the Bride and Father of the Bride Part 2. And then Amber and Ashley, the popular girls in the episode, signature catchphrase, oh, tss, is a reference to a Disney cartoon, Recess, where the clique of the Mean Girls, called the Ashleys, would say, ooh, scandalous.
You're pathetic. Ooh.
So episode 2, Miley Get Your Gum, and the episode title's a play on the song Annie Get Your Gun by Squeeze, is basically Lily knows Miley's secret and Oliver still doesn't, which he tells her that he loves Hannah.
Deep down, maybe, just maybe, you feel the same way.
Miley and Lily actually try to get him to turn his attention to other girls because Miley is worried that if she told him the truth, he'd be in love with her too. So the girls come up with a plan to get him to hate Hannah. Oliver and Hannah meet at the Malibu beach and she chews gum because she knows he hates it.
I totally understand if you want to transfer your obsession to Mandy Moore. You know, she's blonde again.
No. My love is bigger than my disgust.
Even Oliver's fear wouldn't stop him from loving Hannah, so in a last-ditch effort, Hannah ends up chewing black licorice gum, even so far as blowing a large bubble which pops in his face, which is kind of gross, up his feelings, and in desperation, Miley pulls off the wig and shows him her identity. Oliver faints in shock. When he wakes up, he accepts Miley's secret and wants to be just friends, which is exactly everything everybody wanted at the beginning. And then we go back to the subplot, which is Jackson accidentally buying a girl a car and he tries to get Robbie to get rid of it, which is a weird subplot.
Ooh, got a new car. You know, my wife, she had a car just like this. Traded it in. She thought it was too girly.
And something weird in this episode is Lily mentions having a brother when she says, "You'll learn to love him like I do with my brother's pet hamster." But in Would I Lie to You, Lily, the first episode, she says, "Sometimes I wish I had a brother, and when I come over here, all better." I don't know if he's moved out or been estranged. Lily creates an alter ego of her own, Lily LaFonda, to help keep Miley's secret, or Miley's Hannah Montana identity, a secret. And then in this episode, Lola says her name is Lola LaFonda, but in later episodes, she actually refixes it to Lola Luftnagel. Strangely, this episode was filmed with her saying Luftnagel, but it was dubbed over LaFonda, suggesting that the name change was Luftnagel. I don't know, which is, the closed captioning keeps saying Luftnagel. And then Hannah's wig actually has changed to a more realistic looking one since the pilot episode. And this is definitely the first episode to open with the song that was not premiered as a music video, as This Is the Life and Best of Both Worlds was already released with music videos before the series release. And then we know that Oliver has a crush on Hannah for 2 years. To make Miley's mouth turn black, Miley Cyrus apparently chewed gum that is tasteless but leaves a black stain on the mouth for at least like 30 minutes. But since the gum wasn't staining her lips enough, they had an artist like put black lipstick for further drippage. Oliver is known at school as the locker man because he can get any locker open, which never comes back. And then this was the first episode that aired on ABC Kids on September 9th, 2006. Okay, now the third episode is She's a Super Sneak. And then the episode is a title that references the Rick James song Super Freak. So Miley and Jackson both want to see the latest Ashton Kutcher film, but have to study while Robbie Ray goes out for a business meeting. And then after what seems like a long time of studying, which was actually 15 minutes, Miley and Jackson both sneak out separately. Miley meets up with Lily and Oliver, while Jackson meets up with some guy named Christopher. In the process of trying to appear to be friends with Ashton Kutcher, Miley and Jackson meet up. When Jackson spots Robbie Ray at the theater as well, everybody takes cover behind a cardboard cutout advertisement for a different movie.
Lily? Miley?
As Miley and Jackson watch Robbie Ray stay out of sight, Robbie Ray calls them to check up on them, but after nearly blowing their cover, they say they're at home studying.
Where we are, home.
Sweet home.
Home.
It's revealed Robbie Ray is not at a business meeting and on a date. Miley's upset because they think the dad is going to replace their mom, who died 3 years previously, and with somebody who he hasn't told his kids about. Jackson finds out that the woman is a real estate agent named Margot Diamond, played by Miley Stewart. To learn more about Margot, Miley dresses up as Hannah and has Jackson pretend to be her chauffeur at a real estate agency where Margot works. Hannah pretends she is interested in buying a house and trying to find out more about Margot, but the manner that Miley and Jackson investigate Margot is very awkward and intrusive, with them rummaging all over Margot's desk, and Robbie Ray arrives, which is why Miley and Jackson hide in a closet. So Margot tells Robbie Ray that Hannah Montana's in the closet, and he realizes that Miley and Jackson are there. After Margot leaves the room, remarking Hannah's eccentric behavior, Jackson and Miley come on out.
Dad, what a relief. You'd never believe how lost I was. Would it help if I said I was happy for you?
Miley walks away angry at Robbie Ray, and later Robbie hears Miley playing the guitar, singing "I Miss You" about her mother. He apologizes and talk about how much they miss her, and they're hugging, which is a really wholesome episode. In this episode, Robbie reveals that Jackson doesn't have a job. Jackson takes change from the counter, and Jackson actually starts to work at Rico's the next episode. The cardboard cutout Miley and Jackson hide behind is for a fictional movie, The Adventure of Little Miss Red Shoes, which is a parody of Little Miss Sunshine. Even though all the songs that Hannah Montana sings are on Hannah Montana soundtracks, the song Miley sings in this episode, "I Miss You," does not. Instead, it actually appears on the album Meet Miley Cyrus, which is on the second disc of Hannah Montana 2, Meet Miley Cyrus, which is such a good album, and all Miley songs are just as good too. According to Jackson, it's been at least 3 years since Miley's mom died, and unlike his sister, Jackson seems okay with the idea of her dad dating. Later on, Miley actually wants her father to marry somebody else, and Lily's mom has it going on. So the next episode's called I Can't Make You Love Hannah If You Don't, the 4th episode of the 1st season. So Miley Stewart has a crush on Josh, 9th grader, who's reluctant to ask him out until Lily actually persuades her to talk to him. And then Miley goes to talk to him since she looks foolish after a hasty exit. Josh calls her house and invites her on a date.
Sorry, Josh. She's in the bathroom. Could be a while.
And when Josh comes to the house later, he gets off to a poor start with her dad. And then when Miley intervenes, like, they learn that Josh actually hates Hannah Montana. Miley tries to get him to like Hannah because she feels that she can't date somebody who only likes half of her, although he doesn't really know she's Hannah, but she has no luck. He later tells her that she's decided to give Hannah a chance and takes Miley to a Hannah Montana concert. Miley is obviously alarmed and decides to go through with it by secretly alternating between Miley in the audience and Hannah on stage. This is one of the episodes that came on ABC Family, and I actually saw it before I had Disney Channel. I remember this episode very well. So Miley tries to hint at Josh to make Josh like Hannah more, such as she has hopes that she is not a diva, but Josh says he's more into hip hop, and Miley tries rapping, which is uncomfortable, and later says that Hannah should have body surfed in the crowd, which she ends up doing. So it's basically this thing of her trying to prove herself. And then in the subplot, Jackson, who starts working at Rico's by the beach, meets a girl that really wants to date him, but it happens to be Cooper's younger sister, Olivia. Cooper thinks that she needs to be protected and would never agree to date Jackson. But ignoring her brother, Olivia goes to Jackson's house to start a party, and then Cooper shows up, so she hides outside. Jackson convinces Cooper to leave by pretending to have a cough, but wants Olivia to leave too because he doesn't want to betray their friendship. Olivia leans in to give Jackson a goodnight kiss, but Cooper walks back in the house to get DVDs he left. And then he's angry and tells Olivia to get in the car, and he's really disappointed with Jackson, but finds out that what his sister's really like when she makes out with the pizza delivery guy. The credits of the episode features Oliver, Lily, and Jackson lip-syncing to the Hannah Montana song Best of Both Worlds, which is kind of cool. The lyric theater from Spider-Man 2 is shown. Computers were used to edit out the title, but it's definitely that one. And then the movie theater is the same that appeared in the Drake and Josh episode, Megan's New Boyfriend, which is funny. Okay, then we got episode 5, It's My Party and I'll Lie If I Want to. This is the 5th episode of Hannah Montana, and the title of the episode is a reference to the 1963 song, It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want to by Leslie Gore. So Miley takes Lily as Lola backstage at the concert, but Lily starts to embarrass Miley in front of her celebrity friends like Tracy Von Horn. Tracy refuses to accept her due to Lily's outrageous behavior, and Lily is not really adjusting to the celebrity life like Miley has. So Miley tries to stop Lily when she follows Gwen Stefani to the bathroom and asks her to sign her protective seat cover, but can't because she has to go to sing on stage. When Miley receives a phone call to Kelly Clarkson's party, Lily gets excited, but Miley ends up lying to her to say that the party is canceled. So then at the party, Miley ends up not having fun due to the absence of Lily.
Oh, what's that? Oh, that's just Jackson playing a stereo too loud. Jackson, turn it down! I'm studying, fool!
And as the photographer takes her photo, Miley freaks out because she did not want Lily to see her at the party. So then she jumps on the photographer's back, trying to grab the camera, stop the pictures, and of course the next day Miley sees the picture of herself on the photographer's back on the front page of the newspaper and spends all day trying to make sure Lily doesn't see it. Eventually, Lily comes around to Miley's house, so Miley hides all the newspapers. When trying to stop Lily from reading the paper, she stalls by talking. And then Lily eventually finds out, so Miley confesses everything and is forgiven. When Lily is Lola, goes to another party with Miley, Tracy sees her and won't accept her. So Hannah tells Tracy she doesn't accept Lola, she'll have to tell everybody that Tracy sneezed on the Olsen twins. In the subplot, Jackson is persuaded to lend his hair to a pretty girl, Nina, studying at beauty school, but finds out that the plot of Rico's when they make him bald, and for revenge, Jackson manages to have the girl cut Rico's hair, making him bald too. In this episode, Lola's last name, LaFonda, is changed to Lufnagel for all extra episodes. According to season 3 episode Ready, Set, Don't Drive, this episode takes place on November 4th, 2006. And according to Keeping Secrets, one of the several novels based on episodes of Hannah Montana, Tracy Von Horn's father is Hannah's record producer. Okay, then we got Grandmas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Play Favorites. The title of the episode is a reference to Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys by Willie Nelson and Waylon Jeggings. So Miley's grandma, Meemaw Ruthie, and she really favors Jackson, virtually ignoring Miley. And even when Jackson gets a special gift for his upcoming volleyball tournament. Miley gets the disgusting airplane headphones, old man hair and all. And then Miley is scheduled to perform for the Queen of England and her grandmother, but the Queen runs late, forcing the family to wait. But Jackson, who has a volleyball match, says he can't be late for it. So Meemaw goes find the Queen to get her to hurry up, which Miley gets angry at Jackson, saying like, Mama is all about you, which Jackson retorts saying it's never about him and it's always about Miley, no matter what he does. So Miley, hurt, asks Mama why she likes Jackson better, to which Mama explains that she doesn't like Jackson better, but is giving him special attention because Hannah always gets all the attention, making him feel invisible. So then she ditches the hotel to attend Jackson's volleyball game, and Hannah, feeling bad, speeds up the royal performance so she too can give Jackson the spotlight. And then at the volleyball game, Jackson's partner had the flu, so Mama plays volleyball as Jackson's partner, which is really funny. Even though Jackson, with Mama's help, wins the game, Hannah gets all the attention again by being spot underneath the rafters. And after the game, Miley comes back and apologizes about the attention focused on her instead of him, and he accepts her apology. The episode ends with Mama and the Queen playing Dance Dance Revolution during the credits. It's a Mannequin's World, and the title is a reference to the James Brown song, It's a Man's World. Miley's dad, Robbie, is shopping for her birthday, but Miley ends up hating everything he buys her. So she tells Lily and explains the birthday presents he gave her years ago, which included a flowery dress, and they reveal that Miley purposely spilled stuff on the dress so she would never have to wear it again. Lily understands, and Miley convinces her to go to the mall with her dad to pick out something cute for her. Miley and Lily go to the mall, and Lily runs over to Robbie Ray, asking him casual questions about Miley's gift, and then Miley hides the clothing and watches from afar. Robbie Ray picks out numerous outfits and asks Lily about them. Lily turns to Miley, watches her reaction, then gives her the answer. It's a really funny montage, and everything's going fine until the rude sales clerk says,
Hi. Hi. Just looking.
tells Miley to buy something or get lost, and to which she secretly leaves, but really changes into Hannah Montana in the store and pretends to be a mannequin. Kind of an iconic moment. Then at Miley's party, she receives a gift from Lily, which is the black purse, and she says, we'll go with the jacket. She eagerly waits her dad's gift, and then finds out that it's a frumpy sweater instead of what she thought. So the sweater's a kitten face on the front that meows when it's squeezed, and he explains that he did find a jacket she might like, but she would like this better. Miley's appalled after he asks her to put the sweater on, dreading to be seen with this. So they go to a party, and Lily and Oliver actually try to help cover up the sweater, but is eventually revealed to partygoers like Amber and Ashley, who make a huge deal out of it, try to take pictures in it. Miley tells them off, says she knows how stupid the sweater, but she doesn't realize that Robbie is standing there and hears everything. So Miley takes everything she said and says the sweater is the best thing she's ever gotten for her birthday, and even calls the cat Mittens, to which Robbie says she didn't have to do that, and he should have just bought her the jacket. But Miley tells him it's okay, and they both hug, and the show kind of ends with Miley and Oliver, who has the same sweater, except with a dog on it, playing Jingle Bells with the sweaters. In the subplot, Jackson's actually in charge of the cake for Miley's party, but every cake he looks after is destroyed. So he complains to his friends. Cooper, who actually secretly loves to bake and offers to bake instead, and Jackson agrees. So they bring the cake to Miley's party, but it's ruined when Ashley and Amber are drenched with icing. Robbie and Hannah's bodyguard Roxy actually dash forward to take pictures of the girl, taking pictures of the girl to agree to get Amber and Ashley to agree that they don't keep the pictures they took of Miley with the sweater on. And after seeing the tacky dresses Miley's dad got her, Lily says she needs a fashion magazine, and then Miley points to the magazine cover that says Trish Chic, which is the same magazine Raven was reading when she was pretending to be sick in the That's So Raven episode, Leave It to Diva. Miley's little sister, Noah Cyrus, actually plays the little girl and that tugs on the fake Hannah Montana mannequin, and Noah used to be used for a lot of little girl extras in Hannah Montana. This episode the date is released on the same date as the DreamWorks movie Over the Hedge is being released as well. In the episode, Miley says she's going to be turning 14, but in the pilot episode, the announcer says 14-year-old pop sensation Hannah Montana. So in reality, this would be her 15th birthday, not her 14th, unless to throw off suspicion of Herb and Miley being the same person, which kind of works. So it feels like a lot of season 1 is really good at developing the characters, especially their flaws. Like, Jackson seems to be a womanizer that is, like, slowly, like, that starts out to be pretty ashamed of Miley and, you know, consistently going to his job or other places to kind of build his own life. And then we learn through Mama that there's actually a little bit of a resentment there, which is so interesting, and that it kind of explains why he is the way he is. And Miley, who's somebody that is trying to kind of like balance her ego with like the things she can get away with, is exposed to a lot of moments where she needs to be humbled, like Lily being at the party and the photographer. Oh, and then when she like just expects Jackson to drop everything to attend to her. The cool thing about Miley is like starting out as a celebrity and keeping it a secret. Obviously she could be a little bit more selfish, but now that people are starting to see her secret, she needs to, you know, like she's opening up a lot more. She's learning how to let people into her life more than just the secret. And that's including people that already even knew. Like, for example, like Robbie starts out as this really cautionary dad, and he's really good at like being caring and there for her, but then also like, you know, a lot of conflicts rise between her and him. And we see a lot of sides of Robbie that shows that he just wants to be closer to his daughter. And Miley is able to recognize this a lot, and she seems to learn from everybody around her. Maybe like the world doesn't revolve around her, which is such a great topic for a coming of age type show like Hannah Montana, where it seems like the big deal is that she's a pop star celebrity, but really she's just a teenage girl turning 13, 14 years old, which is normal. Like, that's the age when you start to actually let other people into your life and start taking accountability and responsibility for how others are treated around you. And just because she's a celebrity doesn't mean she's discluded from all that. And the thing that makes Miley so likable is that she genuinely does learn at the end of every episode, which is super important. And we get, and so far, like 7 episodes in, and it just feels like it's really nice to see them be flawed, but also still super likable, and a lot of the jokes are super funny. Okay, next we got Mascot Love, which is episode 8. And the title is a reference to the Captain and Tennille song, Muskrat Love. Miley thinks that she and Lily should try out for cheerleading so they could spend more quality time together, since Miley's always at rehearsals, sound checks, whatever. Miley coaches Lily into cheerleading so Lily can make the team, but she's really bad. And then at the tryouts, she's scared Lily won't make the team. And then she ends up doing her own skateboard stunts, which is kind of cool. And then Lily gets on the team, but Miley doesn't, which is made... And then Miley's made as the mascot Pirate Pete.
Arg!
And then she becomes jealous of Lily because she didn't want to be on the team and she did. And then Miley has to ride a pink tricycle. So then during the game, Miley gets fired as the mascot for getting in a fight with another mascot, and Lily just leaves Miley by herself because she likes cheerleading now. So Miley learns her lesson that she'll be happy with Lily and support her, because Lily always does the same for Miley in her Hannah Montana concerts. So Miley does not go to the Rolling Stones concert and instead goes to the mall to spend quality time with Lily. And in the end, Oliver ends up as the mascot and is actually pretty good at it, but smells terrible. And then the cheerleaders run away from him. In the subplot, Robbie pays Jackson to fix the sink and garbage disposal, and after some time they call a plumber, and he tells Robbie that Jackson actually saved the house from being flooded, so Robbie congratulates Jackson. The scene where Miley comes home and says the mask is following her is a reference to The Mask, in which the movie Jim Carrey is also trying to get rid of a mask, but is unable to because it keeps coming back to him. And then it's also funny because Miley always wanted to be a mascot that she revealed during the Disney Channel Games of 2006. And in real life, Miley's favorite sport is cheerleading, and she revealed this on the Hannah Montana 2-disc special edition soundtrack. Now we got episode 9, Ooh Ooh Itchy Woman. The title is a reference to the Eagles song, Witchy Woman. Mr. Picker announces that they will be going on a class trip with Miley, Lily, Amber, and Ashley will be sharing a tent. So Miley tries to get out of it, but it ends up not working. And Oliver is upset because he has to spend the night with Donnie, who is a boy that likes to make fun of him. So then when they all get to the campsite, Amber and Ashley are complaining about the lack of modern amenities and like coffee shops, which is so LA. Miley and Lily get started on setting up their tent. Lily is drawn away, and when she returns, Miley is with the tent. We see Miley already sets it up, completes with freshly picked flowers. She credits her upbringing in Tennessee as her tent raising skills. When Miley tries to settle Donnie's constant teasing, Amber and Ashley take credit for setting up the tent just because they happen to be standing there when Mr. Picker was checking Miley's tent. So the teacher makes Miley and Lily apologize to Amber and Ashley, calling them lying little nasties. Amber and Ashley accidentally knock over the plate, somehow escaping punishment from the teacher. And then Miley, Lily, and Oliver plan a scheme to scare Amber and Ashley because Oliver wants a reason out of a tent. So Oliver pretends he's a ferocious bear, and Miley and Lily have to save Amber and Ashley. So Amber and Ashley actually run out and flee to the portable toilet, which flips over and is gross. Amber, Ashley, and Donnie inside with all the contestants over them. Ew. When Miley, as Hannah, goes as an interview, Oliver calls and tells her the bush they were standing on was poison oak, and she itches as she's being interviewed and gets embarrassed on national television as karma for what she did. In the subplot, Robbie and Jackson catch a mouse, Linda. Little do they know that the mouse can actually play the piano quite well and is killing the mouse. And capturing and killing the mouse would be a terrible crime.
Son, you don't kill a mouse with that kind of talent. Linda, you know Achy Breaky Heart?
It feels like all the subplots with Jackson and Robbie are just like mundane activities of them trying to get it done as like a comedy duo, which is kind of random. Okay, then we got episode 10, Oh Say Can You Remember the Words? Oh Say Can You Remember These Words? I think it refers to the lyrics in the Star Spangled Banner poem. Or song, I guess. Miley, Lily, and Oliver are in drama class doing exercises when the teacher announces they'll be doing Romeo and Juliet, which Miley and Lily are reluctant to do with Oliver as their partner. But Miley ends up with Oliver, they start working on the play, and Oliver can't focus, making silly jokes. Miley finds out that due to an experience a long time ago, Oliver can't really be serious in front of an audience, so she gets mad that he's never serious and tells her father that she will bail on him just as Oliver is coming into the house. So Oliver gets his feelings hurt. Later at the game, Miley sings Star Spangled Banner, but she's so distracted by her fight with Oliver, she accidentally sings Shakespeare. She's nationally embarrassed again, and now too scared to perform out of fear that she will forget the words again. Lily tries to convince Oliver to come support Miley when she goes to the show called Top Rockers, but Oliver obviously doesn't want to because he's still mad. So in her dressing room, Miley's scared that she'll forget the words to her song, despite her dad saying she'll do fine. But she's sweating under the Hannah Montana wig. And then Lily, coming as Lola, brings cue cards with lyrics on them just in case. But these lyrics also get jumpy as she starts to dance to the song that Hannah is singing and blocked by many different people. So then Hannah ends up messing up the song, to which Oliver actually starts singing along, and so does everyone else. So Miley remembers the lyrics, which in the end, Oliver comes through and Miley apologizes. It's cool that we finally get a second episode of Oliver where he's actually just not being goofy. It's nice to know that like even the goofy characters have like a really... In the subplot, Jackson actually has to cure Rico's candy habit after a bad trip to the dentist, and it soon becomes his own obsession, and he becomes more addicted to candy than Rico was. So then Jackson has a dream that he will eventually get fat and Rico will get strong. So Jackson wakes up, tries to stop eating junk food, and then while at the sister's concert, he starts eating carrots and has a hallucination that the pillows are talking couch bunnies. Don't know what he learned. A really deep-seated problem that wants to get solved. And we gotta credit Hannah Montana thus far for not doing too many repetitive storylines. Like they somehow managed to either get it to be about Miley and one other character, and then somehow still weaving the Hannah Montana pop star persona into it, which is so cool. And I love that her issues are nationally recognized, so when she makes a mistake, it's actually like 10 times worse, which we end up seeing a lot later in 2024 when cancel culture and online social media ends up being at the forefront of things anyway. This is kind of what I see as iCarly before iCarly, where fame was something that teenagers are drawn to, and the idea that like fame isn't all it's cracked up to be is such an interesting storyline because it really affects Miley's life to an extent that if she she makes so many mistakes and really has to be humbled in order to like make up for what she found out. And it's cool because in Hannah Montana, that's fun because as a viewer, it's really nice to see somebody mess up and know that like you don't have to make that mistake too, as opposed to in the current climate where there are 14-year-olds all over internet, there are 15-year-old pop sensations, and it's normal, which we never thought would be a thing. And now it seems like they also get the same treatment as Miley, but in the world it's like a lot more scary. You know, like somebody says the wrong thing or does the wrong thing, and like Hannah, they get nationally ridiculed for it, and it stinks because the reality of it is in real life that stuff follows you, as opposed to like when Hannah is in these situations, like it kind of ends at the end of the episode, but the reality of this situation is kind of dark. Okay, episode 11, Oops, I Meddled Again. So the title of the episode is based on the Britney Spears song, Oops, I Did It Again. Miley checks her Hannah Montana fan mail, and she received an email from a girl, Becca Weller, that Miley finds out is in her homeroom. And she has a crush on Oliver, and wants his attention. So basically, Lily tells Oliver this, and Oliver asks Becca if she'll go out with him. So Becca agrees, going on a date, and afterwards, Oliver tells Miley and Lily that he kissed Becca and really likes her. Then Hannah gets an email that says that Becca's gonna break up with the boy he really likes. Whew! So Miley and Lily thinks it's Oliver, so they tell him, and Oliver gets mad at Miley for being the cause of this relationship in the first place, but eventually forgives her and is about to break up with Becca himself. That's when Miley and Lily find out that she was actually going to break up with her old boyfriend. Miley flies over them with a parasol in a chicken costume, which Jackson was wearing because of Rico and Oliver. And he tells Oliver not to break up with Becca, which is kind of an absurd way to deliver that news. Miley tells Becca that Miley did it because she was in love with him, and that Becca wouldn't find out that she knew about the impending breakup because,
Well, all that's left to say is, book, bye-bye!
she was really Hannah Montana, which Becca is not thrilled about. So she tells Becca and Oliver they're perfect for each other and gives up on Oliver. So in the subplot, Jackson is forced to wear chicken soup, promoting spicy chicken wings for Rico, and later gets tumbled on by teens. This episode actually has been played out of order because Miley's father, Robbie, is writing a new song called The Other Side of Me, and it had already been sung by Hannah several times in previous episodes, which means the episode must have taken place before I Can't Make You Love Hannah If You Don't, which is going to come later. The same picture of Hannah Montana in Becca's locker was used in Oliver's locker in Miley Get Your Gum, and you could see Becca wearing a lavender-colored Hannah Montana shirt. The originally intended part of the episode was Jackson does the chicken dance to promote the chicken wings instead of singing the song, and I guess that got changed somewhere along the line. Okay, then we got On the Road Again. So On the Road Again is the 12th episode of the first season of, and the title refers to the Willie Nelson song On the Road Again, Hannah Montana, which is the crossover between The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. I don't know about you guys, but this is kind of crazy. Hannah Montana, you know, now we know that it's a really popular show and has done really well, but this was the first season, episode 12 of Hannah Montana, that they had a crossover episode. I wonder, like, what would have happened if this didn't go super well. I mean, I'm sure nothing would have changed, but it's so interesting to think that Hannah Montana was, like, featured in a crossover way before it got popular. And then, of course, later, in the third season, I believe, they go back to another crossover. But this is really cool.
I couldn't live with myself if I knew I was the person holding Robbie Ray back from howling again. Wow. Well, it's nice meeting you.
I gotta admit, though, I was very disappointed in the crossover segment of Hannah Montana, because it feels like That's So Raven and Sweet Life is very carefully integrated into one another, but Hannah feels like kind of like a, you know, like it seems to be more of an episode of Hannah Montana than it is necessarily about the other two shows being involved at all, including like her barely talking to Raven. I mean, overall it was still a new show, so it's funny to think about. I don't know, it was kind of annoying at the time. But yeah, so when Miley stays at the Tipton in Boston, she meets Maddie Fitzpatrick, listens to Robbie sing Honky Tonk Heartthrob, which apparently he used to sing to her and her mother when they were Robbie Ray fans. So then Miley starts to talk to her father about his dreams and basically is convinced he gave up on them and he should probably get back to the stage life. So she actually recruits his former manager to get him back on the road.
A man and his children sharing a heartfelt goodbye. You know what it reminds me of?
The fact that my car is running and gas is $3 a gallon, let's...
So Robbie goes on the road to San Diego with Roxy, taking care of Jackson and Miley, but Roxy is super overprotective and will not let the children go out of her sight, and even ties them along with her while she's asleep. So Jackson gets fed up and goes to San Diego, followed by Miley and Roxy. Billy Ray Cyrus as Robbie Ray sings I Want My Mullet Back, but upon seeing his father perform and going on tour with Toby Keith, Jackson changes his mind. So he reveals at the end that he didn't give up the dream because he had to, he did because he wanted to, and he wanted to spend time with his family and focus on being a good father to his kids. So at the end of the episode, Miley and Robbie perform together I Want My Mullet Back, complete with mullet wigs, and Jackson also wearing a mullet, doing an underarm trumpet, and yeah, it's just really funny. While there's no concrete information, it could be assumed that this episode was tacked on to the last minute of That's So Sweet Life, because Ashley Tisdale, being the only actress from either of the previous shows to be in the crossover at the beginning and end, referred to as that girl from Boston in the episode, is, I don't know, one can conclude that I would just assume that it was tacked on last minute and then changed after the end of the latter episodes when Hannah Montana was officially greenlit, which explains why her scene was so short. Okay, we're gonna tackle the last episode. So now we're at the halfway mark of the Hannah Montana season 1, and I just want to see how you guys are feeling. I just want to give a special shout out to Roxy, because I forgot how integral she is to the development of the show. Like, she is so funny, and it is so... she does such a good job at playing this part. I love how we're only halfway through the season, and we have so much empathy for Hannah. There's so much richness in this show, and like, I can tell from this very beginning that this... I mean, I should have known that this is already going to be one of the best shows. Like, you never really appreciate shows until it's like way later, but it's very clear that this show was so impressive. When I was little, I used to have the DVD of this show, and this was one of the only Disney shows to have released their complete first season on DVD. And I gotta tell you, I've watched the show over and over and over again. I don't know what about it is so interesting to me. So we're gonna cut this video off at episode 13 because I definitely don't think I could fit this all into one part right now. Maybe later I'll put the compilation together. But as of now, we're gonna finish off with this episode, and then I'm gonna release another video soon. Season 1, episode 13, You Were So Vain. You probably think this is about you. The title of the episode is a reference to Carly Simon's song, You're So Vain, from 1972. The lyrics are, you're so vain, you probably think the song is about you. So Hannah models her perfect skin for a Magic Glows It cream ad, and Lily loses her contacts and has to wear dorky glasses. Miley gives her advice that looks don't matter, and when Lily gets discouraged, okay. So then they get a billboard where a zit is painted on Miley's forehead by Liza the photographer, and Miley pretends it doesn't bother her to convince Lily that she should still compete in her half-pipe finals and beat Heather, who has beaten Lily every year. But it really does bother Miley, so she pays Jackson to return with her, hold the paint can of beige, and color over the zit. Hannah unveils the billboard through the public, and Lily sees that it's painted over and got mad, so she lied, and tells everybody that looks don't matter, and a bird poops on her shoulder. In the subplot, Jackson has to be Rico's assistant in a fake magic show, only to put a dress on and have Rico crack an egg on his head. But because Jackson isn't sure Rico's dad is going to give him a raise, so Jackson finds out that he was going to get a raise anyway and decides to get some revenge by dumping seaweed on Rico's head. But then the girl he was dating comes down to see him, and Rico pretends he's just an innocent little boy, and the girl who Jackson is dating dumps him. And then in season 3, Ready, Set, Don't Drive, the episode takes place. And then there's actually a novel based off this called Face Off. And so the Hannah Montana novel Face Off is actually based on this episode. Jackson's outfit was a gold dress and white gloves. And in the book, Rico had a magic wand, and Jackson was bribed into a small cage for the disappearing Tina trick. Rico also sent Jackson in the cage away to the San Diego Zoo in the book. Welcome back everybody to Hannah Montana Season 1 Retrospective. I'm Johnny 2000 and it's time to finally dive into the episodes 14 to 16 of Hannah Montana Season 1. Last video we went through the first 13 episodes and I had so much fun, and so now I'm about to tell you about how wacky this is about to get. So sit down and let's get started.
Okay, episode 14 is New Kid in School, and the title is a reference to the Eagles song New Kid in Town, which is the 14th episode of the first season. So Jake Ryan, handsomely famous TV star, is transferring to Miley and Lily's school.
Calm down. Even though Jake's a big TV star, here he's just another student who totally destroys zombies!
As soon as he arrives, reporters talking about filming a documentary about his new school life and recording everybody. And then Miley sees beyond his handsome face and sees him as this.
I want each and every one of you to think of me as someone just like you.
Really?
Well, try, okay?
Big-headed, annoying guy because he's showing off his superstardom, something that she has never done. Miley becomes jealous because she's Hannah and Jake's getting all the attention and is treated better because of it. Lily and Oliver tell Miley that if she tells everybody she's Hannah, she could get all the respect and extra things that Jake got. So due to anger and stress, Miley tells the reporter that she's Hannah Montana, but the reporter doesn't even believe her. So Miley tells the reporter her address so Miley can prove it. However, Jake tells Miley that he likes the superstardom, and he likes Miley because she sees the real Jake, not the superstar. And Jake wishes he could turn the fame and fortune off because it could get annoying.
Yeah, I guess my disguise didn't work.
Wow, shocker.
Come on! Do the line! Do the line! I would, but I'm kind of... Do the line!
Which makes her realize what she has. At this point, Jake's swept up with his fans, and Miley realizes she made the mistake telling the reporter. When the reporter comes to her house, she just makes it seem like she made it all up to begin with, and actually has Jackson dressed as Elvis and Robbie Ray dressed as Billy Ray Cyrus.
I haven't officially introduced myself. I'm Billy Ray Cyrus.
Okay, that's it, we're out of here.
Which is kind of funny. The reporter then leaves thinking they're crazy, and Miley decides she's not going to tell anybody she's Hannah. She's going to be extra sure it's the right decision. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Jackson gets a new car, and he's about to go on a date, but when he starts the car, battery dies, and Jackson convinces Robbie to let him take the new car, which is much better, and Robbie ends up taking Jackson's car battery to replace and rips off the car door. So he tries to hide it, and he forgives all of Jackson's mistakes, but Jackson actually finds out that Robbie... This is like one of the first times Uncle Earl was also mentioned. This is also the first appearance of Jake Ryan, who is going to be coming back a little bit recurringly in this season. And this is the third time Miley has, quote-unquote, revealed her secret to a person. First Lily, then Oliver. And the third one is the reporter, although she did end up not getting it released. This is actually the first episode that Miley gets jealous of something somebody else has. Like, usually she's the superstar, so she doesn't have to worry about it. But it's really interesting to see her look at Jake Ryan as this is kind of like the alter ego that she's projecting a lot onto him, and it's very interesting. So then we got 15, which is More Than a Zombie to Me. The episode title is a reference to the Bee Gees song, More Than a Woman to Me.
It's disgusting. Oh, come on. If he asked you to the dance, are you telling me you wouldn't say yes?
Yes?
Yes, you'd say no, or yes, you'd say yes?
No, guess I'd say no.
Where Jake Ryan actually asks Miley to the school dance. So Miley refuses because Hannah's on the show Zombie High, which Miley happens to be also on as Hannah Montana. And Miley doesn't want to kiss Jake and asks the director if she can kiss the demon dog instead.
Do I really have to kiss that zombie slayer?
Since the divine prophecy states that only by reawakening the cold, dead heart of the princess can the Slayer rout the forces of darkness and save the world from ultimate destruction, I'm gonna have to say yes, you do.
But then she soon finds out that Jake actually really does like her, not just Jake Ryan the celebrity. And Miley realizes she might also like Jake too, so she wants to do the kissing scene. But the director now does want her to kiss the demon dog as requested. She tries to tell Lily she likes Jake and wants to go to the dance with him now. But while she's attempting to do so, Jake comes up and asks Lily to the dance instead, ignoring Miley's protests. So Miley tells Lily that she does like Jake, but Lily decides to go to the dance with him anyway, so they get in a huge fight. Miley comes to the dance in a tight red dress to get Jake to notice her, which is weird for a kid's show.
Hey y'all, what's up?
Whoa.
What are you doing? You're supposed to be at a 70 stance, not turning letters on a game show.
To be honest, if I were Miley, I would be careful trying to anger Lily, especially given the fact she knows the secret.
For a kid's show, Lily and Miley end up getting in a big fight over Jake on the dance floor, which leaves Lily in tears and Miley feeling horrible, yet Jake obviously feels this is normal and loves it. They make up while cleaning in the bathroom and both end up dancing with each other instead of Jake. And then meanwhile, Jackson and Robbie engage in a war, which involves Jackson falling into the Punji pit. And in the end of the episode, they're sitting on the couch, at this point heavily suspicious of movement when somebody rings the doorbell. They both think it's like a prank, so they end up not letting in this guy with a $10 million check.
Oh, no, man, I'm not getting it.
Neither am I. Let the monkey get it.
Well, maybe there's a $10 million winner at the next house. Come on, guys!
And during the filming of Zombie High, wait, doesn't Zombie High exist now? Whoa, this is creepy. I did not realize that. And during the filming of Zombie High, the director makes a reference to the opening credits of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is kind of interesting. Episode 16 is Good Golly Miss Dolly, and the title is a reference to the Little Richard song, Good Golly Miss Molly. We got another grandma episode, which is going to be exciting. So Miley's godmother, Aunt Dolly, visits the Stewart family. Dolly Parton, if you guys aren't completely aware, she brings her video camera to film the family, but Miley accidentally tapes herself.
I'm through pretending that I don't like you when the truth is, I'm totally in love with you. Wait a minute. Is this thing on?
Professing her love for Jake. Oliver and Lily come over and Oliver accidentally takes the videotape with him, and Miley needs to get back the video camera, but unfortunately Oliver has already given Jake the tape.
Jake who?
Which is a pretty genuine mistake on Oliver's part. Like, how was he supposed to know that Miley admitted something on tape?
So Miley, Lily, and Aunt Dolly try to break into the school, go to the edit office, and get the tape back before Miley gets dumped in a veggie burger, milkshake, and fries. Also, when Miley finally builds the courage to tell Jake she likes him, Jake reveals that he actually has a girlfriend, Rachel. And at the end, Miley's sitting on the couch with her dad and Aunt Dolly, and they convince Miley not to give up on Jake by singing Who Said in a version related to their conversation. This episode's really cute because I feel like Dolly Parton wasn't necessary, but it does dig a little bit into their home life, and I love seeing more of Miley's origins, especially as it's like preparing us for the movie later on. I know they didn't go in with that intention, but it really does make that movie even more better. Miley mentions that she modeled her Hannah look after Dolly, but in the episode Take This Job and Love It, Miley goes through a flashback where she got her Hannah wig, and it turns out Roxy made up Hannah's look, not Dolly. Dolly Parton appears in this episode, and she's apparently Miley Cyrus's real-life godmother. Okay, now we got torn between two Hannahs. The reference is the title is a reference to the Mary McGregor song Torn Between Two Lovers. This episode is notorious for being forgotten, but I remember it because of how often I spent watching these DVDs. This was also written by Todd J. Greenwald, who wrote a couple other episodes of this show and eventually created Wizards of Waverly Place. He's a really good writer, and I met him on LinkedIn once, but he didn't seem to like me. Miley's lookalike cousin, Luann, from visits from Texas, and Miley believes Luann is like the devil's little helper because she's once pushed her into a well.
Let's not forget who pulled you out of that well when you were just 6.
Let's not forget who pushed me in.
Hey, that was an accident. Sometimes kids do stuff without thinking.
God, stupid blind.
So when Luann arrives, she's sweet, kind to everybody, and Hannah is invited by Tracy to a Halloween party, and Hannah's planning on going with Lola. But meanwhile, Miley has been increasingly paranoid about Luann, and they seemingly reconcile.
I think it's time that we took the past and buried it. Yeah, kind of like what we used to do with Aunt Pearl's roadkill ravioli.
Yeah, there's always gravel in mine.
Then when they go to the party, it's revealed that Luann is actually dressed as Hannah, while the real Miley is bound by ropes and gagged with Ebola. So this is a Halloween episode, also, if you didn't think that. And it's very clear that Miley Cyrus is playing Miley Cyrus, which is a really fun trope that I like to see in the 2000s. Luann desperately tries to embarrass Miley, and then Miley escapes, hurries to the party, and tries to stop Luann from quote-unquote ruining her Hannah Montana secret. When she finally convinces Lily out of the situation, she finds Luann on stage giving a speech as Hannah.
Looky here. Y'all are about to see something you never expected to see. The other side. The other side. The other side of...
And is about to take off her wig. In current times, this is really easy to do. You just go on social media and say Miley is Hannah. Or, like, the fact that she looked so identical, she probably could have stood as Miley Stewart and said that too. So there's a lot of flaws here. When the lights go out, they pull Luann off stage, resulting in two Hannahs getting mixed up, and they're wearing identical clothing. So Luann then begins claiming that she's actually Miley, and Lily and Oliver don't actually know who the real Miley is, which is super cool. Oliver has an idea and says,
Both you kiss me.
Okay. Ew.
That's Miley.
While Luann excitedly accepts, Miley is disgusted, which reveals which one is the right one. And in the subplot, Jackson and Robbie try to be scarier for Halloween. Scarier in Halloween than their neighbor, Mr. Danzig, who ends up being like the annoying neighbor that comes up recurringly in the first season, who eventually is kind of like off the show completely. But then he ends up tricking them into scaring the children away and ends up hating the family. And instead of being scary, Mr. Danzig is dressed up as Mr. Happy Pumpkin Man, and everybody loves him more.
Christmas.
Come on, kids. Let's all go back to my house, and everyone can have another ride on the pony. Yeah!
Oh, Tracy's party at Halloween is called the Hannahween Party, which is super, super funny. In addition to the fact that there was two Hannahs in this anyway. And Mitchell Musso actually stated this would be the first episode where Hannah and Oliver would be in the same scene together. However, they were in a few scenes together in Miley Get Your Gum and Oh Say Can You Remember the Words, but it would be the first time they actually had a proper conversation together as Hannah and Oliver. The episode was adapted into the book Nightmare on Hannah Street, which is a parody of Nightmare on Elm Street, and this is the first Halloween episode. Miley says that Halloween is just 2 days away, meaning the episode takes place October 29th. Miley plays 3 roles in this episode, Miley, Luann, and Hannah, which is kind of interesting. Okay, episode 18, People Who Use People. And the title refers to the song People from Funny Girl, which includes the lyrics, People Who Need People. 18th episode of the first season. When Miley finds out that Jake has a friend named Holly, Miley mistakes her as his new girlfriend. And she still has feelings for him, so she starts hanging out with a boy named Willis, who told her he's graduating in order to make Jake jealous. While on a date with Willis, Miley finds out that he's actually 11 and a half in elementary school and just tall, which is kind of creepy.
Your senior boyfriend over there?
No, that kid just looks like him.
I am King Willis!
And has the same name.
Jake later tells Miley that he and Holly are actually only together for publicity, which ends up getting them to kiss. Miley and Jake then decide to become a couple, and Jake asks if Miley is available Saturday, 4 months from now, for a date. So Jake flies off to Romania for 4 months as he's going to shoot a movie that Frankie Muniz dropped out of.
Yeah, would have been awful for you to left without planting one on me.
Exactly.
Because she's annoyed that Jake kissed her and is now leaving. Meanwhile, which, honestly, relatable. Meanwhile, after learning that Miss Kunkel and Robbie get along so well at the parent convention, Jackson tries to get his teacher and Robbie Ray into a relationship so he can get an A in a classroom, which is kind of intense. But he ends up learning that it's not going to happen because...
It's great to meet you, ma'am. Let us sit and talk. Doggies, I'm on fire!
Because of his father's idea of earning the A honestly, it just doesn't work. The exterior of the bowling alley is actually the same one used in the episode of Bowling for A Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. And then Miley obviously quotes, "What you talking about, Willis?" from the 1970s, 80s sitcom Different Strokes.
You said you were graduating.
I am!
Elementary school.
Okay, 19. We got Money for Nothing, Guilt for Free. 19th episode of the first season. And the title is a reference to the Dire Straits song, Money for Nothing. So in this one, Miley, Lily, Oliver, Amber, and Ashley's teacher, Mr. Corelli, sends the students off to raise money for the local fundraising program.
Okay, this has Amber and Ashley written all over it.
Actually, it has
Dork and Dorky are written all over it.
That's it. They're gonna pay for this.
Wait. Was I dork or dorkier?
So Miley and Lily are against Amber and Ashley, which is a common trope in the first season that's really kind of interesting. So they're unsuccessful at raising money until they have the idea.
Now, before I start my next song, I would just like to give a shout out to a great charity called United People's Relief. So show your love and make a donation. Guys, please, paper money only, people.
Maybe Hannah Montana can do this to get a larger amount. So they feel guilty, but they end up getting so much more, and they realize another girl named Sarah, wholeheartedly devoted to charity and wanted to donate this card, which is much harder than raising money.
Worked harder than any of us, and she's the only one doing it for the right reasons. Reasons, I want my new skateboard.
In the end, they ultimately want to give it to Sarah so she could win the contest. Sarah, however, won't accept the money from them because she's too nice, so Miley and Lily dress up as Hannah and Lily Luftnagel to give her the money. In spite of this, Ashley and Amber still win the contest because Oliver accidentally bragged to them that Sarah had more money than the fundraiser.
Okay, maybe I bragged a little about how Sarah was gonna beat them.
Button it.
So not wanting to be beaten by Sarah, Amber and Ashley quickly ask their parents to write another check. However, the victory is spoiled when Miley interrupts their interview for the local newspaper by telling the reporter that Amber and Ashley want to donate their prize to charity and will volunteer at a soup kitchen during their days on and off from school, much to the horror and Sarah's delight. The picture of Amber and Ashley is taken and is displayed at school. Lily, Miley, and Oliver got their revenge. Which is, this show is really good at distributing karma effectively, I would say, which is really fun. In the subplot, Jackson believes that he's better than his dad at sports, but this changes when Cooper tells him that Robbie is letting him win. So Jackson actually has to prove to his dad that he is not letting him win, and Cooper gives Jackson some lessons in ping pong so he could beat his father. Jackson wins, but due to his gloating, he and his father become fiercely competitive over petty things, and it ends with Jackson and Robbie having a contest of who can drink and hold water the longest, when Robbie ends up winning and says, "I knew having 8 brothers and sisters with one outhouse would pay off someday," which is kind of funny. The little girl in this is also Noah Cyrus again. Since this is also the final appearance of Jackson's friend Cooper, who is like mainly here in the first season, but I'm gonna miss this guy. This is also Sarah's first appearance, and she's gonna be coming back a little bit. Okay, episode 20, Debt It Be. Robbie gives Miley and Jackson credit cards, which Miley goes to a one-day flea market and finds out she does not have enough money with her to buy the things she wants and ends up using her credit card.
And just for you, I'll throw in this lovely belt.
Oh, thank you.
For $20 more.
Hey, you need something to hold up the skirt.
Very true.
And you know what'd look great with that skirt and the belt?
These shoes?
Really?
Unfortunately, it's only supposed to be for emergencies, but she ends up buying a lot of expensive stuff and being duped by all the stall owners, which is funny because it's like very clearly seems like she's a victim of it, but she's clearly like choosing this multiple times.
Yeah, and what they're singing, and I'm dancing, and all of a sudden, my hand cramps up, and I've got to stop the whole concert and disappoint thousands of people, or hand massager.
Miley realizes how much trouble she's gonna be and decides to return the items, get her money back, but the flea market is gone, which happens in real life a lot. With no other options, Miley asks Jackson, who is in Marlon Brando from The Godfather, to help her pay off the debt.
You made me wait 20 minutes so you could go put on some stupid costume and do a bad imitation.
You hear that, Fluffy? More disrespect.
Jackson hatches a plan to auction off Hannah's old clothes in exchange for a portion of the profit. So the siblings actually work together to cover the money to pay off Miley's debt, so she thinks that they are home free, until Robbie tells the jeweler he wants a pair of sapphire earrings that Hannah had for a music video, and apparently they accidentally gave her a real pair instead of fake ones, so when they sold it, they sold the real ones. So Miley tries to get the earrings back from the woman who bought them, Catherine McCord, who is at the senior retirement center. So she goes and dresses Hannah, and Jackson joins as they try to persuade Catherine to sell back the earrings. But
you want to get that close, you gotta buy me dinner, sailor.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hey, you're Hannah Montana.
When she's very attached to them, Miley has to lie and said that the earrings belonged to her grandmother. And then Catherine agrees to return them, but only if Miley's grandmother appears to claim them.
Aren't you a cute young thing? Oh my, it's been a while since anybody called me that.
I hear that. Barely. So, Nana, don't you want those earrings back that mean more to you than life itself?
For this purpose, Jackson dresses up as an old lady, Nana Montana, to trick her to giving back the earrings. Unfortunately, and it's such a funny episode. I love watching Miley and Jackson get along and or scheme together because they're so wacky and they bring out each other's like really neurotic sides. So it's really funny to watch episodes with them in it and not just Jackson being pushed off to the subplot like always. In the end, it's revealed Robbie's at the retirement home disguised as an old man himself. So it turns out he knew all along and he was trying to teach his kids a lesson with the sapphire earrings. Catherine was in on his plan and Miley apologizes to his father and she's punished with cleaning the house to pay off the credit card debt. Robbie Ray punishes Miley by ordering her to clean the garage. Miley says there's spiders in the garage because in real life, Miley Cyrus's worst fear is spiders. And she reveals this in the Hannah Montana 2-disc special edition soundtrack. And then Nana Montana is mentioned in the episode of Sunny with a Chance, Random Acts of Disrespect. Okay, now we got My Boyfriend's Jackson, and There's Gonna Be Trouble. This one is freaking wacky. So Paulie the paparazzi follows Hannah to the house, finds Hannah and Jackson together, and assumes that it's Hannah's boyfriend's house. So he takes a picture, puts it in a magazine, and they're invited to a party to be in front of the paparazzi.
So, when exactly were you two gonna tell me you were dating?
Come on, Dad, it's not funny. It's horrible.
Yeah, how could anybody believe that I would go out with someone like her?
Jackson, it would be the luckiest day of your life if you got to date Hannah Montana, and what am I saying?
And instead of saying that it's fake or it's a misunderstanding, Jackson still wants to be famous or likes the attention, so he says that they're in love. But he's becomes more and more obnoxious.
Note to self. Send Coop a nice fruit basket saying, I'm sorry, blah, 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 and throw in an autographed photo of Jack Santa.
So Hannah has to make an appearance on the show Wendy, and her plan is to break up on that show. But Jackson instead tells him he doesn't want to break up, and Hannah does it anyway.
No, I can change. Please, just give me another chance. I don't want to lose you in all the things Grunschweigen, Flog, and Watch that we have together.
Forget it. We have nothing together. Jackson, it's over.
Hannah, he's down on his knees. How can you turn him down?
But then Jackson said he's in love. He loved Hannah like a sister. And this episode's so friggin' weird, but it's so funny because it's like, of course, like this is such... You definitely go into the show being like, oh my god, what if this was going to happen? And it does in this episode, which I really love. In the subplot, Oliver and Sarah team up for a project of taking care of a flower baby, and Oliver finds out that he might be in love with Sarah, which is really crazy.
Just think, one day he could be a great humanitarian.
We're a couple dozen cupcakes.
And then later they learn that without the flower baby, they have nothing in common, which is very, very middle school. Okay, then we got We Are Family. Now get me some water. It's a reference to the Sister Sledge song, We Are Family. And if you didn't think the last episode was crossing a line, just listen to the title of this one. I can't get it out of my head. Miley tries to practice for an important award show when she has to perform as Hannah Montana, but she gets interrupted by Jackson. She tells him to go outside and drive his car far away, but he hasn't gotten enough money because Rico doesn't pay him enough money. Didn't he get a raise in the other episode? So Miley goes to the beach with Lily to convince Rico to pay Jackson more, and he says that if she dances in the competition with him, he will. So
what do you say? You wash my back, I'll wash your brother's. Okay, first, ew. And second, I think it's scratch my back. And third, ew.
This is like the first episode with Miley and Rico. I like that a lot. That if Jackson doesn't... So Miley says no, she won't dance with him, and Rico says Jackson won't get more money. So he ends up firing Jackson. So Jackson's fired. So Jackson goes to the beach to find out that he has been replaced with Oliver, and the shop sells more than ever. And Miley suggests that he could work as Hannah Montana's assistant, thinking he wouldn't accept it. But then he does.
Hannah Montana will never use your limo company again. Good day, sir. I said good day!
Jackson, what happened?
They don't have a limo. and they're saying it's my fault because I didn't make a reservation. Can you believe that?
I know I do.
And then Miley realizes she doesn't want him to do that, so she ends up needing to fire him, but she doesn't want to because it was her fault for getting him fired the first time. So Miley's annoyed that Jackson can't do his job right. So then before she fires him, he thanks her for not firing him, even if he did something wrong, which makes her not want to do it anymore. And he bought her beautiful earrings, so I guess that's fair.
I don't even care how many paychecks it takes for me to pay him off. It's worth it. Just to know that you believe in me.
Uh-huh. I do. You betcha.
So she decides not to fire him. So then for the music video, Jackson accidentally breaks this actor's back.
I don't know. It worked when Scooby did it to Shaggy.
That's a cartoon!
No, I was talking about my cousins.
Sean can't dance, so he wants to talk to Hannah, but Jackson stops him because he doesn't want Hannah to know that he failed at this exercise. So he steps in for him and ends up being the guy, and then Hannah nearly falls off stage, ruins the performance, and Miley actually has to fire him. And then Jackson's upset because he can never get anything right, and Robbie tries to build him up by saying,
First of all, assistant ain't a word. You did great down at Rico's.
I know, and I liked it too.
Well, maybe that's why you were good at it.
So then later, Miley dances with Rico at the competition, and Jackson ends up getting his job back. And later, Lily and Oliver are seen sitting on the beach, where Oliver complains about Jackson and is disappointed he lost his job to him. This is the first episode that actually aired in 2007. And they also revealed that Miley's childhood nickname is Smiley Miley, which was the reason why Miley changed her name from Destiny Hope Cyrus to Miley Ray Cyrus. Okay, then we got School Bully. It's the 23rd episode of the first season. So there's a new girl at school, Henrietta, played by Jalen Palmer, and Miley and others call her the Cracker. So Miley bets that the new girl isn't bad and actually tries to get to know her, which is nice. I like seeing this side of Miley, that she has like genuinely good intentions despite everybody else's feelings.
I'm Miley. You know, I used to be new here too. But now I'm old here. Well, not old. Like this meatloaf. Neat trick.
But then, obviously, the Cracker ends up putting lipstick all over Miley's face and tying Lily and Miley's heads together using their hair. Roxy tries to help them by telling them to run, scream for the principal, but the girls refuse. So the next day, Roxy comes to school dressed as a student so she can protect Miley and Lily from the Cracker.
Why are you dressed like a kid?
Quiet, I'm trying to blend in.
What are you all looking at? I got held back a grade or two. Who's counting? Not me. That's why I got held back.
Things then get worse when Roxy won't let the girls hang out with the boys, and the next day Roxy starts dressing up like Miley, and she gives a GPS on Miley's beret so she could find her. Miley gives the beret to another girl, Jeannie, in order to throw Roxy off. Miley goes to the cafeteria to face the Cracker, but then Lily, who's supposed to be the principal part of Miley's plan, is too late, and the Cracker puts Miley in the salad bar.
I'm late, aren't I? Just a smidge.
Roxy then reveals to Miley and Lily that the reason she was being unreasonable was to get them to go to the principal themselves. And upon hearing this, Miley proceeds to chase Roxy around the school, which is really nice. It's so funny that Roxy's just this like extremely overprotective bodyguard. Like, I love that bit, and it does really well, especially the actress playing her is so funny that it's so good. Meanwhile, Jackson and Robbie Ray stay at a ski lounge, and it snowed in during an avalanche, so they're forced to stay at the ski lodge with his owner and the talking dummy.
There is no snowplow.
Gunther?
No, it's Franklin. Gunther's asleep.
At the end, Jackson uses his dummy to lip sync a Hannah Montana song. Well, now we got the idol side of me. So it's the 24th episode. We're getting toward the tail end of this season. The TV show Singing with the Stars is set up to see who can sing the best, and the winner gets to perform with Hannah Montana. So at school, Amber and Ashley's new popularity list places Miley and Hannah in last place with Dandruff Danny.
How far down do they put us this year?
Keep going. Keep going. Just skip to the last page.
Oh, we're tied for dead last with Dandruff Danny.
Is someone actually talking to me?
And as a result, Oliver starts to try to avoid being seen with them. Miley thinks Amber's a bad singer, so she tries to embarrass her by getting her on the show, but it turns out she's actually that Ashley is a bad singer, not Amber.
Her voice.
You said.
I know. But now.
So Lola makes a trap for Amber's entrance, but when Hannah talks to Amber backstage, Amber tells Hannah that she had been an unpopular girl with glasses when she was young, and she always pretends like it never bothered her. So Hannah actually starts to feel guilty about the trap, and she gets Amber to promise her that she'll be nicer to kids in the future, and tells her to go through the red entrance while she goes through the trap.
My friend, but millions. Girl feels disconnected.
So then Hannah becomes covered in fog, and back at school, it turns out all Amber has done is boost Dandruff Danny's placement on the list, not Miley and Lily's. Lily places a similar trap of greens. Meanwhile, Jackson and his dad try to sort out a problem with like a really noisy dog, and I don't really need to say that much more about this. Singing with the Stars is a parody of Dancing with the Stars, and obviously kind of like the Voice parody. Shakira's mentioned in this episode, which is interesting. It's first revealed that Jackson's middle name is Rod in this, Jackson Rod Stewart. And it's interesting because Miley actually not interact with her dad or Jackson in this episode, which has happened in previous episodes. Jackson and Robbie never left the house in this episode. Okay, now we got Smells Like Teen Sellout. This is like one of the most notorious episodes. I love this one. It's based on the title's a reference to Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Hannah is given a perfume line to a sponsor and soon realizes that the smell of raspberry actually makes her sick. So she reveals that she was once in a pie eating contest and ate too much raspberries, and now she is triggered by them. So she decides to lie, making her stick it out in order to keep the gift she's received from the sponsorship, including a car.
It's beautiful.
Yep, too bad we gotta send it back.
Say what?
Yeah, Mal, they're not gonna let us keep it once you back out of that commercial.
The only thing I'm backing out of is this driveway and my sweet new ride.
And later, Hannah has a television appearance to sponsor the perfume, and worried that she might get a whiff of the perfume and gag, she puts an injection of medicine in her nose. But during the interview, she tries to lie, ends up having giggles, hiccups, because Lily telling her that she giggles and Oliver hiccups when they lie, which is a funny psychological issue.
You know, when I get nervous, I sweat. Like a pig!
And after hearing that, she starts to do that. So she eventually decides not to put the perfume on in the market and loses her car.
You do what you feel is right. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy what time I have left with Maria.
So inevitably she decides not to. So in the end, she ends up losing the car. But in the subplot, Jackson and Oliver work on an audition tape for a TV program called Teen Wilderness Challenge, which is really funny. This is like one of the first times we see Jackson and Oliver like each other a lot, and I definitely think later episodes this becomes one of the best tropes.
Give me a slice. I can't do that, man. Come on, I'll give you 3 puka shells and these magic fire sticks. Jackson, get a grip. You're stronger than this. Sure, I could give you this pizza and you could stuff your face with the pepperoni and the sausage and the cheesy-filled crust, but you don't want to do that. I don't.
Now for the season finale of Hannah Montana Season 1, we have, the title is a spoof of Bad Moon Rising from 1969. Bad Moose Rising, which is a parody on the Creedence Clearwater Revival song Bad Moose Rising. So Jackson's plans to go to the baseball game are canceled when he has to take Miley and Lily to the mall.
No, way, it's not gonna happen. Cooper and I are going to a Dodger game today, and I'm breaking in a new foam finger.
So they can go shopping for Hannah Montana's fashion show. So Jackson voices his complaints, but Miley blatantly says she doesn't care, and says to use the tickets to wipe his tears, which is kinda dark. Jackson is so annoyed with having a younger sister who always needs him to chauffeur her around at the expense of what he wants. So Jackson calls out Miley, saying she's too selfish to give up a day just for him. So they make a bet to see whether Miley can handle Mr. Dotzig's niece, Patty, for an entire day.
Whatever she wants, no complaints.
Deal.
3, 2, 1.
Make me a sandwich or I'll scream.
What?
So after a half day, Miley is annoyed, ready to give up the bet, but Patty becomes bored and wants to go home. So Jackson, not wanting Miley to win the bet, advises Patty to sing a song the Make a Moose store. While Miley finds out that so Jackson tries stalling to get an employee to name 100 of the custom moose, including Moose Lee, Moose Skywalker, and I Love Moosey. However, Miley's rushed to quickly make Patty's moose. Patty thought her moose did not have enough stuffing, so Miley started the stuffing machine and it wouldn't stop. So that she wouldn't get in trouble for using the stuffing machine, Miley hid it behind her back when an employee came, and the nozzle ended up in her pants, which filled it with cotton, and Patty starts acting up when she finally snaps.
Hear what he said. I've done enough for you. I'm sick of this. I have my own life, and I'm not gonna let you ruin it.
That's it. I win. You blew up.
I did not blow up.
Which is exactly what Jackson's point was trying to teach. So she learns that Jackson and her is exactly like her, and she realizes it wasn't really fair to give up his life for her the same way it's not fair for her to give up her life for Patty. And Jackson says that he wants to take Miley to the fashion show out of his heart. In the end, Miley walks the runway as Hannah Montana, but she has a problem with the zipper and the moose costume, so she wears the moose costume. In the subplot, Robbie is sick and has a fever, so Roxy tries to cure him.
It looks delicious, Roxy, but I'm just not hungry.
Oh, honey, you don't eat the funk. The funk eats you. Whoa, what are you doing?
And after putting it on his chest, clears up his sinuses. And Jackson later comes in and asks Roxy for more of her homemade soup, causing her to realize that Jackson ate the funk, which is actually kind of gross. Yeah, Make a Moose is a parody of the Build-A-Bear workshop. Moose Lee is a parody of Bruce Lee, the famous martial arts instructor. I Love Moosey is a parody of I Love Lucy, a sitcom from the 1950s. And I guess that ends our season 1 retrospective. Weird episode that doesn't really tie up anything. But it is a perfect season when it comes to every character had a turn with one another, and we learn a lot about the different dynamics that work and don't work through this first season. And as we get to the next season, you're going to see how well the Hannah Montana crew kind of implemented these changes as the show just gets better and better from here. This is still a remarkable season, and I feel like if Hannah Montana ended after this season, it would still be a remarkable show. Like, the idea of this pop star persona having to take on so many different aspects of life, but having two sides is such a good metaphor for growing up, and I'm not going to be able to reiterate that enough. And I love the dynamics of the characters. They all have their fears, they all have their quirks, and then they all kind of conflict with each other in a way that doesn't make them unlikable, which is such a hard thing to do in any kind of television show, let alone a kid's show, let alone Hannah Montana. And this is definitely one of my favorite shows on Disney Channel for a reason, which is why you're gonna see me have this show first. But yeah, overall, the first season is just such a good season. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this entire video. I know this is a super long-winded one. I feel long-winded. I pretty much did this entire voiceover over the course of 2 hours, so I'm actually running out of breath right now. But thank you guys so much for watching and being as committed to watching this as I am to Hannah Montana, because I just think this is such a culturally great show. It does everything iCarly did, but a little bit better, and is grounded in a lot more empathetic and social emotional lessons than you would ever expect. And looking back, I am so impressed with how they set everything up, and I'm so excited to keep watching this show along with you guys. But in the meantime, what do you guys think? How was your feelings on the Hannah Montana first season? And also, how many episodes didn't you remember? Because most of these got shelved because of all the better episodes that came out after it, but I definitely don't think these episodes deserve to be forgotten. So I'd love to hear more about what your guys' reflections were on this season, how you remember being introduced to each of the characters, the relationships between Miley, Robbie, Miley Jackson, Miley Lily, Miley Oliver, and then all of the other relationships in between. Maybe even the guest stars. I think some of the guest stars that we could definitely highlight this season would be most notably Jake Ryan, who ends up being somebody that comes back later, but you know, it's a really interesting dynamic because not only is he Hannah's like kind of alter ego or the character's reflected attributes, he also is a love interest, which adds a lot of really complex dynamics. And I love that he's only in a couple episodes, so we gotta kind of get a taste. It would be really annoying if he never came back, but I think we all know he does. And it's going to get a lot more interesting from here. So he is definitely the highlighted guest star this season. I definitely have to give a notable mention, though, to Roxy. Roxy is such a good side character. I guess maybe the actress was just so funny, or the bodyguard was just needed, but every time she's in this show, just gets better and better. Because not only is she a comedy bit, she's a really likable character for wanting to protect Hannah, as well as being somebody in her life that knows both identities. And it's just a sweet relationship, and I can't wait to see more of Roxy again in this show. And honestly, I wish she was more in the second half of the series. As we know, it like kind of ends up being a little bit less about that. But Mr. Danzig is somebody that really doesn't come back that much, but he's definitely a really funny comedy relief to kind of get Jackson going in this series. Obviously, later we don't need to see him as much. I think he comes in a couple times, but that place is kind of filled with Rico and Oliver. Like, there's already enough characters in the main cast that this is kind of necessary. I'll also note that Rico is not technically a main character in this first season. He's only in like a couple episodes. So I would say that Rico is also the highlight of this season as a guest star, if not better than Jake Ryan, because Rico is such an interesting character, and I can't remember if he was intended to be in it. I don't think so after not being in the like pilot or first couple episodes, but as the beach becomes more of a central location, we really get to know Rico a lot better, and he becomes more of a mystery, and the more devious he gets, the more fun it is to watch him. I love that he's kind of starts to serve as more as Miley's nemesis going forward, because he's really not like that in this show. He's a lot more of the antagonist of Jackson, but Rico has a lot of room to grow, and I'm so excited to see how that goes too.
So it's not true?
Of course not.
Come on, Lily. Who are you gonna believe, that lip-lock liar or your best friend?
Welcome back, Disney Channel fans. Today we're taking a nostalgic deep dive into one of my favorite shows, Hannah Montana, and her journey from its breakout debut in season 1 and to its iconic second season. Not only did this transition mark major changes in the show itself, but it also reflected a pivotal moment for Disney Channel as a whole. From fresh character dynamic to a shifting tone, new storylines, and behind-the-scenes transformations, Hannah Montana was a show that evolved with its audience, shaping the future of teen television, especially as we make our way to the second season. So we did the season 1 in 2006 when Hannah Montana first broke into the scene, and Disney Channel also had some success with That's So Raven, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, but Hannah Montana took things to like a new level. The show, which starred Miley Cyrus as Hannah Montana and Miley Stewart, who was a regular teenager living a secret double life, quickly captured the imagination of young audiences. And the concept was fresh and fun, but let's face it, who didn't dream of having a secret double life as a famous pop star? So the first season was an instant hit, especially with characters like Lily, Oliver, Billy Ray, and then we start to see them a lot more as the merchandise flew off the shelves, and soon enough, Miley Cyrus was a global sensation. As the Hannah Montana grew in popularity, so did the pressure to keep the show fresh. So season 2 rolling around in 2007, things were changing both in front and behind the camera. The transition between season 1 and 2 brought noticeable shifts in the show's tones and storylines. While season 1 leaned into the more comedic misunderstandings and lighthearted adventures, I think season 2 began to introduce more emotionally complex stakes. Miley's relationships, particularly with Jake Ryan, which will become a focal point as we start to go into the 2-part episode later, it set the stage for more dramatic storylines that resonated with older audiences that were also growing up alongside Miley Stewart, especially those entering high schools. Another key difference was the introduction of the more music-centric episodes. While music had always been a part of the show, season 2 saw more original music integrated into the storylines. Like the episodes I Want You to Want Me, To Go to Florida, and Song Sung Bad, we saw performances that blurred the lines between Hannah Montana and Miley, especially with the Hannah Montana 2 album coming out, which was such a exciting staple to introduce Miley to the world just as much as Hannah Montana. The show was no longer just a secret identity. It was about trying to manage relationships, responsibilities, and the price of fame. So Miley Cyrus was undergoing significant changes. By the end of season 1, it was clear she wasn't just a Disney star. She was on the verge of being a full-fledged musician, and the show's producers began to craft storylines that would cater to Miley's growing fan base, not just as a character, but like as a real-life sensation. The music became a crucial element to the show's marketing too, with the concerts beginning to draw a massive crowd. They had the Hannah Montana Miley Cyrus Best of Both Worlds tour in late 2007, which actually solidified music outside of the show being real. The synergy between the fictional character and Miley's real-life career was like such a big deal. The success also brought new challenges, though. Her intense workload began to draw so much attention, and this young star had to balance a hit show, a music career, and a growing public image. So Disney, we all know that it got even more complicated as we go to season 3 and 4. Disney was careful to ensure Miley's personal brand aligned with the wholesome image of Hannah Montana thus far. The transition from season 1 to 2 didn't just impact the show, it reflected a broader audience evolution happening at Disney Channel. Around the same time, the network was capitalizing on its success of teen-targeted content, but the competition was starting to heat up, like Jonas Brothers emerging into pop culture powerhouses, High School Musical taking the world by storm, and then also High School Musical 2 alongside Hannah Montana Season 2 in 2007, and that also broke records with over 17 million viewers. This marked a significant shift in Disney Channel's focus, and music became a bigger part of the strategy. Hannah Montana was at the center of this charge, merging narrative television with music-driven content before shows like Camp Rock and Jonas would eventually hit the airwaves. And at the same time, Disney Channel was refining its star-making machine. Like, Miley Cyrus wasn't just a character on a hit show. She was the face of a multimedia empire complete with concerts, soundtracks, and merchandise. And then this would eventually happen to Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez, which you could hear more about in the other videos about Disney Channel. And by the time Season 2 premiered, Hannah Montana, just a fun Disney Channel show. The viewership numbers skyrocketed by the second season of Hannah Montana on Disney Channel. It pulled in over 7 million viewers at the premiere, which is a staggering number for cable TV in general. The fandom was stronger than ever, and the world was captivated by Miley's double life. And the transition from 1 to 2 also marked the beginning of Miley Cyrus's evolution. The show would continue to grow its audience, and the second season paved the way for more personal, emotional storylines, digging deeper into the character development, and of course, the more iconic music moments. It was a time of change for Hannah Montana and Disney Channel, and it set the stage for the show's continued success and eventual conclusion, but, you know, we're not there yet. So let's start diving into Season 2 of Hannah Montana.
See what you can do about that. Klarkovsky and Trenton. Clever, Rico.
Okay, so let's start off Season 2. So we got Season 2, Episode 1, Me and Rico Down by the Schoolyard, which is a play on the word Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard, the Paul Simon song. Miley urges everybody at her concert to get excited for the beginning of the school year, and herself reluctantly does not want to get up on her first day of high school.
Get the water bucket.
He wouldn't.
Oh, yes, he would. So she's starting to attend Seaview High School, saying goodbye to the middle school, and Lily discovers that Miley brought her teddy bear, causing her to overreact, asking Miley what this would do to her reputation. So we understand that reputation is really important to these girls.
Seen it. Now, would you zip him back up, please?
Fine. Not of the way.
He's afraid of the dark.
And she receives an anonymous text on her cell phone that says somebody knows her secret and has a picture to prove it, with no context at all. See, this is interesting, especially in the early technology days when people didn't really know how to research each other or figure out who was a catfish. This is a very early catfish episode. Miley and Lily are instantly worried and believe that Oliver's behind this, but when they find him, he realizes he didn't do it either, and he gets a mysterious message from the person again. Lily narrows it down to anybody texting Miley and looks around to see that everybody is texting, which is so accurate to this time.
That narrows it down to everybody.
They definitely think that it's about the Hannah Montana secret and that this person knows that she's Hannah Montana and will tell the whole school. Miley finds out that it was Rico who sent the message as he becomes the new student in her class. Yeah, Rico's back this season and he's not just on the beach.
Hiya, Toots. Got my messages?
Message to all freshman boys, do not use the term toots when describing a female counterpart. Which this guy is really confident. In exchange for not exposing her quote-unquote secret, he asks her to pretend to be his girlfriend, where she is basically humiliated all day.
A new penny in the piggy bank of my heart.
What can I say? She's crazy in love. Cheese me.
Lily and Oliver try to get Rico's cell phone while Miley pretends to be Rico's girlfriend, and they find out that his locker is guarded by a monkey. So Oliver starts fighting this monkey to try to get to his cell phone. Miley ends up saying that Rico's gonna hold the secret over her forever, and that if he wants to send the picture, she'd let him because it's nothing worse than dating him, which is, whoa.
Sure, they'll know my secret, but they'll also know what a pathetic loser you are.
Dang, Rico. Rico picks up the phone and says he was always the smallest in his class and nobody ever liked him, so he just wanted to be liked. So Miley feels sorry for him, ends up kissing him on the cheek, but he turns his head and actually makes her kiss him on the lips, which is, oh my god, Rico, you're not allowed to do that. Not nice. He screams, he shoots, he scores, and Miley gives him a mad look, saying he's toast, and she chases him away. Oliver then looks at the picture and realized that it wasn't about her being Hannah Montana. It was that he had a picture of Miley with her teddy bear on the first day of school. In the subplot, Jackson finally makes a friend, which isn't that guy Cooper from the first season, but this new country guy from Minnesota, Thor, who's a little too friendly and won't leave Jackson alone. And Thor just continues to embarrass Jackson in chemistry class, and
You two should sit together, and I'll sit any place else.
But I have marshmallows.
Jackson tells Robbie about this, and Robbie reminds him that he was once the country bumpkin that went to high school at Seaview, thus prompting Jackson to give him a second chance. And then as he's going back to his friend group, he notices that people start to make fun of him for the same reason, and he decides to stand up for him and choose Thor over his old friends. He said that Thor was just trying to make friends. I like that they weaved Jackson and Rico into the main plots a lot more by having them attend the same high school. I'm sure it was inevitable, but it was definitely perfect for the story to have them be more involved in the central plot, or at least be around each other in the same locations. In order to establish Miley and her friends' entry to high school, the Disney Channel premiered this episode along with 4 others in that week, calling it the Hannah Montana's Freshman High Five, and it still placed the number 12 in the United States for 3.52 million viewers. During the credits, Oliver goes up to Rico's locker where the monkey is selling snow cones to the cast, to everybody in the school, which is kind of funny. During gym class with Mrs. McDermott, Miley is tired of being picked last every time for teams and being nicknamed Stinky, which, relatable. The other captain, Lily's rival since 2nd grade, Joni Palumbo, starts to boast about how she's better than Lily and can't be beaten.
That, winning captain gets to give losing captain a little haircut.
When Lily's selected as one of the captains for flag football, Miley thinks that she's finally going to be picked first.
Wow, isn't it funny how it always comes down to the two of us?
When the teams are picked, Miley's left for last. In return, Miley shuns Lily after a concert, and the two girls refuse to talk to each other.
Love the little backstabbing quip. So funny. That wasn't about me, was it?
Of course not. I know I can always count on.
And in the subplot, Robbie Ray gives Jackson the silent treatment until he's done with his chores.
Oh, come on, Dad, I apologize. You want me to mean it, too? Yes.
So, the Jackson subplots were mundane at best, with a couple of really funny jokes, but I am not lying when I tell you this is the most disgusting plot in all of Disney Channel. Jackson is so disgusting that the entire sink is overcrowded, and there are so many gross things that happen in this. Miley later learns that she has won a country music award, a booty, for the song True Friend, which is a disgusting name for an award. And without her best friend to tell, she goes to Oliver.
I have amazing news!
So do I.
My mom made a detective and gave me your old handcuffs.
Miley and Oliver run over to Lily at the beach, and the girls fight over which person Oliver will be friends with.
You know, big, huge, nasty guy sharks.
Are you wearing a clear polish?
It's called Buff. Like me. Let's go.
So Oliver handcuffs the girls until they're friends again. When Miley argues that she has a live speech that night to accept her award, Oliver relents but cannot find the key to unlock the girls.
But if it weren't for your stupid booty, this totally would have worked.
Tell me you didn't lose the key.
I didn't lose the key.
Oliver!
Okay, I lost it.
Miley and Lily then get ready for a speech when Oliver goes to his mother's to find a spare key. So before the speech, Oliver is able to unlock the girls, but the key breaks.
Except the key breaking.
I hate when he says, uh-oh.
So during her speech, Miley needs to use Lily's arms while Lily crouches behind the chair. And during the speech, the two girls realize the meaning of friendship and make up after the award. This one is so funny with Oliver because we really get a better sense of his personality, the fact that he kind of acts without thinking. And there's a lot of empathy there, he really cares about his friends. When it needs to happen, he's pretty there for them. So this one's called You Are So Suable to Me. The title is a reference to the song by Joe Cocker, You Are So Beautiful to Me. So Miley gets annoyed with Lily's constant tomboy behavior and decides to get Lily a more 9th grade girl look with just a few small changes.
Oh, no dates? Well, don't feel bad. There'll be more dances. Unless global warming kills us first.
Bye.
Lily's crush, Matt, played by Bubba Lewis, asks her out to the dance on Friday, which Miley can't attend because she's having a concert.
Come here often?
Of course he does. It's cool.
Or you
And Lily sees Amber and Ashley flirting with Matt later and realizes she needs to compete with them. Miley turns her from a skate chick to a date chick, which has to be a little misogynistic, dressing and acting in an exaggeratedly feminine manner.
Oh, I got it.
Which everybody except Matt likes. The night of the dance, Lily is heartbroken because Matt stands her up, and she spends the night at Miley's house, and the next morning she is completely miserable.
It was our pleasure, Lily.
Lily! That's what Matt called me! Dad.
That's her name.
Think a little.
Miley takes Lily and Matt to teen court, in which people who have dumped them are found guilty. When Matt and Lily, who has Miley as her lawyer, enter teen court, which, by the way, Miley being a lawyer is one of the funniest personas she takes on in the entire show. I mean, look at this speech.
What if Abraham Lincoln promised to save the Union but broke that promise because he wanted to buy a new hat?
Come here.
I know what you're thinking. How does she do it without any notes?
Things likely go their way until Matt gives his defense. Matt explains he stood Lily up because Lily changed. He liked the old Lily, not the girly girl that Miley convinced her to become, and the two make up. In the end, Miley is found guilty for interfering with the relationship, and despite her refusal to believe it's her fault, she gets spaghetti and meat dumped on her.
Ooh, that is some spanky justice. Case closed.
The growing dependency of Miley and Lily's relationship is so complex in this season. Like, we're at 2 back-to-back episodes that involve them being a little bit toxic and or resolving to each other. But I love how complex their relationship is. It just shows, like, how you could come into a lot of disagreements and change for one another, even, like, friends, not as much as relationships. And I don't know, it's just a really cool representation of friendships like that. Meanwhile, Jackson has won 2 courtside seats to the Lakers game, and he invites Thor, but accidentally invites Robbie also.
Who cares if your boy got into Harvard? My boy's taking me to a Laker game. Yep, courtside seats.
Eventually, Jackson gets stuck in the middle and can't decide between Thor or Robbie. So Jackson purposely tries to smell bad and come across as disgusting, so that way Robbie wouldn't want to go anymore.
What? It's like fate. Him just showing up here like I invited him, which, of course, I didn't.
So he trades his 2 courtside seats in for 3 next to the speaker at the back seats.
Dad, save the popcorn!
This episode's very similar to the iCarly episode I Make Sam Girlier, and this is Amber and Ashley's first appearance in this season. This next episode really bothered me for the longest time just because of the study song they sing in it. I just remember it coming on my TV and it's kind of traumatic. Episode 4 of season 2 is called Get Down, Study Uddy Uddy. This is a parody of the song Boogie Oogie Oogie from A Taste of Honey.
How would you handle this, Miley?
Well, as much as it pains me, I'd have to say, no grades, no Europe. Then again, what do I know? I'm just a kid.
Miley is expected to go on her European tour as Hannah Montana until her biology grade slips and her father threatens to cancel the tour. That's crazy. You cancel a probably $1 million tour just because somebody got a bad grade?
Done. Here you go, Teach. Sorry I took so long. I just wanted to double check my answers.
To go on the tour, she has to get a good grade on her midterm, so she asks Rico to tutor her. In return, he has her dress up in an elaborate 18th century costume to hold up a globe so he could paint a picture of it.
What's this? An A+. What was I here for? I needed someone to hold the globe.
He tells her that his secret to success is his photographic memory, which doesn't help Miley. Able to remember through song and dance routines like Hannah Montana, she creates a song and dance routine based on Nobody's Perfect about the bones in the human body, which she needs to memorize.
No talking. Oaken?
Yes, ma'am.
I said no talking.
So while taking the test, she finds out that she needs to go through the dance motions in order to remember it, but Miss Kunkel notices this and makes her stop, thinking she's sending signals over to cheat, which is, I would just assume that this person is having a seizure in the middle of my class. I wouldn't give her the negative benefit of the doubt.
Later with time running out, Oliver attempts to divert the teacher's attention by stimulating a nosebleed so that Miley can move through the dance motions, but
That's what it is. Look, everyone.
the teacher notices Miley anyway and sends her to the principal's. Miley then saves herself by performing the full song and dance routine in the class called the Bone Dance. And everybody joins in, and the teacher's so impressed she gives Miley an A.
Stewart, I'm going to get the principal. What? I want you to show him that dance. It's the best study technique I've ever seen.
Why is the teacher impressed with the dance after the fact that they moved all the desks, made room, and then everybody learned the choreography? There shouldn't have been any anticipation that Miley was in trouble when really everybody seemed to like the dance. I don't know why there would be a risk here. Look at this, like the entire classroom is made to be a stage. You're telling me that you're not committed to it already? The subplot involves Jackson keeping Thor's parrot, and Jackson is tutoring a girl he's interested in Spanish.
Ricky with the bad breath.
Why is he saying that?
The bird begins repeating insults it heard Thor say that involves this girl's name, so it keeps repeating it as Jackson is about to kiss her. Back at the school, the bird continues to cause trouble for Jackson.
You stupid bird brain.
Morning, Stewart.
Stupid bird brain.
Detention, Stewart.
It wasn't even me. It was...
Jackson tells it to drop dead, and it does. Horrified, Jackson attempts to revive it, and Thor arrives, so Jackson tries to hide the bird, but is soon forced to reveal what happened. When Thor takes the bird, it's revealed that it was only playing dead. I just love how... I like how this season really focuses on Jackson's attempt to make a friend, and it seems like through Thor, he's really forced to look at himself and be less of a jerk than he was in the first season. Like, the first season, Jackson was kind of rude, and this Jackson seems to be, like, letting more room in for love, I guess. Next is I Am Hannah, Hear Me Croak. The title is a reference to the song I Am Woman by Helen Reddy, including the lyric I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar. It's a commentary on it. Hannah has too many encores at one concert, so her voice is strained and she wakes up the next day and her voice is gone. Robbie Ray suggests that she doesn't talk for a week and uses a whiteboard to write out what she wants to say.
Wow, a week without talking. You know, that's gotta be tough for a girl. Now, guys, we're different. I don't need to talk. I could not talk for a month, wouldn't bother me at all. But girls, talk. Hey, Sally, nice caprice. Oh, I love your purse. Oh, no, that's just rude.
I'm pretty sure this trope was copied into all high school theater. It's a tradition that during Tech Week you try to save your voice for the performance, so you use a whiteboard or you use another way of communicating while you're on vocal rest. And I really don't know if Hannah Montana took it from high school theater or vice versa, but I wouldn't be surprised if high school theater just copied that.
All right, we could go to the movies or something? I got this one for you. In your dreams, a Poindexter. We're playing hard to get.
So during that week, Lily and Oliver accidentally try to help Miley, but unintentionally embarrass her instead. It's really funny watching them do all these things. Like, these moments are really funny. After a week, her voice is better and she's able to sing at her concert. She sings fine until one point in her song, Life's What You Make It, she starts singing badly, and it's decided that Miley really needs to see a doctor. So Principal Franklin from iCarly goes to college again and gets a PhD for some reason. The doctor explains that Miley needs to preserve her singing career as Hannah Montana. In order to do that, she needs to undergo a small surgery for it. The doctor and Robbie both try to assure Robbie that she's in good hands, and the doctor performing the surgery is one of the best doctors in the country, and that nothing is going to go wrong, but Miley still worries. While she's sleeping that night, she has a nightmare that her voice doesn't get better, and her singing career's gone, and then nobody cares about her anymore.
Thought I told you to iron these socks. You know how I like a nice crease in my hosiery.
Sorry, Daddy, I'm still cleaning the oven.
Is reduced to the position of a poorly treated servant girl, table, and coat rack, while Jackson becomes a rock star called Bucky Kentucky and receives all of Lily and Oliver's attention, which is so funny.
And we finally get a glimpse of Miley and Jackson's late mother, played by Brooke Shields, who then appears in the dream and tells her that her friends will be there for her no matter what, since they were friends with her before she was Hannah Montana. Her friends and brother come back into the dream and reassure her as well, with Jackson reminding her that he's a terrible singer and overall isn't as musically talented as she is. Robbie comes back into the dream as well, and Miley's talking to Jackson and the others when Mrs. Stewart, mad at her husband during the dream. Robbie had given some hot chocolate to her right before bed, and his wife bothers him for it. In the end, Miley has a surgery done, and her career of Hannah Montana is ultimately saved. But this is a really cool episode to actually address fear that goes in with like having surgery or like being taken away from something you quote unquote love. But really it's about like putting yourself above your work and your passion in times of crisis. Like Miley like struggles to find her identity outside of Hannah Montana, and it's really cool that we kind of go backwards in Miley's progression to kind of get a glimpse into her deeper insecurities. Like this episode really shows how complex Miley is and the double life's effects on her psychology. And I'm just so happy this episode exists because it's really interesting. Although it does bring up a question that is about 30 episodes too late, which is, how does she do these concerts? Like, usually if you're a singer, you go on tour and then you do multiple concerts. But Miley, for some reason, is able to get away with staying in her hometown, having an occasional concert when she's not really releasing any new music. And I guess we're all just supposed to assume that that all the fans are within her area? If I were in the Hannah Montana fan base, I would feel really ripped off. Like, just imagine, like, in only the same venue, too. Well, I mean, I guess there's some different venues, but some of the venues are the same. That's enough to peeve me. So in You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party, the 6th episode of Hannah Montana, this title is an obvious reference to the Beastie Boys song, You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party. Miley and Jackson have to fight over water usage in the bathroom, and they break the plumbing in both of them. Robbie calls for a repairman, but he's only there to fix Miley's bathroom, saying that Jackson's will be fixed in a few weeks. Robbie has Miley and Jackson share the bathroom until it's fixed. During this time, they fight over the space, and Jackson uses Miley's bras to hold his toiletries and picking his nose hairs with tweezers. This is how I imagine having a sister would be, even though I've never had one. I just can imagine fighting over things like this. During this time, Miley almost wipes her face with Jackson's underwear, and Miley spits toothpaste on Jackson's neck. This episode actually gets kind of gross. I mean, while realistic, it's still, like, not fun to watch.
Oops.
Robbie becomes frustrated and calls a family meeting and wants to hear each of them see things from the other's perspective. And in the exercise, they take each other's roles, and they use this to mock each other, of course.
Except for me, because I'm perfect! Your turn.
Robbie's next attempt involves having the two dress up in large, heavy padded suits and hit each other with sticks in order to work out their anger. And this surprisingly doesn't work, and Robbie decides to ground them. Oh, he prevents Miley from going to Beyonce's party as Hannah, and Jackson from going on a date to watch Panic at the Disco. The two of them get Lily and Oliver to stay in their rooms for the night and trick Robbie while Jackson drives Miley to her party and his date in Thor's truck. Lily and Oliver stay in Miley's room the whole night, but Oliver gets hungry and decides to sneak down and take hot dogs. But then when Lily comes down from Miley's room and asks Robbie for an autograph for her uncle, Oliver makes them both hot dogs. I mean, it's just so funny. Hannah's friends are a lot more dumb than most other teen sitcoms. Maybe because Miley is so intense that like only dumb people could follow that, I guess. I don't know. It's just funny watching them sneak around in such outlandish ways. Like, this is clearly not possible to get away with. Meanwhile, Jackson nearly hits a deer on the road, causing him to swerve and dense fog onto the edge of the cliff. The truck hangs on the edge and shifts the weight, causing it to tip dramatically. So Miley and Jackson are stuck and worried about who's going to get out of the truck first, which is kind of a dark plot. So they're basically deciding which one of them deserves to die and doesn't, which is a pretty big jump from the bathroom situation.
Don't worry, the weight of your big head will keep us balanced.
Jackson comes to help her and tries to pull her out after getting out himself, but nearly falls over and
this stressful scenario, they both end up forgiving each other and agree to stop fighting even though they realize the cliff is 2 feet off the ground. Later, all 4 of the kids are punished and they have to clean random objects for Robbie. So the next episode we have is My Best Friend's Boyfriend. So Lily is dating a boy named Lucas, and at first Miley couldn't be happier for her, but she does eventually feel like a third wheel and gets sick of the two of them being together all the time. Like that normal middle school relationship you have in 7th grade.
I made you a mix CD to celebrate the 9 days we spent together.
It's right there. Next to the pepper.
The soundtrack of our love.
Yeah, those were the times. But they're in 9th grade, so this is kind of more inappropriate. After telling Lily of her displeasure, Lily decides to have a sleepover with Miley, but Lucas is invited as well. So Lily makes up for it by...
That's a cute outfit, but it looks like you're about to go out with Lucas.
setting Miley up with Lucas's good-looking cousin Derek Hansen, who looks surprisingly similar to Elvis Presley. Miley is at first excited, but while they're all watching a horror movie, Derek gets freaked out super easily, much to Miley's annoyance. He even eventually jumps onto her lap, and Miley calls it the worst date of her life.
It's in there. Something's in there. There's something in there. Ah! I knew it!
Ah! I didn't know we were having a party.
Next day, Miley sees Lucas kissing another girl, which is really crazy because it's like, why would you cheat on somebody in public at the same high school that you're also going to your current girlfriend? I just don't understand the logic there. Miley tries to prove to Lily that her new boyfriend is a cheater. Lily doesn't believe it, thinking that Miley is just jealous. Miley tries to prove to Lily that her new boyfriend is cheating on her and flirts with Lucas so he'll cheat on Lily with her.
No. Don't speak. Just kiss me. No, I'll kiss you.
Okay, well.
When that doesn't work, she dresses up as Hannah Montana and attends a restaurant with Lily as Lola. And Lucas and Oliver happen to go to the same restaurant, and Hannah flirts with Lucas from across the room. This guy is so bad at cheating because also he's just willing to go out with somebody he knows is Lily's best friend and be kind of a snake in the middle of the date. Like, I don't understand. This guy is not being subtle at all to his cheating.
I got 2 words for you, my brother. Guy code. We are men, and we are hunters. And what happens in the jungle? It stays in the jungle.
And it's kind of funny because it's like in character for Lily not to be aware of it that much. She tends to be a little airheaded. Lola still believes that he won't cheat until Lucas gets up and tries to give Hannah Montana his number.
To tell her you have a girlfriend, because, you look like the kind of guy who has a girlfriend he really, really likes.
Actually, I've got 2.
Lucas still doesn't realize that the girl he's talking to is the girl he's been kissing, just with a wig on, and admits to her that he is give up Lily in an instant. Meanwhile, these fans try to get a picture with Hannah Montana, which gets in the way of Miley's thing, but it's not that big of a deal, so it's just kind of happens on the side. Realizing her best friend was telling the truth, Lola gets mad and dumps shrimp sauce on Lucas. At the end, Miley and Lily decide to make up, and next time that either of them has a boyfriend, they should trust each other no matter what. And the controlling grandmother comes over once again, mistaking Oliver for...
Oh my goodness. It's Natalie Portman. Oh. Lana.
In the subplot, Rico believes a store, Rico's, has been robbed and installs an expensive security system that confuses Jackson constantly. It even actually traps him various times in really concerning ways. Like, I don't know how Rico has access to this scientifically complex security system. I swear that, I don't even think the White House has this much protection. When Jackson finally decides to quit because Rico asks him to sign a liability waiver, he and Rico realize that their robber was actually just a raccoon, and Rico was taking it all too far. The title is a parody of Johnny Paycheck's song, Take This Job and Shove It. This episode also shows how Miley and Roxy met. After coming out from a concert, Miley flirts with her new dancer, Jeremy. He asks Hannah out to a movie date, but Roxy goes along with Miley for protection purposes.
Do I even need to tell you what's wrong with that sentence?
Sense of humor. That's gonna help you later in life.
Roxy ends up coming on the date and making it so much worse, and Hannah is furious with her. The next day, Hannah Montana meets the president from Cory in the House and his daughter Sophia, which is a cool nod to that series.
and Roxy saves the president from eating spoiled sushi. So the president is like, oh, Robbie, we're gonna offer you a job as our bodyguard, but Roxy turns him down because she wants to protect Miley, which, honestly, best privilege for Miley, this teenage girl, is to have a security guard. Do you know how many teenage girls need security guards? This would make our culture so much safer.
Who's gonna protect you from boys who are always thinking? I mean, I've had your back ever since we met down at Wig City.
Hannah and Roxy have a fight, causing Roxy to be hurt and walk out, essentially giving up her job and going to the job for the president.
Well, if that's the way you want it, then I'm happy to oblige. Goodbye, Miss Montana.
Miley later realizes that she made a mistake in angering Roxy, and to get Roxy back, Hannah makes up the excuse that she wants to teach Sophie one of her dances. So Hannah gets an idea that she could switch clothes with Lola and leave. While Lola can be Hannah and try to teach Sophie the dance moves, which Sophie ends up seeing through Lily's impressive impersonation of Miley. The president sees Miley and thinks she's a dog whisperer, and then everything gets even more chaotic as Miley has to cure his dog. Oh, so Miley pretends to be a dog whisperer and talk to the dog. She ends up putting her apology to Roxy in the ear of the dog when Roxy enters the room and realizes it's Hannah. Talking as if they were the dog and the president, Miley and Roxy forgive each other, and the president promises to spend more time with his dog due to the conversation. Miley and Roxy then return home, accidentally leaving Lily behind with Sophie. This was actually a crossover between Hannah Montana and Cory in the House. It's also the second That's So Raven and Hannah Montana crossover of the series, being the first is That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana. And this is the second episode in the season where Oliver is actually absent. And neither Miley or Lily are shown as themselves in this episode, for only like one scene where Miley didn't wear any wig in the flashback of the wig shop, but otherwise, like, they're basically their personas the whole time. We also learned in this episode that Roxy critiqued every wig Miley had chosen, and thus was the reason that Hannah went with her current wig.
I hadn't seen that much leather since your grandma got all gussied up for singles bingo.
Oh, Dad. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Now it's time for the Hannah Montana first two-part episode. That's right, things happen in this special that have not been seen on Hannah Montana thus far. Secrets are revealed, hearts are broken, who are subscribing, anything could happen. This is also one of my favorite episodes because I love the Jake Ryan specials. After seeing Jake Ryan for about 4 episodes in the first season, knowing that he's coming back as a character is really exciting. In retrospect, it's cool they have him come back every season in Hannah Montana, but this event in particular kicks off the popularity of him all around. Up until now, Jake has just been this kind of heartthrob with kind of an ego that's storming the middle school hallways, but since then, Miley and Lily have moved on to high school, and he is just a middle school crush. Which means it's time for episodes 9 and 10 of Season 2, Achy Jakey Heart, Parts 1 and 2. The title is a reference to Achy Breaky Heart by Billy Ray Cyrus, who plays Robbie Ray, the first episode to actually quote one of his songs. Jake finally returns since his episode People Who Use People, and he's more popular than ever with his new movie coming out, and a girl he has to quote-unquote date for the public. Kind of seems a little heartless given the fact right before he left, he kissed her, and it was very clear they were going to start a relationship, so the fact that he was gone for like 6 months and just is suddenly expecting things to pick up from where they left off, and maybe just because he's a celebrity he gets permission to do that.
Not just chocolates from the sky.
So Jake falls out of the sky wearing a tuxedo, carrying a rose and chocolates, asking Miley to get back with him. Miley's still mad at Jake for everything listed, and even more irritated as Jake continues to send her lavish gifts to try to win her back. Just coming across a little desperate, Jake. You need to understand the meaning of no. Later that night, Miley sees Jake with his co-star on television in an interview with Brian Winters, where Jake accidentally says Miley's name instead of the girl he's with.
Miley? Oh, sorry, I meant Marissa. Wow,
Jake, girls love that. Yeah, definitely ask her to prom while you're at it. This changes Miley's mind, and I think this is a great reason. Obviously, like, she has reason to be really angry with him, but I do feel like going on public television and kind of announcing your love for somebody is enough to make up for something like that. Although, I will take away the credit because he didn't do it on purpose. There was nothing intentional about this decision he made. While it really benefited Miley, it still shows Jake's character that he just expects everything to happen for him based on things he says or does. Miley ends up going to the premiere and kisses Jake in front of everyone, and now Miley is as popular as Hannah Montana since the media publicized her relationship with Jake. After that, Jake acts like the perfect boyfriend. He even names a star after her with an official certificate. As he's totally honest with her and opening up to her, he admits that
My real name is Leslie.
Leslie, right, that's good.
something that he's never told anyone ever. And at first, Miley doesn't believe it, but then accepts it's true. She feels guilty about not being open and honest with him about being Hannah Montana, and feels even worse after going to a second grade class to read about honesty and having to answer questions of the children.
Miss Montana, I'm sure you're not suggesting to a class of second graders that lying is ever okay.
No, of course not. It's just that, sometimes you have to.
And messing up more. Miley being put in the speaker scenario is always cringe, and I love that about her. She's just so neurotic sometimes that, like, when she has to use her words to make up for a situation, it always makes it worse. And I love that this is consistent throughout the series. Like, never is it that she has a speech and everything goes perfectly well. I mean, the Hannah Montana movie, things went pretty unrealistically well, but you know what I mean. Meanwhile, Jackson becomes annoyed with Rico because he charges way too much for his merchandise in an extremely less thrilling plot. So Jackson, wanting to finally get back at Rico, starts his own business, which is pretty much a failure.
Well, maybe the shack doesn't have refrigeration, and the food isn't always edible, and maybe we do have a little bit of a bug problem. But the shack's got character, and like me, it's here to stay.
As Jackson and Oliver crash into each other, they accidentally create a new recipe together called cheese jerky, and they start a new business selling it. Their creation is incredibly popular, which actually does inevitably get back Rico. At the end of part 1 of this episode, we finally end on Miley revealing to Jake that she is Hannah Montana and she cannot keep lying to him. And I love that they stop us right before we could see his reaction, because when I was a teenager, this really shocked me, as Hannah Montana only revealed her secret twice, and it was the very beginning of the series. I did not expect her to do it again. But when I saw the promo for the show and knew that this was coming, I had to watch it, and was very upset when I knew that the cliffhangers happened right before his response. So I had to wait for his response for like a week.
Leslie!
Just give me a second, okay?
Or I forget however long it took for this episode to come out. I remember this is like the perfect way to set up a 2-part episode. Having like a huge reveal like this, obviously you can't just do that in a single episode. The airing of the second half of Achy Jakey Heart coincided with the release of Miley Cyrus's Hannah Montana 2 Meet Miley Cyrus, which is a phenomenal album that I've been listening to this week to prepare for this video. It was the top-selling record for that week in general. Parts 1 and 2 were the #1 and 2 best-selling TV shows on iTunes in July 2007, which is crazy because I didn't even realize we were buying TV at that time. The episode was the second highest rated program for its week, behind the premiere of the show The Closer. It was also the second highest rating ever for up until that point for a Disney Channel original series. They have a funny reference to Dancing with the Stars, in which Billy Ray Cyrus was actually in, and they call it Reading with the Stars in the second grade classroom. When Oliver complains about Jackson's cheese getting in his beef jerky, he said it's not
kosher. Oh, Detective Schwartz is gonna go all sugar now.
And it's revealed that Oliver is Jewish in this moment. So then we move on to part 2 of this fun special. So after Miley reveals her secret, she and Jake share a kiss for only the paparazzi to split the two. I think Jake's reaction is kind of neutral to scared. If I were Miley, I'd be extremely concerned concerned after seeing his reaction, although it's not as bad as Oliver's, which he will note later. Although Jake and Miley do grow closer and go on a date to the movies, but have no privacy between themselves and all of their fans. Jake and Miley leave the movie early and go back to Miley's house and are about to make out when they're interrupted by Miley's father. Whenever Jake and Miley go out in public, Ryan's fans flock around them, and Miley starts to become a lot more uncomfortable, especially as Jake starts to use the popularity to his benefit.
Why don't I get us some drinks?
Okay.
Wow, I'm kind of thirsty. You want water, fruit juice, or iced tea?
Miley, who has groomed herself to not let the spotlight influence her, this really hits home when it comes to relationships in early high school versus late middle school. The idea of like finally opening up to somebody for the first time, you know, like that usually happens in dating and when you first like somebody. And in this scenario, the idea that Hannah Montana is a pop star and there actually is huge stakes mimics what a teenager would feel at that age. The kind of emotional weight you get or are given when you put it on somebody else in your life really changes you and the person you've told it to. You could tell that Jake seems to be shifting as a person as he struggles with the hard fact that the things he's known so far in his life may not be morally okay.
Now I'm just a regular guy. I'm a nobody, like Oliver. Brilliant.
Hey! Miley has to deal with the fact that she's actively chosen the life of not being popular and that she can't just blame Jake for her own decision. Jake is really insecure that he can't be at the level Miley has been as Hannah Montana and struggles to fit in as a normal person, although he's in pretty big denial about it.
Hannah Montana's a star too, but underneath Hannah is a real person. And underneath Jake is...
more Jake?
And Miley gets even more turned off to his entire personality, even realizing she might have to break up with him, to which Lily and Oliver confirm. There's nothing more devastating than being in a relationship and feeling like you may not be enough for the other person or you guys may be drifting apart, especially after you've opened up to each other. I feel like most teenagers in this day and age do repress it a lot more, but seeing Miley go through it and make the right decision to actually act on her feelings and rationalize them so quickly is a really good role model situation. Speaking of how mature she is, she doesn't really want to break up with him, so she decides to behave inappropriately wearing a giant swan dress, which, animal lovers, please close your eyes.
But first I gotta... Oh, yeah. That feels nice.
And flaunts her excessive armpit hair to the public to embarrass Jake, all in the hopes that he would break up with her. Because of how much of a diva Jake Ryan portrays himself to be, Miley is reasonably concerned that if she is to displease him or say something negative, that he will go around and tell everybody she's Hannah Montana.
We can get through this. You'll learn to not be jealous, just like I learned to be a normal guy.
Oh, sweet niblets. You don't know what a normal guy is.
And this is so culturally relevant, especially in the time where teenagers do kind of take out spite on each other a lot more than they used to. People cancel each other, people make up rumors about each other. When you're young and you're hurt, you tend to take it out on the person that was nearby. And I feel like that's really fair for Miley to be worried about that. So Jake inevitably approaches her and says, "What, you think I'm going to tell your secret? Maybe I will." Which is exactly how a teenage boy would approach this situation. I love how honest it is and that it's not just an immediate payoff that he's like, of course I would never do that. They actually take time to reflect on. And in the end, Miley has a really long night wondering what Jake could possibly do to retaliate from her big publicity stunt. And if I were Miley, I would not sleep at all that night. I would be terrified. Of course, Jake would do something. You know, the compatibility they once had and having it turn really dark is a really sad note. Meanwhile, Rico tries to make another attempt to steal the cheese jerky recipe and fails, and Jackson and Oliver are still making tons of money. However, they have not factored the cost of ingredients and supplies, and once they've covered all the costs, Jackson realizes that he's only made $1. So, realizing he's better off working with Rico, he actually just gets rid of the stand and just pretends it never happened.
I work here.
But I fired you.
No, you didn't.
Sure I did. And then you opened that shack.
What shack?
Gaslighting Rico into thinking none of this existed, which is kind of funny to see him go crazy, but definitely brought gaslighting into our culture in a casual way. In the end, Jake sends Miley a box with a rose inside and a note attached, and on the note, Jake wrote that Miley's words were true, and he will try to become a normal person before even going out with her again, and that he still cares about her, which I think is very admirable, especially for a boy at that age.
Let's hope it's not another actor.
He also confirms that he will not disclose her secret, and signs the note as Leslie, not Jake, to show his commitment to his growth. Wow, this episode was so fun to watch again, and it really brought back memories and solidified Hannah Montana's excellent storytelling. It was just, this show meant so much to me, and I could see that it was very maturely written and played out, and of course, I related to it, and I feel for the characters. Even though me and them are all much older now, I could feel myself being transformed back to that time and feeling the emotional weight what both Jake and Miley have been going through. Okay, let's now go over some of the characters from Hannah Montana Season 2. Now, Season 1 brought us a lot of interesting sides of these characters. Season 2 is definitely where we start to see the true colors of the characters and get to know them a lot better. So I kind of want to go through them all in order and talk about how they've evolved since last season. Miley Stewart. So Miley's character starts to mature, and the stakes of maintaining her double life become a little bit more complicated as she goes into high school. A common character flaw with Miley is that she tends to lie a lot, and that is no stranger in this season. She tries to protect her relationship with people by lying. She's still likable because it's clear that her relationships are the most important, and her lies end up being about a lot more menial things. But even when she lies to Lucas and tries to get him to kiss her, like, that has to be some kind of rocky territory for her. I don't understand how she morally goes through all of this. She has a tendency to mock people like Jackson and Oliver when she's not really happy with them. And we see a side of her that could be actually kind of snarky, especially in the Cuffs episode where she purposely leaves out Lily. I mean, you took her all the way to your concert and then are ditching her? Like, why not just don't invite her to the concert? I don't know. And even with losing her voice, she's faced with a lot more challenges that test her strength. I guess she's gonna just have to keep learning that there's no easy solution to do most things, and that sometimes you're gonna have to hurt people in order to help them, especially when it comes to herself. She tends to do the easy route out of things, and of course that's always good for a main character, but it seems to put her into some interesting situations. The show delves deeper into her emotional struggles, particularly through her romantic relationships, such as her on-again, off-again romance with Jake Ryan. The two-part episode shows Miley having to choose between being honest about her identity or keeping up the Hannah Montana facade. This decision marks a turning point for Miley's character as she learns the emotional toll of balancing fame and her personal life. Miley's relationship with her father also deepens, showing her turning to him for advice as she starts facing more grown-up issues. So in Season 1, Miley's relationships are relatively stable and lighthearted. Her best friend Lily is her primary confidant, and they have a strong, almost inseparable bond. Oliver, though initially unaware of Miley's secret, becomes part of the trio after discovering her double life, and Miley's relationship to her dad, Robbie Ray, is also warm and supportive as he helps her navigate the pop star career and offers advice when needed. The relationships are fun, close-knit, and revolve around her double life antics. In the first half of Season 2, the dynamic between Miley and her friends begin to deepen, especially with Lily as they fade through a lot of road bumps, especially with the tension of Miley, Lily, and Oliver as they try to figure out who's closer with who in this specific episode. So now we talk about Jackson Stewart. So in Season 1, Jackson's primarily a comedic older brother, with his relationship with Miley being centered around sibling rivalry and teasing. Despite this, there's moments of genuine care where Jackson does show his protective side, but their interactions are largely comedic. His relationship with his father, Robbie Ray, is similarly lighthearted, and Jackson often plays the role of the goofy, somewhat irresponsible son too. Although in the first half of season 1, Jackson's relationship with Miley starts to evolve as both characters mature. While they still engage in typical sibling squabbles, there are more moments where Jackson is seen offering Miley advice or helping her out, showing a deeper sense of responsibility toward her. And as their bond continues to grow, especially as Jackson begins to face more adult challenges himself, including more mature relationships where he chooses his friend Thor over his more masculine relationships. He juggles his work and his personal life, which kind of mirrors Miley's own struggles with her double life, and we get to see more of him in the school setting. His relationship with Robbie Ray also sees some growth since then, as Jackson's given more responsibilities and begins to seek his father's guidance with less trivial matters and more real life, such as like work and relationships. And his evolving role in the family shows him growing from the comedic relief to a more mature character, though still retaining his goofy charm. And then we got Lily. So Lily in season 1 is Miley's loyal best friend. Their bond is so strong, and Lily is one of the few people who knows Miley's secret. She's supportive, protective. The friendship between Miley and Lily is lighthearted, fun, and comedic moments, with Lily playing the quirky, adventurous sidekick. Her relationship with Oliver is also friendly, but without much depth, and their interactions are mostly comedic banter. In the first half of season 2, Lily's relationship with Miley is tested in a lot of new ways. In season 1, Miley lied to Lily about her zit on the big poster, which was a big deal, which they inevitably made up. And then also, Miley jumped on the paparazzi's back to not be seen at a party without her. That was also testing their relationship, but now that they're in high school, it's a lot more intense. Lily faces challenges. Instead of just being Miley's supportive sidekick, Lily now has her own emotional struggles, which occasionally put a strain on her friendship. The show shifts as Lily develops as an individual and still maintains her loyalty towards Miley. Additionally, her interactions with Oliver evolve, creating a more emotional and less comedic dynamic between them, adding to the trio's relationship. Yeah, then we got Robbie Ray Stewart. So Robbie Ray is Miley and Jackson's laid-back, supportive dad, balancing his role as a father and Miley's manager. His relationship with Miley is primarily focused on offering advice and guidance and helping her maintain her double life as Hannah Montana. He's protective, but also gives her space to make mistakes, and always is there to offer fatherly wisdom. His relationship with Jackson is a little more comedic, often teasing Jackson and getting involved in his antics. It's kind of a buddy comedy at a lot of really specific times, and I like them together. In the first half of season 2, Robbie Ray's role as Miley's father deepens. Robbie becomes a more crucial figure in Miley's life as she grapples with her romantic entanglements and her friendship complications, helping her navigate the emotional toll of these issues, while still maintaining his protective and humorous approach. His relationship with Jackson also matures slightly as Jackson is given more responsibility at work and Robbie begins to expect more from him himself. The evolution shows Robbie taking on a more emotionally grounded role, particularly as Miley becomes more independent. Yeah, so then we got Oliver Oaken. So in season 1, Oliver is mostly a goofy and lighthearted character, providing comedic relief in his role as Miley and Lily's best friend. After discovering Miley's secret identity as Hannah Montana, Oliver becomes a part of the tight-knit trio, often helping her keep the secret. His interactions with Lily and Miley are fun and supportive, though largely focused on comedic moments rather than emotional depth. But in season 2, Oliver's relationships, particularly with Lily as well, become to evolve a lot more, especially as they struggle to find their places within this trio. Like, Miley and Lily clearly are the most close, but then when there's tension between them, it seems like Oliver is the one to go to. This marks a shift in the trio's dynamic in general, as Oliver becomes a more focused part of their group. His relationship with Miley also deepens as he continues to support her in her double life, because now he starts taking on his own persona. He starts to express interest in wanting to be... He starts to expect a lot more pity from the girls as he creates his own persona, Mike Stan, and starts coming into Miley's double life as well. Oliver himself is more involved in the drama, no longer just the comedic relief, but also dealing with his own insecurities and feelings. This makes his character a lot more emotionally grounded and adds depth to his relationships with both Miley and Lily. So then we got Rico. So Rico is finally a major character in this season, and his role becomes a lot more prominent, especially his relationship with Jackson, as it takes on more dimensions. While he enjoys making Jackson's life difficult, their interactions involve more regular comedic rivalry, with Rico showing a deeper level of cunning and persistence, while he also interacts more with Miley and the gang throughout this season, becoming more integrated into their world. His mischievous personality continues to become a source of comedy, but his presence is like more central in the overall storylines, rather than just being a side plot revolving around Jackson. His antics become more outrageous, and he starts to be more of an antagonist to Miley in this season. I feel like he's a lot more fleshed out in Season 2 than Season 1, making him a memorable part of the Hannah Montana world, and we only getting to know him better. Overall, the characters start to go through extreme transformations as growing up, having to be more mature, tests their stability, like, in their own lives and with each other, as well as everybody else in the show creating their own more complex layer than just Miley. I feel like in Season 1, Miley was at the foreground of having a double life, especially with the album Hannah Montana Meet Miley Cyrus, a second side to everybody, and that really goes along with the theme of the second season. It's clear that the show has a lot more legs, and of course it only gets crazier and crazier from here, but it's fun to start hitting the surface with this first half of Season 2. And as we see returning characters like some of Miley's teachers, now Thor is a new character for Jackson to get along with. The show is starting to grow up along with its audience, especially as all the cast enters high school. It's such a big prominent part that they end up being in for the rest of the entire series. We also see the recurrence of a lot of really cool staple characters. For example, Roxy plays a great role in this season as we kind of learn that she was the reason Hannah Montana got her wig. We meet the president from Corey in the house, and we even learn a lot more about her relationship with her mother before she died. Of Robbie with her late mother too, Brooke Shields. This has always been lightly touched on in the first season, and I don't think they ever intended to get Brooke Shields up until this point, but it's cool that they finally filled in this gap that was left in the first season, as opposed to just kind of throwing it away like how they do in iCarly with Carly and her dad. So now that we covered the first half of the Season 2 episodes, and all the characters and the growth between now and Season 1, I want to dedicate some time to actually talk about Hannah Montana 2, Meet Miley Cyrus, because this double-length album is so tightly coincided with Season 2 that I think it's worth walking back down memory lane for it. During the production of the first season of Hannah Montana, Miley Cyrus stated that Right now, we're just all really focused on making Hannah Montana, the show, as good as it can be. But hopefully in the future, there could be a Hannah Montana soundtrack. She states that most of the songs for the first season reflect the show, with Miley or Hannah making sure the other doesn't get caught or whatever. Saying that the tracks provided his producers with the opportunity to make sure that everybody understood the characters. By comparison, Cyrus described the material used during the second season as more speaking out to the fans. Describes Cyrus's vocals on her personal tracks as being lower and throatier with a more organic and rock-oriented instrumentation. Throughout this record, Kathy Kamen Goldmark from Common Sense Media noted that its positive, self-empowering messages for teen girls. Hannah Montana 2 continued to discuss Cyrus's double life on the program, notably in tracks like Rockstar and Old Blue Jeans, and friendships are addressed during Right Here, You and Me Together, and True Friend. The songs Nobody's Perfect, Make Some Noise, and Life's What You Make It discuss maintaining Miley's optimistic look on life. Hannah Montana 2 was later reissued as a 2-disc special edition only in Japan, and it included a remix of We Got the Party with the Jonas Brothers. So Hannah Montana 2, on disc 1 we have We Got the Party. So this upbeat anthem is about having fun and friends, which mirrors the high energy and tight-knit friendship between Miley, Lily, Oliver, especially jumping between their new personas and Miley's double life. We capture the tone of the more exciting, we're talking about the perks of being Hannah Montana and enjoying the double life for all the positives at its highest points. Then we have Nobody's Perfect, a significant theme for Miley throughout Season 2. She's learning about her mistakes, especially with her double life becoming more complex, and it embodies the message of self-acceptance and resilience, especially when you create bad situations for yourself, as most teenagers do, with relationships, family dynamics becoming a lot more tough. It's important to remember that nobody is a perfect person. High energy celebrates that nobody's perfect. It's kind of like We Got the Party, but acknowledging the flaws and becoming a little bit more real. Then we have Make Some Noise. This is a really good theme for the second season, especially with Miley's constant contemplation between Jake Ryan and Achy Jakey Heart, her increased independence, and her complicated relationship toward her dad. Everything becomes a lot more difficult in her life when it comes to making decisions, and it's Really important that Miley stands up for herself and despite her imperfections, celebrates it all. I feel like it's the perfect tie-in of We Got the Party, Nobody's Perfect. Actually takes both of those songs high energy and mellows it out to be kind of like a be true to yourself anthem. Oh, and then of course we have my favorite song, Rockstar. This is what they started with in the Best of Both Worlds tour, and it's definitely my favorite song. It's the contrast between Miley's ordinary life and the glamorous pop star identity, with her being the most confident in the more confident side of her. I see a lot of Miley struggling with balance, particularly in episodes with the Hannah Montana persona and how it affects her relationships, but at this instant we're just partying and enjoying it. Then we have Old Blue Jeans. This one has never really stuck out to me too much and I've not paid much attention to it, but the nostalgia and simplicity in this track is like, it's really sweet because it like emphasizes Miley's desire for normalcy, which is a recurring theme in season 2 and in growing up as a teenager. It's important to want to hold on to the past and prepare for the future without necessarily overthinking it. And I feel like Miley longs for simplicity in her life. And the show really highlights how we take normal life for granted, and sometimes even pop stars can desire to be normal, as opposed to just being herself and desiring to be at the forefront of the paparazzi. Then we got Life's What You Make It. It's a super optimistic track, which is aligning with the season's messages of personal growth and resilience, especially when she comes to conflicts with Lily and Oliver, her dad. It seems like in moments where she doesn't have as much control, this song underscores the idea that she is inevitably in charge of her choices. Although Miley Stewart tends to dodge accountability or hide from the truth, it feels like she's at her strongest when she takes accountability and embraces the choices she's making in her life. One in a Million. So this song fits Miley's complicated romantic relationships, particularly for Jake Ryan, as she navigates her crush and the struggles of keeping her double life from affecting their relationship. The song's message of finding somebody special that really resonates with you is a important thing in Miley's emotional journey in season 2. And I'd argue that it's not only about 1 in a million in terms of romantic, it's also in terms of having that special moment in your life that you desperately want to hold on to and focusing on just that. Bigger Than Us. The theme of this track can be linked to Miley's growing awareness of how her double life affects not only her, but also her friends and family. Common within all Disney Channel shows, especially like Wizards of Waverly Place, That's So Raven. It's like the stakes are becoming so high, but when you kind of lean back on your family, it's fun to know that like love is more important than anything. You and Me Together is the song's focus on togetherness reflects Miley's relationships with Lily and Oliver particularly. Like it shows how important their friendship is, and even when tested, how Miley relies on them to navigate the complexities of her life. And while she may act like she can go off without them at any point, it does seem like she's the most vulnerable when she's with them and has a connection to them, which is a great end for the album with True Friend, which is the perfect anthem for Miley's friendships, which this season is the strongest on. The song highlights loyalty and support she receives from Lily and Oliver and how much that means to her. Without her friends in her double life, I feel like things would not have gone so well for her. Like if Miley never told Lily or Oliver and she kind of kept it to herself, it falls in the category of refusing to grow up and kind of keeping your insecurities within. But as life does, when you grow up and you start letting more people into your life, you see a better side of you. You see yourself in a true friend, and that is what I feel like the show is all about. The strength of their friendship and all the new challenges and emotional growth that no matter what, friends will always get you through. Then we have the second side. So this is cool because, obviously there's a Hannah Montana album for every season, but this is the one and only season that has the Meet Miley Cyrus slide, where they take Hannah Montana so seriously that they actually do want to highlight Miley Cyrus. The whole show focuses on this girl's separate identity, like everything she does in this specific world, but actually diving back into what everything is about for Miley Stewart and her morals and everything she believes in, how that translates to Hannah Montana you know, what Miley might be going through herself, and reminding the audience that this is definitely like one person, and everybody has more than one side to them, and it's not just Miley Cyrus. And especially as the internet became more prominent, it's very clear that you do have two sides to you. Miley is really good at teaching you how to embrace it early on. I feel like this show really helped me navigate internet culture as it became a thing, as I saw myself living a double life as online Johnny and real life Johnny, trying to take control of what is positive and what's negative, and trying to make each life about one specific thing, when really life is about just letting things happen and accepting who you are and what will naturally come. And that's my favorite part about having Hannah Montana and Meet Miley Cyrus. The nostalgia begins with See You Again. It's the track that includes Miley Cyrus's independent persona. It's excitement and nervous, and the song is always linked to Miley's like romantic feelings to having another persona, and maybe even Jake Ryan. I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit more of Miley Cyrus than Miley Stewart, and but it would be a great layer. It's a great foundation for balancing feelings and growing up. And then we have East Northumberland High, and this is nostalgic to me because it's like, of course, they finally go to high school, and I know it's not tightly correlated to each other, but it just feels a lot more relevant. The song's theme is like being interested in mirroring Miley's on-again, off-again feelings in this new environment, and it captures like the playful yet conflicting emotions that come with her romantic life. And then we have a really fun one, the carefree Let's Dance, which is like just makes you want to get up and dance, and it reflects Miley's desire to have joy inside of her life, outside of the pressures of fame, that Miley doesn't go to Hannah Montana to have fun. Both Miley and Hannah have fun in their own right, and there's both positives and negatives. And these small moments where you can just dance and enjoy yourselves with your friends is the best part of being Hannah Montana. And of course, that brings us to GNO, Girls Night Out, which is echoing Miley's need for time with her friends, particularly Lily. And as they face new relationship and friendship challenges that might be limited to individuals as opposed to an entire group, like not necessarily just about men or women, but about the urge to step away from all of life's expectations and just enjoy yourself. Having fun and letting loose is so present in these episodes where Miley and her friends enjoy being teens despite the pressures of Miley's secret life and just growing up in general. Right here is the song's message of offering unwavering support connects Miley's relationships with Lily, Robbie Ray, and throughout season 2, Miley really relies on her family, especially in episodes where she has to navigate emotional challenges. As I Am is about accepting yourself and being accepted by others, which directly ties to Miley's dilemma about revealing her secret identity to the different people in her life, and especially when she comes with internal struggles with her mom and Rico and more people in her supporting life. She needs to re-accept herself every time she meets somebody new, because as somebody comes into your life, you see new sides of yourself, and this isn't only about Miley accepting herself as she is, but also being ready for other people to accept her, and despite that, being loved for who she truly is. We have Start All Over. It's the reflection of Miley's desire to have a fresh start with her relationships as she continues to struggle with the complications of her double life. It's particularly relevant in episodes where Miley makes huge mistakes, but learns to move forward, like it happens so much in this episode. Then we have Clear, which is like a really pretty song that I didn't discover until way after this album came out. It's like the theme of wanting clarity and understanding in your life. When you make that revelation that something is good or bad for you in middle or high school, it's that idea of looking through the fog and seeing something for what it really is, especially as we see Miley's back and forth experiences with Lily and Oliver. Good and Broken is a great song about like resilience and picking yourself back up when things go wrong, because Miley is just such a flawed character and she's so confident in it, especially as her emotional growth continues. She faces more personal challenges, and the track encapsulates her determination to just keep going even when things feel complicated. And then I Miss You. While this song is about loss, it can also be tied to Miley's feelings of missing the simplicity of her life before coming Hannah Montana. Not only is her mom missing the way things used to be. Overall, Hannah Montana to Meet Miley Cyrus is really good at reflecting Miley's evolving character throughout, specifically Season 2. The tracks of Hannah Montana to tie closely with her experiences of friendship, identity, and the pressures of balancing her double life. Meanwhile, the songs from Meet Miley Cyrus offer a really deep look into Miley as an individual, beyond Hannah Montana and a little bit beyond the show. Her emotional complexity with fame and teenage life is just something people really want to know about, and I think she does a great job at storytelling throughout this album. Meet Miley Cyrus was omitted from the pre-released pressings, and Meet Miley Cyrus remained unreleased as a standalone album until January 2021, when both albums were reissued separately for the first time on digital platforms. At the closing ceremony of the 2007 Disney Channel Games, held on April 27, 2007, which was the first time she performed as herself and not Hannah Montana. And then she performed I Miss You on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and performed Start All Over, See You Again, and We Got the Party with the Jonas Brothers at the Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve in New York City. 2008, she performed GNO in the 2007 Kids' Choice Awards. But yeah, that's all we got for Hannah Montana Season 2. This is definitely one of the peak seasons for the show's development, if not one of the better seasons for sure. We've taken a major step up since Season 1, and it is so beautiful to get a new take on this. Thank God Hannah Montana was brought back, because I feel like this is where the show really found its stride. Along with the promotional material, even the 2 soundtracks, this series has become more than a franchise. It's become like a way of living. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, it's really good. I'm going to continue the second season of Hannah Montana with 2 more additions. Since the second season consists of 30 episodes, I really wanted to take my time and dive deeper into all of this material, as it just gets better and better from here. So thank you guys so much for listening to my video, and subscribe to Johnny 2000s for more Hannah Montana 2000s content. And so much more. Thank you guys so much, and have a great day.
Life's what you make it. So let's make it rock. Make it rock.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Johnny 2000. Did you miss me? Well, it's been less than 24 hours, so maybe we should work on our clinginess in our relationship. So here we focus on reliving the shows that shaped a generation of Disney Channel fans. I'm talking Wizards, I'm talking Hannah, and today, of course, we have another meaningful one. If you're a fan of the 2000s Disney show Hannah Montana, or just looking for a heavy dose of nostalgia, make sure to hit that subscribe button in the future. But today we're going to be picking up where we left off with episodes 11 through 20 of Hannah Montana Season 2. Wow, this is where things really start to get interesting.
But I wouldn't expect you to know anything about that, since you are from Lily Tiny Brainia.
The concept for living a double life, being a regular teenager by day and a pop star by night, was pure fantasy for the viewers like us. But for Miley Stewart, it was her reality. And at the time when social media was starting to take off and privacy for celebrities was becoming a thing of the past, Miley's double life as Hannah was relatable to anybody feeling the pressures of being somebody they're not, or balancing different parts of their life. The theme of dual identity resonates so deeply, especially now.
Hate makes you ugly. Oops, too late.
At that time, it offered young fans a behind-the-scenes look at what fame could be like with all the highs and lows, and it's not so different from being a normal kid. In our last video, we covered episodes 1 through 10, where Miley wrestled with her relationship with Jake, dealt with secrets and blackmail from Rico, and even navigated some deep questions about who she is and what she's willing to sacrifice for her double life. We also learned that Oliver has been neglected, and Lily and her tend to argue a lot. We saw episodes like Achy Jakey Heart, where she gets a taste of what it's like to be in a relationship while protecting her identity. The more Miley tries to live as a regular teenager, the more challenging it'll become. Now we're in episodes 11 through 20, the mid-section of Hannah Montana Season 2. In these episodes, we're going to see a lot more of Miley's friendship with Lily and Oliver, and how fame can complicate even the closest relationships. We see Hannah Montana dive deeper into what it means to balance fame and friendship. We've got more guest stars than ever before, specifically in this 10-episode chunk, in a way I can't even describe. So I'm going to call this Hannah Montana Season 2 the guest star era. Like, these episodes have one guest star every episode, whether Disney intended to or not. And I personally just think it was a stunt to get ratings, like Jesse McCartney and all that. I don't think that was the priority, but it definitely helped. So get ready, because it's time to explore the ups and downs of celebrity life in Hannah Montana Season 2. Okay, Sleepwalk This Way, based on Walk This Way by Aerosmith. So Robbie Ray has written a new song for Hannah, and Miley's obviously eager to hear it, but Robbie insists on only playing his new songs on a prized guitar, which, okay, a little bougie, Robbie Ray. Some of us can afford that. Unfortunately, it's being cleaned and won't be ready until next week. So, impatient to wait, Miley actually sneaks a peek in her dad's jacket and discovers what she believes is the song, a ridiculously awful tune called Gangnam Style. No, I'm just kidding. Can you imagine if that was it? Nah, but seriously. So it's about bunnies stealing money, and Miley is horrified by the lyrics, but she can't bring herself to tell her dad, fearing that she'll have to hurt his feelings anyway.
Really?
You wrote a song? Who knew? Interesting. Easter. Easter Island. We're studying it at school. Big statues. Nobody knows how they got there.
So Miley's bottled-up honesty starts to affect her, causing her to sleepwalk and blurt out embarrassing truths. Oh my god, can you guys imagine?
Love the new look, toots. Oh, sweet niblets.
So during science class, she sleepwalks again, telling her least favorite teacher, Mrs. Kunkel, that she doesn't like her clothes and thinks she's ugly, which, Miley, we're not supposed to be truthful in school.
House tonight. Hey, Miley, Miley?
Just as Miley is about to accidentally reveal her secret identity, Lily and Oliver manage to wake her up. Despite this, Miley is sent to the principal's office anyway. Later, Robbie overhears telling Jackson that the song is the worst he's ever written, leaving him feeling hurt. But in the end, Robbie eventually reveals that the bunny song was actually something Miley wrote herself when she was 5. Oh, Miley, not cool. He kept it around to inspire him and give him a laugh during his creative slumps. His real song, Bigger Than Us, turns out to be a hit, which is weird because it's kind of one of the cheesier songs on the album. Not a fan. And Miley's worry over her hurting his feeling fades.
Loving it already.
You ain't even heard it, son.
Sure I have. In here.
And meanwhile, Jackson, who worried that Miley's honesty might cost him his party plans, is thrilled when Robbie allows the party to happen. It's a success, but the house is actually left in chaos.
I just called the maid service.
Well, thanks, Dad. You know, that is one of the many reasons why you're still my hero, my role model, my...
Robbie, in a twist, hires a maid service, only for Jackson's phone to ring, revealing he's the one who will be cleaning up. Dude, but like he deserved that. That's normal. Like you were supposed to do that, Jackson. Come on. I can't get over the fact that Jason Earls is like 30 in this. He definitely can portray himself as an 18-year-old. Then we have When You Wish You Were a Star. This is the one that I was talking about, was in the Wish a Miss special on Disney Channel. So after performing a concert as Hannah Montana, Miley is visited by Jesse McCartney.
Listen, tonight I am the fan. You did a great job. And you are? Nice to meet you, Eep.
Who asks her out. An unfair power dynamic, Jesse. You can't just ask somebody out. She's thrilled, but she has to decline because a science project with her best friend Lily. So she has to decline due to a science project with her best friend Lily and her busy school schedule. Which, come on.
This double life is so hard.
Frustrated by balancing schoolwork and her Hannah Montana life, Lily and Miley see a shooting star and each make a wish. Lily for an A on their project, and Miley to be Hannah Montana full-time. Jeez, Lily, you didn't want anything else? Like, anything? Miley wakes up to discover that her wish has come true. She's now permanently Hannah Montana, and her wig transformed into her real hair, which could definitely be the perfect ad for a hair salon. An angel resembling her bodyguard, Roxy, who's awesome, appears, explaining that Miley's wish is now a reality.
The twinkly lights, the leather couches, and look at that awesome chandelier. Madonna has one just like it. Not anymore.
Initially, Miley loves her new life, complete with luxury, fame, and freedom to date Jesse McCartney. However, the angel shows her how her family and friends have been affected by her permanent superstar status, and she reveals things aren't as great as they seem.
Sorta dealing with something right now, so.
You're so cute when you're dealing with something right now.
Her initial choice to be Hannah Montana was the right call, especially with Jackson leaving home, disliking her being Hannah Montana.
Oh, I got you!
And he's homeless. Jackson is literally homeless. Meanwhile, Oliver and Rico turned her fame into a money-making scheme, and Lily, no longer her friend, has become popular by associating with the shallow Amber and Ashley. Horrified by the changes, Miley decides she wants to be Miley again. Spoiler alert. That is such an obvious trope. She does a brunette wig and tries to reconnect with Lily, which is actually kind of depressing. Can you imagine leaving your identity behind and trying to turn into your older self? That's like me trying to put on a 6th grade wig and pretend I'm in 6th grade again. I don't want to relive that. Now popular and unrecognizable, Lily rejects Miley.
Does everybody know that you have a birthmark shaped like a poodle on your butt?
Realizing the impact of her wish, Miley sees her dad's new wife and realizes she's only there for his money, banning their family traditions. Desperate, Miley vents her frustrations at home, throwing a pillow at her Hannah memorabilia. She gets a really intimate conversation with Jackson on the roof, which is actually really sweet.
It's just us. You don't have to do the voice.
What voice? Oh, right, sometimes I forget.
And Miley laments the wish that she made. Jackson wishes he could see the world where Miley wasn't Hannah just as the shooting star appears. Miley calls the angel, pointing out that Jackson's wish should count.
Please?
Suddenly, as Miley pulls her hair, the wig slips off and she's Miley again. The angel reappears, congratulating her on finding the loophole. Miley returns to her regular life, grateful for her family, friends, and the best of both worlds. The episode concludes with Oliver, Rico, and Jesse rapping on the beach. Oh my god, you got him as a cameo, and you're having him rap on the beach.
Peace out.
This show is so sweet because the moment she has with Jackson is probably the most genuine moments in the entire series. Let's look at it for a second.
Welcome home.
Ooh, didn't you hear me? I'm not staying.
But Jackson, you have to. I want at least some of my old life back.
Like, there's just something so deep about a brother and sister reconnecting, about the girl's identity issues. Like, that's a big, important thing. Oh, the next episode, we have trouble. I Want You to Want Me to Go to Florida. The original title is a reference to the Cheap Trick song, I Want You to Want Me, Season 2, Episode 13. So this is the infamous episode introducing Selena Gomez's character, Alex Russo. I mean, you know what I mean, Michaela.
Well, I think there's enough from in the music world for both of us, right, Michaela?
Absolutely, positively.
Adorable.
The episode opens with Hannah Montana meeting her rival, Michaela, on The Real Deal talk show. Despite acting friendly on camera, Michaela is secretly envious of Hannah and becomes Miley's nemesis.
Your voice is stinchy, your music is stupid, your outfits make me want to puke on them, but it looks like somebody already did.
Michaela's teasing only intensifies as they're both booked for the same Florida benefit concert, pushing Miley to give her best performance to prove her talent. But things get complicated when Miley's dad, Robbie Wright, injures his back in Jackson's new workout machine.
You can set it for my height and weight. Matter of fact, crank it up to Aunt Pearl. I'd like to see the rubber band toy that can handle Robbie Wright!
And by the way, who let him buy that? Aren't you 18? And is reluctant to let her go to Florida alone. Concerned for her safety, Robbie insists she's too young to travel by herself, which is so frickin' fair. Can you imagine a 16-year-old going across the country? Despite Miley's assurances that Roxy, her bodyguard, will be with her, she still isn't allowed to go. Which, that would make you a terrible father, Robbie, if you let your 16-year-old daughter go on a plane, which I really hope you didn't do in real life. I know your relationship's strained, but please, I hope you're a good dad.
Does this mean I'm your favorite kid now? I'll take that as a yes.
Their argument escalates, leaving Miley frustrated and determined to prove that she still can do it. Feeling taunted by Michaela's call mocking her canceled concert performance, Miley does not want to give up. She leaves a note for Robbie Ray saying that she's going to Florida with Roxy, even if it means facing the consequences. Dang, Miley's running away from home. This is insane, this episode.
Come on, fly boy, I can walk to Florida quicker than this. Come on!
Sweetheart, could you keep it down? Someone just complained.
Who?
Me. Now zip it.
She boards the plane, but just before takeoff, Robbie and Jackson board the plane as well.
Hey, this bathroom's occupied.
Unfortunately, the plane doors close, and once they get Hannah, they actually can't get off until they're in Denver. Obviously, Billy Ray is pretty peeved off, which, oh my god, if I accidentally got my parents on a flight to Denver, can you imagine? That would be the most torturous plane ride of my life. That would be my personal, you know. During the flight, Robbie and Jackson have a heart-to-heart, and Jackson helping Robbie realize that his strictness may have pushed Miley too far. Aw, Jackson actually has a really sweet moment.
Oh yeah, I can be deep.
Meanwhile, Roxy assures Miley that Robbie's overprotectiveness comes from his deep love from her. In a touching moment, Robbie shows her the new song, Ready, Set, Don't Go, which we don't really hear outside of this. Expressing his struggle to let Miley grow up, he finally agrees to let her go to Florida.
Oh no, shrimp and cookies bad combo.
It's okay.
Miley performs in Florida successfully, blowing Michaela off the stage, though the concert itself is left off screen. Instead of punishment, Robbie calls Miley after the concert, congratulating her, and then humorously ending their call with, "You blew Michaela off the stage." Meanwhile, Jackson's workout machine becomes a comedic side plot throughout the whole episode. Rico tries it out. This episode was the first appearance of Michaela and her manager, which are super funny, ongoing characters, and then we got to see If Cupid Had a Heart, which honestly should have been on the Hannah Montana 2 album, but it's just cute just to see. It's actually sung by Julie Griffin, not even Selena Gomez, which, did you know that? Because I didn't until I said that. Oof. Now this episode got lost to time. Everybody was best friend fighting. Season 2, episode 14. The title is a reference to the song Kung Fu Fighting by Carl Douglas, which includes the line, "Everybody was Kung Fu fighting," which I love that song, guys. Give it a listen. This is gonna be, what if this was on the Hannah Montana 2 album? No, that would be cool. That would be too cool. I love an Oliver episode, and in this episode, Oliver feels left out because he's never invited backstage to any Hannah Montana concerts, prompting Miley to invite him backstage for the next show. However, Lily is not thrilled about sharing her special privileges with Oliver and feels jealous.
I know this is kind of our special thing, and you might be kind of jealous. But
Jealous? I am not.
Miley's attempt to include both of them actually backfires further when she has to choose between Lily and Oliver to join her at the celebrity tennis tournament. She's invited to play with a handsome guy named Guillermo Montoya, charming tennis star, but has only one extra ticket, sparking a fierce rivalry between Lily and Oliver.
Real subtle. Buttering her up with cake with hearts. Pathetic. Hey, Miley, I made you a shirt.
To solve the problem, Miley gets an extra ticket from Rico, allowing both friends to attend the tournament. However, the plan to keep the peace fails as Lily and Oliver actually bicker constantly during the game.
Hello? Switch seats with me.
You're pathetic.
Switch seats with me. Switch seats with me. Switch seats with me.
In the chaotic turn of events, Oliver's hand gets stuck in a woman's hair. This is the rudest thing I've ever seen. Can you imagine two teenagers at a tennis tournament just arguing and then sticking their hands in your hair? Ugh, and then it ends up in Miley's face, blocking her vision just as she's about to make a crucial move. And this guy's a jerk. Hannah, you should honestly purposely lose because Guillermo Montoya is a real jerk. He only cares about winning.
Cost me this match. I will go home tonight, dress up like you, and hit myself in the face.
you have got some serious issues, my friend.
You don't need that. In the He Could Be the One special, this guy will not be in it. Can you imagine though? After realizing the mess they've caused, Lily and Oliver apologize to each other and agree to stop fighting. Miley's still trapped in the net, and she playfully tells them to focus on getting her out. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Jackson hires a psychic, played by Dancing with the Stars dancer Karina Smirnoff, to convince Rico he's been cursed.
Until you learn to be nice, you are cursed.
For being mean, and he must be nice to break it. Leads to hilarious moments of Rico trying to do this. Eventually, we find out that Jackson did this all along, and these guys have no lives outside of hunting each other.
Somehow we found out, now he's trying to get back at me. Steph!
Oh, Jackson.
All right, who told you?
Actually, you did, just now.
And can I just say, Oliver deserves this. I feel like rightfully so, as a boy growing up with female friends, it sucks to feel left out. And I feel like I definitely empathize with him in this episode. I think he's being a little bit of a baby on purpose, but I don't know, I'm not gonna judge him. I definitely feel like I would have done the same. The birth of Mike Stanley happens in this episode where...
What is that beard made of anyway? Armpit hair?
You said nobody could tell.
Oliver friggin' the only name he could come up with.
Mike, stand. Mike, stand. Lee.
And I'm over it. That's like way worse than Lily's.
Now, in Song Sung Bad, Lily decides to record a song as a heartfelt gift for her mom's birthday. The song is a reference to Neil Diamond's Song Sung Blue.
To really make this special, you're gonna have to record the song.
But I don't have a voice like yours. You'll be surprised what you can sound like in a professional studio.
I haven't felt this queasy since my grandpa dragged me into that shirts and skins b-ball game at the senior center.
Unfortunately, Lily is a terrible singer, but Miley, wanting to help her best friend, secretly edits the recording to make it sound beautiful.
Daddy called it Extreme Mixover. Lily Edition.
When Lily hears the edited version, she's thrilled and believes she has an amazing singing voice. Feeling bold, she decides to sign up to compete against her rival Amber in the school's karaoke night. This is like a common trope in Hannah Montana where one of the girls is pressuring each other to act a certain way, and it's always Miley toward Lily. Like, there was the episode where she liked Lucas and made her change to a skater girl. Then there's the episode where Lily told her not to be embarrassed of wearing glasses, but then she got the zit.
I mean, there's always room for improvement.
Miley is not a good friend at this point. When Miley realizes Lily's in over her head, she confesses the truth and shows Lily the unedited version of the song.
What did you do to my voice? On this CD, nothing.
Ouch! Can you imagine? Rather than drop out, the two come up with a plan. Lily will lip sync and Miley will sing from backstage to make it sound flawless. Wow, never seen this done on TV before. Not on Drake and Josh. Meanwhile, in the subplot, Jackson deals with Sarah, a friend of Miley and Lily's, who mistakenly thinks he has a crush on her. Yeah, she was in the first season having a relationship with Oliver and the Flower Baby, and I guess she was too much of a heartthrob to stay in that season, so she's back, and now she's bugging Jackson. But the two have really good chemistry together, like, it's fun to watch them. So this was overall a really fun episode.
Who could possibly follow Amber?
Ooh, I believe the gauntlet has been thrown down!
During the performance, however, Miley accidentally releases a spider that crawls up her arm, causing her to scream and throw off the performance.
What I said, you heard. Now I got you spinning.
Despite the mishap, Miley and Lily actually laugh it off, and Lily learns to embrace her limitations. Which, what about you, Miley? Miley needs to learn to be nice to people. Jesus, you're the one that needs growth, not Lily. What, she's just supposed to get over the fact she's a bad singer? I mean, I don't know. The recording Lily gives her mom features Emily Osment's actual singing voice, even though her character Lily can't sing. Emily Osment definitely can. Do you guys remember that song, I Don't Think About It? And apparently Miley has a real-life fear of spiders, which is humorously incorporated into the episode. I wish I was there in the writing room for that. The next episode is Me, Mr. Jonas, and Mr. Jonas, and Mr. Jonas. The episode is a play on the title Me and Mrs. Jones by Billy Paul. This is actually one of the highest viewed episodes of the entire series, and I just had to mention that because, of course, the Jonas Brothers, like, I forgot about this until I remembered the promos when it was coming out. This aired exactly after High School Musical 2 and right before Phineas and Ferb aired for the first time.
Hannah Montana.
So in this episode, Miley and her dad, Robbie Ray, prepare to record new songs. Miley's eager to get to the big shoe sale with Lily. Plans take a surprising turn when they encounter Nick, Joe, and Kevin Jonas? Excited to meet them, Miley's enthusiasm fades when the Jonas Brothers recognize Robbie as the legendary songwriter Robbie Ray.
I know! Nobody's perfect is genius.
I like the cute romantic one.
They ask him to write a song for them, and despite Miley's reluctance, Robbie agrees. Let's take a minute to notice this. So, in Wish Gonna Miss, it's confirmed that they're all in the same universe, and That's a Sweet Life of Hannah Montana gives me the impression that all of the Disney shows are technically in their own universe. Although, if that is the case, then how come they're not connected to the show Jonas? If it was connected to the show Jonas, then the boys should be already really famous singers, but since they're playing themselves, why is Hannah addressing them? Or, because this is just so confusing. I don't know how these universe things work with channels. Do the showrunners talk to each other? Do they hide stuff? Or does the network get them together and ask them to come up with something? I don't know. I just can't imagine what goes on. But they can't not address it.
You said you were working.
Well, it turns out I was. Listen to this. Anywhere we go, anywhere we are, everybody knows.
They ask Robbie Ray to write a song for him, and Miley is a little bit jealous of the attention, and then Robbie actually agrees. Meanwhile, Jackson attempts to break the pogo jumping world record for $5,000. Geez, are you guys running out of ideas? It's the second season. I don't know how this has to do with his character. After hours of jumping, he desperately needs to use the bathroom and negotiates with Rico to help him for half the prize money. Unbeknownst to him, he broke the record hours earlier. Rico just tortured him. Dang, Rico, that's cold. But also a great negotiation. How did he learn how to be a businessman? Feeling left out and jealous of the bromance, Miley tries to act more guyish to win back her dad's attention, and her attempts only seem immature, and Robbie gets a little peeved. Lily and Miley end up dressing up as Milo and Otis, a pretend boy band, to try to convince the Jonas Brothers that Robbie stole their song.
We got the party with us!
That's our song. Isn't it? I kinda liked it.
And making his dad look bad, which, oh my god, couldn't that ruin his entire reputation in the music industry?
You? I shared my nachos with that guy. I don't even want to see this guy again. I'm out.
Robbie catches up on Miley's scheme and realizes that she's feeling neglected. Miley apologizes to the Jonas Brothers, explaining that her prank was just a joke, and they believe it because they're dumb. So I guess this is connecting to the Jonas show. Miley opens up to Robbie about her jealousy and fear that she'd lose time with him. He reassures her he'll always love her and love writing songs with her together.
Otis!
The episode concludes with the performance of We Got the Party by Hannah Montana, and the Jonas Brothers start recording in it with them. And it ends on the beach in a fun little music video, and Robbie accidentally fires marshmallow guns at a choir, and then finds himself targeted by the Jonas Brothers marshmallow attack.
And we always keep our promises.
Duck and cover, Daddy. It's the return of the Jonai.
It's a cute episode because we have another Miley and Dad episode, like the I Want to Go to Florida one is a really good precursor to this one. I like that we're having a lot more time with Miley and her dad, and it seems like a lot of the themes that worked in season 1 are really working again this time, but since the characters are getting to know each other so well, there's a lot more depth to their emotions. And I can't imagine how the actors are feeling in these moments. Like, I wonder how their personal lives coincide with the emotions of their characters, because it is really sweet to see Miley and Billy Ray authentically reaching out to each other as an actual father and daughter. Although now we hear like rumors about them not getting along, it really is nice to see this moment in time. I don't know, it's just nice. The episode is Don't Stop Till You Get the Phone. Miles is thrilled to own the latest O phone, which is, wow, real clever play on iPhone. But soon, a brand new Z phone is released. Oh my god, they skipped so many letters.
It makes the O phone old news.
Oh, Daddy, you saw that commercial!
Sparking her desire for an upgrade. When her dad, Robbie Ray, refuses to buy it, Miley, as Hannah, tells her friend Tracy that she already has it, fearing social backlash if she's caught without the latest trend.
Oh, Hannah has a hissy. Thanks, kid.
Can't you people ever give me a break?
Sorry, kid. This picture's gonna pay for my new Z phone.
Miley and Lily hatch a scheme. So to raise money, they'll sell an embarrassing paparazzi picture of Hannah Montana to a tabloid. This is like the female version of Spider-Man, where she makes a living out of selling her own pictures. That's so weird.
That's because it is posed. See, that's the problem. We need to make it look more spontaneous, like you were taken by surprise. We need to, make it...
It's embarrassing, humiliating, demeaning.
I know! She looks like a complete idiot.
He gets it.
However, they accidentally include a necklace in the photo with Miley's name on it, which could expose her secret identity. Realizing the danger, they strike a deal with the magazine.
The world's most popular movie stars, looking more ridiculous than your picture of Hannah Montana. You got a deal.
If they can get an embarrassing photo of the celebrity Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, they'll trade it for a Hannah picture. Determined to retrieve the Hannah photo, Miley and Lily sneak into The Rock's hotel room, posing as a complimentary beauty specialist.
You do not know how close you came to a hangnail, my little box office sensation.
Well, I'm gonna see my mom a little later, so I guess a quick buff wouldn't hurt. Maybe even a little clear coat.
Oh god, they have so many different outfit changes. It reminds me of That's So Raven. Like, how does Disney come up with so many excuses for these teens to dress up as separate identities and really confuse people in their world? I mean, it's working. It's working. Reluctantly, The Rock, actually the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, lets them in, and they proceed to give him a makeover, complete with lipstick, manicures, clip-on earrings, and curlers. Run!
Hey, what?
Just as they're about to sell the picture, Miley feels guilty, understanding the first-hand negative impact of paparazzi on people's lives. She apologizes to The Rock and shows him the picture. In a turn of events, The Rock helps Miley by confronting the magazine guy with little intimidation, even holding him upside down until he returns the photo. Miley's relieved that he kept her secret safe.
I figured it was the right thing to do.
And meanwhile, in the humorous subplot, Jackson gets a serious sunburn after playing shirts versus skins in a volleyball match at the beach.
And did you remember to put on...
Underwear? Of course, I'm not an idiot.
I was gonna say sunscreen, but I'm glad to hear about the underwear.
And he struggles to hide his sunburn from Robbie, which is really funny. Oh my gosh, another extremely interesting plot with Jackson. It reminds me of the scene in Drake and Josh where Drake pretends not to be ran over by the dune buggy and they make him fight his dad. But I guess it's just funny to watch Jackson and Robbie do it in a non-rude way.
What you need is a good old-fashioned deep tissue massage from hands strengthened by years of steel guitar playing.
I love that we're seeing more into Hannah Montana's double life. Like, this is such a complex issue that only celebrities would deal with, but when you bring it to be about more of a teenager's struggle, then it becomes so much more relatable, and I love that Hannah Montana can do it like that. Especially since we didn't quite have technology there yet, this makes us feel like we know what it's like to be a celebrity more than we used to.
Sure hope nobody's lactose intolerant.
So the next episode is called That's What Friends Are For. The title is a nod to the song That's What Friends Are For by Diane Warwick, Stevie Wonder, Elton John, and Gladys Knight. Miley is taken aback when Jake tells her he wants to keep their relationship platonic. Oh my gosh, Jake, you are hot and cold.
You're not into me at all? Not even a little bit? I mean, come on, it's only been a couple of months. What are you, made of stone?
Leaving her to try to convince herself that she's okay with the just friends arrangement. But as her feelings of jealousy start to surface, Miley as Hannah tries to one-up her rival, Michaela, by getting her fired from her project.
The intergalactic alien babe that I'll be kissing for the next 8 weeks. Michaela!
What?
When the scheme backfires, Miley realizes she's the one acting out of character and confronts her own jealousy.
You're funny. Man, it's too bad you're not famous too. We could have been such good friends.
Miley ultimately decides to embrace a more supportive attitude, so she dresses in an alien costume, pretending to be Michaela, help her out in an attempt to put her jealousy behind her.
Wait, he's not out here. Huh. Too bad.
See ya, sucker.
As Miley pretends to be Michaela, she starts insulting Jake to try to ruin their relationship.
I don't care if your mother was a rainbow trout.
Hold that thought. I gotta take this. No, I'm not busy. What's going on?
Cut!
Michaela finally breaks free, fighting with Lily for a moment before she confronts Miley and she runs away. Later, Miley and Jake have a conversation where she shows that she really does respect his boundaries. It just took a really bad publicity stunt.
I was not jealous.
Oh, Miley.
Okay, fine, I was.
This act of goodwill marks a turning point for Miley, and she learns the importance of respecting others' relationships and personal space, even though she went as far to dress up as her. Oh my god, Miley, that is not appropriate. And another episode where they're dressing up as separate people. So it's not even, like, abnormal in this universe that Hannah Montana is also Miley Cyrus. It just seems like you could take on another identity. I wonder how many people cheat on their families with other families in the Hannah Montana universe. And then in the subplot, Rico challenges Oliver and Jackson to avoid showering or changing clothes for a week in exchange for a free month of hot dogs. Dang, these guys are like actual dogs, and Rico is just playing with them at this point.
Showering or changing your clothes until they turn my water back on.
Free hot dogs? Oh, dude, you are so on.
They both take on the challenge, but Rico later reveals he had access to water the whole time, enjoying his role as the only sweet-smelling guy in the area, and then all the girls want to be around him. Jackson and Oliver's second episode together after the jerky cheese episode, which is funny because these guys together are just hilarious. I feel like it's rare, but it's so fun when it happens. This is her last, but unfortunately this is Michaela's last appearance, which is so sad because, I mean, I'm assuming it's because she's on Wizards of Waverly Place, but I would love to see this rivalry continue. But unfortunately, we have to put it to rest. And it's revealed in this episode that Jake actually has a trendy twin brother named Mason, adding an unexpected twist to his character's backstory. The next one is Lily's mom has a got it going on. The title is a nod to Stacy's Mom by Fountains of Wayne, which is a really good song. Check it out. After a PTA meeting, Miley and Lily notice a spark between Miley's dad, Robbie Wright, and Lily's mom, Heather Truscott, played by Heather Locklear. Random.
Just me, or are they actually starting to like each other?
You mean like or like?
Excited about the prospect of becoming sisters, the girls scheme to set up their parents on a date, hoping it'll blossom into a romance and they'll be sisters.
True. After you, sis.
No, after you, sis.
Ooh, lipstick check.
However, the date turns into a disaster and both parents are not only not hitting it off, but they're really angry at each other.
What goofy thing did your dad do this time?
My dad? How do you know it was my dad's fault?
Have you met your dad?
Miley and Lily start blaming each other's parents for the failed outing, and tensions rise between them. Oh my gosh, a lot of Miley and Lily arguments. The girls ended up in a heated argument, feeling let down by the other's family.
Okay, what are you two arguing about this time? Did somebody forget their Friendship Week anniversary?
We don't have week anniversaries anymore because we are no longer friends.
Their hopes of becoming sisters crumbles and their friendship becomes strained. But then they end up attacking each other in front of the entire class, leaving Oliver in the middle of it once again.
This one's mine.
Eventually, Miley and Lily realize that they might have pushed too hard and reconcile, understanding that their families are better off as friends.
I'm being attacked by Ceratopia!
In a brief scene at the end, Miley transforms into Hannah, marking one of the few moments she appears as her alter ego in the episode. The episode reveals that Lily's mom knows Aunt Miley's secret identity as Hannah Montana. Heather Locklear is from all those old 80s movies, and it's just so funny. We're gonna end this section of the video with episode 20, I Will Always Loathe You. We get a return of both Aunt Dolly and Mama Ruthie as they arrive to see Hannah accept the music award. Ruthie and Dolly actually have a long-standing feud dating back to high school when apparently Dolly stole Elvis from her, sparking years of animosity.
Too bad Dolly isn't here to see what a real blonde looks like.
Mama?
The rivalry quickly reignites as Dolly comes downstairs and the two start hurling insults.
Pull your claws in, Miss Kitty. I'm just here to celebrate my goddaughter's big night.
And I am here to celebrate my granddaughter's big night. That is my granddaughter, my kinfolk, a blood relation.
I'm good. Rico's public access commercial, take 2. And action.
Heyo! My name is Rico, and...
Cut.
Miley and her dad Robbie jump in to separate them before things get out of hand. The clash between Ruthie and Dolly gets progressively worse and outrageous. Ruthie actually makes digs at Dolly's appearances, calling her sparkly nails trampy. Using Dolly as an example, why would you use the word trampy in a Disney show? Lily and Miley attempt to show Dolly and Mama how ridiculous they're acting by reenacting their childhood.
Choose you. You stole him, you big-haired two-timing yakety yodeler. Well, I'd rather have big hair than a double-wide backside. Well, at least I don't have a triple-wide ego and a mouth to match.
And Jackson even joins in, dressed up as Elvis, and they try to hope it brings them back together, but surprise, it doesn't.
Don't be cruel. You gotta take all that anger and return to center, baby.
This is so catty. Things even get sneaky when Ruthie tries to buy Miley a more tasteful award show outfit, only for Dolly to vow to get Miley something that she would actually want to wear. Burn! At the final award show, Ruthie and Dolly promise to Miley that they'll be on their best behavior, and while Miley's on stage, they actually start arguing again about who's funnier.
Elvis thought I had a wonderful comic mind.
Oh, I know what Elvis was thinking about, and honey, trust me, it had nothing to do with your mind.
You take that back.
You make me.
Guys, come on. Bringing up memories of Elvis and pushing each other's buttons until they end up wrestling on the floor.
To stop what they're doing when I need them.
Miley's forced to intervene, pulling them apart and revealing their wigs. Humiliated and angry, Miley tells them that she may never forgive them. And at home, her father advises her to think it over. Miley inevitably apologizes for being so harsh, which is justified this time. Miley, you're not being a bad person. They're being nuts. And the two women decide to make amends, agreeing that their behavior was incorrect.
In the subplot, which consists of a total of 2 full scenes, we have Rico trying to make a commercial for Rico's.
My name is Rico, and...
Cut!
He's not so great at it, so in the end he hires somebody to replace him.
You kidding? He could be your brother.
I am his brother. Now that's a Rico.
And that's about all that happens there.
They all share a heartfelt group hug, and the episode wraps on Miley, Dolly, Ruthie, and Robbie singing True Friend together. It's fun to watch adults in arguments, and also watching Miley have to be the bigger person is really funny. It really shows the cycle of miscommunication. Like, Miley and Lily have been the ones having these arguments, but having it be like 2 supporting characters in an argument and the central characters to the show are actually just maneuvering what's going on is very interesting, because Miley gets to actually reflect on her own relationships as she sees these grown women fighting over this.
Okay, so now that we've covered all the episodes, it's the perfect time to go through our menu of guest stars. So if you're a fan of Hannah Montana, you'll probably notice that this specific batch of episodes feels almost like Celebrity Central, and that's not a coincidence. I call this the most guest star heavy chunk of the series, and there's like a good reason why. Disney Channel was leaning into its power to pull in big names from all around the world and pop culture. Guest stars become a way of keeping the series exciting, offering fans these wow moments and blending Miley's 2 worlds in an unpredictable way, and it's just so meta that it crosses with the real world in the way it does. Plus, this was Disney's golden era, where the biggest stars could easily jump from show to show, creating the massive crossover that made fans feel like they were part of one big interconnected universe. These cameos and crossovers really helped Hannah Montana feel larger than life, building on the idea that Miley's double life isn't just about juggling 2 identities, it's about mingling with some of the biggest names of all time. So as we get into episodes 11 to 20, keep an eye out for those star-studded appearances, because each one brings something unique to the story, and it's really interesting.
It's funny to think that Dolly was played by Dolly Parton. I mean, she was in the first season and she's back, but I just want to note that she's the country music legend known for Jolene and 9 to 5, and for her iconic career as a singer, songwriter, actress, and philanthropist. Her character Aunt Dolly plays Miley's fun-loving, glamorous godmother who knows Miley's double life as Hannah Montana and supports her. Aunt Dolly's warmth and musical talent add to Miley's support system, reminding her of her roots. Dolly Parton's status as beloved music icon adds the depth to her role, making her the perfect mentor for Miley. Although I wish if she was a mentor, she would come up in more episodes, because it's such an interesting premise to think that she has a female mentor. Like, I would love to see dynamics like that instead of just Miley and her father or her friends. And Dolly's presence also highlights the importance of family and the country values in Miley's life. Okay, well then why aren't you in the movie? Vicki Lawrence is an acclaimed comedian and actress, and she's best known for The Carol Burnett Show, and she was the lead in Mama's Family, which is an old sitcom. Mama Ruthie is Miley's tough, outspoken grandmother, fiercely overprotective, and often clashing with Aunt Dolly. Her no-nonsense attitude and southern charm make her the most memorable and sometimes overbearing figure in Miley's life. Vicki Lawrence's comedic skills shine in her portrayal of Mama Ruthie, bringing back the balance of humor and tough love to Miley's family dynamic. Her character helps keep Miley grounded, representing the traditional values and family support that Miley can count on through the up and downs of fame. You know, these characters seem so alike, and I love that we could see them argue as Aunt Dolly is talking about fame and the other one represents country values. Seeing them argue is just so interesting. I wish they were in the movie. And then of course, we can't not talk about Selena Gomez as Michaela. She gained popularity as a Disney star, starting off on Barney and Friends, and became widely known for her lead role in Wizards. She's also a successful singer, producer, and she sings like Come and Get It and Bad Liar. And she plays the character Michaela, who's Hannah's rival, another young pop star who is seemingly sweet on the surface, but competitive and envious of Hannah's success. Kind of reminds me of Sabrina Carpenter. Miley often finds herself clashing with Michaela as they vie for the spotlight. Selena Gomez's role adds a realistic layer to the show, portraying the competitive nature of the music industry. Her presence adds dramatic tension, illustrating Miley's struggle with jealousy and insecurity while staying true to herself. Oh, and then of course we got Jesse McCartney as himself. Jesse McCartney is a pop star singer. I don't know, he's an actor. He, for the early 2000s hits like Beautiful Soul, and for voicing characters in animated series like Theodore in Alvin and the Chipmunks, and Roxas in Kingdom Hearts. In Hannah Montana, he plays himself and becomes Miley's love interest after meeting backstage at a concert. Miley's thrilled to connect with him, though she quickly realizes the challenges of balancing fame and her personal life, which is always a fun episode. His cameo brings an extra spark of celebrity excitement to the show, with his real-life fame underscoring Miley's challenges with relationships as a young celebrity. And now that we have somebody outside of Jake Ryan, which, okay, Miley, you're just dating blonde guys, I see why you're choosing to be blonde, their encounter represents Miley's desire for normalcy despite her fame. And I love that it's always doomed, because it's like, of course that will never work out. Like, she wants a normal situation from an abnormal person. It's such an interesting relationship. Like, you know how like teenagers want what they can't have, or you want somebody that you know is bad for you? Miley craves what she really wanted growing up, normalcy, in other people, like the celebrities in her life. That's why she's probably attracted to more celebrities than she is necessarily people in her school. But I don't know, she is attracted to people in her school. I don't really know. The Jonas Brothers, of course, as themselves, they skyrocketed to fame as a famous pop rock band under Disney's Hollywood Records with SOS, Burnin' Up, and later coming back again with Sucker. They become the Disney Channel regulars with their own show, Jonas, and movies like Camp Rock. The Jonas Brothers play themselves and share an admiration for Robbie Ray's songwriting talents. Their friendship with Robbie causes Miley to feel left out, sparking her jealousy and eventually leading to a comical misunderstanding that she has to clear up. Jonas Brothers cameo is one of the show's most memorables, bringing a real-life pop idol into Miley's world. Their presence highlights the competitive and collaborative aspects of show business, kind of like Michaela, and their friendship with Miley emphasizes her need to balance relationships and the pressures of fame. And then Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as himself. Okay, so he's The Rock, a global superstar known for his wrestling career in WWE and being an actor in Fast and the Furious, Jumanji, and more. He plays himself in a humorous episode where Miley and Lily attempt to get an embarrassing picture of him, add humor to Miley's dilemma, while the willingness to help her recover from a secret photo shows his softer, supportive side, which is really cute. I love to see celebrities caring for each other. It makes me think of not reality. This episode reflects Miley's struggle with the paparazzi and her decision to prioritize integrity over deception. And then we have Heather Locklear. Heather Truscott, Lily's mom. So she's well known from the 80s and 90s TV and famous for Melrose Place, Dynasty, and Spin City. She plays Lily's mom, who briefly sparks a romantic interest in Robbie Ray, much to Lily and Miley's excitement, and the date doesn't go well, and that's the episode. Her role as Lily's mom brings in deepening Lily and Miley's friendship and testing it through family dynamics. Heather's role emphasizes the show's themes of friendship and family while adding a fresh parental perspective to the series. I never thought about this too much until this episode, but having Heather Locklear be such a masculine mom, attracting Robbie Ray, really shows where Lily gets her more masculine traits, like wanting to be a skateboarder and not necessarily knowing what it's like to be too girly. It's really cool to see where that's coming from. I struggle between loving the guest star episodes and not at all, because I hate that these characters, since they're so famous, they don't really come back. How much more story-driven would it be if... I mean, we get to see Aunt Dolly and Ruthie Stewart a bunch more times, but it is still, like, very rare. And I would love to see that be more of a common occurrence. Same with Selena Gomez. Like, why does she have a enemy that, like, comes twice and then never again? It doesn't develop strong enough relationship to feel like there's an issue. And I would love it if Selena Gomez wasn't so famous, or it wasn't her playing Michaela, to have seen Michaela come back often. You know, like, they could easily make these episodes about characters that they intend on keeping, or current characters, to make it more interesting. Although, there is an exception with the Lily's mom episode. It's cool to see Lily and Miley argue about something that's a little bit different than the last couple times they've argued, like the Cuffs episode, the Judge episode. They argue a lot in this season, but I guess it is nice and fresh to see her mom once, because her mom wouldn't be a character that would be common on the show anyway, although I would love to have seen her more than once. Then the Jonas Brothers also, it's like, that's so cool that they have like this friendship with Robbie Ray. Like, why can't that be ongoing and come back later? It seems like that they're waiting to invent new plot lines for the episodes when really they have developed characters that could keep coming back. There's also the positives where it's like, okay, you add the real celebrities and you have a better understanding of Hannah Montana's world. Like, she is slightly connected to the real world. But I would still give that up for a little bit more character development in this series. Overall, amazing chunk of episodes. I forgot how much I loved seeing all of these. Every one of these episodes I could vividly remember the commercial for it, the promo, all the guest stars, just because there were so many guests to see in this chunk of episodes.
But we also have the most underrated guest star. So underrated that she's actually guest starred way too many times for either of us to remember. That's right, we have not paid enough attention to the most hilarious and infamous detail in Hannah Montana.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Oh, yes, she did. She bamboozled us both.
Yeah, well, your bam is easy to boozle. You still don't know I sneak over to your house and use your hot tub on the weekends. Enough of this chit-chat. Let's find that girl.
Roxy. Roxy had a couple appearances in season 1 just being really erratic and intense and overprotective, which is really funny because since Miley doesn't have a mom in her life, this is like another female figure that is actually reoccurring that, unlike the guest stars in this season, don't just come for a couple episodes. Roxy has been in a bunch of episodes in season 1 and even more episodes this season in season 2. She's Miley's guardian angel. Roxy is like the hidden gem of this series. She offers protection to Miley and isn't afraid to keep Miley in her place when she's acting a little bit egotistical. She's on the plane with Miley when Miley's running away, offering her the insight to trust her father a little bit more. And I wish she played a more active role in the paparazzi episode, because being Hannah's bodyguard, I feel like taking the picture and that whole plot would have been a little bit more helpful to reflect on. But so far, adding Roxy a lot more often in the series is really making the show a lot better. I feel like this is the season she's actually in the most too, which is why she shouldn't go underrated. As we start to see less and less of her, I get sadder and sadder. But it's important to acknowledge how important she is to the show. I love seeing her. With that said, we say goodbye to a lot of recurring characters as the show continues, so let's take a moment of memorial. And that wraps up 11 through 20 of Hannah Montana Season 2. Wow, these episodes, do you guys see why I'm talking about this as the Celebrity Central? Because they are just packed. The series doesn't even do something this intense again. It's just this one specific chunk of episodes. These episodes really dig into fame and glamour and the negatives. Miley's relationship with her family and friends were constantly tested and reminds her that things are only going to get harder the more she grows up. So what's next? As we head into the final episodes of Season 2, we'll start to see the stakes continue to rise as Miley and Jackson's sibling rivalry will start to come to a head, and even one stuffed bear will lead to the season's biggest family feuds. Oh, and then also, we can't forget about Uncle Earl. Yeah, Uncle Earl is going to be coming up. So make sure you guys tune in when we get to the next section of the Hannah Montana Season 2 franchise.
We had a contract and it is legally binding. If I get home and your bedroom is not clean, you can forget about allowance. Okay, bye-bye.
Hannah may be a big rock star,
I'm a pop star.
but she's still just a little sister.
Miley, what's wrong? You saw your yearbook picture?
No, I'm living. What's wrong with my yearbook picture?
It's official, guys. We went over the first 10 episodes of Hannah Montana Season 2, then we went over the second episodes of Hannah Montana Season 2, and now it is time for the final 10 episodes of just specifically Season 2. Yeah, there was 30 episodes in the second season of Hannah Montana. Whether you think that's qualified as an offensive remark or not, that's just the reality of the world we're living. I went over this season a lot, and to be honest, I'm growing very tired of it. I swear, the season went on for like 5 years, but I'm finally ready to put it to rest. If you haven't seen my video already on the final episode, it's a doozy, but if you haven't, just stick around because we're gonna talk about it again. Hannah Montana goes places that you never have expected her to go in the first season and never really wanted her to go by the end of this season. As we gear up toward the third season in the movie, when things get really crazy, we definitely notice a really awkward era for Hannah Montana in this year. You'll be surprised with how many episodes in this specific quadrant you will not remember, but have lived rent-free in my brain for too many years. It was a little too late to be the early second season of Hannah Montana, and a little too early to be the third season of Hannah Montana. And it wears a lot on the actors. I really wish they changed up a little bit more, or just jumped to the third season earlier. But hey, there's more episodes, so I'm not complaining. Oh wait, yeah, I guess technically I am. With our first episode, with Bye Bye Ball, episode 21 of Hannah Montana Season 2. So it features the episode Joey Fatone from NSYNC, which is kind of random, and continues the celebrity cameos situation we've always talked about. Jackson spots a wasp, and in order to kill it, he accidentally rips Miley's teddy bear, Barry. So Jackson ends up basically breaking Miley's teddy bear, Barry Bear. They try to ignore the fact that Miley is still too old to have a teddy bear, and she believes in order to make things fair, she's gonna destroy something of his. So she goes to his room, which is the most disgusting place on earth. I mean, look at this place. How in the world does a human being habitate in this house? This is like the most disgusting episode of all Disney Channel ever. I can't believe how many things Jackson has left behind. Like, this guy is disgusting. It adds a new layer of depth to Jackson and a new reputation that I look down on him a lot more after seeing this. Like, this is so irresponsible. She ends up taking his Joey Vitolo signed baseball and decides to destroy it with a cheese grater. Instead, they accidentally throw it into the garbage disposal, only able to save the skin. And she's excited until Jackson comes back with Barry Bear fixed and apologizing. Now Miley's the guilty one, and she tries to fix the Vitolo ball before he could notice. But even Oliver admits that this was probably the rarest item and worth so much money, and that the fact that she broke it is like a super bad situation.
This was a Joey Vitolo? What kind of an animal are you?
Miley decides that maybe she can get his autograph again and make up for the mistake. So she goes to Joey Fatone's restaurant and tries to get him to sign the new ball. Unfortunately, Oliver already revealed that since he got injured in his 5th home run, he refuses to give any autographs, so it's gonna be a lot to go for. So after Joey says no, Miley finds out that his daughter is actually a really big Hannah fan, and he loves his daughter. So she goes back as Hannah Montana and tries to get him to sign it as a fellow celebrity. Instead, he makes her sing in a show with her and makes her dance with him. Basically, he's like holding this over her head and like, I will give you this autograph if you do this and then do this. And it's just a bunch of funny situations of Hannah having to do ridiculous things in this Italian restaurant. Meanwhile, Jackson tries to question Lily and Oliver about what happened to his ball, leading to him pushing them into his closet, which is the biggest torture ever. Like, how gross is this room? We have to go back to this. This is disgusting, Jackson. This is not human living.
It's okay. It's just a closet. What is that?
Jackson shows up to the restaurant and sees Hannah dancing with Vitolo, and he feels super sorry for her because it is atrocious. Like, poor Miley has to deal with this large Italian man forcing her to sing with him. He says he thinks Miley suffered enough for the ball, and Jackson forgives her. Hannah's happy and pushes Vitolo into a cream pie and rolls him on a cart away from them. In the end, Jackson, Miley, and Robbie eat at Vitolo's, and she finally gets the ball signed. Robbie tells her it was nice to forgive Mr. Vitolo, and then she says she promised Vitolo a dance one last time anyway. She then rips off her normal clothes to reveal that the exact same clothes that Joey Vitolo wears, and then Jackson actually finds out that Robbie signed the ball for him, and it was never his autograph to begin with. But this time, he has a real signature, so Miley actually got him a real autograph. Okay, Miley, good for you. This is the first episode where we see Jackson's room, and not happy about it, I'll tell you guys that much. In this episode, actually, we see Jackson using a Game Boy, which is so funny because I feel like we don't usually point to the culture. It's also kind of random because Nintendo DS was kind of the more popular thing at the time. I don't know why he has a Game Boy. Oh, probably because the actor playing Jackson is like 32, 33 here. But actually, I find that kind of interesting. Jackson's line, "A Timberlake mask couldn't make you look good," is a reference to Joey Vitolo's actor, who actually was with Justin Timberlake and NSYNC. Overall, this is like a really fun episode. I love that we get another celebrity guest star, but they're not like taking the entire plot. It's more of a Miley versus Jackson episode, which I happen to love. I think these guys' dynamic is really opposing and one of the most authentic things in the Disney Channel shows. Like, The brother and sister relationship is just so gross and authentic to who they are, and I don't know, I just think they're really good at playing this off. Although we can never stop talking about how bad Jackson's room is, I cannot get over it. I never want to watch this episode again just for the fact that every time we enter his room, I get a little bit more sad. Speaking of sadness, that brings us to episode 22. So up until now, we've always had this long-running gag about Uncle Earl, like Uncle Earl did this, Uncle Earl did that, and it's a really funny ongoing bit that never had to be carried out until today. Another guest star, but this guy's not a super famous guest star, but he's a really funny guy. He was on The Office. He was in a lot of animated films as main characters. You guys would definitely know him. David Koechner. We also get an appearance from Gilbert Gottfried. It seems like the celebrity cameos are just never going to end. Okay, we start out with Jackson raging at the TV because another Hannah Montana song is playing, which is super meta for no reason.
When is this not on?
He's interrupted by Barney Bittman, who is a famous critic. Oliver and Lily are super excited, but Miley is like, ugh, I don't like critics. He mentions that he's going to be reviewing Hannah Montana soon, and Miley quickly turns around and starts caring about his approval, especially since in this fake show. Miley's pretty much worried that she's going to trash Hannah just as much as she did Michaela, so she tries to fake a cold, but obviously Robbie Ray is like, don't let this get to you, it's just a critic. Jackson makes a really good impression of Barney Bittman.
What did that poor state ever do to you?
Miley is determined to give the best performance of her life. She doesn't want any distractions. She doesn't want to be blown apart. And of course, we have Uncle Earl's first appearance right here, right now. Uncle Earl is super pumped to hang out with the family and even comes in
Ran over this in Texas. Who wants to grill it up?
with roadkill, hoping to eat it. He brings his pet pig Cuddles and compliments the family on their larger-than-life lifestyle. Already, Uncle Earl is as weird as we expected. Miley's concerned about focusing on her concert with their uncle being there, but Robbie Ray just says not to worry about it.
If I know Earl, all he's going to want to do is run around Hollywood with a map of the stars home and play celebrity ding-dong ditch.
There's a lot of really funny references to them as children, which is always fun because it's partly a joke, partly lore. It must be the first time Uncle Earl is visiting them because Robbie suggests to go to the Hollywood sign, but he says that he's on a mission here and he wants to become a rock star, just like Miley. Uncle Earl picks up one of Robbie's electric guitars and turns out to be one of the worst guitar players ever. Even Lily and Oliver cannot hear afterward.
Never heard anything like it before.
And I may never hear anything ever again like that, because it was special.
It's so funny that this adult man is like trying to have the dream that this teenager is living. It's very topical for 2025. Miley tries to discourage him by saying she's going to be rehearsing all the time, but he's super excited about that. At the rehearsal for the Barney Bittman show, our Uncle Earl makes a complete fool of himself during Rockstar, which is one of my favorite songs, and Hannah is immediately more and more stressed. Robbie tries to stop him, but he's acting like a child and he just wants to play.
Come on, Robbie Ray. I done seen the lighting booth, the sound booth, the dressing room. I just want to watch one song real close up, please.
Already, this guy is such a natural at kids show acting. I mean, like, he's good in The Office, he's good at so many things, and he fits in so well in this world. And Miley plays off of him really good, too. It's like a typical sitcom, like, wacky character and straight person. Robbie calls Hannah Miley in front of the entire band, so I guess the entire band knows her secret, too. It's clear the director in this scene didn't think about who knew and who didn't know Hannah's secret. Miley continues to freak out because Uncle Earl is going to ruin the entire show. He even injures the guitar player, which means somebody needs to replace the guitar player, and I guess you can pretty much figure out how this is gonna go.
Everybody has them days.
Are you sure you can't play with your feet?
She walks out to find Uncle Earl on the phone with their Aunt Pearl, super excited that he's gonna live his dream and getting all emotional. Miley obviously feels worse. We get to the final show and Miley has stuck to her decision to let Uncle Earl go. She still has a little bit of reservations and tries to give him more notes before they go on stage, but essentially you've signed your death wish, Hannah. In order to combat this issue, Jackson dresses up as Ozzy Osbourne in another attempt to drive him away from this issue.
What are you doing at a Hannah Montana concert? Oh, is that where I am?
It goes horribly wrong and pretty much pulls off his wig, which is a kind of controversial move. Like, imagine if this actually was Ozzy Osbourne. That would be so disrespectful.
Enjoy the show.
Miley and Robbie then decide that it's going to be too much and Uncle Earl should not go on with them. It's really nice to see that this isn't only Miley's problem, but it's also Robbie's. Like, I love that it's kind of like a dual character moment. In a last-minute effort, no surprise, Miley sees him sat on the side of the stage and asks him to join her on stage. This is like the most stereotypical 2000s thing. It's like, oh, we're not getting along, but let me invite you on stage so we can make up. Honestly, if somebody invited me on stage and I was like in a bad mood, I definitely wouldn't be so enthusiastic. By the end, Miley chooses family over fame. She rocks out with Uncle Earl on stage, and it's so rewarding given all the jokes we've been having about him throughout the seasons. And it's a nice character arc for Miley, even though she consistently needs to learn the same lessons over and over again. And there's this last moment where Uncle Earl can't actually sit up from the bench, so Miley helps him and she drops him, and I swear when this came out, I thought he died. I thought this was a big moment. Why did we only see Miley when he fell? Like, this is concerning. And then, of course, we go back to just them sitting on the couch, so obviously the audience is freaking out, and the cast just doesn't really care. We're trying to hear if Uncle Earl is alive or not. But it's clear that that wasn't really that big of a deal, and I guess was worried for nothing. This next episode was one that was always, like, really near and dear to my heart, because I remember a lot of the promos for it. This is the one Hannah Montana episode that, like, really went off tone for what the show established itself to be.
Obviously they met, or we wouldn't even be here.
Jackson?
It's supposed to be this grounded TV show about a teenage girl living a pop star life, but I swear this one is one of those episodes that just completely go off the rails. I mean, we saw something like this in the Make-A-Wish one, where Miley wished to the sky that she was never Hannah Montana, or her secret was never a secret, and that was like the only other time we had like unrealistic standards for what was going on in an episode, and we get another one of those this season. In the way we almost weren't. Her, Robbie Ray, Jackson, they're all like living the tour life in this. And it's funny because it translates really well, like the bumpy road, or makes it easier for her to brush her teeth. Although it seems like they're all starting to get sick of each other because of how confined this space is.
Now, I don't want to hear it. We're going to stop and smell the dang roses, and you're going to like it. So clean up your faces, get off this bus, and start sniffing.
In the promo for this episode, it was about, like, Miley seeing her parents about to get back together, but they keep disappearing, and I used to think that this was going to be a really crazy episode, and even though it was just a one part, like, I knew I was in for something interesting. Miley has to get back to town soon, so there's a little bit of a rush, making the thunderstorm a lot more threatening. Robbie has had it with their spoiled attitudes, and decides to go out to the nearest diner to get a drink, abandoning his children. In another attempt to get his kids to be grateful, Robbie Ray puts his foot down and is like, we're going to eat at this restaurant. He drags them to the restaurant, and it's only like an old lady waitress and a rundown shop. Robbie insists that he's going to take his time and he's going to enjoy it, even if they don't. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, we have something really uninteresting. It's Oliver and Lily getting stuck to chairs and not being able to get out of it, and they even get stuck on each other's chairs. This is not a plot compared to what's going on. As Miley is about to get Robbie Ray to head out, she gets struck by lightning and falls backwards.
Are you okay?
Next time, you're going first.
Suddenly, they go back into the diner, and it's this really nice, up-to-date restaurant, unlike what it was a couple minutes ago. The waiters are young, the ambiance is pumping, and Robbie Ray has a mullet? What's even really weird is that Brooke Shields is in this episode. It's cool that she appeared twice and is finally back to reprise her role as Miley's mom. There's not a lot of moments where we get to see them actually interact, but this is one of them in real time.
Like totally lost and kind of in a hurry. Which way back to Highway 10?
Egyptian.
Not just a flashback, not just a video about the flashback. It's happening right here. The siblings realize that they must have gone back in time and she was struck by lightning, and they think that they're in just this simulation type thing where they get to watch their parents meet, but it turns out that the parents don't even like each other, as the mom is a distracted waitress and the dad is a know-it-all pop star. Kind of like what he was complaining that Miley was. Miley and Jackson dismiss this, thinking that this is just how it was supposed to be, until Jackson starts to disappear. Suddenly they realize that they're playing a bigger part in this, and that their family might not be coming together in the way that they thought it would.
almost like this idea that things don't necessarily happen naturally, or like when you're not playing a role in life, things just go wrong. I don't know, it feels like an episode about accountability. Time goes by, Miley and Jackson are still at the restaurant, and Jackson's trying to hide up his disappearance. Have you ever been insecure that you're going to disappear? Yeah, me too. Jackson tries to talk to his dad, but he's really immature, and it's really funny to see them interact this way.
Don't break my heart, my itchy twitchy heart.
Miley and her mom don't get along either, which is really interesting because, you know, not only are they interacting for the first time, but they're arguing. They start to take a more active role in being like, okay, maybe we should try to get our parents together or else you're gonna fully disappear. And then things take a really dark turn when Jackson fully disappears. Miley runs out of ideas, so she's just like, oh my god, you know what, screw it. She falls onto the floor and tries to create a giant scene.
Somebody help me. Not you.
And in this little act, they finally look into each other's eyes and fall in love. It's interrupted when Miley wakes up again on the trailer floor with Jackson nudging her, so it turns out the entire thing was a dream. Miley realizes that they need to be grateful and look around and smell the roses just like their dad said, and go back into the diner to hear the story of how her parents met. We get to know a little bit more about the Stewart family, only to be interrupted again by this B-plot. I mean, I don't want to see Oliver and Lily getting into sketch-like hijinks just from sitting on a chair. It's getting a little tiring. And why did they end up going to the Stewart's house? Like, they shouldn't have keys there. In the end, I don't even think they, like, get out of the chairs. I think they just keep falling. And the episode goes unresolved. I mean, at least the A-plot was really interesting to make up for the fact the B-plot was a little less climactic.
See, the way we almost weren't is surprisingly similar to the Wizards of Waverly Place movie, and this one came first. I definitely think the Wizards of Waverly Place movie is a definitive edition of this, because clearly they had an hour and a half to do a plot line just like this, so there's a lot more emotional depth and an incredible way of going into it, although I do think Hannah Montana technically did it first, even if they didn't do it better. But that's just worth noting. I don't think we need to get into that super much.
Episode 24, You Didn't Say It Was Your Birthday. It's a play on the lyrics of the song by the Beatles called Birthday, and it says, You Say It's Your Birthday is the song's opening lyrics. So one morning, Miley wakes up and goes down to eat, but she realizes that Robbie didn't make scrambled eggs for her, so she asks Jackson, who knows that Robbie didn't make them both breakfasts. Something suspicious, like why is Robbie acting this way?
What's the matter? Your blow dryer's on the fritz?
Oh no, I know what it is, Daddy. You had a dream that I was the only child, and you woke up to that.
Jackson ends up having a flashback about yesterday, how Miley flatters herself as Hannah.
Even though it'll make me late for my date, I'll be happy to drive her. You do so much. It would be a privilege to ease your burden in any way that I can.
But she's like, this did not actually happen that way. And she retells the story where Jackson flatters himself.
You do it. It'll fill that empty void you call your life.
Please, drive me just this once. You don't even have to stop. Just slow down and I'll tuck and roll.
And both of them pretty much try to take advantage of Robbie. Either way, you know, one of you guys disrespected him, okay? So give it up. Meanwhile, Lily and Oliver find a chip that looks like Darth Vader. Oh, these B-plots, guys. People around them start getting really interested in it and start bidding to buy the chip. I don't know why this would make it such a valuable piece of art, but whatever. Meanwhile, Miley and Jackson are still trying to figure out what's going on with Robbie Ray. And, guys, another episode with the siblings versus Robbie Ray. I mean, it's one thing to have them, like, every few episodes, but back to back, like, I just watched you guys disappear for, like, 15 minutes. Like, you guys did all you can do with these plots. Could we please take a break from this? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure this is going to be a good one. But it turns out that neither her or Jackson's theories are correct. He is sad for another reason.
If it wasn't how you acted.
It's not how you acted.
And he ain't gonna tell us anything.
Then what was it?
They see that they actually forgot Robbie's 40th birthday. Whoa, guys. Big deal this time. That was sarcastic. Robbie's always mad at them. Miley and Jackson prepare for a surprise party, but she has to go to a CD signing somehow at the same time. Ugh, Miley just never has it easy, huh? So one by one, the fans come up for a signature, and she has to get through all of these autographs in time to have a surprise party. Robbie keeps dropping the hints that the number 40 is super important. And both the siblings know what he's talking about now, but it's It's funny, they continue to pretend like they don't. When they actually finally get the party together, it's really depressing because it turns out the entire Stewart family forgot about Robbie's birthday. Like, it wasn't just Miley and Jackson.
No, we didn't forget. Tonight? No, we didn't forget. Okay, so we forgot. Your Christmas lights are still up. Who are you to judge? So are you coming? Hello?
Jackson has to invite the delivery guy, the gas station waitress, and a balloon blower, and a small band who calls themselves the Aristocats. Robbie is super surprised when he sees the party, and at first he seems to be frustrated, but we later find out that he's actually super happy about it, and he appreciated the effort. I guess Miley and Jackson actually were able to make up for the fact that they forgot his birthday, and he accepts their apology. Story ends with Jackson giving Robbie a free dessert coupon, and they all have a group hug. In the B-plot, Rico tries to set out a big offer for this Darth Vader-shaped chip. Yeah, we forgot that was happening. When Rico puts it under the microscope, it turns out that all the chips look like countries or characters that belong to Rico, so he has to have the chip. But they end up running away instead. In the end, Rico's chasing Lily and Oliver over the chip, and finally a dog eats the chip. Lily, Oliver, and Rico end the episode chasing each other with the tune of Yakety Sax, which is the same end-running theme of the classic 60s, 70s, and 80s TV show, The Benny Hill Show. Random reference. I didn't notice until I looked this up, but when Rico enters the beach sounding like Darth Vader from his point of view, you could see to the left side of the screen that Brandy Cyrus is actually in this. This is one of the very few episodes in which Lily and Miley don't interact with each other like at all. This episode also reveals that Robbie Ray was born in 1968, meaning that he was 20 years old when he met Miley's mother. And we learn that Lily's dad is an accountant. Well, we don't see him yet, and I'm excited to because I love John Cryer. Hannah in the Street with Diamonds is a parody title on the song Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, which is a really impressive title change. I think this is one of my favorites over the entire show. Season 2, episode 25. We're about to surpass the first season of 26 episodes, and this show is already wearing a little bit. I definitely think 30 episodes is overstaying your welcome for a season, but kids shows, I guess, are different. So Miley, Oliver, and Lily are checking out the Hollywood stars and take a picture outside of Madonna. Miley's excited because finally she's gotten a star for Hannah Montana on the Walk of Fame. She's disappointed to find out that it happens to be under a hot dog stand. They meet a hot dog guy that is slinging hot dogs on top of Hannah's star and refuses to move, essentially. Miley is insistent that she is not a diva, but when people start actually spitting on the star, she starts to have a problem, which I would too. This is completely fair in this scenario. Like, Miley's not being a diva. Miley has a talk with Robbie Ray, who has insight because obviously he's been a celebrity too, so that's kind of a cool backstory. He says not to worry about it because it's just a star, but then when Miley asks him to switch with him, he's basically like, no, I like my spot. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Jackson can't get to work because his car breaks down, and I don't recognize this car super well. I guess he just has a different car every few episodes. And Rico has no sympathy. Robbie Ray shows up to take over Jackson's role for the day, and already this episode's off to a fun start. Meanwhile, Miley is trying to get her star changed, so she meets up with one of the guys who does it, I guess. Mr. Garrison. Apparently she was going to have a completely different spot, but this guy switched it to make room for Pancake Buffalo, which is one of his childhood favorite. He even has a giant mural in his office. Hannah decides she's gonna go talk to this one. Meanwhile, Robbie can't handle being an employee, even though his hair is literally getting in the food. I don't know whose side I'm on at this point. And this plot is just about him having to wear a hairnet. But I do like that an adult man is being bossed around by Rico. Like, he's literally so small. So to see him be so authoritative is funny. Jackson eventually returns, and it turns out that Robbie actually glued him to the bottom of the surfer shop. Oh my gosh, you can't do that, Robbie.
Oh, Rico!
Miley shows up on Pancake Buffalo's set to actually meet the puppeteer and try to get her spot back. Even Lily and Oliver know who Pancake Buffalo is, so I guess this is just a world-renowned thing in there. The puppeteer playing him is a really sweet old lady, but refuses to talk to her outside of Pancake Buffalo. After a second.
No, you don't need to use your angry voice.
You know, she's always had a problem with that.
Zip it.
Anytime she has to discuss her star, she has to talk to Pancake Buffalo, which is the puppet. This puppet has got a lot of sass and energy, and I hope he becomes a recurring character on the show.
There's no sitting down here. Now let me hear that happy voice.
Okay.
She goes back to Mr. Garrison to express her disbelief in this puppet, but he's on her side, of course. Meanwhile, Pancake Buffalo's getting ready for his ceremony on the Walk of Fame, and he gives Mr. Garrison one last show, and this guy just dances like a kid. I mean, this is kind of how I am with old kid shows. We see Oliver dressed as a cop and are aware that something's about to go down. They distract Mr. Garrison as Lily comes with a strudel cart, distracting the puppeteer long enough for Miley to step in for Pancake Buffalo and try to ruin his reputation. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Miley's actually good at being a puppet so far. This is funny. She trashes Mr. Garrison publicly and even bites his nose. But of course it's too late. The puppeteer comes back and Mr. Garrison realizes that it's not her. Miley comes to terms with the fact that she's not going to get the spot she wants, but it doesn't matter because her fans appreciate it, which is a really sweet ending. And she gets one small final win as a porta potty lands on Pancake Buffalo's star, which is kind of worse than Hannah's. And there's a little funny moment where we're watching Pancake Buffalo trash everybody that's walking by him, and it's kind of funny. Did you know that actually Robbie Ray and Rico technically meet for the first time? I mean, they've been mentioned a lot. Their plots can somewhat overlap, but this is the first time Robbie Ray and Rico actually meet, and it's funny because Robbie Ray does not have a tolerance for this kid, which is definitely in tune with his diva-like persona that comes out of Robbie every now and then. I wish they touched upon that in the movie a little bit. It seems a little unfair that Miley is judged super heavily for being a diva in the movie, but then suddenly he could act out whichever way he wants. Then we have episode 26, Yet Another Side of Me. Hannah's meeting with her stylist, Daliano, which is cool because we don't usually see her have a relationship with a stylist so far. And she's basically like, I love my new outfit, it's awesome. Even though it's been 26 episodes and she's really just worn different styles of glitter. Perhaps you guys change your wig or do something in time for the next season. And Daliano is buttering her up. He's like, you're my favorite client and everything, until one other client walks in. Daliano claps and all of the Hannah stuff is replaced with this girl. I guess her name's Ice and she's kind of like a Madonna ripoff, because I guess she's a little more famous and we kind of feel bad now. Hannah has like an interaction with this famous girl, and it's kind of different than her relationship with Dolly, which is interesting because that's her celebrity connection. But seeing her starstruck for another star is very cute. Turns out that this woman is a little bit more snotty than we think and makes fun of her.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
I wasn't. Until now.
Which I imagine the actual entertainment industry doing more of. She explains to Miley that her fans are not going to be interested in her for long unless she changes and adapts, which is kind of relevant for being episode 26 of season 2. It's so funny because she is inevitably going to change in 4 episodes from now, so just the fact that even if this episode ends that way, it's not going to stick. Or she's going to inevitably follow this rule anyway, so what's the point? I like that she cares a lot about this girl's approval. And this woman's not really famous, so I don't know what the point is. Maybe because they didn't want an actual celebrity to trash Miley in this episode, that would kind of make them look bad. Hannah comes back sad to Robbie Ray, basically saying that like she knows she's going to become irrelevant very soon, which is definitely an accurate trail of the media landscape. 2 back-to-back episodes about Hannah embracing the diva-ness of having a Hannah persona and like trying to figure out what is a battle worth fighting for. Robbie tries to be comforting, but just like the last episode with Pancake, he seems to care about being a celebrity too much. I don't know what the side is of him. He's been way too into it lately. Meanwhile, Jackson goes on a date with Tawny from Sunny with a Chance. Is this a crossover episode? No, because she's a different character with a different name. But then again, Sunny with a Chance didn't come for a couple years, I don't think. Rico basically embarrasses Jackson in front of her, but she thinks it's super funny. Jackson reveals to Rico that he actually needs a raise. Rico agrees to it pretty quickly, as long as Jackson barks every time somebody says the word dog, which seems like a really simple thing, but it obviously becomes taken way too seriously by Rico. This muscular man at the beach questions Jackson immediately, and Jackson can only bark in response. I don't know how Rico could have planned this, but it's really funny.
You call my girlfriend a dog? Woof. Oh, that's it! You're dog meat!
Miley fantasizes about what other options she has as Hannah Montana. We see Miley in a black void as different caricatures of what Hannah Montana could be.
Don't like it? Well, I don't really care, because I'm $50 Hannah and I got facial hair. Word.
I think Drag King is in. Then we see Miley in a black void, even with the yellow pot on her head. It just seems like she's some kind of mime, and it's all kind of disturbing. I think this is going to be in my nightmare soon. Hannah is depressed because, of course, the woman who gave her the advice is the queen of pop, so if she doesn't listen, she is going to become irrelevant. That's when Miley finally settles she wants to be a rock, heavy metal version of Hannah. Her friends and family are super surprised and try to be supportive, but really it's not a good look for her. Miley essentially tells them she doesn't have a choice. She has to do something.
We hate her.
Why?
She scares us.
Despite the fact that her friends are straightforward scared of her as that. In the B-plot, Jackson calls out Rico for bullying people all the time. Like, how does he not have any friends? And he says that he's friends with his brother, Mateo, but it turns out Mateo doesn't even like him. It ends in a sweet moment where Rico and Jackson realize that they actually are friends because most of their interactions are together. I don't know if that's what qualifies as a friendship, but sure, you guys can use this, I guess.
You want to go back to my house and pay my brother to dance like a monkey?
Miley argues with Robbie Ray's old figurine, which is funny because, of course, he's a celebrity. He gets his own figurine. In a dream with a CGI building that kind of looks like the Tipton, Miley shows up as a Hannah Montana in a red wig and gives her heavy metal side. A Girl Scout troop. Turns out all the Girl Scouts actually love it and follow exactly in her footsteps and start wrecking the entire place. Imagine Mike and Lola having to adjust to this new persona. Like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna be like emo anime type characters? I'm actually curious to see them as Miley supporters just as much as I want to see the heavy metal Hannah. Miley realizes her influence and her impact on the fans, and Robbie's taken on a stick out of the room. This sequence is so funny, one of the funniest moments in all of Hannah Montana, because it's just like, of course this would happen. Miley wakes up from the dream, and thank God she does not have to suffer the consequences. Robbie has a talk with her and says that her fans will always be there as long as she's herself, which, I'm sorry, Robbie, that's not how the technology age works. Miley finally concedes and decides to stay herself. With one last visit to her stylist, she learns that Ice is actually dressed up as her. I guess that's her next new thing, which is funny because it means that Miley already was the new thing. So that's a perfect reflection of how an older generation person tries to bash a mentee. I wish we got to see more of this girl throughout the episode because it's kind of cool how she is like an antagonist to Miley despite the fact that she's like an elder. Like if Dolly was like this, that would be such a different story, but thank God she's not. That would be terrifying. Yet another side of me kind of reminds me of Miley's Can't Be Tamed era, or even Wrecking Ball. You know, like this is exactly what mirrored reality. Really took on this persona where she was defying the social norms of what a pop star was, and I think it's super iconic. And even though at the time people were kind of critical to her about it, I feel like this episode's a good, answer to that question. Like this episode really shows that like she cares about the fans, and that's kind of what mattered in the long run. And, through her career choices, I definitely think she did the right thing. Since we're not talking about too much pop culture things, we're not going to get into it a lot, but it is really cool that every event that happened in Hannah Montana kind of mirrors Miley Cyrus's real life. These are scenarios she's spent a lot of time in and got time to understand and think about, and it's really cool that we actually get to see that in the show. Like, that's the bigger impact of this show, and probably why it's lasted so long, because it is so much more relevant than we all give it credit for. Next we have The Test of My Love, which is the 27th episode of Season 2. This is where the episodes get a little random. It's more of a Miley dating episode than a Hannah episode, but I guess it does come up. This is definitely one of the forgettable episodes for me, if I'm being honest. I don't remember a lot of what went down in this, maybe because it doesn't tie into the main premise super well. Not like it's bad, it's just off. It could be done in any Disney Channel show.
What if it turns out that he's the one? At your wedding, I'll be able to say that I was standing right next to you when you completely ignored me and walked away.
There's a wealthy, snobby couple that are donating $250,000 to build a playground. While listening to them, Miley falls head over heels for this teenage boy named Trey. When Miley's like trashing the parents for being snobby and rich, Trey reveals that he's actually their son. And he is also filthy rich. Lily is super into the relationship, and it's not just like a normal crush, it seems like she wants to get married to this guy. Which makes sense because he's blonde and looks like Jake Ryan a little bit. Which is enough for her, I guess. We come back to Miley admiring the sand that Trey was standing on, which this is kind of going a little far for her. Miley gets a call from Tracy once again, and I like that she has like a fake friend. Like, it's very It's very infamous to have a fake friend, especially if you're a celebrity, I guess. She tells her about her Putt Putt for Puppies charity event.
What did she want? To make sure I was wearing mauve.
What?
Mauve.
What? Purple!
When she's making fun of Tracy, she is surprised by Trey, who actually comes back to the beach looking for her. She's embarrassed, so he tries to make her feel better by wearing a watermelon from the trash can on his head. This is not a move, Trey. I don't know why you thought this would work. Trey asks her out officially and says that he wants her to meet his parents. Then we have a short, I'm not even sure if this is a B-plot, but a bunch of people that Robbie hired to clean Jackson's room will just simply not do it because it is so toxic it could kill people. Yeah, I told you guys a couple episodes that Jackson's room is just downright disturbing. And Jackson enters, clearly the owner of the room, and does not know how to clean up after himself. Robbie gets mad, saying like, this is enough, like you have to clean your room, but Jackson does not see an issue with this. I love that Jackson's room becomes a recurring character. Like it's not even just one episode. It's like he genuinely has to clean it at this point.
And putting them in the closet where they belong. No, Dad, I wouldn't do that. Ugh.
What if we just stuck together all the separate plots that had to do with Jackson's room and we made it seem like it was a feature film about Jackson having to get over his room's dirtiness? I don't know, that would be kind of funny to me. Miley prepares for her date with Trey by acting all pretentious and getting into a really classy outfit. English inspired, and I don't know how this would impress the parents. So she goes on a date. Lily convinces her to go as herself and that like maybe the parents will like her. Sure, everything will work out. But uh-oh, turns out on the date, the parents are as pretentious as she thought, and call her like a hillbilly.
They call it sweetbreads.
Doesn't taste like bread.
That's because it's cow pancreas.
They talk down to her as if she's like a peasant just because she doesn't have as much money as them, and it's kind of really insulting, especially because Miley has the secret of being a little bit more classy than she comes across. It's sad though because it's like they're basically asking her to pull in order to be accepted, and this is like one of the moments where Miley just straightforward denies it the entire time, and I like that. I like that she really stands up for her heritage. She accidentally tells them that her parents are rich or that she lives a rich lifestyle. Trey's parents insist they want to see her house right now, which I wouldn't accept, guys. I would just say, don't. No, you're not coming over. Miley calls Robbie and Jackson, who are actually in the middle of cleaning his disgusting room, so there's no worse time to actually have this event. But luckily, just in time, Miley brings over the parents, and Jackson and Robbie are all done up, ready to impress them. They act snotty and funny, and this part is just, this is just really funny because we know who they actually are, and seeing them try to be super different is really cool.
Sweet niplets.
Especially Jackson, knowing he just walked in with stuff on his face, and the accents they put on are so cringe. They end up pushing the parents to the limit, and they see through the facade. Miley gives one little speech about how she doesn't care what they think. She tries to say something good about Jackson, and she can, and this is just one of the funniest moments in this entire season.
And my brother, let me just tell you, my brother. What are you gonna do? Can't pick your family.
Surprisingly, Trey actually stands up for Miley and agrees with her that his parents are snotty and they're tired of it. The parents leave in a huff through the back door, only to be surprised that all the stuff from Jackson's room were piled up behind it. They collapse under the clothes and all is well. Trey ends up having dinner with the family in a really realistic setting, and they all get along really well. I don't understand why we never see Trey again after this episode. It's also interesting because this is an episode where Miley almost exposed her secret to Trey and his parents, which is crazy because it's like Miley doesn't have a lot of slip-ups, but the fact that this is like bothers her so much that she's almost going to accidentally reveal her like lifetime secret, like that's crazy. I like how the B-plot actually coincides with the A-plot, like the fact that Jackson's room was a mess didn't actually ruin the rest of it, but you know.
Now we have episode 28 of season 2 of Hannah Montana, Joni Be Good. Its title is a reference to the song Johnny Be Good by Chuck Berry.
Okay, so we start off on Miley dreamily listening to this audiobook that Lily also has seen to show how romantic the two girls can think. They're interrupted by Joni, who's walking by and makes fun of them. You remember Joni, she's like kind of the school bully. She's been around since the second season. I mean, this season. Has been kind of like an antagonist for the girls. A love story happens right in front of them. Yeah, it seems like Joni drops her book and Oliver helps pick them up right after she bullies the girls. I always had fun with this episode because it is a funny concept that your best friend is dating your bully, I guess. I mean, how often does this happen in kid shows? I know there's like times where it's like you don't like the significant other that's being dated, but can you imagine the bully? Suddenly Oliver is in love with her, and Lily talks about how Joni has bullied her whole life, which is weird because why didn't she come up in the first season at all? It's really cute because we see an exact replica of one of Lily's first season outfits in this flashback. And this little girl who's been in a lot of Disney Channel shows is also there.
I love my kite. I love my kite. I love my kite.
They basically tell Oliver he's crazy, but it's clear that he's smitten. Meanwhile, in the B plot, Jackson falls for a new girl that comes by the surf shop, and it seems like they have a really good connection until Rico reveals that it is his sister. Meanwhile, Lily and Miley are talking about how the date probably went, saying hopefully it was awful, hopefully it was terrible. But Joni and Oliver come in already holding hands. Joni is not interested in pretending like she even likes the girls. Oliver talks her down from being angry, which is kind of funny, because they literally went on like one date and they're already like a married couple. Oliver is earnest that he wants his best friends and girlfriend to get along, and when they realize that it's important to him, they decide, yes, we're gonna have a sleepover with Joni and we'll try to get along.
Fine, we'll invite her.
Girl always says say what, say what?
As they get ready for the sleepover, Lily talks about different ways she could scare her, like putting a snake in her sleeping bag, and I'm already concerned. Oliver and Joni come by, getting ready for the sleepover, and Joni is dreading this just as much as the girls are. Miley tries to put on a best face, which is sweet of her. The three girls engage in a really aggressive pillow fight, and it's clear that it's not just about having fun here. Already, this slumber party is off to a devastating start. They disagree over what to watch, making fun of each other's choices, and Joni even trashes Hannah Montana, which is a fair assessment. Oliver watches from the window to make sure everything's going okay, which could seem caring, but I'm a little scared.
Then why aren't you sitting with her?
How do you know that?
Joni and Lily actually start bonding over celebrity gossip, which is funny because Miley was the one that's optimistic about it, and now suddenly Joni and Lily are getting along. Meanwhile, Jackson goes on a date with Rico's sister, and he cannot get Rico out of his mind. Rico even appears on the face of this girl, which is not how siblings work. Let's take a break from this one because it's getting scary. Miley congratulates Lily for getting along with Joni, but Lily admits that it was actually pretty genuine and they had a good time. Joni and Lily are actually really good friends now. Oliver comes in and is super happy, and Joni even tells Oliver that they're gonna have a hockey game, which Miley did not know about. Oh gosh, this is already pretty catty. I was kind of like this at this age, where I would be jealous if my friends were friends with other people. Miley starts having intrusive thoughts about all of her friends getting along without her, which is super fair. And she's determined to make sure that they don't actually get closer to each other, which is kind of dark. Jackson tries to get over his fear of seeing Rico all the time, and he actually mistakes Rico for his sister and dips him trying to kiss him? What the heck is happening in this?
And this is gonna fix everything.
The girl is officially turned off by Jackson, and we all get it. Meanwhile, Miley is trying to fit in with Joni and Lily, so she insists on getting involved in their hockey game. Miley is understandably terrible at hockey, but it's nice to see Lily's old hobbies coming back to play a role in the plot. I feel like in the third season we almost completely abandoned her sportsman-like attitude, but I don't know. I feel like this is a nice comeback. Lily breaks it to Miley that she stinks at sports, and she learns firsthand as somebody tackles her into the goalie. Miley is incapacitated as Lily and Oliver take care of her and have a conversation with her about why she shouldn't be jealous and she doesn't have to pretend to be different in order to fit in with them. And it's all resolved when they see Joni get hurt just as much as Miley did. I can't tell if Miley learned a lesson here. In the last scene, Jackson hits on another girl but sees Rico on her shoulders. Jackson has some really weird intimacy issues that involve his boss way too much. I mean, it's funny for a kid show because obviously it's not that deep, but it's still kind of crazy. Okay, then we have one of these infamous episodes. We're getting on season 2, episode 29 now. We're all in this date together. So Miley's at a celebrity auction where they're trying to raise money by selling a date with Hannah Montana. There's a really funny bit where Ray Romano is there, and I love Everybody That Loves Raymond, so this is a really funny bit for me. And nobody knows who he is, and then obviously Hannah gets immediately auctioned, and he's like, what the heck is going on? The cold open ends with Corbin Bleu bidding on Hannah. I don't know if you guys remember, but Corbin Bleu is from the first episode of Hannah Montana, and they even have a flashback remembering it, so that way the audience is caught up, which is fair. He was in one episode, how would we know that? But he gets in a bidding war with Rico, who also wants to go on a date with Hannah Montana.
20,000!
I mean, of course, Rico does not know that Miley is Hannah, but, you know, just remember that. Miley has a fantasy about dancing with Corbin Bleu in If We Were a Movie, and it's interrupted by another fantasy with Rico running with her in a grass field and a giant tornado following them. In the end, Corbin Bleu and Rico agree to go on the same date with Miley, who is really angry about this situation. Corbin Bleu's name is Johnny in this, but I'm not going to call him that. There's only one Johnny, and this one is 2000. I can't tell if that was a positive thing, though, now that I said it. In the B-plot, Roxy is worried about meeting an old friend from high school and appearing like she has not been successful. So she apparently told her that she lives in a Malibu house with a husband in hopes that Robbie was away this weekend. This is one of the most stereotypical sitcom plot lines, but since it's Roxy, I'm gonna forgive it. One of those characters gets ready for their family reunion and lies about having a better life. Yeah, that is very common. It turns out to be the woman from Abbott Elementary, which is really exciting given the context now. Robbie agrees to play along because he feels bad for Roxy, and the plot is kicked off. Meanwhile, Rico is bragging to Miley about how he has a date with Hannah Montana coming. When seeing Lily and Oliver sick, Miley realizes she has the perfect way to get out of the date. So she has Lily and Oliver try to spend too much time with Rico so he can become super sick. This is messed up, Miley. Can you imagine in the COVID era, Miley would go to prison if this were the case. Rico inevitably does end up getting sick and even sells food to the customers with his germs in it. Oh my god, this is gross. So then we cut to the date. Corbin Bleu is getting ready to see Hannah, and Hannah is expecting to go one-on-one. But she's surprised when Rico does inevitably show up as his sick self. The three sit on their sushi date together, which is, I didn't know you could have a minor bid to go on a date with a celebrity. It just feels weird to me. And he sits on her lap for a picture. Guys, this is so uncomfortable. It's always so funny because one of the only people in the theme song that doesn't know she's Miley. So this is really fun to watch. Roxy insists on treating Jackson and Robbie like their family, and they actually get into full arguments. Meanwhile, Miley continues to try to get Rico to leave the date looking like a fool in front of Corbin Bleu, Johnny. Her mistreatment even goes so far that Rico is knocked from the bench into the crab tank. He's annoyed, but not as annoyed as Corbin Bleu. Corbin Bleu thinks she's a celebrity jerk and essentially writes her off, which is really fair in this scenario. Miley, you literally bullied this child. Meanwhile, Roxy actually admits to her former friend that this is not her life and she's happy the way she really is. And she doesn't need to have a snotty, rich lifestyle in order to be happy.
Way to go, Clarice. This is why we don't have any friends.
Kicking her old friend out of the house and therefore growing as a character, and thanking Robbie for participating, even though it was kind of an inappropriate ask. Oliver and Lily comfort Miley, who is now sick, which is fair. Miley, you kind of deserve that. And Miley runs into Johnny one last time. Corbin Bleu. It's clear that there's still a chance between the two, until she pukes on his feet. And it ends just the way it's supposed to. Although there is one last scene where Jackson pretends to play the piano like he did earlier in the episode with a huge candelabra, and it's the most unnecessary end ever. But it's funny because he pretends to be really good at it, and then when Robbie turns off the speaker, it seems like he did it all on his own, but it turns out he just brought a tape recorder.
I just wanted you to love me.
Fun fact, when Miley and Corbin actually sing If We Were a Movie, there is a track on the Hannah Montana 3 album of them singing that song together, and it's actually way better than the original. I definitely advise you guys to check it out. Whew, you see what I mean about these episodes going on for longer and longer? But you know what, that kind of leads us to the finale of Hannah Montana Season 2. This didn't end in a completely comfortable way. Now, sometimes you want to leave seasons with like a really cool cliffhanger or something really intense to happen, and Hannah Montana definitely did that in the third season, no spoilers yet, but in this season there really was kind of an anticlimactic end. Not only was this like a random episodic episode, it was actually one of the episodes that got pulled, canceled, brought back later into Season 3, so Hannah Montana Season 2 didn't exactly have a conclusive finale like you would hope. In fact, this final episode even was taken off the air. I talk more about it in my other video, but if you haven't seen that yet, I'm probably going to cover it in the exact same way right now. So stay tuned.
Season 2, Episode 30, No Sugar Sugar, and or Uptight, Oliver's Alright, is essentially a forbidden episode that never really got to air. Disney Channel did their best to hide it, but it's here now. Even the fact that it's under 2 names, like Uptight, Oliver's Alright, and No Sugar Sugar, should already be a red flag. Like, why did they need to change the name immediately? So Miley runs to Lily to tell her that somebody is crushing hard, and it's not her, it's Oliver. So then Oliver makes his grand entrance, which is really funny, and they interrogate him to figure out who it is. Oliver admits that there is somebody, but she's not even in their grade. But they still interrogate him anyway. Oliver relents and just heads out. He does not give them an information. Lily and Miley agree that they are still going to try to figure it out. They spy on Oliver when he goes in to talk to a teacher. Immediately, the audience, even the laugh track, is uncomfortable because it's a teacher. Can already tell why this episode isn't working. Miley and Lily are shocked and don't go to the guidance counselor, which I think you guys should do. Miley reminds Lily that she had a crush on the French teacher, so this is not abnormal. And Amber and Ashley even make appearance in this episode. There's a little moment where Miley is defending Lily about how many boyfriends she's had, and this is just really funny.
She's had a ton of boyfriends since then. Okay, fine, 2. And Lucas cheated on her, so that doesn't really count. And the other one she took to court for refusal. Stop helping me!
In the B plot, Jackson actually got a B, which is funny because it's the B plot. And Robbie Ray is super happy, even telling his girlfriend to call him Happy Pappy, which... red flag alert. When Jackson leaves the room, Robbie overhears his girlfriend talking about breaking up with him. Oh my god, poor Robbie in this scenario. I would be freaking out if it was my father. If my father found out that my girlfriend was breaking up with me before I did, that's gonna be a boundary issue. Robbie is emotionally distressed and Jackson tries to comfort him.
Pull it together, old man. It's not like it's the last B I'll ever get.
Wanna bet? Lily and Miley try to find a replacement girl for Oliver to like when they run into Oliver once again. This time, Miley and Lily actually confront the teacher. But when I say Miley confronts someone, I mean she steps in front of them and just basically lies until she gets information. But they do get to the point pretty quickly. The teacher says she wanted it to be a secret, and they continue to think that this is true, that he has a crush on her. Right before the commercial break, we learn it's because he has diabetes, and he's there asking for help. Miley and Lily feel really embarrassed that they found something out about Oliver without him knowing, which this is hitting a new low, and I feel really bad for Oliver because it's like, this is not just a normal secret. This feels like real life, real world secrets as opposed to Hannah Montana's double life. Teacher talks about what it's like to live with diabetes, and I'm pretty sure this is why the episode got rewritten, because they gave out false information. Miley wants to help him, but Miley reads up on diabetes and starts to become obsessed with how she's eating sugar. Robbie admits that Miley has definitely kept secrets from him before, quote-unquote Hannah Montana, so this is fair. Then we go back to the funny B-plot where the girlfriend is about to break up with Jackson, and Robbie interrupts as much as he can because he just wants his son to keep getting good grades. Robbie admits that he overheard she's gonna break up with him.
You wanna break up with me?
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a miscommunication. I thought this would be like, oh, she wasn't really going to. Then she thanks Robbie Ray. Meanwhile, Jackson has to comfort Robbie about his own grades. Miley takes Lily and Oliver, which is Mike and Lola, to a party. They put on this facade that they're still trying to get him a girlfriend. Lily says it's important to just get his mind off of things. I feel like they're portraying diabetes to be like a really bad thing, and I could see why that's an issue. Miley realizes that the party they brought him to is a sugar party. There's candy everywhere. Oh my gosh, I want to go to this party, guys. I cannot get over it. Oh, Tracy's in the episode. I love to see Tracy. It makes me remember that Hannah Montana has a separate life. This is interesting, though, because her wig is kind of leaning toward the 3rd season. So Lily and Miley try their best not to tell Oliver that they found out his secret before he was okay with it, and instead start meddling in his life by stopping him from eating anything that's at the party. Oliver's focusing on talking to girls, and doesn't really notice they're acting weird until she starts eating the licorice that's in his hands. Miley and Lily take it way too far, going as far to eating it all and wearing it. Oliver admits he hadn't had anything all night, so he gets a cupcake, only for Miley and Lily to overreact and tackle him. They admit that they found out from the school nurse that he has diabetes. Oliver explains that diabetes isn't that simple, and that he needs a little bit of sugar just like everybody else.
I didn't get to finish that pamphlet because I got ice cream all over it.
Shh, don't say ice cream in front of me.
Sorry.
Guys, I have type 1 diabetes, which means I can't have stuff with sugar in it.
They end the episode with an informational session with the audience where the actors playing the characters actually talk about diabetes, which I don't think this saved them. And then Jackson comes out and his hair is completely cut as if they got ready for season 3 already. And Jackson comes to make a little bit of a joke at the end, which I could also see would be problematic.
And I learned that someday I'm gonna be good looking and I'm gonna inherit a lot of money.
Overall, this episode isn't shockingly bad. It is a little bit of misinformation. The episode was held back until season 3 in order to be refilmed, and it's the last episode that uses the original title sequence. So it was supposed to air on November 2nd, but ended up serving as the finale of season 2, and it was pulled due to complaints of parents that belong to the nonprofit Children with Diabetes. It's an organization that spread awareness after watching a sneak peek of the episode from Disney Channel On Demand. Parents of the organization saw the episode in poor taste and thought it was completely misinformed of its main topic. It aired on Disney Channel in other countries though, but other countries are less sensitive about this stuff. The episode was then reevaluated, and a modified version was aired on September 20th in the US. According to Mitchell Musso, the episode was edited, scenes were reshot, and the episode title was changed to Uptight Oliver's All Right instead of No Sugar Sugar. Oh, okay, so that's the official name. Even though the original take was pulled, the original episode aired during a rerun block of the show on the American Disney Channel once, which is most likely a programming error. Thanks to the Hannah Montana wiki, we actually have a good tracking of everything that was changed. In No Sugar Sugar, Oliver seems to have type 2 diabetes, and Uptight Oliver is all right. He explicitly mentions he has type 1 diabetes. The two types can occur in teenagers, but it is very rare, hence the change. While two types are possible to occur in teenagers, it is very rare, which is why they changed it to that. There's a scene where Oliver jumps in the trash can to seek for candy, but they actually took that out. One of the continuity errors, though, was that Miley and Lily suspected that Oliver had a crush on the school nurse, but he already began dating Joni 2 episodes earlier, so this wouldn't have made sense. Miley, Lily, and Oliver actually look significantly older at Tracy's birthday party, and it's kind of obvious. Tracy's complaining about Hannah and Lola's craving for sugar at the party is different in both versions. In No Sugar Sugar, she got chocolate poured on her and ran off crying, saying, "I'm so done with sweet 16s. And then in the new version, Uptight Oliver's All Right, she complained to the leaving guests that she had enough food to feed 2 whales. Okay, that's a subtle change. In No Sugar Sugar, Lola visibly gets stomach issues after eating too much candy at Tracy's birthday party. But in the final version, it just had them being bloated. At the end, in No Sugar Sugar, Oliver raps about growing to accept his diabetes, but in Uptight Oliver's All Right, Miley, Lily, and Oliver state what they learned about diabetes, then Jackson barges in, boasting about his future. This episode is actually not available to watch on Disney+. Overall, I could definitely believe why the US reacted the way it did, especially the diabetes nonprofit, and it's nice that they attempted to refix it, but it just seemed like a lost cause at this point. I don't think they should have scrapped the episode, but even having Oliver have a crush on the teacher seems a little bit out there. All around, this episode just seems to have had bad luck around it. I'm glad it still exists somewhere, but I don't think it was 100% necessary. But if you do like Hannah Montana, I do recommend you look into it.
Overall, the complete second season of Hannah Montana really defined its entire personality. Like, season 1 was about kind of getting to know the characters and everything getting into place, but now we're really delving into Miley's double life. And I'm happy we had this season to kind of go over everything, but I do feel like season 3 is when we get into the nitty-gritty of the plots, and a lot more of the emotional depth ends because of everything that's happened thus far. So it's definitely relevant. We're on episode 56, and it's probably getting to peak Hannah Montana, I would say. But these are the episodes we all remember super well. Now, when we get to season 3 and 4, it's not the ones we remember super well, but definitely you're going to want to remember them because they get so much better from here on out. There's about roughly 43 episodes to finish off the entire series, so we're more than halfway, but we're definitely going to take our time a lot more because these ones are just so much more impactful. We got to meet celebrities, we got to really have fun in the second season, but now we're going to have some serious fun. And not only that, this is the season where the Hannah Montana movie gets intertwined. Now, there's a lot of theories about when it takes place in the actual chronology of the show, and that's what's going to be fun to jump into as well.
Rolling and speeding. Action!
Hannah Montana is new in November on Disney Channel.
I've been waiting 10 years to specifically seek out to do a 3rd season Hannah Montana retrospective. Yeah, I know you don't believe me because I'm lying. Hannah Montana season 3 is the absolute peak of the series for me. I just remember playing my Hannah Montana purple PSP when it came out. It came out with a really crappy Hannah Montana Guitar Hero-like video game with the new songs, and 2 episodes from season 3, Don't Go Breaking My Tooth and Welcome to the Bungle, and I was so happy to be watching that on the go. But there is so much more to Hannah Montana season 3 than you would originally imagine. Not only is there character development, relationship escalations, but this is the season where the Hannah Montana movie takes place, and that, for me, is the ultimate form of Hannah Montana media. So we're gonna kind of use that as our centerpiece when we're going over the season. The first half is going to focus on everything leading up to the movie, because the movie is supposedly happens after episode 12. So we're gonna dive into how Hannah Montana has changed since the second season, where it's about to go with the movie, and all so much more. Disney Channel is doing such a good job at developing this franchise in a way that's not super cheesy. They still have enough references to what's about to happen, to what happened before, and we got some great surprises on the way. Last time I split up my season 2 retrospective into 3 parts because it was just so heavy and so much to cover, but this time I'm really excited to do season 3. I'm just gonna split it into 2. So we're gonna cover the first 12 episodes now. So the first episode we have for season 3 is He Ain't a Hottie, He's My Brother, which is referring to the song He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. And noticeable differences are Miley's bangs. So Miley has a dream that Lily and Jackson have feelings for one another. When she wakes up in a cold sweat, she realizes that she just needs to stop eating pork rinds before bed. The next day, Lily comes over, and when Miley tells her about the dream, she's not that shocked. If anything, she's like, oh, I never noticed him before.
I kind of like him.
Jackson Love and freaking nature say what?
The opening title sequence is completely different. It's like a marquee in Times Square, which is awesome because they're using the version of Best of Both Worlds that was featured in the Hannah Montana movie, but we'll get onto that later. Miley is disgusted at the thing she just might have brought on by herself and keeps acting like she's throwing up. Then suddenly they're going throughout the house and see Jackson, and Lily has a completely different perspective. And I never saw their hallway before. This is kind of cool looking. I definitely see it being in the beach house. But of course Jackson is so disgusting, and I don't know how you'd be in love with anybody after seeing their room the way she did. Miley talks to Oliver about the whole situation.
Can you tell the sun not to rise in the morning? I mean, can you tell a wave not to crash on the shore?
You been watching soap operas again?
No, it's my grandma came in town. She's visiting.
I don't know why Oliver's hair is still like this. Like, you could have at least fixed it a little bit. I mean, at least it's not as long. Miley accidentally spills it to her dad, Robbie Wright, who thinks it's really cute, and she is offended that he thinks that. And he's working on Supergirl in this episode, and being the first episode of season 3, I'm excited to hear the new album, because this is my favorite.
Oh, what's so weird about Lily liking your brother?
Does puppy piddle stain?
Asked and answered.
So Miley ends up telling Jackson the situation, and instead of shutting it down like she kind of hopes he would, he seems just as interested in her.
I don't think about Lily that way.
Great. I'll go tell her.
Huh.
Huh? What?
I'm starting to think about Lily that way. No! No. Wrong way. Go back. Beep, beep, beep.
Miley goes to Lily, where Lily's expecting to see that they're going to be together. She has this really gross fantasy about them eating big burgers on the couch, and I don't want to see this happen. She tells Lily that he rejected her, and she is immediately distraught. Oh, Miley, why do you always lie to people? Miley lies a lot. She runs off depressed, and Jackson comes down looking to talk to Lily. That's when Oliver realizes exactly what Miley did, and Miley has to keep him quiet about it, so she keeps pulling his hair. That is harassment, Miley.
You just told her that. Ow! Why do you keep doing that?
That was the other end. Because it was split. You see.
So now she just made 2 people really unhappy, and Oliver makes her feel really guilty about it. Later, Miley's going to be on a talk show, and it's about her friends, and they come onto the show with her, Mike Stanley, Lola, and Jackson, which I guess they know each other in the public eye from dating, which is kind of weird. Miley notices that during the talk show, Lily and Jackson are actually getting into arguments about the rejection.
Laughable.
Wait. And we'll be right back.
And Miley calls for a commercial break, which causes an issue. But really, Miley's just worried they're gonna talk to each other and figure out that they both liked each other. As both of them start talking about why they love Miley as a friend, they say because she's honest and caring, and Oliver obviously leans into this.
and she finally admits that she lied, and they both liked each other, and they're excited and take her off the talk show. Later, she talks to the two about how it's okay if they really want to date, and they're excited and start dating. And since this is the first episode of the 3rd season, I'm really convinced this is about to happen. If anything, I'm terrified. Like, of course, a big character changing thing would happen right at the beginning of the new season as we get ready for more relationships. And while there is going to be a relationship inevitably happening, it's not between Lily and Jackson. In the end, Miley wakes up again the next day, and it turns out that other day didn't even happen. She asks Lily if she would ever like Jackson, and she makes the throw up face, which is exactly what Miley had hoped. Okay, so we were just pranked by the entire writer's room of Hannah Montana with this episode. It was really funny and really good, though, and I'm so happy I got to watch it.
Football, monster trucks, things explode, boom, man things.
I am excited to see how the other relationship pans out later in this season, but let's stay tuned. So season 3, episode 2, Ready, Set, Don't Drive. The title is a parody of Billy Ray Cyrus's Ready, Set, Don't Go. So we know this is going to be a Miley and Billy episode. Robbie Ray and Miley are driving to her driving test. She's really nervous and he says not to worry. But when the guy gets in, he turns out to be gross, smells, eats in the car. It's all disgusting.
And close the window, I'm fighting the cold.
But the smell.
Doesn't bother me, thanks for asking.
Miley even gets to the point where she's so grossed out that she tells him to get out of the car. Miley, come on. There's no way she didn't fail that test. She's upset when she comes to the beach to find Oliver celebrating her getting her license with a giant Miley flag. It turns out that she didn't actually get it, and this is really awkward for nothing. Miley gives a quick speech about why she thinks that this is overrated, even though she quote-unquote got her license.
I personally think is overrated, and it hurts our planet. And not driving, now that takes some courage. I don't think I'm gonna drive today or tomorrow. That's how strongly I feel.
Amber and Ashley come to the beach bragging that Amber just got her license, and it's nice to see these girls again, especially since we're doing another season. It's nice to remember your roots. Oliver and Lily challenge Amber by saying that Miley got her license first, actually. Miley does not want to back down, so she engages in the trash talk. She insists that she did not fail, and Amber says that, okay, show up to my party then, driving.
Is there a problem?
No.
Yes? Oh boy.
I wonder if she liked my rap.
This doesn't have to do with being a pop star anymore. This is legal. Miley tries to talk Robbie into taking the test again, but that's not really how that works. Meanwhile, Rico is staying at the Stewart's house. Turns out that they gave Robbie Ray Laker tickets in order to have him stay there. And he's already gross. I don't know how Jackson is going to be turned off by this grossness, especially if he's worse. Meanwhile, Miley goes to the DMV to approach the lady, and I love how they paint them as like kind of like villains or scary and snarky, because that's kind of how they are at government jobs. She realizes that she cannot get her test moved up under no exception, so she has to pull a little Hannah action. She comes back in dressed as Hannah Montana with Lola and bribes the lady with concert tickets.
How refreshing is that? Standing in line, waiting your turn. She's just a regular...
Why are you talking?
I don't know.
It seems like she's about to help Hannah with the tickets, so she gets her license. Robbie goes out for a little bit, and Jackson is terrified at being alone with Rico. This is crazy. Their boundaries are so terrible. Like, Rico is his boss, and then also staying at his house. Like, what the heck, guys? Miley is super excited for the party. As she has her license now, she's driving down the road. Only one problem. The cop pulls her over, checks her ID, and it turns out it is not Miley, it is Hannah.
Is there a problem, officer? Diarrhea?
Did you give a birth certificate for Hannah Montana? Like, the stuff you need to get a license for the state of California is definitely, like, she would have to have a separate social security number. Like, this doesn't make any sense. So the cop throws her in jail, which I don't think would happen. She begs to get released, saying that she actually is Hannah Montana, and making it this big deal like she's finally revealing her secret, but really she just needs to get out of jail, so it looks even more sus. Jackson's on a date with a girl, which is the stupidest idea while Rico's living with him. Like, it's gross, and she even walks out.
I'm sorry. You're just not worth it.
Wait, no! I ain't claimed it!
Then we go back to Miley in prison, and she gets beat up. No, I'm just kidding. She's the only one in this prison for some reason. The cop calls Robbie's house, saying that they found Hannah Montana, and to confirm that she is also Miley.
Yes, of course. She lives here with me and my wife, Shakira. Now crank somebody else. You're killing Rico's beauty buzz.
The cop says that they'll have a detective come in and talk to her to determine if she really is Hannah, and I'm already excited. This is a really fun plot. I like that it started out to be about Miley, but transferred into a Hannah Montana problem. Like, this is so funny. The cop says that if they could convince this little girl, this 12-year-old girl, his daughter, that she's Hannah Montana because she's the biggest Hannah fan, then he will let her go. Not sure what law that is that says that's okay, but sure.
December 19th, 2007, Hannah performed where?
Hartford Civic Center.
What did she open with?
Rockstar.
Closed with?
Best of both worlds. 10 minutes in and ovation, baby.
So this girl comes in strong, aggressive, and asks her really specific questions about Hannah. Like, I don't even know if I would know the answers to this if they asked me. Later, Rico is depressed because Jackson doesn't want him there. So he's on the phone, and Jackson actually feels bad until he picks it up and verbally assaults the other person.
Want to come over for a game of hide and seek? I'll let you find me, my sweet little churro. Oh no!
And it turns out to be Rico's actual parents. It's really awkward, but it turned out to be all a part of Rico's plan anyway. After Miley is going crazy from answering all these questions, like she is losing her mind, the little girl finally determines that nope, this could not be Hannah Montana. She is not answering the questions correctly. Later, as she's about to exit, Miley starts singing. And this is the first time I think Miley has, as herself, sung. Like, it's really cool to hear Hannah Montana's voice coming out of her. I remember as a child, I was definitely really confused if these were the same people or if Miley and Hannah were different actors playing different parts. Like, I remember being so confused. But hearing this happen is actually like a really nice moment. Like, I like that this season is becoming more about Miley needing to be herself more than Hannah in order to solve a situation. Robbie finally comes up to the jailhouse, and so it didn't really matter that she proved that she wasn't Hannah. She is grounded for a long time. And worse, Robbie decides to still drive by Amber and Ashley's party and announce over a megaphone that she did not get her license.
It's Miley Stewart's daddy dropping her off at the party because she didn't get her license.
Ugh, payback stinks. But yeah, in the end, episode number 2. So the next episode is episode 3, Don't Go Breaking My Tooth. A parody on the title, Don't Go Breaking My Heart. We meet this culinary expert on this cooking show. Robbie and Miley are watching from the living room as Robbie critiques Miley on her dental care.
I love our relationship. You pretend you don't kiss boys, and I pretend I believe you.
When Miley's trying to get something out of her mouth, she uses a fork. And ow, Miley, that hurts. And then it ends up knocking one of her teeth out. And it's kind of gross because it's on Jackson's nose. So we have a dental episode coming in. Robbie's on the phone with the dental people as Miley is in so much pain. Robbie's concerned because he wants to take her to the dentist but can't. And Miley is essentially like, don't worry about it. Like, I can go to the dentist on my own. I'm old enough.
Perform in front of thousands of people without him. I can sure as heck go to the dentist about that.
Robbie says they both know how scared she gets at the dentist. Meanwhile, Lily is laughing at Oliver and Joni. Remember Oliver and Joni? Yeah, they're dating. I forgot about that for a little bit. But apparently she's a vegetarian and Oliver has willingly given up meat. Turns out that he really doesn't want to and is just putting on a facade for her. Rico hears about this and is really excited to mess with him about it. He even starts a whole barbecue at the beach just to prove a point. And Oliver is like melting, like he cannot handle it.
It's the promised land.
So then Miley and Jackson are at the dentist together. Jackson is making fun of the other kids, which is not really nice, and Miley finds out that her usual dentist isn't in, and she's gonna have somebody else instead.
Do you want me to call your daddy?
So she's even more determined to go through with this. So as she's in with the new dentist, he's a little bit more aggressive, not super friendly, and doesn't understand that she's terrified already. She tries to talk her way out of getting the whole treatment done, and he gets more and more frustrated. She even...
Here we go. Perfect. Perfect.
Puts funny kitty ears on it. I mean, I like that this dentist is actually trying. That's very sweet. She fantasizes that he pulls out a huge needle, which isn't actually the reality, and she just runs out terrified. Now she's at her home, still in pain because she couldn't go through with the dentist, and Lily is like, you cannot keep this from your dad, which you can't. This is such a bad pain. As somebody with tooth pain in the past, like, it hurts so bad.
And Dad'll never know.
It also sucks because Jackson knows that she didn't go through with it, so it's everybody but Robbie who Miley has to keep a secret from. And you know how funny it is when Miley has to keep a secret from Robbie. It is really funny. I mean, it also was the last episode, so I feel like this plot happens a lot. Turns out that Robbie actually got Hannah Montana tickets on this cooking show that they saw earlier. Miley's excited but nervous, and even Lily has a bad feeling about it.
Yay, Miley! Yay, me!
We cut back to Oliver, who is waking up in a trance covered in meat. It turns out that he relapsed last night and had too much meat. Joni is running around looking for him, and Rico is stalling, but he's not really any help.
Must have been a pack of wild dogs. I'm guessing 10, 9, 8.
Oliver tries to sneak away, but he's caught in the box by Rico.
Oliver?
Oliver no está en casa.
He comes clean to Joni, saying that he really does love meat, and she's understanding because he was honest with her. This is already a pretty dysfunctional relationship, it feels like. We finally get to the cooking show. Lily reminds her to be really careful with her tooth, and while doing her makeup even hurts her more. Oh, poor Miley, I empathize with her so much. She tries to use any excuse to get out of it, but everybody pushes her too. This is not cool. Hannah Montana is brought on stage. As she's on the show, she tries the dish and everything turns out okay, so she can get off the channel and everything's good. But he stops her and says he made her a surprise treat.
Because I have made you a very special treat. And here it is.
Peanut brittle. Yeah, like one of the crunchiest, hardest candies of all. Jackson is laughing so hard. She tries to excuse it by eating the other dessert, but the cook pushes and pushes so hard.
I'm not done.
Yes, you are.
No, I am
Yes,
not.
you are.
Let loose of my moose.
Until the dessert falls onto Jackson, which is a funny and unnecessary plot point. Miley eventually does try the peanut brittle, and her screams are heard from throughout Earth. Finally, she's back at the dentist as Miley with a fish on her face, and Robbie is finally with her. So all of this to avoid slight humiliation is depressing. Robbie says it's okay to accept the fact that there's some things she's not ready to grow up out of, and this is a good lesson.
I totally destroyed your shields, Jeremy.
Did not.
Did too.
Did not.
Did too. Dad!
And we see Jackson arguing with a toddler just to show that this is really true. Overall, this is a really fun episode because Miley is struggling to accept her adult responsibilities that aren't on her own terms, and we'll see that in the next couple episodes. Like, she's given more responsible scenarios and keeps buckling down and refuses to change, ending in more issues. And I like that in these past couple episodes, it starts out as Miley's problem but becomes Hannah's problem, and Hannah Montana is the one who ends up having to get out of it, even though they're not, separate people. But yeah, we see a lot of similarities in next episode, You Never Give Me My Money. A parody of You Never Give Me Your Money by the Beatles. So Miley, Lily, and Oliver enter the beach to find that Rico's is under a giant tent. When it's taken off, it turns out Rico is having a huge empanada party. Rico's outfit is really nice and his dance is fun too. Apparently they're so good that Miley could kiss Rico, but doesn't. She puts $1 in his lips. This makes Miley realize she wishes she had a lot more money and that maybe she should ask her dad for a raise.
No deal is a match for the puppy dog face. Watch.
Please, Daddy.
As she goes home to do so, Jackson is already asking for an expanded curfew, in which Robbie rejects like cold hard. This already is a sequel to the episode Det It Be. Remember from season 1, it's where Miley got that credit card and then accidentally overspent, but then learned her lesson at the end? Yeah, I bet this is gonna be an exact replica. Miley is upset because she has to wait for her next allowance in order to go somewhere, do the movies, anything, and I really relate to this scene. like being able to pay for things and hang out with friends, but like the money's tight, that's really frustrating. I get it, Miley.
I so need more guy friends.
Miley finally goes in to ask him, with Jackson still trying to sell Robbie on his curfew thing, but Miley just comes right out and says it like she wants a raise in her allowance. But instead, Robbie flips it on her and says that he's going to give her...
How's $5,000 sound?
Daddy, whose wallet's even tighter than his jeans, say what?
And that she's old enough and mature enough. And as he's doing this, Lily and Oliver are celebrating in the background because of course your friends are happy for you for such a big win. Later, Jackson tries to use the guilt trip on Robbie by almost crying.
Anything for my favorite. That hurts. Bad. It's why I stopped growing. You need love to grow.
And Robbie says that, okay, since he's responsible, he'll let him go out past curfew as long as he has his phone on him. And then Jackson says yes, he's excited, and then realizes he doesn't have his phone on him. He tries to hide it from Robbie, who immediately notices it in the egg carton. How in the world, Jackson, did you leave it in the egg carton? Robbie knows he's lying immediately. Meanwhile, Miley is at the bank depositing her money. The accounting guy at the bank is like super smiley and it's really weird and tries to talk her into buying these really nice checkbooks. Miley and Lily get carried away, but then they realize that's part of the issue. Like they need to spend it responsibly.
Cannot believe I didn't see this coming.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
You guys have no idea, do you?
Nope.
Not a clue.
Miley realizes that maybe this is a test from her father to see if she's going to be responsible. And I like that we actually mentioned Dead It Be. So Miley exits, she has her checkbook, but she's determined not to spend anything. Lily and Oliver are kind of disappointed. And then we see Rico still trying to sell his empanada and churros and rolls his tongue so hard he faints. Why'd you have to put that in?
So, Miley.
She's so convinced that Robbie is keeping an eye on her that he comes running by the beach and almost challenges him.
Which I won't be buying either, because I got it free at home. Smart cookie.
Jackson is still attempting to find his phone, but he cannot find it anywhere. He actually even trains a golden retriever to look for it. But then when the golden retriever goes right to the egg basket, Jackson thinks he's crazy and dismisses it. Robbie comes home to find that the cell phone is still there, so Jackson hasn't found it.
But I'm not. Why, you ask? Because my father doesn't trust me.
So when Jackson does this guilt trip and pretends to be upset that his dad doesn't trust him, it becomes super obvious how much he's lying. He runs off with the opportunity, and Robbie is really mad now because it's like, of course he should have just come clean. He runs out the door to find Jackson's there, and he did come clean. He was guilty, so Robbie's super proud and allows him to go out. Robbie's like this sensei that gives you really mundane tasks as a test for something bigger, and I think that's really funny of him.
It's like they know I'm here.
Meanwhile, Miley goes to the mall with Lily and Oliver, determined still not to spend anything. Okay, so then why are you at the mall? It turns out there's this blush that's brand new and on sale, and in order to avoid using her credit card, she tries to take a little girl's wig.
Cameras flashing, people fighting for the best shot. They like my hair.
You wear this thing too long, it'll give you a head rash. Believe me, honey, I know.
Dress as Hannah Montana and get it for free. Okay, Miley, that's actually kind of strat. In the end, she becomes so obsessed with trying to get the product still that she falls into the display, which has actual makeup in it. Finally, Robbie is blowing off all the makeup as she is standing up to him. She's like, you were right, fine, you win. But Robbie admits that he didn't give it to her as a test. He gave it to her because he knew she was ready, and she needs to accept that. But she's a little guilty. She feels like she's not ready, and that's a very mature thing of her to say. And this is kind of where the episode ends. So even though it was less Hannah Montana heavy, it still was a pretty good episode, seeing Miley deal with these responsibilities. And as we're getting ready for the Hannah Montana movie, it's gonna come up more and more. The next one is kind of funny. It's called Killing Me Softly with His Height. Obviously a parody of Killing Me Softly with His Song, which is a really good one. Second episode where Miley, it seems like, has full bangs. So Miley and Lily are at the mall shopping. Looks like she didn't learn from the last episode. Lily and Miley spot a really cute guy, and Miley calls dibs on him.
A hottie with all of
dibs.
Wait.
So this is one of Oliver's friends, it seems like, and they're just hanging out. Miley and this guy really hit it off, flirting, and it seems like a relationship, I guess. A girl tries to ask out Oliver, and he turns her down for like some objective reason.
I was wondering if maybe you'd want to go catch a movie tonight.
Sorry, Sophie, I'm going out of town tonight. Yeah, I'm doing some roadie work for this cool new band. The restroom's this way.
Miley critiques Oliver for turning her down for one small physical thing, and I'm confused because isn't he dating Joni? Like, they didn't break up, I don't think, this far, so I'm not sure why that's not an excuse for him. But yeah, while she's critiquing him on being so shallow,
I'm going to the carnival with someone totally nice. Something you would be doing if you weren't so judgmental.
Yeah, face it, Oliver. Miley's just the bigger person.
turns out this guy is super short and Miley is the shallow one, of course. Oliver starts to mock her because he knows that she is turned off by his shortness, and it's really funny because I agree with Oliver. Like, she was just mocking him. Like, of course you're gonna turn back. Meanwhile, Robbie is cutting down a tree. Jackson is focused on trying to get into the University of Santa Barbara, and then this is one of the early references that continues a long storyline. Turns out that he needs to get a really good letter of recommendation to make up for his grades. And who is one of the people on the board? Mr. Dodzig, the neighbor.
Not bad, Stewart. But you're gonna have to do a lot more than this if you want to get a letter of recommendation out of me.
Yes, Mr. Donzig. Very good, Mr. Donzig. Anything you say, Mr.
And we get to see Mr. Donzig again. I feel like he was in it a lot in season 1, not that much in season 2. And it's even funnier when Robbie and Mr. Donzig are neck and neck. Meanwhile, Miley goes on the date with this guy, and everything reminds her of his height. They go into this photo booth where he can't fit in it. She gets a bobblehead, which reminds her of him. And he even wins her a giant stuffed animal that's even bigger than he is, this is just completely unrealistic. The most cringiest part is when a mom comes over to ask Miley's date if he would go on the kiddie ride with her daughter, because he's short enough.
Did you have to be taller than him?
Lily and Oliver come over, and Miley still contemplates whether this is a good idea or not, or if she should just give in to being shallow. As they're about to say goodnight to each other, he leans in for a kiss, and she's just so uninterested, so she rejects him, and he knows exactly why. It's because of his height. She makes up something that, like, it's her lip exercises, which is really stupid, and she feels terrible. Robbie comes out and somehow jokes about it. I don't know how he knows what's going on.
I brought you in for something to eat, but obviously you're stuffed.
Miley excuses her disinterest in this guy as just not being attracted to him, but then she imagines what it would be like to be short, and her concert is just her on her knees in her shoes getting judged for being too short, which this is a good lesson on empathy.
Don't judge me! I'm a human being!
Biggest thing in pop? Doesn't look like it from here!
Mr. Dodzig finally gives Jackson his recommendation with one more clause, that he gets Robbie to go out on a date with his sister.
I have a sister.
I feel sorry for her.
She happens to be a big Robbie Ray fan.
I'm starting to feel sorry for me.
And obviously they're like, oh my gosh, if it's his sister, she's probably really not attractive.
Oh my gosh, it's Robbie Ray. I don't believe it.
Miley runs over to the Christmas exhibit to go visit the guy she went on a date with and kind of apologize for being so shallow. Maybe give him another chance. Of course, it doesn't help that he's dressed as an elf. His job is literally being an elf. So as an elf, he rejects her. He does not want to talk to her. He knows kind of what she's about. So she decides to go on with this gesture and prove that she isn't going to be shallow. Like, she wants to give him a real chance. She might like him. So she dresses up as a reindeer and gets involved in the exhibit. Not really the best way to communicate. Apparently, Robbie did go on a date with that girl, and another one of Mr. Donzig's sisters wants to go on a date with him.
What do you need Farmer Fred to do?
Turns out my cousin is an even bigger Robbie Ray fan.
I say good day, Donzig. I said good day, Donzig.
Robbie rejects it, saying that it's not worth it, and it turns out to be Lisa Rinna. Yeah, the famous girl from Beverly Hills Housewife. He says basically like, oh, you're too ugly, like nobody's ever gonna love you, which is so rude, and it's funny because it's like, obviously she's gorgeous. She pulls him aside and really proves to him that she wants to go on another date. I feel like the moral of the story is that it's important she doesn't judge people too soon and she actually gives it a full try.
I don't usually date girls with antlers, so...
And I don't really go out with guys who wear tights. But, I'll give it a shot if you will.
I guess this is the closest episode they've had to being Christmas related. I mean, I get it that he was dressed up as an elf, but like they're still on the beach. Like the carnival wasn't Christmas related. I mean, that would have made sense, but like
I don't know, it's not a Christmas episode, but it is the closest thing Hannah Montana's ever come to it so far. Overall, another episode about Miley being shallow. Okay, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get that Miley's a flawed character. It feels like all of this stuff is happening because of her, but you know, she's the main character, so I guess that is the plot. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Hopefully Miley's going to be normal in this one. Episode 6, Would I Lie to You, Lily? Oh my gosh, okay, already. So in Would I Lie to You, Lily, a parody of the song Would I Lie to You, Miley, Lily, and Oliver are dressed as their alter egos coming home from apparently an awards event of some sort. They have these nice purple boxes with gifts in them. Miley brings up the trip they're about to all take to Washington, D.C. The lip balm messes with Lily's speech, so she admits in a blubbering voice that she's not going.
No, that's too much bunny.
That is not too much, Bunny. Money.
Turns out she does not have enough money. Miley is immediately like, I will help pay for you, but she's like, no, like, I don't want that. She acts like she didn't want to go anyway and storms off upset.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think she really wanted to go.
Meanwhile, at school, they're getting ready for the big field trip with the same teacher from the last season. I like this guy. So Mr. Corelli tells Lily that they actually have enough money in the budget to be able to fund one of the students' trips. But Lily is suspicious. She sees a check from Miley in his books. Turns out Miley was trying to pay for it. Lily is mad because she still doesn't want to accept the money, but Miley just really wants her to go. Oliver suggests that Lily maybe has a yard sale to raise money to go.
Oliver, that's a great idea.
Well, you see, that's the thing. The oak in mine, I'm always thinking. I never...
Meanwhile, Jackson is having trouble at Rico's beach shop because apparently it's a lot of work and he is alone. Rico is a jerk all the time.
Would you please hire some more help?
What do you think, I made of money?
Oh, look. I guess I am. My mistake.
And when they see Sarah, Rico decides that he's going to hire her, the person that Jackson hates. Sarah has this obsession with Jackson, which I'm not really sure where it came from. They finally have the yard sale on the beach. Lily is trying to sell all of her stuff, and Oliver tries to con her out of it.
Hey, Lily, how much for the sketchy thing?
$5.
I'll give you $1.50.
Forget it.
But it's missing a knob.
Miley shows up and claims that she wants to sell a bunch of her old stuff, and Lily's like, okay, yeah, sure. But then it ends up being like a super expensive TV, brand new stuff, and Lily's like, no, I'm not gonna sell this. Like, it's just you trying to give me money to go. I would take it if Miley was trying this hard.
The Takamori 1080 3D HD, this just came out today. Give you $5 for it.
Miley admits, okay, fine, she won't do that, and she takes all the stuff back. When Lily comes back, everybody is trying to buy her things. Lily's super excited until she finds out that everybody's trying to buy it because Hannah Montana's signature is on it. So Miley is trying to upsell all of her items. But Lily is frustrated and doesn't count any of it. So when she's trying to figure out how much she got, turns out she does not have enough to go on the trip, and she's just disappointed once again. But later this guy points out her hat and says that that is one of the most expensive old school hat from the New Jersey Knights apparently. And it meant everything to his grandfather, and he'll give her $1,000 for it. She's super excited until she realizes that this has to be Miley. There's no way that this guy just gave her that much money for that. And she super secret swears, which apparently her and Lily do when they need to be super honest with each other. She says, I did not give that guy money to buy that hat. Oliver doesn't believe her and corners her after, and she admits that she didn't give the money to him to buy the hat, she gave it to his brother.
Gave it to his wife, she gave it to him.
Which is kind of a lie, because she knew it would inadvertently be given to her. Really not cool, Miley. So finally, everybody's on the bus to Washington, and really excited when one of the kids is wearing Lily's lucky hat.
Oh no. The guy I got to buy Lily's hat was Blabby Bobby's daddy.
Of course she's gonna recognize it, so Miley has to do whatever it takes to get that out of her sight. Lily eventually finds the guy and learns that her hat wasn't lucky, and this was all Miley's ploy, and she is super upset because, of course, she said she super secret swore. Like, obviously, now Lily can't even trust her because of that.
No, you super secret swore that you had nothing to do with me getting the money.
Look, I did it for you.
No, if you had done it for me, you wouldn't have done it because I told you I didn't want you to do it, but you did it anyway, so you did it for you. You doer for you were.
Meanwhile,
Jackson is working with Sarah, and she's super unbearable, turning everything into an environmental statement at Rico's. Even Rico is starting to have an issue when she decides not to use the actual trays because it's environmental waste. And then finally, her dad is running the electricity by being on a bicycle, which is kind of sad. Rico is about to fire her when it turns out he gives her a raise instead. Jackson is so frustrated. Jackson tries to ask him about it, but it turns out that Rico is just really buckling down on trying to annoy Jackson. She literally promoted him. Then on the Washington, D.C. tour, everybody's having a good time except for Lily and Miley because obviously they're in a huge argument. They even leave the tour group to argue in the presidential suite when they find a press room. And they go and argue in front of a bunch of microphones only to find out that there's an entire press conference going on. Suddenly, all these journalists have questions about their friendship and help them dispute their argument.
You believe under certain circumstances it's okay to lie?
Well, you're right. They're busy people. They don't have time for us.
No. Like you said, they are the press. They have a right to know.
They finally end up at the end of the day being like, okay, like I had the best intentions for you and I just wanted to make it up to you. And they finally resolve it. The end.
Hey, just like in my head.
And even the Jackson side plot does not end on a positive note. Sarah still has a promotion and a girl tries to hit on Jackson, but then is harassed by Sarah. So that's just how the episode ends. I guess Sarah works there now. Okay, this is what I like to call the Oliver Pity episode. The episode is number 7 of season 3, You Gotta Lose This Job. It's a reference to the Beatles song, You Gotta Lose That Girl. So Miley is sending an audition tape in for the movie Indiana Jones. Her reader during the audition is so monotone, and this guy is so funny. He's known for his cartoon acting, and Everybody Loves Raymond. He's just all around a good guy. But Miley thinks that it's gonna make the audition bad, so Robbie steps in, and he is just as bad.
The water is so cold, Johnny. I can't feel my legs. Shivers.
And then after that, Lily comes in, who is even worse.
But the water, it's so cold.
Miley is so focused on trying to get this part, she stares at her cell phone all day. She even checks out of class to check her email. They head out to music practice where Oliver is actually getting ready for his new song. He too has a really big audition coming up. And I love this song, Last Forever. It's on the Hannah Montana 3 soundtrack and it is delightful. Oliver is just such a gifted singer. Miley's already inconsiderate of a friend and is trying to get cell reception during his performance, which is so, oh my god, Miley. It's an audition to play at the school dance and Oliver does a great job. Meanwhile, in the B plot, Jackson gets into ventriloquism, and I'm not sure if it's just to bother Rico or what. He's actually pretty good at it. Suddenly, Lily is annoyed because Miley and Oliver are now obsessed with their phones waiting for a response. And if I had to tell you this changed in reality, and if I had to tell you the culture has gotten any worse than this, I would. It has. Both Miley and Oliver get a call at the same time, but Miley got a call back, so she's super excited and they do the happy dance. Expecting Oliver to have gotten good news too.
Yay, yay. Why aren't you jumping?
Why aren't you yay?
Why aren't you jumping in yay?
I didn't get it.
Oh my gosh, all it was a school dance and he got rejected. That is so not fair. I would love to hear who beat him out for that. Oliver gets really depressed because, you know, he's always around Miley's success, and the one time he actually tried to go after something, it just didn't work out. I mean, I would feel bad too. Oliver kind of makes it personal in that he doesn't really want to be Miley's friend because of how negative her successes make him feel. He doesn't even respond, he just walks out.
He's acting like I get everything I want.
Weird doggies! Wow, your album just went double platinum!
Later, she's trying to call him, but he just won't answer. It seems like he really doesn't want to be her friend anymore. I like that the reason he's not being friends with them just comes down to feeling left out of the spotlight. Like, usually in kids shows, it's like something really bad happens or one character's extremely selfish, but this feels like a really grounded reason for people not to become friends. If anything, I'm worried that they're better off this way, and I hate that. Meanwhile, Oliver finally answers her call, but it turns out that Lily forced him to.
Oliver, I swear, if you don't talk to her, this is going down your shirt.
Well, then I guess it's going down my shirt because I'm not talking to her.
And she dumps ice down his back. She decides the only way to get his friendship back is to act like a complete diva in her callback, lose the part, and be able to tell him that she doesn't win everything.
Why isn't he standing? I entered, didn't I?
Is she serious?
Please, just do it. She has my mother.
She shows up to Rob Reiner's office, puts on her whole act, and he actually really loves it. Oh my god, this guy is messed up. Hollywood is messed up, because I kind of believe this happened. He gets that she's doing a complete act and gives her the part.
I really am wacky. 1 minute I'm perfectly fine, and the next, I'm pouring ice water down your shirt.
Oh, come on, like you would do that.
Lola.
As Jackson bothers Rico even more with this puppet, Rico gets so upset that he throws it out, and it ends in a wood chipper. Oh my gosh. Apparently, this dummy is for a kids' party that Jackson will be performing at. And now that he doesn't have the dummy, somebody's gonna need to step in. Oh wait, it's Rico.
Make it up to you. Don't worry. Yeah, you will. And I know exactly how.
Then we have a really funny bit of Rico being rude to Jackson in front of a bunch of kids, and you know, it's definitely funny.
How do you make time fly?
Not by listening to you. You stink.
And then Lily and Miley try to play up Miley's disappointment of not getting the part and trying to get Oliver to be her friend again.
Miley, talk to us, please.
I didn't get the part.
Oh!
She ends up admitting that she tanked the audition just to get his attention. And he finally realizes how much she cares about him, and it's really sweet. The reason I call this the Oliver self-pity episode is because I feel like I've never seen him this low down, and it doesn't really seem like he's trying to achieve a goal. It just seems like he's using his depression as an excuse to leave somebody, and it's kind of distasteful. I've seen better episodes of Oliver, and I want to just believe that this is just a one-off, you know?
And it'll be hard, but you know, not nearly as hard as losing a friend like you.
In the end, Rico sees the dummy one more time, and it's not with Jackson. It's not even a living dummy. But yeah, this episode is really fun. This episode definitely deepens the relationship of the characters, that they're not just passive friends, that they actually have to work together to keep each other in each other's lives. And I love shows that are able to capture the real disagreements that people would have with one another. Okay, next we have Welcome to the Bungle, a parody of the title Welcome to the Jungle. We start with Miley singing Supergirl, which is one of the best songs on the Hannah Montana 3 track, on the Live with Regis and Kelly knockoff. And oh my gosh, these hosts are the most annoying people I've ever seen.
We have a frozen yogurt machine back there. She doesn't even use a bowl.
I really don't. He just goes straight down the chute. But seriously, pregnancy has taught me that good nutrition is no laughing matter.
I know that's the part of the joke, but it's just ridiculous. Meanwhile, at the beach, Lily agrees with me. She makes fun of the talk show hosts, and it's relevant. Miley hears on the radio that all the kids started eating candy corn because of what Hannah Montana said on TV. Miley apparently publicly shames carrots.
You know what? No, thank you. I don't like carrots. I don't really like anything with the word rot in it.
You don't like carrots?
Sorry, if this girl's eating an orange snack, it will be candy corn.
As kids across America ditch the healthy snack for candy corn.
We want candy corn! We want candy corn!
So we're gonna dive into the real life complications of having a pop star role model, and this is one of the topics I was super excited for them to cover. Next, Miley goes back on the talk show to advocate for carrots. She comes dressed as a carrot, which is really embarrassing, and changes the lyrics to match the vegetable.
Everybody's crunching me, I clear your skin and help you see. I'm super carrot.
Meanwhile, Jackson and Oliver fight over a girl on the beach, and they're fighting about who is more attractive, who is cuter, and they're even interrupted by a modeling agent saying that both of them have great potential.
I have been looking for it all day, and you two have got it.
Yeah, but I took an oatmeal bath earlier.
They laugh at first until she mentioned that there's gonna be girls, and then both of them agree. Then we go back to Miley on the talk show, knowing that she really doesn't like carrots, and seeing her be fake and try to get the kids to have them. The next day, her and Lily watch TV, only to find out that Miley ended up trashing books. And now suddenly none of the kids are reading, and she's like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. We actually tackle a really real issue in the entertainment industry, which is expecting all these teenage idols to become role models. Apparently it affects the entire world, which I love it when a show's stakes are so high that one mistake can lead to an entire world having issues. Like, it just shows that Miley is in such a position of power that all of her flaws are exaggerated times 1,000, and that always makes a good TV show. Miley debates trying to undo the book situation, and Robbie suggests that she actually practices her public relations. And who better to test her than Jackson?
And we were looking over the majestic Pacific.
Don't offend the other oceans.
The majestic mighty waters.
Nice save. Now take me home.
Jackson drills her on all these questions she could be asked to make sure that she will not advocate for something wrong again. Jackson turns out to be actually pretty good at this, and Miley's impressed and wants to do good. And then we get a really uncomfortable sequence of Jackson and Oliver being models. And I don't know what this is. I do not remember this episode, but I know for a fact that there's no way it's gonna end up with them actually being models. Oh my gosh, and it's not. It's them in a magazine saying that they're average, which is so rude. Of course, Rico is laughing at this, and they put up a giant poster on the beach. Oh my god, these poor guys. Then Miley's back on a talk show, this time with a script to make sure she does not mess up. If I were these hosts, I'd be like, why are we bringing the same celebrity back on 3 times this week? Miley tries so meticulously to watch her words to not cause any more outbursts that she barely can talk. It's even worse when they open the audience to fan questions, and she has to be super broad with her answers.
I loved reading, but then you said you hated it, and now you say you like it again, and I just don't know what to do.
Oh no, honey. Don't cry. Just because I don't like reading doesn't mean you don't have to.
So you don't like reading again?
Which kind of reminds me about all media nowadays. Like, I feel like all celebrities just don't want to be under public scrutiny, so they'll say whatever. And that's kind of what Miley's going through right now. The audience critiques everything she said, and she just essentially cannot win in any of these scenarios. You can see her getting visibly upset because she's trying so hard to do the right thing. And if I were in her position, I would be just as upset. Miley has a speech where she says that they should not look up to her. She talks about if, like, one of your friends didn't like carrots, doesn't mean you can't. And the host comes in with a really wise thing to say, saying that self-worth actually comes from within, and everybody's shocked that he's so insightful.
Self-worth comes from you, not from others.
Saving Hannah Montana from this tragedy. We end the episode with a similar plot line to when Hannah had that zit poster where Jackson and Oliver are trying to take down the posters of themselves. I think this is the same actress from that episode too. Overall, this is like one of the best episodes in the entire series because it shows the most humorous and the most tragic parts of being a celebrity, having to have your own opinion, but also not being expected to speak for everybody else. The definition of a celebrity, though, is inherently representing all of us. That's why we have such hard pressure on them. But if we actually take a step back and see where a celebrity is coming from, this person who actually makes mistakes and has a good and a bad side, we'll realize that nobody should really be held under such scrutiny. I mean, times are changing now, and it seems like celebrities aren't all they're cracked up to be, and people are preferring a more human experience with more flawed people, and I love that our culture is turning that way. But this was a time where it was 100% real. Like, everybody was looking to celebrities to know what to do. And of course, Miley, a 16-year-old girl, can only give the perspective from a 16-year-old. And showing how much she cares to get it right is just really good for her character. Because she makes a lot of terrible, terrible decisions and comes across as pretty selfish most of the time, I would say. But this episode, she comes from a very genuine place. And I love the fact that most of the scenes are all on this talk show. It's both funny, realistic, and it's just, oh gosh, I love this episode. So in Papa's Got a Brand New Friend, it's a reference to the song Papa's Got a Brand New Bag. Hannah Montana is at a choreography rehearsal, a side that we don't usually get to see of Hannah. Her choreographer is awesome, energetic, and falls out a window in this opening. Oh no.
You just walk it off. Okay. Crawling works too. Oh no.
Robbie is helping Miley try to figure out somebody to replace her.
She's incapacitated.
Oh, well, let's just drive to Capacitated and get her.
Meanwhile, Joni is trying to get Oliver to exercise with her. See, they are in a relationship, so he should have used that as an excuse in the killing her softly with his height episode. Oliver has a hard time fitting in with her, and I feel bad for this guy. Jackson tries to tell him to stand up for himself, but Oliver just can't. Meanwhile, Robbie and Miley are auditioning new choreographers, and they're all kind of cringy until there's this guy that comes in and has really sweet moves, and Miley finds out that he actually choreographed for Madonna, NSYNC, and he's a super charismatic and fun guy. Robbie even hires him before Hannah could. In the B-plot, Oliver has finally come to terms that he needs to not be with Joni anymore, so Jackson tries to inspire Oliver to get her to break up with him first. He does this really specific thing where he pretends that he could communicate with aliens and tries to bring her along with him, and I'm not falling for this, Oliver. Joni ends up being supportive and tries to follow along with his new hobbies. When it's finally time for the first session of choreography, Hannah reveals to Lola that apparently choreographer and Billy Ray have become super tight friends and have a new dialogue between each other, and it's actually really sweet. The second choreography class starts.
Looks like your dad's having a little bromance.
Yeah, but he deserves it, and it's awesome that it's with the guy's greatest Sean.
Who is talking?
I was just telling Lola that I think
the world revolves around Hannah?
This guy goes super hard on Hannah. He is like insanely aggressive and even is willing to fire people and tell Lola to stand in the back corner. Oh my gosh. Hannah goes back to visit her old choreographer to see she's in a full body cast, and Hannah is literally trying to ask her to come back.
What do you say we get you on your feet and into the dance studio? Come on.
Miley, this is not nice. You're visiting her. The nurse tells her to leave, and thank God. Meanwhile, Robbie and the new choreographer come back into the house, and it turns out that he saved Robbie by sucking the venom out of his leg on a motorcycle trip. Oh, so this guy's using his personal life to make up for his creative mistakes, which is kind of nuts. He says to Robbie that his friendship is payment enough for his choreography.
You're never getting rid of me.
Never?
And Hannah is upset. Meanwhile, Joni does actually start to question Oliver's new alien-like hobby, even confiding in Jackson, which doesn't make sense. And she tries to get advice on how to break up with him.
Sometimes things like this happen in this crazy mixed-up world. But somehow, I think he's gonna be okay.
So Hannah goes back to dance rehearsal and tells her backup dancers that they have to suck it up because this choreographer is actually a really good person. It doesn't matter how strict he is. He comes in and takes things way too far with a new choreography dance where she is a puppet and has strings attached to her limbs. It's really funny to show how controlled Miley is and how far Sean is willing to take this. He uses it as a metaphor of breaking free of the strings, and come on, guy, you're just being abusive at this point.
Well, shouldn't there be a part where I break free? Like now?
No. As they go through rehearsal, this contraption actually manages to fling Hannah out the window. So they put Sean on the strings and make him dance for the end. Robbie reveals that nobody messes with his little girl, so he does have a line to draw, even though this guy saved her life, Robbie. This one is fun because we get a peek into Hannah's choreography life, and that's something we don't really see a lot. The more episodes we get, it seems like the more detailed plot lines we get into Hannah's pop star career. And as somebody who loves entertainment, it is really cool to get insight on all these performances and rehearsals and hiring a choreographer and such. Now, before we cover the next 2 episodes that take place for the movie, let's dive into Hannah Montana 3, the album. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny 2000. Did that mess up the mic? What's up, guys? I am here today to talk to you guys about Hannah Montana 3, the best Hannah Montana album out there. Now, this does not only encapsulate the show, it encapsulates the essence of what Hannah Montana represents: independence, growing up, and yet somehow superheroism. If that's a word. Superheroism. Heroine superism. But yeah, let's go. I want to go track by track, talk about some of the important people that made these songs happen, and then talk about how apparently there is a deluxe edition DVD that I'm going to try to get my hands on next, because I didn't even know that was a thing. It's been really fun jumping into the 3rd season. This is definitely my favorite season of Hannah Montana for good reason. Like, there's a lot of character development, things get so much funnier, and they finally just let loose on all the pop star and teenage hijinks without thinking about it. It's like you expect them to run out of ideas with this. If anything, I feel like they're just getting started. The show is at an all-time peak. It's not just the show, it's the music. Yeah, that's right. We talked about the Hannah Montana 2 album, and there were some really good bangers on there. But yeah, there's actually 14 tracks, and 2 of them came as a big surprise to me, and I can't wait to kind of break these down for you. The thing that makes Hannah Montana so unique is that the albums so closely coincide with the story, the feeling of identity and the split personality of Hannah and Miley, but I feel like Hannah Montana finds a place for every song and somehow could be connected to every episode that they're talking about. It's really nice when multimedia franchises work together to make something work really well, and this is a prime example. So let's start with track number 1. We got It's All Right Here, and I'm telling you, it's all right there! Somebody that helped write this song was Antonio Armato, and wrote songs for the Jonas Brothers, Vanessa Hudgens, and is responsible for Love You Like a Love Song, that Selena Gomez song. I wish this was in the Hannah Montana movie, if anything. My favorite part is the pre-chorus. It's just so catchy and leads us to like feel like we're pumping up to go somewhere really fun, and it's being in the moment, feeling what really goes on. And it's so crazy how the bridge just veers off and sounds almost like a hoedown for a moment. Like, how in the world did it go like that? Apparently also Timothy James Price worked on this, and he worked with the Cheetah Girls for some of their music, which it's exciting because I loved the Cheetah Girls growing up. That was actually my first concert. Sometimes the beat dances along with you. So for track number 2, we got Let's Do This. See, this is kind of weird because it's like we have 2 songs that are just pumping up the party, not to be ironic. But Let's Do This kind of pumps you up in a different way. It's kind of about setting out a goal and achieving the goal, but having the goal be so rooted in fun and adventure. I feel like if this were like about arriving somewhere and completely embracing everything life's about, is really what Hannah Montana is about. Let's Do This was used in all the promos for season 3, and it is a perfect encapsulation of the vibe of season 3. Like, we're here to have fun. Kind of like she did with We Got the Party in Us with the Jonas Brothers, if you guys remember that from the 2nd season. Hannah is in the spotlight now more than ever, so she has to keep her charisma. Then we have our first slow one, Mixed Up. Mixed Up is so heartfelt and talking about being lost in a transition in your life that you're just not ready for. And not only is Miley handling credit cards, the idea of everything you're doing under such scrutiny. I just feel so emotionally connected to that. Especially the chorus. I couldn't hear the chorus enough. I mean, like, play it over and over again and I will love it every time. Cara Diagardi wrote this song, and she wrote songs for Christina Aguilera, and she did a lot in the pop rock genre. I think she even won an award, and she was even a judge on American Idol in the 8th and 9th seasons. I mean, can you imagine? And also did He Could Be the One on this album. She worked with Mitch Allen, who is somebody who also made music for Demi Lovato, Third Eye Blind, and Jason Derulo? Yeah, this was a really good pop alternative rock guy. So He Could Be the One is the most infamous song on this whole album. Not only is it catchy, but it had a 2-part special based off of it. Literally, the Jake Ryan episode with Jesse, such a good episode. And I always hear people talking about how fun this song is. There's a lot of love songs out there, but this one is just naively optimistic, I guess. Like, diving into that deep part of us that is so happy to be in love and imagining a future together. It's like the sequel to If We Were a Movie, and it does it so well. Apparently, it reminded the people who wrote it of Shania Twain, which is kind of interesting. And then, for some reason, we jump back to a ballad, which is not necessarily a bad thing. All of these ballads seem to be very intentional. Like, Mixed Up is about confusion. Just a Girl is more about defeat, in the sense that, like, this world is so big and so much is going on. Like, there's only so much one can do, and being just this small person on this big planet is just so emotional. It's almost like a sequel song to Bigger Than Us. I know it doesn't sound like it at all, but I see it being one of those things. There's a yearning to get to know the place. And the final chorus is even more powerful than Mixed Up, I would say. It's just so good. I always used to get I Wanna Know You, featuring David Archuleta, confused with He Could Be the One, because I don't know, I guess they're both the most poppy songs on the album. But this song is a lot more genuine. It's about, like, really caring about somebody and wanting to get to know them more. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a romantic relationship, and that's what I like about Hannah Montana. I feel like the series focuses more about friendships, relationships with parents, all these really beautiful things in life that don't have an expectation set to it. And imagining just getting to know somebody just to really understand them and care about them, the song makes you feel like you're meeting Hannah. And then we got one of my absolute favorites for this album, Supergirl. In one of the episodes in early season 3, Robbie was actually creating this song, which is so meta, I guess. But like that idea that like when you put on that wig, you become like a superstar, like you could fly, you could do anything. I mean, it's not exactly that, but being confident, being strong and powerful. It's like the sequel to Rockstar from the second album. But this time it's taking, I would say Rockstar is more celebratory and Supergirl is more heroic. It's just so good. Every part of me is taking off the other ballads, and it's about giving yourself to other people. Every inch of you and love you have is like just being spread out through everyone, and like almost like the emotional weight that something like that can cause. For me, the bridge is like the best part of the song, where it's just kind of like talking about like waiting too long, finding out where you belong. It's like giving yourself away but still being grateful for all these opportunities. Like, it is so good in that sense. Then we have Ice Cream Freeze. So Ice Cream Freeze is probably my least favorite on this album, but definitely still catchy. Like, for being the worst song on the album, I would say it's still a 9 out of 10. Like, everything on this album is iconic. It feels like a parody of the Hoedown Throwdown in almost a more comical way, and it's fun, but it's not really integrated into the show too much. It doesn't really have a lot of substance to it, I would guess. I feel like it's one of those get up and dance songs, which is great. Like, every kid's album needs something like that, and I love that it's a part of it. And then finally, our last ballad is, it looks like Don't Wanna Be Torn is actually one of the songs that the most people were working on, and it shows. Like, this song is so careful and it takes its time, it's vulnerable, but I think the word I would use to describe it is cautious. And it's interesting to end an album with the last ballad song being cautious, and I'm not sure it's intended that way, but I definitely feel like somebody is making a decision about something really important, and it's most notably in the He Could Be the One special. Somehow this show is so musically driven, but it's also separate from being called a musical. Like, I wouldn't call this a musical series, I would call it a series with music, but like, it is so good at perfecting that as an art. Like, a musical is something that coincides with the story that you can't live without, but Hannah Montana can live without the music and uses it as a texture to really develop the emotions that you would feel if you were in Hannah's position. So it's almost like you want to be Hannah Montana, but there's such emotional connections you'll have to a pop star that you can still feel right here as a normal person. And then it has such a great build up to a guitar solo at the very end, and it's like none of the other songs sound like this at all, except for the ballads. I mean, they're slow songs, they sound like each other, it's no big deal. But otherwise, like, Don't Wanna Be Torn, phenomenal. Let's Get Crazy takes us right back up to the excitement, and I am back to having a good time and remembering what Hannah Montana is all about. It's the hype up song in the movie, it's exciting to see Miley sing it in the show, it's all around good times and what makes Hannah Montana the best. God, I don't have that much more to say about it. So the 11th song I feel like would be the last one. Let's Get Crazy is a great way to end the album, and the next song is just I Wanna Know You Again, so I don't really want to talk about that too much. But one of the bonus tracks on this album is so good for no reason. Let's Make This Last Forever, and Hannah Montana's not even the one singing it. What? It's Mitchell Musso, but it's Oliver. It is a really good song. I really recommend you guys listening to it. It's weird because it's like a guy's song in the style of Hannah Montana, which no album has really done before, and the fact that it's one of the core cast members is even more exciting. And speaking of bonuses, we finally end on If We Were a Movie, but this time with Corbin Bleu. Yeah, and the song is a lot more enhanced, coming back from season 1 and just going all out in this one. I can't believe how surprised I was to enjoy this. Like, you expect it to just be the same song, but there's something about the harmonies of Corbin Bleu and Miley Cyrus that's just like, wow, this song is so careful in a really positive way. Like, it's like talking about fantasizing, being in love, so giddy about the future. I just, this whole album, I put this album on when I'm ready to get in my feels and have a party at the same time, which is kind of weird that, you know, you feel it like that, but I experience life that way. I feel like this relates to me a lot because I am one of two things. I'm either optimistic and having the time of my life, no pun intended, because that's a Miley Cyrus song, or I'm recontemplating my entire life. And it sounds like a little complicated, but it's true. It's feeling on top of the world, but then also a little under the world at the same time. It's two extremes. It's like grounded, it's like it allows you to be confident, and it just everything about this I love. Thank you guys so much for watching my review of the Hannah Montana Season 3 soundtrack, and I hope you guys feel as closely to it as I did. You know, it's not easy to make a show with music and separate it from a musical, give it its own identity, and Hannah Montana is so good at doing all of that and more. Not only do they have the best artists helping them make these songs, it's like, it just fits into the world so well. It's really nice, and it adds, I think it solidifies Hannah Montana as the perfect franchise. Okay, now that we went through the album, let's jump back into it. So the next episode we have is Cheat It, based on Beat It by Michael Jackson, obviously. So in the beginning, we see Miley posing with Austin Rain at the 15th annual Teen Scene Awards, and they look like they're a couple and sweet, calling this guy Austin Miley's new beau, Hannah's new beau. But the moment the cameras are off, Hannah and Austin show their actual disgust for each other, and they're only pretending to be a couple to promote their new duet, Us Isn't Us Without You. Oh my god, what a cringe name for something like that. Then we see Miley sticking her chewed gum onto Austin's face on the magazine cover. She does not like him. Lily jokes about how hot Austin is, only to get like a really annoyed response from Miley. Miley is about to leave when she sees Jackson suspiciously trading paper for some money with a guy.
Miley, you go here?
Oh, Jackson. She finds out that he bought test answers and flushes it down the toilet in the girl's bathroom.
Where do you think you're going, Stuart? Oh, the dress means it's the girls' room.
Principal's office?
Yeah.
Later, Miley warns Jackson not to cheat again. Jackson agrees, and Miley hugs him and tells him how proud she is. However, they have a visitor, the same boy Jackson was receiving the paper from yesterday. Miley realizes that he was still making deals with Jeff, even though he pretends like he's not. Oh my god, is Jackson like the villain of this show?
Can you believe that guy? Hey, I think I'm gonna go check the mail.
Jackson points out the hypocrisy because Miley is literally pretending to date somebody she's in love with. Like, how is that not the same? Miley tries to argue, but it's not really that different. Lily doesn't even take her side. She says Jackson has a point.
I know he's a jerk, but that song is still so darn romantic.
I know, but I was just thinking about Jackson the whole time.
Wow, that's a little weird.
I was talking about his cheating.
And saying while Jackson's doing something wrong, in his situation, he's only really lying to herself, but in Miley's situation, she's lying to the entire world. Woof. Meanwhile, Robbie Ray is tired after mopping the floor from general chores, which is always a fun subplot, and he sees an ad for Senor Steam. He gives it a call and ends up purchasing it, only to find out that Rico has owned the company since he was 10. Oh my god, how does Rico show up everywhere? Miley performs the song with Austin on the Jimmy Kimmel knockoff show. She comes clean live on the talk show and admits,
The publicity people only made us pretend that we liked each other to sell our records.
Millions and millions of records, you little goofball, you.
oh my gosh, Miley in the public eye is so horrible this season. Like, I would not trust her anything I heard. Jackson is proud of her and even rips up the test answers. Later, Robbie has a problem with the sauna, so he calls Rico to come fix it. Rico has like a long call line, and it's really funny watching Robbie wait on the phone.
If you're experiencing noxious and or potentially fatal fumes coming from your cedar seat, press 67.
I'm gonna be 67 before this is over.
Jackson is so worried about not getting into college that he is determined to still go through with cheating. Miley tries to do whatever it takes to stop him from going to his test after she finds out that he has the answers written on him. Eventually, she tricks him into getting into Robbie's sauna, and Lily turns on the heat. Finally, the answers melt off of him, and him and Miley make up finally. This is a sweet episode because it's not like them versus one another, it's like them in their own situations, but kind of mentoring each other through it in a more active way. Like, clearly Miley cares about Jackson, and this episode makes her look a lot better. And I like that the sauna actually plays into the regular A-plot. Like, it's not just Robbie getting a sauna and leaving, like, it actually has meaning to it. The episode ends with Robbie in the sauna,
And Rico comes in too. Turns out the friends and family discount on the sauna means that the friends and family can come at any time. I would not have taken this discount. So next we have episode 11, Knock Knock Knocking on Jackson's Head. So if the last episode wasn't enough, Miley and Jackson are still butting heads. He ends up stealing her breakfast, and Miley suggests moving and leaving him behind. That's kind of dark, Miley.
I'll try just for you.
Let go of my tie!
Not until you apologize for ruining my razor on those sandpaper legs.
Then they have tug-of-war with Miley's pantyhose, and these guys are just getting worse and worse. The tug-of-war goes so far and Jackson even falls backward and hits himself on the head. It turns out he has amnesia. Ooh, I love these types of episodes when the main character loses their memory, and I like that it's Jackson and not Miley. Later, Jackson comes back from the doctor and it's confirmed he does not have his memory.
Jackson, who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington?
And who am I?
George Washington?
I'm your father.
My father's George Washington?
No! Your father's Robbie Ray Stewart!
Why is she yelling at me, George?
Jackson actually confides with Miley, trying to get his memories back, asking if they got along, and Miley says, like, he idolized her, which is obviously a lie.
And,
You owe me $20.
Meanwhile, Rico's cousin Angus apparently is coming to town. And this is another trope where a character has that distant family member coming into town and the character has to lie about what they've been up to just to wear a certain facade. I think even Roxy had that plot in the last season. It is a doppelganger, and of course, another Disney Channel show that does this trope where the actor plays themselves and the twin. Miley did this, Mr. Dodzig did this in the last episode, and Mr. Mosby did this in The Sweet Life. I don't get why this is so appealing.
I'm kind of busy here with my very successful beachfront bistro.
Rico uses Lily to say that he has a girlfriend, who is not excited about this. Later, Robbie and Hannah are about to go to a signing or something, and Jackson is acting super nice to Miley. It's revealed that apparently she wrote a diary for him to make all of his interests relevant to her. Oh my god, Miley, this is not good.
Travel mug, please.
Done and done, oh most awesomest divine delight of my life.
Divine delight of my life? Let me guess. Your diary?
You got it word for word. His memory just keeps getting better and better.
Meanwhile, Miley and Lily hang out. Lily tells her about how she has to be Rico's girlfriend, and Miley brags about how Jackson is really awesome now, until this really attractive guy comes to the beach and Miley wants to flirt with him. Unfortunately, Jackson is now an overprotective brother, and we're starting to see negative sides to this as he gets in the way.
You are?
Gabe.
Grade point average?
3-2.
Any plans for college?
Not yet.
Career goals?
I'm only 16.
Get out.
What?
I said get out, Mr. Man!
Later at school, he is even more overbearing. I don't know how he would go about school without recognizing anything. This is so crazy to me. He at least would need an excuse or something. This guy just went through a traumatic event. Jackson even handpicks out a guy for Miley. He's kind of a nerd and not fun, and Miley is super upset. She goes to talk to her dad and figure out when this amnesia is gonna go away, but he says it could last for years. Later, Miley decides to come clean and tell Jackson that they didn't actually get along, but he doesn't even believe her.
You're bratty and stinky and sloppy and lazy and stinky and horrible to live with and you're stinky.
She tells him she wrote the journal and everything. Later, Rico and his cousin start to have a dance-off on the beach. It even escalates so far that they start kung fu fighting in the sky, which is actually a little too ridiculous. Lily and Rico's cousin's girlfriend admit that they both were putting on a facade and leave the boys behind. Later, Miley actually goes through with the mementos and shows Jackson all of the Hannah stuff he messed up, but he's still not able to come back to normal.
Try it, it's fun.
No, I could never do that.
Jackson admits that this was all a joke and he was putting on this facade the whole time, but obviously Miley can't feel that bad because she literally used him. Like, Miley, what you did was worse. And that's how the episode ends.
Jackson! Jackson.
In number 12, You Give Lunch a Bad Name, which is a parody of You Give Love a Bad Name, Miley and Jackson see off Robbie Ray as he's about to go off with the band again. They dance in celebration because they finally have the house to themselves. Later, they get all gussied up and make fun of Robbie Ray as they go out to do whatever they feel like doing. They're interrupted when Meemaw comes to the door. You remember Meemaw every season but this one. Miley and Jackson are super impatient because they do not want to be watched by an adult, but Meemaw is here to stay.
Your daddy seems to think that you are old enough to be left on your own. And once again, he is not thinking straight. You know, I blame it on those tight jeans.
Miley and Jackson already feel claustrophobic with her in the house. And everybody knows not getting along with your grandparents is always interesting. Meemaw gives Miley and Jackson backpacks and forces them to wear it, so they go to school completely embarrassed. But thank God Meemaw's not there, so they can at least get some free time. Oh wait, Meemaw is on the staircase, calling out to both Miley and Jackson because they forgot their water bottles. Jackson runs to catch his water bottle and accidentally knocks out the school lunch lady. The principal is like, oh my god, we have to find a replacement, and of course Meemaw happens to be the right place, the right time.
But where am I going to find somebody with years of experience of our beloved Janie?
Judy.
Whatever.
She flirts with the principal, which is uncomfortable, and takes the position. Miley, Jackson, Oliver, and Lily are embarrassed now as Meemaw becomes one of the most embarrassing lunch ladies ever.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm all finished.
With all of that coleslaw left? I don't think so.
She's strict and does a lot of things that lunch ladies shouldn't have the power to do. Rico leads a charge and everybody hating her.
Yeah, you know what? They're not gonna blame you for what your grandma's doing.
You brought this plague upon us.
Jackson tries to talk to his mama, but he's interrupted when she's super kind and caring to him, and she guilts him essentially. He decides to try to get used to the idea. They later come up with an idea to get mama fired, so they have Jackson pose as a health inspector to come check on the kitchen while she's in it. She's really sour toward this guy, and they're not getting along, but it's so funny to see Jackson act like this. This is probably Jackson's funniest persona. Jackson cannot find a single thing that would validate a health inspector needing to be there, so Miley has to interfere. When Jackson gets a moment alone with her, he tries to convince Miley to leave a piece of her hair in the kitchen. It works, and Mama is completely suspicious and is able to figure out what happened, and that Jackson is not really a health inspector.
Jackson? What is going on?
Later, she's sad, and Jackson and Miley try to apologize. I can't tell if they're actually sorry or just because they got caught. It's one of those episodes where they feel bad because obviously they didn't feel comfortable telling her that she was embarrassing them, but they all make up as Mama accepts the boundary, and she goes surfing with the principal, and that's how it ends. Isn't it hard to believe that this is the last episode before the Hannah Montana movie? Like, what about this actually led to it happening? The only reason I know this is because the next episode is where Lily and Oliver start dating, and obviously that doesn't happen in time for the movie. And everywhere online says that the movie takes place after episode 12 and before 13, which makes complete sense. Especially with all of these antics of Jackson trying to get into college. It finally does pay off in the Hannah Montana movie when he actually goes to it. It's really hard to connect the movie and the TV show, except for really small minor details, like whether it's dialogue of somebody saying something or referencing Crowley Corners somehow. But if we could piece this together ourselves, it kind of does make a lot of sense.
Miley Stewart, Hannah Montana! Oh no, I just gave up the secret!
What secret? She announced it at a Ray's final farewell concert 50 years ago!
Season 3 of Hannah Montana was its peak. Not only did it have the best album, but it had its own feature-length film in theaters. It had the Best of Both Worlds concert tour. It doesn't get any bigger than that in Hannah Montana Season 3. And recently we went over the first 13 episodes, everything until before Lily and Oliver start dating. But I intentionally had that also stop at right before the movie took place. Yeah, the Hannah Montana movie will come up a lot more in this, as I am a big fan of how they connect. And after part 1, we got to see all the starter episodes, the new changes that are going on with Miley Stewart. And we're gonna shift toward the last 17 episodes. Yeah, season 3 had 30 episodes, and it dragged on for a while. I'm not saying the episodes aren't good, but there is a lot of them, and a lot of stuff we get to get into. Kinda like that season 2 thing, when it dragged on for 10 more episodes than I thought it would.
Yeah, this one does a similar thing. But we get so much deeper with the relationships with Robbie Ray, Oliver, Jackson, and I'm so excited to go over it with you guys. So without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with episode 13, What I Don't Like About You, a parody of that song, What I Like About You. So we start the episode with Hannah Montana coming back from her newest movie, Indiana Jones, and it's this really obvious parody of Indiana Jones, but it's funny watching her outtakes. Miley's returning home from this long vacation, hoping that nothing's changed, only to leave the room and see that Lily and Oliver kiss. Oh my gosh, what? We jump into hearing them talk about why they need to keep it a secret from her and that she wouldn't really understand right away, and Oliver has a couple funny lines here.
You know, sometimes I could say things like, ooh, doesn't Lily look cute today? And, you know, another time you could be like, wow, I've never really noticed it, but Oliver looks like a Greek god, or...
Miley confronts them at the beach, saying that she knows what happened because obviously it was in their living room.
You guys should date. And then not tell me about it.
I think she knows.
And they pretty much admit to it right away. See, this is where it's a little bit different than iCarly. Like, iCarly happened over the course of a couple episodes, but Miley found out they're together, already are approaching them about it, and this actually leads into the disagreement.
So seriously, you think Radiohead is better than Coldplay?
Radio play, cold head. The main thing is, you guys are together, right?
It doesn't seem like they as a couple argue or disagree too much. It's almost like this is one really specific scenario. And in this scenario, basically they argue over Radiohead versus Coldplay, like which song did they dance to, which leads to them arguing about their first date and even more.
If you like Coldplay so much, they should be your girlfriend. You could take them skating and then not remember it.
I'll take them skating and not remember it. You know what? Who's 12 now?
And they even break up pretty much right then and there on the beach, which this is what should have happened with Freddie and Sam. Like, theirs is so dysfunctional, it's almost like distasteful. Like, you feel guilty for watching them be together and happy about it. Where at least Lily and Oliver, you're like, okay, I could see why they should be together.
Because you're obviously wrong.
I'll tell you what's wrong. When I picked you as a boyfriend.
Oh.
You guys, please stop fighting. This is ridiculous.
Miley is insistent that if they're going to argue, they better come back to her by the time they're done. So she sits on the beach until midnight. Robbie actually even gives her a blanket because that's how long she's been there. Throughout the episode, she constantly asks Robbie for advice through metaphor of his sandwich.
And the tomato decided that they should be together. Oh, I love you, Bacon Pop. Yes, I love you too, Tomato Pop. And then the lettuce decided to finally come back home, and they start arguing. Oh, bacon. Oh, tomato. Oh, no. And then I'm the lettuce, I get in the middle.
And keeps destroying it every chance she gets. And this is the part that's the most like iCarly. So Lily and Oliver are sitting on separate tables at the beach, insisting Miley chooses them as her best friend. She goes to Lily first and says that she chose her, but should probably apologize to Oliver because he deserves at least that. Then she goes to Oliver and says that she chose him and was just apologizing to her about it because she deserves that.
Wow. You really did pick me, I mean, over your best girlfriend? Man, I must be awesome.
So she basically told both of them that she's choosing them over one another. Meanwhile, the subplot is Jackson trying to get into college. He wants to go to Santa Barbara, so he has this interview that's about to happen at the house. So to look really good, he tries to make it look like he started a nonprofit for children, which is very specific. I would kind of believe that. Cheryl Hines is a guest star in this episode, and she comes to interview Jackson. Robbie has a guilt talk with him to make sure that he doesn't actually go through with it, and it works. Jackson admits to the woman that he's been lying about all his good deeds. And she's basically like, yeah, you're not getting into college. Like, you expect them to be like, okay, yeah, you're honest, you could definitely do it, but that didn't happen in this one. Later, she asks Oliver to come over, and we're still not really sure what her plan is, until they both show up into Miley's house.
What are you doing here? She chose me!
Miley?
She's dressed as Indiana Jones, and I'm uncomfortable. So she plays a video with her playing both of these parts, Lily and Oliver, and showing their argument and why it was like so petty.
Yeah, and, her hair smelled like apples. I like apple.
So for season 3, episode 14 of Hannah Montana, we have Mamma Mia, which is a play on the title Mamma Mia, obviously. So Lily and Oliver are bragging around school that they already have a date to the dance, which they're kind of obnoxious in this moment.
That feeling of being so desperate.
me, so... Ask me now. You ask me now.
Oh my god, this is so sad. So her friends have a talk with her, making it worse, talking about how it sucks to be single, which is not helpful, guys. Then Miley stands by a poster, trying to give subtle hints to this guy that she wants to be asked to prom, and he's clearly not asking her.
There you are again. Are you following me? Because here we are. Again.
And she does not give up, which she should have done since the beginning. He admits that this other girl just asked her, which, Miley, if you weren't being so desperate, you could have just approached him first. Meanwhile, this nerd named Aaron, which I could swear was in other teen shows before, tries to ask a girl to a dance, and she rejects him, being so embarrassed.
I'm waiting for somebody better to ask. Sorry.
Appreciate the honesty.
This makes Miley feel really bad because it seems like they don't even pity him. She goes to talk to him to make him feel better, but then he ends up getting the idea that she wants to go to prom with him.
Will you go with me?
Keep walking. Miley.
She's just straightforward doing it. She even tries to walk away, which is rude, and then says yes. He gets overly excited and calls his family. Meanwhile, Billy Ray is fed up with Jackson because he let him come home from college, and he's not really doing anything with his life. He's waking up late, he's not doing anything. But this is a good callback to the movie. I feel like the writers tried to do a good job connecting the events of the movie and now.
You know, I let you come home from college because you said you were homesick. Well, now I'm homesick too. Sick of having you home doing nothing.
He tries to get Jackson to go to college, and it doesn't work. Meanwhile, Miley talks to Billy Ray about asking Aaron to prom. But she gets a call from David Archuleta, who was also in iCarly, oh my gosh, saying that he wants to record a song with her the night of her prom. And obviously she's not super excited to go to prom with Aaron, so she almost says yes immediately, and does not think of the consequences.
So see, I think that if Aaron knew this, he would be the first to insist that I bail on the prom. And if he doesn't, I don't want to go with someone so selfish anyways. Oh, and another thing is, he kind of took advantage of me, you know, when he cornered me into going out with him tonight. So I think that boy actually owes me an apology.
So Miley goes to Aaron's house, ready to explain to him why she can't go to prom with him. She runs into his grandmother and feels horrible because he was so excited to finally go.
We flew in from Pittsburgh as soon as we got the news. Last-minute flights are expensive, so we had to dip into our meat money.
Meanwhile, Jackson is really embarrassed and does not want to go to college. He feels so much pressure, and it's actually kind of sad. Like, I feel bad for this guy.
You think that Jackson Rod Stewart is scared? I'm terrified.
Robbie tries to give him a pep talk, but it doesn't really work out. And Jackson is so scared that he's going to end up at Rico's for the rest of his life that he definitely does go back to try. So I guess sweet fear does work. Meanwhile, Miley is as Hannah recording the song with David Archuleta. I Want to Know You is a really good song from the season 3 soundtrack, and it makes her feel really bad. So she tells David Archuleta she actually has to go to prom.
It was the onion bagel, wasn't it?
No, you're fine. Just maybe next duet, you might want to try a nice little, lemon bar.
And I don't know how, but she has enough time to get fully ready, makeup and everything, and go back to Aaron's house, and then give him enough time to get the tuxedo ready. Guys, this is not enough time. Prom is a lot of work. And then they get pictures together, knowing that they're actually gonna go together, and that's kind of the end. We don't really get to see the prom, we just see them get ready for the prom, and that's it. One last scene with Rico and Jackson, and it's funny. And that's kind of the prom episode.
Oh no, I just gave up the secret!
What secret? She announced it at a Raise Vinyl farewell concert 50 years ago!
I definitely love the moral dilemma Miley has to go through, like starting out so desperate then to actually getting exactly what she wanted, but then reverting back to her natural not wanting it. All around a really good episode. So in Once, Twice, 3 Times Afraidy, Miley hates the fact that Lily and Oliver are going out, and the lovely couple thinks that Miley should have a boyfriend.
Need a boyfriend.
I'm on it. Yo, single dudes, listen up. I got a perfectly good girl here, good height to weight ratio, not hard to look at. Let's start the bidding at a whoa!
So they set up a blind date for her, thinking that she cannot be alone. Oh my gosh, guys. But the guy is still upset about losing his ex and not ready to date her. Oh my gosh, it's an embarrassing date.
It's just my ex-girlfriend's name was Jenny. And I haven't heard that name since the breakup.
All because of Lily and Oliver, who profuse to apologize. Later, after a Hannah Montana concert, Miley meets Tracy's fake boyfriend, which she calls a faux beau.
So in love. Oh my gosh, Tracy, that's genius. So is Adam available to fake date a friend of mine who's single by choice and wishes her friends would get off her back because she doesn't need a guy to complete her?
And is like, wow, that's actually a genius idea, getting people off your back by paying somebody to be a fake boyfriend. And she gets super into that idea. So she ends up asking him to be her fake beau. As they go on a date, Miley is trying to put on this facade that she has a boyfriend.
Oh, Miley, we're so happy for you, aren't we, Ollie Pop?
Is the low-fat apple crumble as good as the regular apple crumble?
And gets a phone call that apparently he can't show up, so he's gonna send his roommate instead. Oh no, can you imagine how this is about to go?
Excuse me, Miley?
Uh-huh.
Hey, I'm Ralphie Narducci, your, boyfriend for the night.
The guy sends his obnoxious roommate, Ralphie, who is rude and polite. I like don't know how to even describe him. He's like this Italian mobster that doesn't have any manners.
I got a hot girlfriend, and so do you, my friend. Pound it.
And it's very complicated, and as a viewer, you're like, how in the world would Miley explain that these two have a connection? Like, they are not fitting in at all. Although Miley tries to make it work, and it really doesn't. So Miley is like, okay, I can't keep up this facade, and asks him to fake break up with her, so that way she can get out of it.
His parents are going to England.
Oh, wow! What a shame.
Tell me about it. I don't even know how to speak English.
And they try to perform a breakup, but Ralphie keeps not going through with the facade.
You know what? I'm not moving.
What?
I'm not giving up what we have without a fight. Look at you. You're a wreck.
Nope, I'm not. See, I'm really... Yep, I pulled myself together.
Next thing you know, he's asking for all the different things in Miley's house. Oh my god, this guy is literally robbing Miley. It's so funny because you don't expect having a fake boyfriend to have these kind of consequences, but it becomes like a full-on robbery. Lily and Oliver still seem pretty confused, but eventually he asks for way too many things, and Miley just loses the facade. She kicks him out of the house and has to explain to Lily and Oliver what happened. They explain that they just wanted her to be happy like they are, but she's more focused on maybe somebody coming along that is actually good for her. And as long as she has her friends, she's good, which is a great moral of this episode. I feel like it's definitely normal to have the social pressure of you need to have a boyfriend. And Miley going so far to appease her friends shows a lot of her character. Although I really don't think she needed to go this far, but it definitely makes for an entertaining episode for sure. Meanwhile, Jackson actually gets injured because of something Rico does.
From you.
And when Rico tries to make peace by offering a bunch of money, Jackson's new friend, which is like, why does Jackson keep having like new friends at different moments?
Thanks to you, for the next 6 weeks, I'm gonna need help just to pick my nose.
Don't look at me, dude.
Just go away.
Okay.
Not you!
And Jackson like rips up the check in front of Rico.
I take this check to the bank, I get arrested for forgery, get sent to jail, and the last words I hear before I go up the river are,
He just like doesn't believe that Rico would ever do something nice for him. But then it turns out to be true all along. Rico was trying to be nice, and Jackson just straightforward rejected him the whole time.
Never!
It was real, wasn't it?
Totally real, good as cash.
Him and Rico really jump back and forth between like, one of them wants to be friends, one of them tries, and then it just kind of falls through by the other one using each other's weakness against each other. Like, I don't know, their relationship is very toxic. And it's sad because there's moments where Rico says that he doesn't have anybody else. Jackson definitely doesn't either. Like, he's been recycling all these friends for multiple episodes now. Okay, so Season 3, Episode 16 is Jake, Another Little Piece of My Heart, which is one of my favorite episodes of all time of Hannah Montana. We start out with Hannah having a concert in Vegas. It's her, Lily, and Robbie Ray checked into a hotel. And what's even more surprising is her friend Tracy's here. Why is Tracy here without telling her? Uh-oh, she announces she's about to get married. Miley already has a problem with this because of how young she is, and it's even more complicated when we find out it's Jake Ryan.
Something, 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 say what?
So Miley had a couple episodes with Jake in the first season until he left, then he came back, and then he left again. And this is his first appearance in the new season, a few episodes before he could be the one. So he's getting married to Tracy, and Miley has an issue with it. She tries to make it not relevant to their past relationship, because it'll just seem like she's jealous, but she harps on the fact that they are way too young to get married. Jake is kind of dismissive and doesn't really know what to say about it, and just kind of deflects it back to her. I like his haircut in this season. It's definitely better than the second season one. And it's like, how could these guys maintain a friendship with all their relationship issues? Like, it's really hard to be friends with an ex, let alone watch them get married. And it's like, are you really friends if she was not invited to the wedding? Yeah, probably. In the B-plot, Rico has started a camp called Camp Rico. He interrupts Jackson on his date, asking for help with his camp. Unfortunately for Jackson, he wants to impress his date, so he says yes, taking on this whole troop. Next thing you know, he's leading this troop the entire time. Then we get back to Miley freaking out about Jake and Tracy getting married. She's witnessing how stubborn Tracy is, and I bet Hannah feels like this is a piece of her life.
I hate you.
All right, if that's the way you feel. Bye, Miley.
Bye, Jake.
And I bet Miley feels like her father in this scenario, where she's like disapproving. Hannah tells Tracy not to get married, grabbing her wedding dress. And Jake tries to pull her back. It's kind of like a metaphor for where she should be going. And once Miley breaks a nail, it gets personal as they head off to get married. Miley's taking this like way too far, if you ask me. Like, feelings for Jake or not, this is like a boundary issue. She has one last chance to stop it.
By the state of Nevada.
Stop the wedding! They're too young! My bad.
She shows up at the venue before Tracy and Jake get there, which I don't know how she gets there first, and asks the officiant for his costume. Meanwhile, Rico is trying to get Jackson to blow up balloons for the kids, but Jackson is like completely beyond himself, even going outside into a storm to try to get them out of here.
I think the rain stopped. You kids can totally go back to the beach now. Yippee! Come on, let's go! Yeah! It's barely a trickle. Come on!
So then Miley meddles with the wedding ceremony as they're stalling to get Robbie Ray to interrupt. The stalling doesn't work, and Tracy and Jake say they're gonna go somewhere else. Miley tackles them, only to learn that this all was a prank? This is a prank TV show, and Hannah Montana was the victim. Jake laughs at it, thinking it was all in good fun, but Miley's a little annoyed, which I would be super annoyed, especially how embarrassing she was acting in this. Jake and her share a kiss, and it's officially not over yet. I'm so glad they had him come back for this next episode, because otherwise this would be an annoying one-off.
Whoa. Whoa.
So Miley Hurt the Feelings of a Radio Star is a parody on the title Video Killed the Radio Star, which is an old song about how the implementation of visual media took away all this audio-only world, which is a really interesting timepiece.
Oh, see, that's great and awesome. Grawsome. Starting a new trad. Oh, see, that's trend and fad. Trad.
So Oliver starts his own radio show when one of the radio hosts on Radio Star has to leave one day.
10 seconds. Let's see what you got, wing ding 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 boy.
But I don't even know what to press.
You'll do great.
He's at first really awkward and cringy, but Miley soon helps him out, and bam, the radio show becomes super popular.
If you're in a stew or feeling blue, don't boo-hoo. Let us talk to you.
Because that's what we do.
Here at the KT Morning Zoo.
And the two have like such a good dynamic, and this is going great for Oliver. He hasn't had a lot of wins, which is not surprising. And later, Hannah actually has a concert, but traffic is so packed up. And then another time, Hannah has a pet audition to do. So essentially, Miley's trying to keep up with this new task of hosting a radio show, but cannot keep up with it because of Hannah Montana responsibilities.
Breaks like this don't just happen. I mean, this could change my whole life.
Well,
please.
She even falls asleep in front of all the puppies as she's getting cranky, and it's really funny watching Robbie and Lily kind of point out how bad she's going through it.
Don't you even bother calling. Do not call this phone. This dog is mine. Mine, mine.
But Miley just wants to support Oliver. Like, clearly he can't do it on his own, and you know how Oliver gets when he feels unsuccessful. He gets depressed and leaves. The next day, the newspaper says Hannah howls, and Miley is completely embarrassed for how she was during the puppy thing. She is completely overbooked, and she's actually seeing the consequence of it.
Spread my butter way too thin, and now my toast is dry. Yep, not enough to go around. Way too...
I get it.
Even I get it.
You do?
Yeah. Your dad doesn't have enough butter, duh.
Oliver says that they want to do the radio show every Sunday and that it means so much to him. So this is why Miley is going to be going through a lot now, because she really wants to see her friend happy. But in the end, Oliver says that the radio show didn't have a lot of Miley fans as much as Oliver fans, which is kind of hard to believe from my end. So it seems like he could still do it without her. And I don't know, this is a weird ending.
Howdy, everybody. That was me, Miley, pretending to be a pretty girl named Lily.
And in the subplot, Rico thinks that he's making too much money because his dad actually wants to sell Rico's surf shop.
I have to lose money.
So lose money.
I can't. It goes against every fiber of my being.
So Rico puts Jackson in charge because he knows he'll screw up. And he does so by selling rotten hamburgers, and his customers all end up throwing up. This is a really disgusting plot line.
My burger tastes funny.
Brilliant! Bad meats! No one's gonna want to buy this place now. Congratulations. Listen, Jackson, you're never gonna get the best of me.
I definitely think Radio Star is a parody of Radio Disney. It is nice to have another Oliver episode with Hannah trying to keep her cool in order to maintain his emotional regularity, which is kind of random. Like, I don't know why Oliver is such a toxic friend. I mean, it's hard to be comedic relief and also really responsible, I guess. But I like that a lot of the episode takes place in the radio booth, and seeing Oliver, like, have this hobby is really cool. All in all, this is a really fun episode. So when He Could Be the One came out on Disney Channel, the promotions really hyped it up because we saw that Brooke Shields and Cody Lindley would be in this episode again. And Cody Lindley is the guy who plays Jake Ryan, and Brooke Shields plays Miley's mom. Definitely a cool reason to find these two characters to come together when Miley has to make a really intense decision about who she wants to be with. Miley tries but fails to tell her dad that she's dating Jake Ryan again, so Robbie winds up believing that she's hiding something from him. To make her father thankful for Jake, she pretends that like her bad boy bandmate, Jesse, but gets in over her head and she starts to actually develop feelings for Jesse. The first episode is more focused on Miley's relationship with her dad and Jake Ryan being this big issue in their relationship. And there's that whole bad boy trope where it's like, of course you don't want your daughter being with a bad boy, but then the fact that she actually falls for him just shows like her age and immaturity. Like, of course that changes a lot of things. In the end, she tells Jesse that there's just something between her and Jake that's special, and the episode kind of ends with her dad accepting it, and we move on to Miley's real issue, which is choosing between Jake and Jesse. It already feels a little episodic by the end of the first part because of the fact that everything with Robbie Ray was resolved. It makes it seem like the momentum didn't necessarily build. And even though we kind of foreshadowed something that's going to be more important in the second episode, it still feels like two standalone episodes that just had a recurring plot or idea. But I want to believe that it's not just a gimmick that they're doing a two-part episode, and it's actually really for a good storytelling reason. In the second part, she's trying to decide between Jesse and Jake, and it's really complicated, and some of the best songs are used in this because the third Hannah Montana album is definitely one of my favorites, so I love listening to the song. Miley and Jesse share a moment, and then Miley and Jake share another moment, and it just becomes harder and harder for Miley to make a decision between the two people she has a history with. I mean, she barely has a history with Jesse, but you know what I mean. She sits on her back deck in the most famous scene that's in all the promos as she's looking at two pictures of the boys, which, why do you have two pictures of teenage boys in your room, Miley? I knew you were like lovesick, but not this much. Robbie offers her comforting advice, which kind of brings us back to the first part, which feels a little bit more conclusive. I like that it's called back from the first episode, makes it feel more necessary. Miley seeks advice from her mom and is able to actually make a decision. Miley ends up telling Jesse that she chooses Jake because of how much they have together and how special it is. Robbie accepts their relationship after confirming with Miley that she made the right choice, and it's up to her instead, which is a really good plot for a teenager episode. Like, I definitely feel like the stakes were high enough. The Jackson and Rico have a
dance number this entire episode and keep coming back at really random parts of it, which is, I'm kind of here for it. Although it does feel like, especially with summarizing the plot, that this is used just to fill up time. These shows should really use the 40 minutes super cautiously, and I wish they spent their time with it a little more. Jake has so far returned in every season, this being the third time, so at this point we know it's going to be a consistent thing. But I definitely think Achy Jakey Heart was a little stronger despite the fact that that was broken up and this one wasn't. But you could tell why they tried to make it one part, because it's like very clear that this is one plot line going on for too long, and not a lot changed and not a lot of momentum built until actually Miley has that final decision of choosing one of them. But there isn't necessarily like a lot of time with Jesse, or even like a lot of time with Jake. I feel like Jake has only had like 4 or 5 episodes at this point. I mean, I do feel like that's more than most shows would be to develop a relationship with teens, and especially being like these shows are usually 60-90 episodes, so of course 5 episodes is actually a bigger chunk than normal. That would essentially be the equivalent to 20 episodes in a larger sitcom like The Big Bang Theory or any of these other shows. So the Hannah Montana Superstitious Girl is season 3 episode 20. So they docked in Hawaii on the SS Tipton. Apparently they're stuck there for 5 days because Lily can't find something. Miley says that she's a professional and is able to keep track of everything except for her mother's locket.
Mama's lucky anklet? Don't got it.
She starts to freak out because apparently with that necklace, she has good luck, and now that it's gone, everything is gonna go wrong. Mr. Mosby runs in telling her to get ready for the concert because apparently there's a helicopter waiting for them. Lily tells her that nothing bad's gonna happen, and it cuts to them coming back from the rehearsal. Apparently Hannah had the worst sound check, and everything is going wrong. She even finds the rat in her bathroom that apparently has escaped. But like already we don't see Selena Gomez, the entire Wizards cast is gone, so it seems like this is a standalone Hannah Montana episode. So I don't know why they're doing this crossover. This was an issue with the first crossover where the Hannah one felt so separated from the rest of them. Like if I were a fan of this special, I probably would have turned it off by now because I don't get to see many of the cast that we wanted to see. I mean, we still get to see the Sweet Life on Deck cast, but it's only because they're passerby. She continues to look for her anklet, hoping that she'll be able to save this concert. Miley tries to retrace her steps, and it's also revealed that Robbie's on the ship, which is exciting. She runs to check on Robbie, who is super seasick and upside down on his bed. That's a funny trope. He gives her the idea that maybe she left it in her sock.
Once I get it on again, no more bad looking.
But when they go back to her room, it turns out that the entire room is clean. Meanwhile, in the B plot, Jackson and Oliver are hanging out in the empty house because they have it to themselves. This guy delivers a really big package, and Jackson is super excited to see what's inside. Oliver encourages him to open it and figure out what's in it, but, you know, they try not to do that. Robbie tells him that the package better be sealed by the time they get home, so they cannot open it. Jackson attempts to use a steamer to carefully open the box and be able to reseal it, but I don't know if that's gonna work. Meanwhile, Miley and Lily are still looking for this anklet. London tries to take ownership of this anklet, claiming that everything on this boat technically belongs to her.
Oh, all right. Look, I'll just hold it for safekeeping till the owner shows with the receipt and 2 forms of ID.
Turns out it wasn't Hannah's sock. Miley runs downstairs in a disguise, but never takes off her wig. I don't know why we can't see Miley in this. And they run to approach London, only to be interrupted by Zach, who almost gives away her identity in public.
The other one that's got the girlfriend, right?
For her sake, I hope so.
He does with these characters. London is admiring the necklace when Hannah runs up to ask for it back.
That anklet belongs to me. Fine. I'll need to see a receipt and 2 forms of ID.
When London realizes that it's not real gold, she throws it off the balcony, and Hannah is freaking out. Miley insinuates that Lily should jump in and get it, and that would literally kill her. I don't know why you're suggesting that, Miley.
Miley, it's gotta be like 60 feet. Right. You won't have to give me anything for my birthday. Miley? Ever. Miley, fine.
Her bad luck continues as a storm finally comes up and even blows off her wig. I wish this was a bigger issue. So Miley has to start replacing her wig with one of Lola's, and it looks hideous on her. She thinks this is a sign and that she's not really meant to do the concert. Miley attempts to dye this hair, and it turns out disgustingly seaweedy. In the B plot, we go back to Jackson and Oliver trying to open this box. They really can't do it, and even their hair is messed up because of it. Jackson says that it's finally time to hire a professional. Then we get Rico coming on into this. Seems like he knows how to open it.
Unlike your combined IQs, it's high.
How much?
If it's a big robot, I get to play with it first.
Deal.
But you promised if it was a robot, I could play with it first.
Do you want it open or not? I want it open.
They're surprised when a giant alarm goes off and this inflatable bouncy house takes over the entire house. So they got their comeuppance. I don't know what's going on with this B-plot though. Can you imagine these poor actors being told that they're a part of this 3-part crossover, but only in the B-plot, and they're going to be on the same set, and nothing is going to be changed literally at all? It's still not even a good B-plot. I mean, Hannah Montana, sometimes their B-plots can be really off the rails. And it's not fair that that even had to happen in this special. I mean, Hannah Montana already didn't interact with the Wizards or the Sweet Life on Deck enough, so why is this the B-plot? With the green wig not working, Miley has finally given up, just in time for Cody and Bailey to come give her flowers. This is it. These two actors came all the way here just to be in this one scene, and it's like less than a minute. I feel so bad for them because they wanted to be a part of the Hannah Montana world, and they were given this 20-second scene of just Miley saying that the concert's canceled. Not fair.
Is this going to affect the after party?
Finally, Robbie Ray goes out to talk to Miley, who is just sulking on the sky deck. Robbie gives Miley a backup wig, and the sun finally comes out. The storm is over, and he's basically telling her that it's about the mindset. Hannah is finally in a good mood and ready to go to her concert.
Hey, what are you guys sitting around here for? Don't you have tickets to my concert? And the after party? Let's go.
She calls everybody on the boat to join her, and it's finally positive. And the rest of the episode is just her concert.
I wouldn't say no to a little warm-up hug.
Okay, I'm gonna go before I hurl barf cubes. Hey, Ryan, wait up! If you like Colorado, you are gonna love Montana.
So off-screen, Miley gets in an injury while there's a skiing accident. She ends up in the hospital, which is a insane way to start the episode.
I apologize for my boyfriend, Mr. Stewart. He is a work in progress.
Go, L-Train, go!
Yeah, I know what you mean. He's he's just a piece of work.
Even though she's kind of passed out, she can actually hear what her friends are saying.
Could you be any more insensitive?
And even hears Oliver say to her that she loves her when everybody's out of the room.
I love you.
Now you see, that wasn't... Best friend's boyfriend say what?
And she's like, oh my god, this is terrible. Like, he's dating Lily and he's in love with me. It's really shocking. When she comes home to tell Lily that he doesn't love her, even though she's in love with him, Lily starts to cry.
The girl should never say it first. It's against the rules. Can't give a boy that kind of power. You do that and you'll set back the women's movement 50 years. What if he's in love with someone else because they're, I don't know, adorable or something?
And it's really sad, but I don't know why we're going off of Miley being a ghost in this. Like, why do we trust this? Miley tries a lot of things to calm her down, like bringing tissues, offering a cold pack, and building a castle out of popsicle sticks. Then Robbie accidentally says exactly what Oliver meant.
You told her Oliver was in love with you?
In love with you? No, I cleverly avoided that until now.
And Lily gets really angry and decides to get a picture of her with another guy just to turn it on him. Oh my god, this is a weird solution to this problem.
I'm guilty.
I'm actually talking about my friend over there.
The circus clown?
She is not a... Yes, the circus clown.
Then turns out that Oliver was trying to practice saying it to Lily and that he really does love Lily, walking in on her trying to cheat.
Okay.
I can close my eyes, right?
Just do it.
What the?
Yep, that's right. She's kissing someone else. She's moved on. You cannot hurt her anymore.
So now this is all Miley's fault. Even unconscious, she managed to create such a big problem.
You know, it's really nice to hug in front of Miley without hearing bleh,
blah, 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 blah.
Although Lily and Oliver are initially angry that Miley nearly broke them up, they talk it out and they realize that everything is okay. In the end, Robbie's about to eat some pie when Jackson hears what he's doing and takes the pie. Then Robbie decides to photograph it as next year's Christmas card.
Please let this be a dream.
This episode is really trippy because it's having an out-of-body experience and referencing this one movie that they keep saying, which I've never seen. But it's really cool to see Hannah out of the element and being mostly in a hospital throughout this episode. Although when it's time to cheat, I feel like that's when it's a weird plot. Like, why would you fight cheating with more cheating? I don't know. I mean, overall, it's a very interesting episode. Okay, so in this episode, Miley is interviewed by a radio show while Jackson argues with Robbie Ray about Malibu Community College. This causes Miley to make a remark about Jackson to the interviewer, although nobody had ever heard of Hannah having a brother.
You have not lived until you've seen him pick the lint out of his navel, sniff it, and then put it back.
No, that's not true. I don't always put it back.
Miley continues to make fun of Jackson during the interview until Robbie forces her to tell the interviewer she doesn't actually mean it. Unfortunately, the damage is done, and the interview ends before Miley has a chance to correct it. Another Miley and Jackson conflict episode with Hannah Montana being the centerpiece for it.
Revenge is a dish best served stinky.
Jackson?
Nothing, what we call trim.
So Jackson attempts to prank Miley, but is stopped by Robbie, who points out that Miley regrets making fun of Jackson, like she's sleeping and she's sucking her thumb, which means she's innocent. She really didn't mean for that to go the way it did.
Go ahead.
I shouldn't have said that stuff about you on the radio. I was just trying to be funny, and I'm sorry that I embarrassed you.
Jackson ends up forgiving her on the condition that Hannah takes him to her friend Tracy's party that night, and he could impress this girl he wants to see. Hannah and Lola arrive at the party, which is a Tracy spa theme, which I wish I did this for my Sweet 16.
All your emotions are tied to pressure points in your feet, you know.
Oh, come on, Tracy. You don't really believe that, do you?
It looks really fun and relaxing. Hannah discovers that somebody has told the press that she sucks her thumb, which she does do in her sleep when she feels guilty, and Hannah, of course, immediately thinks it's Jackson.
Helga will give you a facial you'll never forget.
Don't beg your money. You'll betcha.
She makes it look like he has this long piece of boogers coming out of his nose, and it's kind of gross, and he ends up throwing it at Mia. It's a super embarrassing moment, and Miley's just attempting to get revenge at Jackson because she assumed he was the problem. I don't know why Miley keeps doing this. She keeps assuming she knows the issue, acts based on that. Like, in the last episode, she tried to get Lily to cheat on Oliver because she was convinced that he said something to her. Like, Miley's toxicity is super consistent. Like, it's definitely a nice theme.
And she was like, I know best friend stuff about her. And I was like, I know way better best friend stuff about her. Like, she still sucks her thumb. And I know it was wrong, but I was talking to you about to stop. Sort of like, now, stop, now, done, sorry, now.
So Hannah yells at Jackson for telling the press about her thumb sucking, and then when he denies it, Lola confesses that she accidentally said it when she was speaking to Tracy, and it slipped. And now Jackson is super angry because Hannah blamed him and drives off in Hannah's car. Miley drove here with you. You can't not do that. Meanwhile, in the most useless subplot I've probably ever seen on this show, Rico asks Robbie to sign a Robbie Ray album for him, but when Robbie realizes it's to impress a girl who likes country music, he sees why Rico's there.
Except for one tragic character flaw.
She likes country music, does she?
Loves it!
He asks Robbie to teach him how to be a country line dancer in order to impress a girl. Why is everybody motivated by impressing a girl? I feel like this is not 100% teenage issues sometimes. Robbie forces Rico to embarrass himself in front of the whole beach by loudly proclaiming, "Ye doggy, I love that country music." And I can't tell if this is cultural appropriation. So Robbie actually teaches Rico the electric slide, which Robbie adds his own, Rico adding his own Latin flair to it. Robbie tells Rico he needs to get in touch with his inner cowboy, which he does so by riding a fake horse. Rico successfully walks like a cowboy, and then because of his soreness from the fake horse, successfully dances like one. And he's really good at it. And it's really weird because it's like we don't get a lot of Rico and Robbie Ray B-plots, but it is a cool concept that they're coming together because of Robbie's fame. Like, it definitely ties into the main premise of the show. And it definitely justifies that Rico could have been in the movie a lot more. Like, I don't know why he was suppressed in that thing. Meanwhile, Jackson is ignoring Miley, who explains that she should embarrass herself in front of her crush so Jackson would be even. After accomplishing this, Jackson still doesn't forgive her. Miley purposely humiliates herself again, and it's funny because she always thinks she could just immediately make up for it, but really it takes a little bit more digging, Miley, to get somebody to forgive you.
The chili, the ozone. Forget it, you're impossible.
Jackson admits it wasn't embarrassing him that hurt him, it's the fact that Miley thought he dragged their problems into the Hannah world. And Miley apologizes, and that's kind of how they resolve it, which I feel like it's a little anticlimactic, the forgiveness part. Like, I don't know if she completely earned it yet.
I never should have thought that you would.
Okay, we're cool.
It just took an argument for them to get to a better place. I mean, but it is a good episode, and I love seeing the whole spa theme going on. Jackson and Miley having this public issue is a great sequel to some of these older episodes with the public believing Jackson and Miley are dating and him becoming her manager. Like, there's just a lot of callbacks that make the show a lot more true to its original intentions, and I like this a lot. Later, Robbie finds Rico, in which he told him that his date actually stood him up, which I don't feel bad. Rico, you lied to her anyway. Like, what does it matter? Robbie and Rico then electric slide on the beach in the most pointless dance number I've ever seen. And Robbie actually backs out and a girl joins Rico, and that's kind of a cute, happy ending. So this is the first episode where Jackson is now attending Malibu Community College, so it's kind of continuing his education journey. The events of the Hannah Montana movie were mentioned in the beginning, and this is probably the most direct it gets in the rest of the third season episodes.
College man in the house!
Hello? Can't you see I'm in the middle of doing an interview?
Hello, in the middle of not caring.
But it's enough to keep the continuity alive, so I like it. Then for the next episode, we have Bad to the Chrome. So Robbie and the kids are trying to convince the stubborn Meemaw, which, yay, we have Meemaw back again. I love this character, and she was also somebody slighted in the movie, so obviously it's nice to see her again.
Hold on, Mama. Let's get your bags.
Maybe I should stop using Uncle Earl's homemade gas.
She comes all the way from Tennessee in her old, rundown car, Loretta.
Every time I bring it up, all she does is tell me I'm fat. Not one single word about how great my hair looks.
In for her brand new car, but instead she flees from the porch angrily.
Wait, there's more.
Oh, no, there ain't. How could you?
It was her idea.
Miley tries to talk to her, but Meemaw snaps and leaves to walk on the beach.
I can still hear your daddy shouting, "Don't leave me," as I shove him out the door on his first day of kindergarten.
So Miley tries to get Loretta back, although it's way too late. She was apparently smashed into bits by a grumpy, cheap junkyard owner.
Now this, I call the problem.
Fortunately, the Stewarts find a car that looks like Loretta, and they do a series of gross and loud attempts to bring the old Loretta to life, and they like smash the front hood with a sledgehammer, and Robbie puts his butt on it.
Grandpa's hair tonic. And ketchup for in between the seats.
And recreate a smell of Grandpa's hair tonic. A bottle of ketchup, orange soda, and cat pee. It's a ridiculously detailed scene for no reason.
Oh, I missed you.
Sorry we tried to separate you two.
Oh, you were just doing what you thought was right, even though you were wronger than tofu bacon.
Even though thrilled, Mama acts like she didn't notice that they just duplicated everything she did. She apologizes that she's sorry for snapping and chooses the new car instead, which is really sweet. She accepts the gift.
And now, thanks to you all, I have another one. Sweetie, you're not crying, are you?
No, just that cat did a good job.
And apparently they installed a GPS that talks to her, and it's an accurate portrayal of a grandmother driving a new car.
Turn right.
Okay, I got it.
In 40 feet. Turn right.
You gonna do this all the way back to Tennessee?
In 35 feet.
turn right.
Oh, shut up!
So episode 24 we have Judge Me Tender, which is a parody of Elvis Presley's song Love Me Tender. We see America's Got Talent's parody show, America's Top Talent. Oliver auditions for it, while Hannah is actually one of the judges. Oh, this is an exciting opening to an episode, like thrown right into the action.
Kinda like token. You know, for just hearing this name the first time today, I think that's pretty darn clever.
And the guy who plays Mr. Sheffield on The Nanny is playing a parody of Simon from American Idol, and it's so funny. His portrayal is so good.
I have to say, I find myself completely appalled by how much I like that. Well done.
His performance is outstanding, and he becomes an overnight hit, even being famous at school and everything. It's just weird because Oliver was shown singing really horribly at the end of Song Sung Bad from season 2, but in You Gotta Lose This Job, he actually showed that he's good at it.
Hey, babe. Fans want to take pictures of me by the ocean, so, I'll call you babe. To the beach!
He called me babe. Twice! Ow! 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 Sorry. I was just trying to rub it in.
To what? My bone?
Meanwhile, Lily is starting to get a little bit more lonely and annoyed at his success. Miley's bangs look really good in this episode, though. It kind of reminds me of the beginning of the season. Oliver becomes super obnoxious, which is not that surprising. Like, we get hints of Oliver being a diva many times in the series.
What about Lily?
I know, she's been acting kind of weird lately.
She's been weird?
Yeah, and it's kind of been harshing my mood.
It's weird that Oliver's chewing gum, since in the episode Miley Get Your Gum, it was revealed that Oliver has a trauma with it? So, like, what? Lily begs Miley to give him a bad score so that way he won't be sucked away by internet fame.
Good job.
Well, once in a lifetime. I mean, that is a little dramatic, don't you think? I mean, I'm sure if this doesn't work out, there'll be plenty more opportunities.
But she ends up not being able to. She needs to tell the truth. Oliver is actually really good.
So it's up to you, HM. Send Mr. Oaken on.
Or put an end to his career right here, right now.
She returns home to find Lily sad that she's basically lost him at this point. And this is a really good episode exploring the dynamics of their relationship. Like, this is why it's so much better than Freddie and Sam. Oliver does the right thing and returns home to talk to Lily, telling her that they will still be together, which is really sweet and a good ending.
Lily, I'm so sorry I've been such a jerk. Yeah, I got caught up in all the attention, but Miley's right. None of this means anything to me if I can't share it with you.
I like that we have another episode about fame taking over somebody that's not Miley. Like, Oliver is definitely a good case for this, and it's gearing us up for the finale when he's actually really good at singing, and we'll get to that. And then Jackson's actually on America's Top Talent, which doesn't make sense, but it's really funny to see him dressed as this character again.
Not so typical, way too smart to be waiting around. Tai Chi practicing slow mo champion. I can fix the flat on your car. Rocking out wherever we are.
Overall, a good Lily and Oliver episode, a great Hannah Montana moral episode. Mixing the double life in is so perfect. Meanwhile, Jackson gets a ticket for driving, which has Robbie Ray furious. He assigns him to clean out the attic, which turns out to be disgusting. Why is just multiple plots of this show Jackson cleaning out a disgusting part of the house? Like, this is weird. One of his funniest jokes in this entire show is him in the attic, though, when he says this.
Would I be up here if my juggling career had taken off? I think not. Of course I'm no good. I never get a chance to practice. 'Cause I'm always being punished.
Jackson Rod Stewart!
It wasn't me. It was a young boy with 3 balls and a dream.
It turns out that the ticket was actually meant for Robbie, and Robbie's the one stuck cleaning the attic, and that's literally the only plot.
I've been way too hard on you.
3 scenes, and that's all we got. The next episode kind of reminds me of the Hannah Montana movie. It's Can't Get Home to You Girl, Season 3, Episode 25. The whole premise is Miley is trying to get back home to Malibu for Lily's birthday. I guess her and Robbie Ray were out for a concert, and they're trying to get home. But there's an issue. Apparently, there's a storm not allowing them to fly. So she won't be home in time for Lily's birthday.
But don't worry, I'll be home in a couple of hours. So until then, go to my house, watch some TV, and help yourself to Daddy's private stash of Fudgy Buddies.
What?
She's not family.
See, this is weird in the time context because Lily's birthday was in the Hannah Montana movie, and it's also, like, I guess this means this is an entire year later, which isn't super unnatural. Like, it's the end of season 3, we're about to get to the senior year, okay? I buy that she's 17 now.
Due to mechanical difficulties, Flight 64 to Los Angeles has been canceled.
Mousy voice ticket sale lady say, what?
So Robbie and Miley meet a truck driver and actually hitch a ride with him to try to get back as quick as possible.
Now, I don't mean to be a bad host.
But get out!
Meanwhile, Jackson is stuck with entertaining Lily for her birthday. Miley really wants it to be special, but she can't be there, so she has Jackson help, and it makes it so much worse. Eventually, the car breaks down, and they have to take a motorcycle, which is so cheesy on the green screen. We get a visit from Freddie's mom from iCarly, which is as if these two shows did not cross over enough.
Unless you have a plane in your backyard, we'll never make it in time.
You sure you don't want to sit up here with me, Mr. Hottie McYummy Pants?
She becomes like a Robbie Ray fan and tries to fly them back home, but she's way too into Robbie, hitting on him the entire time, making him so uncomfortable. And why is this woman so good at being creepy?
And pick up, pick up, pick up.
If you look to your right, you'll see Hoover Dam. And if you look to your left, you'll see an attractive single woman gazing at you adoringly.
Like, she's so into it. Such a great actress. Eventually, Rico tries to get Jackson to come to a concert with him, fully leaving Lily alone.
All alone on your birthday? There's nothing worse than that. Come on, we gotta beat the crowd, Jackson, let's go!
The helicopter nosedives trying to get them home, and I'm terrified. If I were Miley in this helicopter, I would think my life was over. This is scary. They eventually do get home, and it's still Lily's birthday, but at what cost? Like, they just went on the adventure of their lives, and nobody's home. Turns out that Lily actually did go with Jackson to the game and had the best birthday ever, making everything okay in the end.
I wasn't about to abandon her on her special day like some people.
Then we get a really uncomfortable section of Robbie Ray performing R&B. The truck driver and the creepy lady come back and dance with him, and why is this necessary? I love that we do get to see this actress from iCarly in this show, though. It's really good. And this episode could have been the movie. Like, honestly, I love the concept. It's funny watching Miley and Robbie, like, go on this giant road trip. I guess it wouldn't be interesting to see for an hour and a half if it were to be a feature film. But I like going from one place to another. Like, field trip type movies where it's a big adventure is always good. But I like that they managed to fit it into an episode. Like, it makes it action-packed, fast-paced.
We just blew a tire. Oh, good. I thought it was me.
And unique from what it usually is. Which, we're getting to the end of season 3, and the episodes are starting to feel a little more derivative. Like, as if they're just expanding upon older plots they did with them slightly older, and then also branching off into random things, like having Mama's broken car, and Miley getting home for Lily's birthday. Like, I feel like I'm losing some of their ideas here, but it is just so far into the end of the 3rd season, like, why would they not run out of ideas?
Jackson, I knew you would leave me alone on my birthday!
Actually, I forgot my wallet.
And actually, it takes a cool turn in this next episode. Come Sail Away is a parody of the song Come Sail Away by Styx. This one kind of reminds me of when Miley was trying to be Indiana Jones. Like, there's a lot of parts where Miley's branching out into the film world or the animation world. We have a special guest star, Fred, in this, who plays a talented voice actor.
She's climbing to the top of the barn again. She's trying to learn to fly.
And it's not a super exciting role for him. He's not that funny. He's just more like a Hollywood actor in this. The whole premise is that Miley's gotten a role playing a duck in this animated movie, but she's so terrible at it. Because, of course, she's not a voice actress. Like, why would she? She does this really cringy duck-like voice that just doesn't work for anybody ever.
I know exactly how you feel. I had to do the voice of a duck once, so I hired a duck coach.
A duck coach.
He's amazing.
She gets advice that she needs to actually be around an animal to get better at the voice, that it'll come naturally if she just spends time with a duck. And comes to the recording studio super prepared. She's like trying to overcompensate for the fact that she knows she's not doing well.
Just you wait, Triple B. Wait till you hear that duck voice explode out of me.
She tells Robbie that she ended up quitting the movie, and he kind of makes fun of her because he's like, you only tried for like 24 hours. Like, that's not a full attempt.
That takes it down to a good 55, 56 minutes you put into it.
Daddy, please, I don't need this right now.
Hey, fine. I'm not gonna sit here and rattle off some big speech or anything.
Thank you.
And Miley realizes that it's time to ask for another chance. Like, maybe it's not time to give up yet. She even runs into one of the teachers at her school with this hilarious duck-like voice, so she just imitates him, and that turns out to be perfect for her recording studio. In the B-plot, we have something super funny. Robbie Ray learns to text. So it's Jackson going on a series of dates and getting texts from Robbie Ray in like the most basic old person fashion, and it reeks so much of Boomer trying to use technology that it just does so well. I feel like we're living in an age where even the old people did catch up with technology eventually. Like, they're not as bad at texting anymore, but it is still funny to joke about. Fred didn't really play an active role in this episode. He just kind of shows up a couple times, which it sucks. It's like they're not putting him in a good position to be a funny character, or even in this episode. But it's not like the episode itself is bad, it's just that character's written kind of poorly. In the end, Miley kind of gets it right, but it doesn't work out because the voice director still doesn't think she's good. But it's still cool that she gets to end on a positive note despite not actually fulfilling the role. And I do like that Miley has a couple failed attempts. Like, she doesn't need to succeed in everything in order to learn a lesson, and that's proved in this episode. I don't know what this third plot is, but they have a C plot, and it's just Rico trying to control everybody at the beach, him and Lily butting heads in the process. They just keep giving Rico turns with all the characters. Like, it's so weird, random.
Take a number, since when?
Just take one.
Fine. Hey, Rico, I'm number 6.
Number 6, your water is ready. Number 6.
The next couple episodes, we have pretty Lily-heavy themes, which isn't bad. It's just we're wrapping up the season, and I do want to get as much funny episodes in as possible. Lily's actually having her first day of work at this Subway shop. Another attempt at Lily trying to get independence, which we learned a little bit earlier in this season when she really didn't want Miley to help her get into DC. Yeah, I like that that character arc is still being continued on.
No, it's hideous!
Don't wrestle with the customers!
It's your sandwich! Ugh.
She's apparently so bad at the job, she even gets fired before the theme song comes on. Like, oh my gosh, how bad is she really at this? At the same time, Robbie's trying to hire somebody to clean Jackson's room, but everybody gets scared off and runs away, which of course I would too.
You were a Navy SEAL. You ain't gonna let a little dirt scare you off, are you?
I took out my own appendix with a wet wipe, dental floss, and a rusty spoon, and I never shed a tear. But that room, I gotta sleep with the lights on tonight.
Is Jackson's room like a character? Why is the bedroom such a central part of the show after that one episode with Louis Vuitton? Like, it just seems like this is an entire new section of the show. So overall, the premise is that Lily and Oliver need to get money because they're saving up to jointly buy a car, which is a big commitment. Lily takes on a job actually cleaning Jackson's room. Like, it's perfect. She needs money, and she could just work at Miley's since she's there all the time.
Face it, I mean, she's the only housekeeper that we're gonna find that's already immune to Jackson's stank. See? Her eyes don't even water anymore.
She cleans up the room perfectly, and Jackson's like offended. Like, he thinks it's a mess, which is so ridiculous. Guys, this looks like a really awesome room, and if I were Jackson, I'd be so grateful, but this is ridiculous. He's so upset about it. Rico gives Oliver humiliating tasks like dressing up like a penguin, cleaning the roof of the hut, and he finds joy in doing all of it. It's apparently told that Jackson doesn't work there anymore. I don't remember seeing him quit. And Oliver is just there working again. He works there on and off randomly. I don't get it. Miley doesn't want to fire Lily because she likes having her around, but she doesn't want her to work for her. Like, it's kind of weird to them. Miley doesn't want to tell her that she doesn't want her to work anymore, so she decides to go with Jackson in disguises, as they two do best.
Not yet.
Are you sure that felt like the right place? You just throw that in?
Fredo.
Sorry, boss.
And threaten the manager to hire Lily back. I don't understand why they had to dress up for this, or why it couldn't be Hannah at least. Like, what's going on here? Lily finds her there, and they pretty much have a confrontation, and it turns out they both thought it was weird that she was working at Miley's house, and she was also trying to get her job back. So in the end, they all went out for the same goals, and they were completed, which is a very sweet episode. And that kind of brings us to a deeper episode with Lily, speaking of, 28. It's The Wheels on My Bed Keep on Turning. The episode is a reference to Wheel in the Sky by Journey. So in this one, we take a step even further with Lily and Miley's relationship. Lily's mom is actually planning on moving to Atlanta, so she tells Miley she's moving, and that's it until the theme song. So we're all concerned, worried for Miley and Lily's relationship. Oliver joins to try to figure out how we can go about the situation.
The perfect way for y'all to stay together. I mean, as long as Lily's parents are cool with it.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm way too young to get married. You know, I got my whole life ahead of me.
And he kind of assumes that they're gonna have to get married now, and he's like nervous about it. And Lily gets mad, because I would too. Like, why are you so nervous? You're dating. But if you notice, Oliver's hair is completely different. Yep, he changed before the next season, which really bothers me, but whatever. Miley outright offers Lily the opportunity to stay at Miley's house, with Jackson protesting, and no surprise there.
Well, everybody that counts.
He vows to torture them. Meanwhile, the plots start getting more Rico and Robbie heavy because everybody's moving on with their lives and they're the only two attached to this beach still. The whole plot is Robbie and Rico trying to do horseshoes in a competitive way, and one accidentally hits this man's car.
You wouldn't happen to be a Hannah Montana fan, would you?
Yes, I am.
Great.
So Lily's getting more comfortable at Miley's house, and the two are a little bit more worried, kind of like the boundaries they were having in the last episode, but a little bit further. Lily moves into Miley's room, and suddenly it's completely crowded. Like, how are they gonna fit everything both of them have, including an Oliver-sized lollipop? Late at night, Miley starts getting annoyed with Lily's late-night phone calls and sharing a room.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Thank you.
And Jackson is pro getting rid of Lily. Lily later overhears Miley saying that she doesn't want to live with Lily anymore, and Lily is embarrassed.
I wouldn't have invited her to live with us. But now I'm stuck with her.
She overhears it and walks away. Later, when Miley comes home from a Hannah performance, she finds a note from Lily saying that she heard what she said and she's gonna get out of her way. Aww. See, this is really sad. Lily ends up living in an apartment with her father, which he was known for 2.5 Men at the time, and he's just such a good fumbly actor. Like, Miley comes all the way down to apologize, and the two get to make up.
I was 10 times more miserable when I came home today and saw that my best friend in the world was gone. Aww.
Saying that they're gonna compromise just to live together, and that's really sweet.
Are you crying in there?
No, it's me, Margaret. Margaret, get a hold of yourself.
So,
We end with one final prank on Jackson, which he turns the tables on them, and it's over. But yeah, that is essentially the last moment before we hit the season finale. And this is the official episode when Lily moves into the Stewarts, which she stays with them for the rest of the series. Spoiler alert, I guess. Episodes 29 and 30 of Hannah Montana.
Looks like Lily being here is already bringing us closer.
This close?
Of all the 2000s Hannah Montana specials went, none of them were this final. Was it supposed to be a season finale? A series finale? There's definitely parts of it that can go either way. Today I want to cover one of the most fascinating moments in TV history, the Hannah Montana Season 3 finale.
Blue jeans?
On the 2-part Hannah season finale.
Dad, I need a favor.
You want blue jeans out here, don't you? When Miley moves her horse out from Tennessee.
I am so happy that you're finally here.
It's like you two have some sort of psychic connection.
So this is split into 2 parts. In part 1, Miley is experiencing vivid dreams of her cherished horse, Blue Jeans. You know, the one from the movie and the one in the show. Reminds her of back home in Crowley Corners, Tennessee. These dreams awaken a deep sense of homesickness, prompting Miley to arrange for Blue Jeans to join her in Malibu.
Come on, Blue Jeans, this is good stuff. Yeah, I'm sure it's real good. Hey, that is good.
We get to see a glimpse of Uncle Earl as he gives the phone to the horse, which is super funny because it's like, why is he so absent-minded? I'm excited that we see him once again to kind of connect us with him being a part of the family. And I like that this concept relating to Crowley Corners is unique from the movie's premise without overshadowing it at all. Like, it's not about her secret, it's about missing home and wanting to move back there, which they didn't necessarily cover in the movie. But it's cool that it kind of complements Miley's character arc. Like, she still feels for that town.
I miss him and he misses me, and Earl keeps eating all his apples, and I keep leaving him, and... Wait, how'd you know?
And it's ridiculous because, of course, Miley, like, why would you ship a horse all the way to LA? Like, this is not horse territory. Because the transition is not seamless. Blue Jean starts showing up all these inappropriate places.
I bet he's under the sink. I mean, if I was a 1,500-pound horse, this is exactly where I would be. Blue jeans?
But also symbolizing Miley's internal struggle between her pop star life in California and the simplicity of home. Like, this horse is just ending up everywhere.
Not exactly what I had in mind.
It ends up with a heartfelt realization that maybe she wants to return to Tennessee, and that has to do with her unrest.
Dang flabbit, Miley, I never wanted you to bring me out here in the first place.
Then why do you keep saying, I need you, Mile? I need you.
What I meant was I needed you to come back home to Tennessee.
What?
It's cool that Blue Jeans was introduced in the movie and then carried out in this episode because it's perfect. Meanwhile, Jackson is sick of Lily living in the house. Like, she walks in and he was in the bubble bath, which is, ew, good thing he double bubbled.
Then I'm old enough to get my own place.
Where you can make a bubble beard in private?
Yes, if I so desire.
So he's like, I need to live in my own apartment. And suddenly all these changes are becoming so abrupt and kind of scary, especially as a Hannah Montana fan who spent like 60 plus episodes getting used to this setup.
The beautiful sound of a Miley-free living environment.
Jackson, I know you guys have your problems, but Miley's my bud.
Get out!
But seeing him actually intend to move out is really a wake-up call, especially given all the promotions for this special.
Together.
It becomes a big mistake.
What? What happened? He ran away.
Now,
Bringing the Blue Jeans out here was the dumbest thing I ever did.
a change of heart
You said the key to being happy is never forgetting where you come from.
changes her life.
Being out there on Blue Jeans, it felt like I was back in Crowley Corners. I can't shake this feeling of wanting to go back home.
Don't miss part 1 of the unforgettable Hannah season finale.
I want to move back to Tennessee. Lily, please don't cry.
I mean, I know it says season finale in it, but tell me this isn't dramatic. Like, I don't know if it's coming back. We don't know if something's going on behind the scenes. It's 2012. It's called Miley Says Goodbye. Like, we either think this is a finale or something bigger. See, this is where things get really crazy. Blue Jeans ends up turning into Miley, which I was not expecting.
You're what? I'm you.
And it kind of ends with her telling Robbie Ray she wants to move. In part 2, Miley is like grappling with this daunting task of telling Lily that she is going to be moving back to Tennessee. I mean, like, Lily lives with her now.
California is her home, and besides, Oliver and her dad are here. Think a little.
She just established her entire life here, and here she is turning like 17, 18, and she wants to move back home? Like, this is a big deal. The situation becomes even more complicated when Oliver shares that he has plans to go on a 6-month tour with a band.
Please? Okay.
Really?
Meanwhile, Oliver is trying to hang out with Jackson, which is pretty abnormal, and he's got a haircut. Like, this is kind of a big deal. I guess they didn't care about his pierced ears anymore. Jackson is trying to pretend like this new place is great, but it's horrible and breaking down, which I don't feel bad because it's like, your room was way worse than this. Like, remember Jackson's room? Like, I think this place is still an upgrade.
Oliver, what happened?
Nothing. Just, you know, if the landlord doesn't get here soon, you might need to build a boat.
And he finds out that Rico is the landlord. Okay, this is super sitcom-y. My neighbor is Rico? It's funny because it feels like an adult sitcom now, like Hannah Montana's about to become an adult sitcom. Like, what? I would kind of love that, though. In the end, things get worse and worse for Jackson as another band starts playing upstairs. the ones that he met in Jackson's apartment. So Lily is completely screwed in this scenario when they have to tell her. They all sit down to talk and inform her of their plans, and it's really depressing.
Do you want to hit something? Maybe Oliver? Assume the position. Go ahead, Lily. Lily?
No, I understand.
Wait, you do?
This is also like the mark of Oliver's last episode as a main role, which is even more sad. As Miley's preparing for the move, she is confronted with the emotional weight of leaving her life behind in Malibu. Miley actually confides within Jackson, which is a really sweet moment. Like, they didn't have to do this, but I like that they kind of have this moment.
Look, if we move back to Tennessee, then I won't have to admit to Dad that my first decision as an adult was,
Recognizing his daughter's turmoil, Robbie Wright unveils a heartfelt surprise. As they're riding on the horses, he shows her a ranch near the beach that mirrors the tranquility of Tennessee.
I could tell you needed to be in Tennessee and California both, so found a way we could meet in the middle.
You bought a ranch in Oklahoma?
No.
This compromise allows Miley to stay connected to her country roots while continuing her journey as Hannah Montana, which is even more shocking. I remember when I was little, I was like, wait, so the show's gonna continue? Or this is still the episode? Or this is still the season finale? They have flashbacks from a lot of pivotal moments in the episodes, like Lily, Do You Want to Know a Secret? And Good Golly, Miss Dolly, for like a little nostalgic trip down memory lane, which is why I'm so convinced this is the final episode. Or the series finale, I didn't know what was going on at this time. And I can't remember if Hannah Montana Forever was announced. They decide that the family, along with Lily and Blue Jeans, can all move in there together. And they're gonna have to have Jackson too, because of his whole issues. And it's so sad because this is the last appearance of the Malibu house, but while we think we're saying goodbye to the whole series, we're only really saying goodbye to the central setting. And this is the last time we see, marking an end of an era. Toward the end of Miley Says Goodbye, we delve into the deep challenges of balancing personal desires with professional commitments. Miley's internal conflict resonates with anybody who has faced tough choices about their future, which is super relevant to anybody at this age. The episodes emphasize the importance of family, support, the value of friendship, and the courage it takes to embrace change.
I just found the perfect ranch. You're gonna love it.
Thanks a lot, Dad! Yeah! I'm so happy for you! Bon voyage!
Girls. They are so emotional.
But then I guess we're about to learn that Hannah Montana is about to say goodbye multiple times before it fully ends. The production of this episode was a significant undertaking for the cast and crew. Filming emotional scenes required the actors to probably have to tap into genuine feelings, reflecting on the strong bonds that they actually formed on Disney Channel. Like with Miley Cyrus playing Miley Stewart, she had to draw from personal experiences of balancing a dual life with a regular teenager and internal pop sensation. I don't know if you guys remember, but around the time when we weren't sure if Hannah Montana was ending, I remember being like, is Miley going to move on or not? And that's perfect because it's exactly how it was made in the episode. The decision to introduce the ranch setting was influenced by the show's desire to blend Miley's Tennessee roots, which is obvious, and it's a perfect backdrop for this character's growth, and I can't wait to talk more about where she's going from here. Upon its airing, there was so much attention from fans and critics. They praised it for its heartfelt performances and relatable exploration of life's crossroads. The episodes became a huge topic of conversation as we didn't really know if Miley was saying goodbye. As the curtains closed on season 3, Miley Says Goodbye served not just as a farewell to familiar settings, but as a testament to the show's enduring message, embracing one's true self and navigating the dual complexities of life. This finale set the stage for adventures and more revelations that's going to await in the next season, season 4, Hannah Montana Forever. All around, I spent most of this season trying to find hints, glimpses at connecting the movie and the TV show, with only so few details revealed, but it's good to know that there were just some more secrets from the movie I hadn't known about. You can check out my other video, The More Secrets of the Hannah Montana Movie, which might be titled something different, for more on that. They do a good job at wrapping up some of the necessary plot lines that need to be done at the house, although they start to feel a little bit more repetitive toward the last couple. I found myself remembering a lot less of the end of season 3, given the fact that they are almost similar to the earlier episodes. Like, season 3 started out super strong, hit the movie at its peak, and now it's coming down a little bit before it gets revitalized again for Hannah Montana Forever. But it just feels like the end of season 2, where it's like they just keep going with new stories, and it's like, you guys just need a break, and then just... I wish they did 20-episode seasons instead of 30. Like, they could have done a lot more healthier routines about this. Like, they could have seen that these episodes needed to be told in less time. Although, I'm here for it. Some of these jokes are worth an entire episode of just watching just to see again. And I'm super excited to do it, although I'm not sure everybody would be. And I don't want to make a whole video on how we have to skip the filler of Hannah Montana. That's just not going to happen. Now, before we hit that final season, I just want to say this is the best season on television from the best show. They do a good job at covering a lot of growing dynamics, maturity issues, and slightly more serious things than you would ever see Miley and Lily deal with. Like, season 1, Lily and Miley don't need to be worrying about living together, and Lily and Oliver never really dated before or had to worry about each other's feelings until now. Miley's relationship with Oliver gets a lot stronger in the couple episodes about him. There's a couple episodes about Lily. Jackson's featured in literally almost every episode, and he's just such a good breath of fresh air to this show because of all his comedy. And Lily gets a fair amount of episodes herself. Billy Ray really doesn't make a lot of conflict in this season, except for that he could be the one, specifically that one episode. And Miley's manipulative ways seem to take a head at this season. Like, she is still a little bit messy in terms of payback and karma, sometimes seeking out to hurt other people to pay them back, or buckling down when she knows she's wrong just to kind of protect that ego. Like, her situations get a lot more petty, but in a good way. Like, she's growing into a mature person about to hit her senior year of high school way. Like, Hannah Montana is really good at hitting that exact audience that was watching at the time. The prom episode took us on a little adventure, and seeing them at the spa, at the radio station, even on the Sweet Life on Deck's cruise ship. It's a great way to finally see Hannah Montana out at all these new places. And I hope you guys loved watching along with me as much as I did, because, whew, this series just gets better and better. Thank you guys so much for watching, and don't forget to check out some of my countdown videos. I really want you guys to like them, so please give it a chance. But I won't make another one if I don't have to. I just really like rating these episodes too. Now that I'm almost on the final video of Hannah Montana, it's about time for me to say goodbye. You could also check out my other retrospectives too. I'm working on finishing up Drake and Josh, Jimmy Neutron, and so many more fun ones to come. Until next time, everybody, have a great day.
Hannah Montana wants to be treated like a regular student.
Except no PE.
Except no PE! Other than that, a regular girl. A regular girl.
The first episode we have is Sweet Home Hannah Montana, an obvious parody of Sweet Home Alabama, which is a really relevant song title to reference considering this is like bringing the countryside to the West Coast, all that Hannah Montana is about, and introducing us into this new era. So they're arriving at their new home, and Robbie Ray is focused on his hair. They do not want us to forget that.
Different house, same dippy dad.
Same dippy dad with great hair.
And we get to the new place. It's kind of like a bachelor pad, so of course Jackson's gonna love it. And I don't know why Miley's into a leather couch. I just feel like it's not relevant.
And it looks good? I gotta sit down.
Ooh, their new TV is really nice. Lily is still living with them, which is so cool because it's more ties to the original series. And the two girls are basically getting pumped for their senior year, spelling that this is going to be the end of an era, and ironically the beginning of another era for the series. The conflict that starts in the first episode is when Miley sees her new room. It turns out to be like a 12-year-old's room with all of Miley's trinkets from being a child. Something that Robbie blindly thought she would want when really no teenage girl would would want to have dolls and pink everywhere in their room. It's kind of annoying that in the theme song we end up seeing what the new room inevitably is, and I guess that's normal because it happened in the commercials too, but I wish they didn't tell us or show us what the room was before we got to it. Like, it's spoiled during the episode. They're gonna be living next to Jackson in the house, and that's already posed to be a problem, just like it was in the last house.
All I got was a new stereo, new TV, new memory foam, man.
And this is another Robbie Ray is out of touch episode.
I seen how much you loved it and how happy you were, and then I bought the ranch, and then I got to thinking, I said, well, shoot far, Robbie Ray, you're halfway there.
Kind of like the one where he got Miley a sweatshirt of a cat for her birthday. It was so embarrassing, and Miley didn't want to wear it, but the whole plot is just, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of my dad, and the moral is never like, oh, it was a sweet gift. It's usually like, oh, my dad has to learn that I'm not cool when I wear this. Jackson's plots get a lot more interesting and less repetitive in the 4th season, where before he was just arguing with Rico and teaming up with Oliver, and a lot of crass storylines about how he's not hygienic. And at this time, we're finally seeing him actively pursue a single girl, which is nice. Like, he's not just going on a bunch of dates. It's like definitely a opportunity to make him seem like a better person.
Well, I mean, let's face it, you're a little doughy.
But he doesn't take that opportunity as he tries to become friends with his supermodel neighbor's brother, who is really disgusting and boyish, and he really hates him but pretends to put on a face to get with his sister, which is hopefully the last selfish thing he does in this season. I feel like the rest of it becomes about more him pining after her, which is great. It's character growth that Jackson really needed after having him for like 80 episodes having the same problems. Lily now works at the beach, which is kind of cool. We've never had Lily consistently working at a job. I mean, she had that Subway job once, but obviously it didn't pan out. And it's good to see that she's not going to go completely backwards in life. And it's definitely a good replacement for Jackson as the girls are trying to see themselves in the world too. Miley sees that one of the prizes at the boardwalk is this really cringy guitar shirt that lights up like Christmas lights. And Miley has a distinct memory of when she was little and he hated another one he wore.
Marty, I'm serious. I'm not walking out on stage in this shirt. It's humiliating.
So she's like, obviously if I give him this, he's going to realize how I feel. Another 2000s communication issue where the characters just want to assume how the other person would feel, so they act in a way that would solve that problem before it even happens, leading to further problems, which is a really good trope. It's like old school style sitcom where Robbie Ray is in a sweater vest and Miley is dressed kind of like a Cinderella cleaning lady. I don't really know her outfit in this time.
You do so much for me. I just want to do something special for you. Surprise!
Good heavens!
Before she's about to buy that shirt, a little girl turns in her tickets, wanting to spend all of her tickets on a tiger first. Miley tries to bribe the girl to get the shirt, but it doesn't work.
$20 bill.
How about some personal space, freak?
Okay, fine. I've been.
Forget it.
Miley also reveals that she has a quick way to turn into Hannah Montana in an instant, which is really interesting. It kind of makes her feel like a superhero. It's like this small package that fits into her pocket. And I like that Hannah Montana is going to be the one to solve the problem of this initial episode. Of course, it's like relevant. So the little girl ends up wanting to spend all of her tickets.
Give me my stinking tiger.
Until Hannah Montana comes in and bribes her to take her tickets by giving her a private show. This is crazily desperate, Miley. She literally gets the whole boardwalk to surround her for a live show in exchange for tickets. This helps her achieve her goal, which doesn't usually happen. Usually it goes wrong at this point, and she gets the sweater for her dad. He finally admits that he doesn't like it.
I hate the shirt.
And now you realize that
I really hate the shirt.
And they have an open conversation where things don't go completely crazy because of something she did, which is kind of refreshing. I like that it's solved through just a conversation and a little bit of Lily mimicking Miley and forcing her to say what she can't, this is where these guys are getting a little codependent on each other. You guys need to live your own lives a little bit. Robbie's super understanding, so there's not a lot of conflict, and he's basically like, yeah, I'll help you guys get a new mature room to reflect your new personalities as opposed to your childhood bedroom. And we end on them thinking that the barn is the best place, and spoiled what it's gonna inevitably look like in the opening, but whatever, we're gonna see past that. And it's a very interesting first episode. Jackson throws around his neighbor every opportunity he gets, and when he finds out that Sienna, his neighbor, already has a boyfriend, he is very quick to throw her brother out of his life. Like, he is not trying to commit to him.
I doubt it. She's probably hanging out with her dumb boyfriend.
She has a boyfriend?
Yeah, and he thinks he's all cool because he's a professional football player.
Huh.
You know what I just realized?
Get out!
But of course, when they find out they broke up, Jackson treats him well again, which is not cool. I think Jackson's really cold-hearted in this, like as if he didn't learn anything through the last couple seasons. But it's a lot. It's a lot for Hannah Montana to have to reset itself after it was proven doing so well with the Malibu Beach, with the standard setting. I feel like it was going to initially end after season 3, but then they renewed it for season 4 because of how popular and undeniably culture-shifting this show was. So they had a lot to prove in this quote-unquote pilot for a new season, where they needed to convince longtime fans that this was still a journey worth being on, and also being true to the characters, having them grow up and actually evolve the issues they're having, because keeping a secret like this is bound to cause some brain development issues, and you definitely see it with her relationship with Lily, with her relationship with her brother. But at least it's all a step up, and we're not just rehashing the same episodes over and over again. Like, they're a lot more character based, and this episode is a good reflection of how it worked out. I feel like it kind of got worse after this point. After I Got a Hot New Room, things just got a little too quirky for me, and yet Hannah Montana didn't overstay its welcome. It just kind of wrapped things up in a way that was really true to its characters. iCarly really teetered out in a horrible way, but I'm not going to get into that because Hannah Montana is the show I like to report on. Overall, did this work? I think so. I think it did a great job. There are some unavoidable differences between the season 4 era of Hannah Montana and the rest of the series. Like, this one completely refreshed itself. Let me go over all the changes. So one, the most obvious, there's a new house. There's a new set for the front of the house, the center of the house, the backyard, and Miley's new room. In this episode, specifically just the front of the house and one of the rooms. We even have a new roster of characters. While Oliver left, we have the inclusion of a really dumb neighbor, the kid from 2.5 Men, as Jackson's potential new friend. And Jackson must not have learned anything about friendship throughout the series. Like, even with Thor, all those things he learned about being selfless have just completely flown out the window because he completely hates this new guy until he realizes that his sister is a really attractive model. Now, these two characters are both new mainstays for the season. Another obvious difference would be Robbie's haircut. Like, it's very clear that he's trying to go for something younger, as he's been wearing down for quite some time now on the regular show. And the house is kind of set up like a bachelor pad. I felt like the house before was very kid-friendly, very like welcoming to teenagers, while this feels like Robbie's house that Jackson and Miley are staying at. Like, their parents got a divorce and he got the cooler house and a younger girlfriend. Not trying to point fingers to real life or anything, but you know what I mean. Then, of course, the intro and music is different in the opening. Of course, they keep the Best of Both Worlds song, which is phenomenal, but they do the new 2009 remixed version of the theme song, and it's a lot better. It's a lot more energized, I feel like. The old theme song was starting to wear down a little bit, and this is another thing that the iCarly team did too. Like, they had the most significant jump in their theme song when they had the change of their sets and everything. Like, when they entered this new era. The TV screen is different, everything was shot in 4:3, and now it is officially in HD, which kind of helps my eyes. I'm so tired of looking at that stuff. It looked like it was 5 years older than this. Took Disney so much longer than it did Nick to jump into this new era. Miley's hair is longer, which is interesting because in the first season it was like standard length, the second season was longer, third season was significantly the shortest, and then now we're kind of back to the longest, which is interesting. It takes a step beyond the first season, which is a metaphor for like her finally growing up and becoming more mature, and I like that it's just like a subtle difference that enters this new era. Jackson's hair has gotten slightly darker, but not by much. He kind of looks like his third season self again, and Lily just looks older. So Lily loves the new house. Miley and Lily are finally living together again. They're excited because it's like a good party place, and it is. It's huge. I don't know why they couldn't have had parties at their last place though. That was definitely big too. Everybody looks significantly older. Like, they are definitely adults in this. And I like that the whole theme is senior year. I was wondering at the end of the last season 3 when we were going into the prom if this was the last year, but I like that we're really clear that this is the final year of Hannah Montana's schooling. It's crazy to think Miley's secret separated her from being being able to be close to anybody that's not Lily. She's not open to new people because the secret kind of keeps her in her own little bubble, and she's never going to connect with other people if she keeps the secret. It's kind of like when you grow up in school and you have your friend group and you're not really open to a lot of new things, but then when you go to college or graduate high school, you suddenly get exposed to all these cultures and these differences, and it's like something you either embrace or you kind of stick to yourself. And I feel like Miley keeping the secret well into her senior year just shows that she only really was open to Lily and Oliver and the people that knew her secret. Like, she had this secret world, and that could be kind of isolating. Like, I wish Robbie kind of stepped in to be like, no, you have to get to know more people. You have to at least like show your true self to more than 2 people. Like, they all don't have a lot of external experiences outside of each other. Even Lily is almost kind of codependent on Miley because half of her life is contingent on Miley's entire lifestyle and her secret and everything that's going on with her. I know that's a very like egocentric way to look at this show, but it's true, you know, like Miley is the galaxy and everybody is just a little planet that kind of has to do with her. And that's more of a storytelling trope. It's not a reflection on the actual culture around this. It's just funny to like look at and take that seriously. With the change of set, it's like a completely new vibe, like borderline another series. Adding forever to the end of Hannah Montana's title is also a bold move, being that it was so specific for so long. I feel like the references to the movie are the most present in this season because it is guaranteed after the filming of it, as opposed to season 3, which you weren't quite sure when it jumped in the timeline, even though it was season 3, episode 12, for the record. But luckily they fill us with familiar characters to kind of get us comfortable with it, kind of in the way that iCarly did. Like, we have Sarah and Joni coming over to their new house, Rico making his appearance as he's still a main character and he just looks significantly older with his haircut. And of course the Malibu beach, like, we're exposed to a whole new side of the beach. I always wondered when I was little, like, why did they never go back to that original side? Like, they're not nostalgic for it? Like, they're at this new boardwalk that's kind of an arcade and honestly more family friendly. It felt like the last location was focused on the beach and teenagers, but this one feels like a deeper dive into reality and real life. And it's weird because it feels like Miley's outgrown her Tennessee life as she becomes more fit to the Los Angeles culture, and adding the horse and barn vibe is just another way of attaching us to Miley's roots, which is really interesting. I like that the 4th season is more focused on adding depth to her character as opposed to just closing everything off and ending the series. But yeah, it's a lot to get used to in a first episode of a new series. The last episode was them looking at the house that they were at for literally like 65 episodes, 80 episodes even. And getting used to this almost gives you the vibe that it's going to be going on for more than a couple seasons, because why would you add so many new elements that are only temporary? But I feel like they just needed to have us end on Miley growing up and going out of her normal world, which is cool. Most shows don't get to surpass the standard set and we get to see them, the characters, in their next era of life. It's more so the shows that were popular enough to go on for so long, like iCarly and this show. And Zoe 101 kind of changed after every season, so I don't even know how to address that. I think they were just trying to fix themselves. So for season 4, episode 2, we have Hannah Montana to the principal's office. Miley starts with a video blog to Mama with her and Lily, where they're introducing us all to their new room after that first episode. They must be so rich at this point. Like, the ability to turn a barn into this incredible room is just nuts to me. They even have the Hannah Montana closet integrated into here. Oh my gosh, that thing moves. And can Emily Osment really play guitar? How come this never came up? And like, where's that skater girl persona? Like, Lily really outgrew that.
What happened? I don't know it. I guess the ant flew. Okay.
The whole premise of this episode is that Miley and Lily are headed off to their senior year. They're throwing us back into school in Hannah Montana forever, and I'm curious to see how it changes. For one, the sets look a little bit different. It looks a little bit brighter, a little bit more thought out. And then, of course, we got Rico in his white tuxedo and choir?
He is super smart and has a wealthy dad.
Yes, I do. He's a genius. He's got money. Get in line to be his honey.
If you happen to be twins, that would be rad.
A plot twist happens when Mrs. Kunkel tells Miley that she's not actually registered to be a student this semester. Oh my gosh.
Teacher who just spoiled without a doubt the greatest year of my life, say what?
So Miley calls her dad and insists that he comes to school. Next thing you know, Miley and her dad are in the principal's office, and I have no idea who this man is. This is the principal? I never seen him. He's pretty ecstatic and kinda scary.
I never get tired of that. Sit down, Missy.
No problem.
Billy Ray tries to defend the fact that he registered, but apparently it's too late. And seeing the teacher mansplain how society works to Miley and Billy is just hilarious.
Society has rules. Now, aren't you happy about that, Mr. Hippy Dippy Knitcap guy?
And to see the principal mansplain how society works to Miley and Robbie Ray is just really funny. I don't know how the principal doesn't know she's Hannah. Like, they would have had to work around so many logistical issues just to get her out of school and back in. So I don't know why we're having this discussion at all. Like, this should have been figured out freshman year. Robbie insists on calling the superintendent, while Miley insists on calling the president. That is flexing a privilege if I ever heard it. She's definitely in the 1%.
What do you mean he's busy? I was plenty busy when I carved out time to sing for his kids. Hello?
Jackson and Sienna, the neighbor, start hanging out a lot more, and I guess we just forgot about the brother from the first episode. Apparently, he doesn't even know how to actually flirt, which is hilarious. Like, in these 4 seasons we knew him, I don't think we saw him in a consistent relationship, or even get good at talking to women.
Bye.
It's clear that she likes him back, but as they say goodbye, he just lets it go, causing her to actually come back and beg him to be her boyfriend.
I've never had to ask a guy out before, ever, in my life. I don't know how to do it. Help me.
Son, I think she just asked you out.
Jackson shares his insecurities with his dad about another guy coming along and taking her away because she's this big supermodel, which is such a fair fear to have. But they end up dating and all is well. So Miley starts to miss her senior events and is miserable about it, even bleeding it into Lily.
Don't let the fact that my life is in ruin spoil your senior fun. Go! Enjoy!
Okay!
Making it her problem too. Miley, you've had Lily to yourself for like 5 years now, and she doesn't even have one friend outside of you. Why can't you just let her go? Ugh, whatever, Miley. So she gets inspired to try to just show up anyway, but she gets kicked out. I didn't even realize school needed security guards like this. So of course she pulls the Hannah card and shows up as Hannah Montana, getting the principal to drop his rules and let her enroll.
She's gonna love it! Oh! Oh, look at
This entire season so far is her transition into bigger and more important decisions, kind of like you would in a senior year, but Hannah has held her back more than ever, and the stakes just rise and rise, which is why this is like one of the best seasons of television. So Hannah's in school, and it's everything the audience imagined. Like, she has fake friends, people act different around her, it's exactly what she always feared.
Don't want to be Hannah Montardi. all right. Seriously, just go to class.
I don't know how her friends don't recognize her or anyone in the grade, but I feel bad for Miley. Like, this must really mess with her identity, being treated so different just because of a wig change. Like, I love how this was a time where there were only a few famous people. Like, now everybody's kind of famous, whether you're on TikTok, YouTube, but back then there was only a handful of people, so it was a bigger deal. Everybody knew who one celebrity was.
Her star power cut right through my macho facade.
Hey guys. No, please.
Making Miley's power in this kind of unbelievable and scary, making it really realistic that people would suck up to her this much. I like how Rico says, "Remember me" to Hannah, referencing the time him, Johnny, and Hannah went on that date.
Beat as one.
Both of us looking for love.
Meanwhile, Jackson and Sienna are at the beach when Jackson has to go to the bathroom. He does not want to go because his fear of somebody walking up to her and just taking her away from him is gonna come true.
I'll be right back. Really, really fast. Like a flash. Whiz, bang, boom. But not the boom, just the...
I'll see you in a minute.
But he can't hold it in. He ends up going anyway and coming back to seeing her with a bunch of guys, exactly what he expected. But plot twist, she actually tells them that she is in a relationship with Jackson, essentially calming down all his fears, which is really sweet. So Miley is deeply affected by the fact that she can only show up at school as her fake persona, a big metaphor that obviously is going to trigger Ordinary Girl as a music video with her riding on her horse. And I like that they have these more cinematic moments, like the show is transitioning to really give us that breathing room to experience Hannah's final year, and I am so here for it. Like, as Miley gets more mature and wants to make the right decisions, her childlike self that made Hannah a secret in the first place starts to become obsolete, and the slow realization is painful. Like, the first season, second season, the plots were like about fame and attention, and now it's about making an adult decision. With bigger challenges, making her question how much she's willing to give up to keep this secret. I love how Lily and Miley paint school to be so desirable. Like, senior year, I was not showing up to class that much. At least we're looking at school as if it's like this positive place. Like, it definitely has its social moments. Everything works out because Miley does get a hold of the president, he shows up, and he's definitely impersonating Barack Obama.
Oh man! Mr. President! Your Majesty!
Telling Miley that he's helping her get into high school. And all is well. But while she was able to get out of this one with her disguise, it's not so much for the next episode. So this episode is called California Screamin'. It's season 4, episode 3. So we start with Hannah and Lola getting ready to go to Tracy's party. Neither of them want to go, and Miley keeps itching with her wig.
Ow! Ow, there's glitter in my eye! Glitter in my eye!
Well, at least this time your wig isn't itching.
You had to go there.
Before they leave, they see that Robbie is sitting and watching TV alone, and they're basically like, oh my gosh, poor guy, he's not in a relationship, so sad. And that makes me as a teenager watching this show be like, wow, I don't want to be that sad. Yeah, but I'm not gonna blame TV for all my issues. So they go to the party and actually come back pretty quickly because Miley feels so bad that her dad is alone, which is not something she would do in the first season. She would be the one that doesn't want to go back. So it's funny that she's like kind of getting Lily to be the one to be sensitive here. Robbie's watching some parody of The Bachelor because he's cheering on some guy, and it's kind of funny.
I tell you what, I didn't like him at first, but after he read that kitty cat poem, I was Team Michael all the way.
So we see that Miley has a vision of her dad being old and gray alone, as if it's like the worst thing in the world. I like that this season has so many flash forwards. Like, they're doing a good job at showing us the fears that these characters would have through these flashes. Kind of reminds me of That's So Raven, where you see into the future and try to prevent it. But Hannah Montana does a good job at, like, not leaning too much into it. And this isn't the first time we're seeing a plot about Robbie in a relationship. Miley tried to hook him up with Lily's mom last season, but then that ended in a big argument between the two, where Robbie was pretty stubborn. And then in the first season, when Miley thought she saw Robbie with somebody and didn't think he was ready yet, so she was more upset about it, which is interesting. I just love how much meddling she feels ownership to do. Meanwhile, Jackson's on the phone with Mama, showing off that he is with a supermodel, and it does not get old.
The supermodel I'm dating? That's right! I'm dating a supermodel!
Rico makes his first appearance at the house, and is like, I don't know how you could possibly be with a supermodel.
How can a girl like this be with a guy like this? That's not fair. I mean, anybody can look stupid if you catch him at the wrong time. It was a really cheesy pizza. It was a really muggy day. That is not me!
Miley sees the nurse and realizes that she's desperate for a date, so she's like, hey, you should go out with my dad. And she, like, plants a bunch of seeds that show him to be a good person.
I sure hope I don't have head lice, because then my, single and very attractive daddy would have to come pick me up.
I'm pretty sure you'd be able to drive yourself home.
If I had to sell my dad to somebody, I don't even know what I would say. I'd be like, yeah, he rides motorcycles, he fixes cars. Like, do you ever need your car fixed? I don't know. Maybe that's why I would never be in that scenario. So she immediately turns this idea down, which makes sense. If I was a nurse, I'm not trying to be hooked up with somebody by their kid.
From now on, I will date someone when I meet someone I want to date.
That's exactly what my dad said. You've got to meet him.
So Miley has to buckle down, and even though Lily said she didn't want to be involved, Miley pours ice down her back. Miley is such a bad friend, and it is ridiculous every time.
Involuntary muscle spasm. Don't want to have lunch with me, you know.
So then she has to get Robbie to show up, which I don't know why that would justify your parent coming in, and gets her dad to meet the nurse. They do kind of hit it off right away, just as she said. So it feels like there's not going to be a lot of plot going on. Or they're going to not like each other. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering how this is going to go.
Well, look at that. I'm just feeling so much. See you later.
Meanwhile, Jackson's practicing kissing on a toy because he's way too nervous that if he kisses Sienna, she'll break up with him because she'll realize he's not in her league, which is a very realistic insecurity. Like, I definitely, at Jackson's age, was having imposter syndrome when it came to my personality. Like, I would always be insecure about it. So seeing Jackson act this way makes me feel like, okay, I'm not so alone in the world.
Ooh, I'm kind of chilly. Aren't you?
Now that you mention it, I am.
Yeah?
But he takes it a little too far. When they're sitting on the couch, like, she clearly wants to kiss him, but he gets further and further. But I do feel like guys are like this sometimes. Like, if they hadn't had experiences with girls, they almost run away. And it's weird, because I personally have the instinct to be like, oh, let me, like, talk to this person. And that's gotten me into trouble before by being just, like, brutally honest and people being like, you are an oversharer. But in this instant, I just don't empathize with Jackson.
Hey, Sienna, wait! No, wait!
I think this girl is actually from Pretty Little Liars, and it's perfect that she is slightly older for this role too, because it makes Jackson look like he's still younger, and I feel like it's realistic. I would believe both of these kids are in college still. Like, you can't tell that they're literally like 30 years old. And Rico's watching from a tree, that has to be illegal, Rico. I like that Lily still works at the pier in this one. And her and Miley are kind of arguing about each other's boyfriends, which, Miley, you should not be trashing Oliver. He is your friend. But Lily calls Jake Ellen DeGeneres, which is super funny. And it kind of gives us insight that they are still together, which is, it's hard to, like, piece these things together with just a couple bits of dialogue, but I guess we're following along. I used to actually have a job exactly like this, where I was counting tickets and giving out prizes at the arcade. And honestly, I had a lot of fun doing it, except for the times where the machine would break and they would make me personally count the tickets. Like, that thing you'd feed it tickets, it would give you like 100,000 tickets, I don't know. It would count like 1,000 tickets in a minute, right? But imagine me, somebody who got a C in math, counting one by one a boatload of tickets. And I gotta be honest, sometimes I lost count and just guessed. I just gave up numbers and gave these kids their toys. I don't know, who cares? The only plot that really happens is next, when Robbie's about to go on a roller coaster with his date, and Miley's like, oh no, this is gonna ruin it for him because he's so embarrassing on roller coasters. And this one's a little harder to believe. I feel like this new season is definitely good at being more serialized, because there's not a lot of plots that begin and end within the episode. It's just more of Miley going after one goal at a time and overcoming it a lot quicker than before. They seem to milk the first half of the episode a lot in this, and maybe because we're trying to give context for when Miley has to give up her secret, but it's something to keep note of. So yeah, she's worried about him going on this roller coaster.
People who scream on roller coasters. I mean, it's not like you don't know what's gonna happen. You're up, you're down, you're around, you're done. That's it. So, let's just not scream, okay? Shh.
Thought you said Miley was your normal kid.
Sadly, that's true.
So she goes on with them and essentially tries to keep his mouth shut. I feel like this is kind of a lazy attempt at doing one of those scenarios where you get the main characters in a room for the big climax of the episode, but it's just her stopping her dad from screaming. By the end, they're like essentially wanting to go on the ride again, and Miley is trying to stop them. Robbie starts to see through this, and they actually do have a heart-to-heart where she admits that she's worried nobody's gonna love him. And oh my god, if I were him, I would feel terrible. My daughter's like, I don't think anybody's gonna love you, Dad. I'd be like, okay.
I just don't want you to die alone, Dad.
Do you know something I don't?
Daddy, before you know it, Jackson and I are gonna be out of the house, and you're gonna be
just fine.
But he kind of assures her, and he's like, if your mother loved me, then somebody else will. But I don't know, if we're also going by that logic, that means everybody who loves you will die. Interesting. Robbie Ray. And that's kind of how it ends. Robbie keeps seeing Lori, and Hannah and Lily are just hanging out in their room, and we kind of never go back to that itchy wig situation. Like, she mentions a lot in the first act that her wig is itchy, and I thought it was going to be a plot point, but it was just a comedy bit because it happened like 3 times and it was over. Now next we have Season 4, Episode 4, and Episode 89 in the whole series. Dee-doo-da-doo-da, Don't Tell My Secret. The title's a reference to the song Dee-doo-doo-doo, Dee-da-da-da by The Police, which, please, I tried my best.
I just saw Hannah Montana out your window.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Sienna accidentally sees Miley through the window, but it's not Miley, it's Hannah. She's immediately suspicious, as literally anybody would be. Like, I don't care if it's Hannah Montana, I don't care if it's Ellen DeGeneres. If you have a girl in your house, you're not to be trusted. And of course, he can't tell Sienna because he can't reveal Miley's secret.
I was never seeing her in the first place. People just thought we were dating.
Why?
Big misunderstanding. Look, she was just a friend.
So now she's basically, like, assuming he's cheating, which is fair. I love how we've never had this issue before. Like, this seems like such a basic plot point that, like, Jackson would have a girlfriend and she would see Hannah as Miley and he had to figure out some way around it. I'm just surprised it took this long. But it gives me some classic Hannah vibes. Miley comes in and tries to act normal, literally gaslighting Sienna, basically being like, no, you didn't see that.
Yeah, remember? Remember me at the... that was me. Shocked that you're still dating my brother.
I could have sworn I saw a blonde.
Honey, you're dating Jackson. It's not like your eyes haven't fooled you before.
Like, basically they're trying to tell her she's crazy. Jackson pulls her aside to tell her she needs to let him tell her the secret.
Fine. Go ahead, tell her my secret. Let her tell the world. Let her ruin my life.
If I don't tell her, it'll ruin mine.
Miley understands, and she's like, next time she sees me as Hannah, I will just tell her. Which is fair. I like that she's gonna save the day there. I just don't get why Jackson's request is so irregular. Like, she acts like he's asking for something really complicated. Although I do really like how that's kind of her character flaw all the time. So meanwhile, we're still committed to Lily working at the arcade. I'm starting to get comfortable with this new pier. Even though it takes away the nostalgia from the old pier, I feel like they do a good job at recreating the vibe of it, while also sticking to more adult themes. Like, it's definitely a show that takes you on Hannah's growing up journey. Meanwhile, we're trying to get used to Rico owning this place, but it's so different from the beach, and it's just, without the Rico sign everywhere, it feels like he's a little bit less powerful, if that makes any sense.
I took it over from my father, who took it over from his father, who took it over from his father. And I'm gonna be leaving it to my son, Al Jr.
And I'm not sure about the haircut. I get that they had to do something different from season 3, but does it really always have to go shorter and shorter? Like, I kind of liked the vibe they were going for. Because he doesn't really have Jackson in the subplots like they used to, Billy Ray tries to cheer up Rico, which is definitely odd. He's going through like a really rough time right now, which makes sense. Like, not only is he at this new beach, he's going through a rough time right now, which makes a lot of sense, and Billy Ray feels really bad for him, so he insists on trying to take him fishing, which is actually really genuine. Like, it seems like he's really trying to get him out of a hard spot.
Fine, you stupid fish. You don't want to bite? Don't bite. But you know what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight? Your mom and dad! With a balsamic reduction sauce.
And being as smart as Rico is, I wish he, like, listened to adults a little bit more. I feel like you're not that smart unless you really, like, pay attention to what older people say. And he doesn't do that a lot. Although, his whole thing is he's a spoiled rich kid, so I guess that makes sense. We get on this whole B-plot of Rico being so good at fishing and Billy Ray being the one who can't catch anything. And it kind of cheers up Rico because it rebuilds his confidence and he feels like he could do anything again. But Billy Ray is even more frustrated. It's almost like...
I gotta tell you, I can't remember the last time I felt so at peace with the world. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
It just looked like Rico sucked the positivity out of them. Little moments where Jackson and Lily are arguing remind me of how real this show feels. Like, the chemistry with the actors is so natural, it just throws me into the world.
You do know that I can fart at will.
No.
Wait. Oopsie.
So Hannah comes into Jackson and Lily at the house, pretty confident that nobody is going to be coming over soon. Because obviously if Sienna saw her, she would have to tell her her secret, and she does not want that to happen.
Let her walk through the door. That just means that a certain secret has to be told because a certain deal was made.
Well, do you know what else was made? A certain phone call to a certain pop star's webmaster, which enabled my phone to track Sienna's phone, which is right now on the beach in San Diego.
But spoiler alert, she's actually there and just lost her phone. They put Miley under a sheet, and at this point, it's really embarrassing.
That is someone under a sheet.
Jackson, is that Hannah Montana?
Well, as a matter of fact...
It's me, Miley.
The dumbest thing that we actually let her get away with is that since she's under the blanket and we don't see that it's Hannah, she could talk as Miley and we won't tell the difference. I wish she would just say like, oh, she just dresses up as Hannah Montana or does something playful like that. Or even take the wig off from under the bottom, I don't know. Basically, the secret is like going on way too long, and it's starting to bleed into Jackson's adult life. And Miley, how far are you willing to go to maintain your own secrecy? Like, it's starting to get a little bit too far. And I love that the whole through line of Miley getting in more adult-like situations is complemented by the fact they're in this brand new place. So Miley tries to tell Sienna the secret, but Sienna is like, that you don't dress correctly, and she kind of goes off on her about the fact that she could help Miley wear something better. So Sienna even spills that Jackson still wears his boy clothes, so she shouldn't be ashamed. But Miley takes this like as a sign that Sienna can't keep a secret, and chickens out of telling her. She admits to Jackson, who has a really good point, and they get into one of their screaming matches again.
Stop it!
Ow! You stop it!
You fight like a girl!
I am a girl, what's your excuse?
They take this fight all the way down to the pier where Robbie Ray is still frustrated he can't catch a fish. Miley and Jackson's arguments go so far as to put Jackson thrown into the water, and honestly, I don't know how they logically did this.
Still haven't caught anything?
Yeah, I have. You see that beauty out there pulling my boy to sea? Man.
We've had episodes with Miley and Jackson before where Jackson's like, hey, I need you to open your eyes and not take the spotlight all the time, and all the consequences that come with that. But this one does feel like it's taking it a little bit further. Like, they're getting older, so the decisions they make, either for each other or not for each other, are going to affect their relationship in a more controlled way.
Those people are important to me.
And Sienna is important to me.
But I don't trust her.
But I do!
Jackson, please!
Just forget it.
It's kind of symbolic, too, because being some of the last episodes that Miley and Jackson even have the argument episode, this is definitely like a more conclusive one. Miley still keeps her secret, seeing how affected Jackson is. This poor guy is drenched.
What happened?
What happened? What happened? What happened?
I was at the pier, I fell in the water, and then Jackson jumped in and saved me.
Oh, honey, you just keep getting better and better.
So Sienna's about to walk out before Jackson realizes that he has to keep her secret still. And he is just such a good brother in some of these instances. Like, I feel like he does have his immaturity. He could be a little rude sometimes, but like, when push comes to shove, and he's definitely not as bad of a character as like he makes himself out to be. I feel like we're seeing that goofier side of him now that he's in a relationship. But it's always been there through subtle ways. It's nice that Jackson has, like, this time to develop as a character instead of going through all these hijinks with Rico as the subplot like it was for literally every episode before this. And this is my favorite part. Lily reveals something about Hannah.
Oh, see? You told the Hannah secret and everything's okay.
And Sienna is like, so we are still about Hannah. And Lily, when she makes a mistake, she has the funniest reactions.
Oh boy.
I don't know why, I like her a lot more as the show progresses. I'm not sure if you guys watched Emily Osment in Young and Hungry or Young Sheldon, but she is such a good actress.
What's the big mystery?
I'm really Lola. There, I said it. Don't you look at me.
We'll learn a lot. There's a lot more secrets about her coming up that I didn't even realize that were in the last season. And I'm so glad Lily didn't reveal it fully, so Miley could still make the decision to tell her, because I was about to be like, if this is another thing where Miley isn't the one who solves her problem, but she's just apologizing for the actions of it, like, it's good to see her take control in this moment.
He's not dating Hannah.
Then what's the big secret?
You really trust her?
I do.
Then I do too.
Hello, I'm trying to make a dramatic exit here and you're ruining it.
She shows her the Hannah closet, and she's getting used to telling her secret, which, oof, isn't she tired of playing all these old games and like all the work that goes into this? So this next episode is season 4, episode 5, The End of Jake as We Know It, episode 90. A little bit anticlimactic, I'm just gonna warn you right now. So Oliver plans to visit for Miley and Lily, and sees the new place.
Mr. Stewart, how you doing? Stop it, son. We both know you don't care.
He so gets me.
He tells her that he found a picture of Jake cheating on Miley.
I'm in big blonde bag of butthead.
Ugh, I know.
Men, worthless. All of them. Honey, you're not a man, you're Oliver.
Later, when Miley's sleeping, Lily decides she'll tell Miley to break up with Jake. She does so, waking up Miley in the process. Lily jumps back into her bed and pretends to wake up, and Miley tells her she had a dream about Jake and calls him to invite him to do something for the Christmas special. And he agrees.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is, you can do it, girl. Come on, tell him. Please come back home for the weekend. I really miss you.
Yes! What?
So Jake arrives at the new place, and his hair went backwards in progress. I complimented it before, and he somehow undid it. Cody Lindley, this is not the way to be. Looks like Robbie still doesn't like him, and this makes a little more sense now.
Daddy!
What? That's my happy shake, which means there's an angry shake. You don't want to take that ride.
The day of the Christmas special, Lily and Oliver are talking about how Jake cheated. Later, Miley takes her break and goes over to Lily and Oliver, and a young boy who is eavesdropping interrupts their conversation, innocently asking why Jake was a cheater and if he cheated on a test. Oh no. Miley glares at Lily and Oliver because it's like, why did they not tell her? Miley's upset, but she still has to do the Christmas special, even though she can't talk more about it. In the sketch Miley does with Jake, she starts beating him up.
Have you been a good little boy? Oh.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
And Jake apologizes for what he did, to which Miley says Santa doesn't believe in forgiveness. It's kind of fun. Miley nearly ends her friendship with Lily and Oliver, but her dad helps her realize that they were just looking out for her and what was best. Miley forgives her friends and rejects Jake one last time.
You're sorry and you want another chance.
But I'm not gonna get another one, am I?
It kind of rings as the other cheating episodes where it seems like they're cheating, but then there's always an explanation. And I'm always expecting Jake to have an explanation, but it turns out not to be one, which I like. However, Lily and Oliver tell Jake to stay away from Miley, being the protective friends that she wanted all along. Aw, that's sweet. Miley interrupts Jake by telling him to save whatever he was going to say, and that's just kind of how it ends. Jake realizes their relationship's finally over for good and leaves as promised to Miley. He then cheers her up by telling her that someone stole his clothes, so he has to fly back to Phoenix in his silly costume. And Robbie admits that he never liked Jake, which is so true. It's crazy that their entire built-up relationship had to end this way, being that it was so meaningful and had a lot of twists and turns this entire series. For me, it feels weird that Jake cheated off camera. Maybe it makes it seem a little less intense, but it feels a little anticlimactic. Like, I didn't see Jake as having that issue, although it is a good lesson for people who have cheated before. Sometimes it makes me think, though, that they just didn't do a cheating plot line, and that's just an excuse to get Jake off the show. I definitely don't think Jake and Miley should have ended up together, but I feel like this was a really embarrassing way to go. It's been so long since Hannah had a proper Christmas episode, because I feel like even Killing Me Softly with his height in the last season wasn't necessarily a Christmas episode, but this does seem to have a fair point in the narrative. Seeing Oliver again is so nostalgic, and I really love him and I miss him on the show, but it also just made me realize I haven't noticed he was gone. I feel like with the change of scenery, and the writers did a good job at making us feel like he hasn't fully left. And with only appearing in 2 of the 13 episodes in this season, it's more than enough to kind of give us a proper send-off. I like Lily and Oliver as a couple. Like, they seem like they're still maintaining their individual personalities, but are working around each other because they care about each other. And the more I see them together, I feel like it just does feel right. Their chemistry makes a lot of sense. I think Mitchell Musso went off to do Pair of Kings at this time, and that's probably why he wasn't on the show. But you could see his earring! If you guys didn't watch my last retrospective, the actor wore an earring, so he had to wear his hair long for like the entire second season. Oliver. So in a really sweet B-plot, we actually get one more Rico and Jackson storyline. I guess they just couldn't have Sienna for one of the episodes, but I do think this is necessary. Like, I'm missing their chemistry a little bit. I feel like Jake is just so nothing at this point. Like, he used to have an influence over the plot, but like the plot's going on around him and he's just like a set piece. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. It was definitely all around a really good episode. And I loved seeing Mike Stanley one last time and Oliver in a fun, quirky plot, and justice being served with Jake Ryan. So next we're gonna go to Season 4, Episode 6, Been Here All Along. So this one has a very different tone than what I'm used to on Disney Channel. We have another Miley and Billy Ray plot, but this one has kind of a twist. Like, they managed to involve the US military in this, essentially, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's jump and recap the episode. So Miley is trying to make plans with her dad, and he's just so tired of her flaking on him. I mean, she's a growing teen. I don't know, Robbie Ray, I would just get comfortable with it.
Forget the beach. Tomorrow, just you and me, daddy-daughter day.
Chiseled in stone?
Solid as a rock. And I promise I won't change the plan. And Lily won't forget. Still not funny.
You can't just always have a conversation on the plane to Florida. And surprise, surprise, this episode does take an interesting turn. Griffin from He Could Be the One from Season 3, that 2-part special where she chose Jake Ryan over him, he's back! And if I were him, I would feel like really bad about myself. Like, Miley literally chose Jake over him. She said, hey, I found a guy that's better than you, and I'm gonna go with him. I don't get why he's not, like, hurt at all.
Well, now that I'm not with Jake anymore, there's nothing stopping me and Jesse from being together. Jesse!
Except that he only knows she was Hannah.
Yikes.
Robbie Ray is still dating the nurse from Miley's school, which is actually really sweet. I don't think we see her again after this episode, actually. But her small appearances on the show do make me feel better for Robbie Ray. I feel like I'm worried about him being super lonely, and if he really has a girlfriend, he won't be so... It's a weird situation. Basically, she gets an opportunity to hang out with Griffin one more time, like go on a date, but it just happens to be on the day she made plans with her dad. So if she were to go on the date, her dad is going to be so angry at her, especially after she promised she wouldn't reschedule this. We all have that one friend, don't we, kids?
I do not get why this afternoon is so important to him. I mean, I live with the guy. He sees me all the time. Now he wants more?
Jackson admits to Miley that he goes out of his way to be such a disappointment that her dad wouldn't spend time with him anymore, which is the saddest thing I've ever heard, Jackson.
Disgusting, aren't I? Now add a little dash of annoying and a pinch of gut-wrenching disappointment, and there's no way any self-respecting dad would ever want to spend special time with this guy.
So Miley inevitably decides not to lie to her dad and tells him up front, hey, I need to cancel our date.
Here's a plan you can stick with. No plan. How's that sound to you?
To be honest, a little angry.
And he's actually really upset. And of course she's angry about it because she's like, I told the truth. Why am I still getting punished? And it's like, that's not how it works, Miley. You keep doing bad things, you keep getting bad things happening back. That's just karma. She goes to her date with Griffin, and he actually excuses himself to take a call with his father.
I'm sorry, that's my phone.
Oh, yeah, what I thought.
It's my dad. I'm sorry, I gotta take this.
Wait, right now? Can't you just let it go to voicemail?
I'm sorry, I really can't. Hey, Dad. Hey.
Miley gets kind of fed up with it because it is kind of rude to go off on a phone call. I don't care who you're talking to, ordering donuts. It's just don't interrupt your time with somebody else. I don't know. He has kind of a fair reason to.
I blew off a whole afternoon with my dad, and you can't blow off one stupid phone call with yours?
My dad's stationed in Afghanistan. If I get 5 minutes with him a couple times a month, I'm gonna take it. I don't care who I'm with.
He tells Miley that his dad is in the military or the Navy or something, and he can only communicate with his son a couple minutes every month. And he doesn't have control over when that is. But you know what, Griffin? You could have just explained that up front with Miley. Like, you could have been like, hey, this might happen. Like, you have to have been in this situation before. So after Miley and Griffin kind of argue about the miscommunication about the military, she realizes how lucky she is to not have a dad in the military, and she remembers that she's just feeling ungrateful. And I love that she like has that realization and is able to change it. Like, she seems like as a character, like she's really growing. And they do something they don't usually do in Hannah Montana. They resolve the plot within 15 minutes. Now you're gonna get why in a second, because so far we've had Miley ditch spending time with her father to hang out with a boy who gives her an example as somebody who really respects and cares for their parent, and it kind of changes her.
I just realized, you're now my good child.
What?
Hey, you want to spend the afternoon together?
No. No, you don't want to do that. I'm the gut-wrenching disappointment.
And I'm fairly confident that this changes her as a character, because going forward, she's just mature in such a different way. I feel like this had a lot to do with her character development. So they spend the next 6 minutes actually celebrating the military and Griffin's father, connecting a bunch of veterans and like having them at the park in this really sweet charity event. And they really wanted to give a spotlight to this, so they had like a full 2 musical numbers performed. And I'm not talking like a verse and a chorus, I'm talking like she's the entire song. With the pictures of real families that are in the military is actually really sweet. Like, it's a cool thing they did in this episode. And weirdly enough, this episode aired in other countries, but they would actually cut out the part about the military and her singing the songs, because I guess they don't have the same pride for the US military that, like, you or me would have. But I don't know, like, you could let other countries see us celebrate ourselves. I don't know, it's weird. But yeah, so they had this big character moment, making the structure break of this episode. I can't give story rules to this. They just kind of broke the structure to give a spotlight to something important. And it was cool. I'm still in the world of Hannah Montana though, so I'm trying to look for some plot now. So it's a bonding moment for her and her dad, and I hope you guys don't disagree again, because I'm done with that this season. Okay, moving on. We have season 4, episode 7, Love That Let's Go. Named after the Hannah Montana song. They're doing a really good job this season of actually referencing their own music. I always wondered why they didn't do that as much. Like, just name all your episodes after Hannah's song. She has enough. Oh wait, no, she doesn't have 90 songs. Never mind. So in this episode, Miley really wants Lily to ride blue jeans. But Lily is too terrified. Despite the fact that she's a skater girl, she's surfed, she's snowboarded, she just won't go on a horse, I guess. But I like that they kept the tomboy in her that she had in the first season. Like, even though we see her acting a lot girlier and she's more comfortable in her femininity, I feel like it just shows how good of an actress she is. Because we're well aware that she's a different person than she was when she started the show, but we still see her as the same character, which is kind of rare. Like, that's really good writing for kids' TV.
Oh, I'm gutless. 2 words for you, Missy. Rope climb.
Ooh. So Miley asks Lily if she were to complete the rope in gym class, like climb to the top of the rope in gym, she will ride on blue jeans. And Miley takes this and runs with it.
I did it! I did it!
You know this doesn't count, right?
Oh, I'm a good 4 inches higher than I was an hour ago.
And she kind of does something that reminds us of how bad she is sometimes, where she hires a stunt coordination crew that help put Miley on the top of the rope. Miley, this is going way too far to lie to Lily. Like, she's lied to her before, but has she gone to the extent of hiring a full-on stunt coordination team, trick Lily into running out of the room just long enough for them to perch her atop the rope? Lying is a dangerous choice, Miley.
You promised that you would ride the horse if I climbed the rope. And I sucked it up and I climbed that rope.
But she doesn't seem to feel guilty immediately, and she takes Lily out for a ride. It ends up being super fun, and it's kind of sweet seeing them both on horses. Like, I feel like we've only seen Lily go to Miley's neck of the woods in the movie, but now we're seeing a lot more of her countryside come out. And Lily likes some of it, which is really sweet. But you know what's crazy? Lily falls off blue jeans and gets hurt. Yeah, Miley literally lied to Lily and got her hurt, and this is the worst part. She has to carry her around in a wheelchair.
I lied about the rope to get you on the horse.
You what?
Okay, look, I'm really sorry. I know it was wrong. But I knew that you'd like riding blue jeans, and you did up until the whole little boo-boo part. Sorry.
Oh, come here, I'll boo-boo you.
And when Blue Jeans is hurt, she feels worse for Blue Jeans, and she starts neglecting Lily. Like, Lily, this just happened because... Like, Miley, this just happened because of you. Like, you have so much making up to do to Lily, but she's just so much more concerned of Blue Jeans.
Get out of your wheelchair. Show them that you're not afraid to stand up.
But I am afraid to stand up.
Do not say that in front of the horse and smile. You're gonna scare Blue Jeans.
Why don't I just do a little later?
That'd be awesome.
Don't be sarcasm.
Now, this B-plot is really wacky. So, Jackson essentially doesn't want to read a book, and Sienna's like, you should read my favorite book. Go figure.
Dad, I'm part of the video game generation. I can't handle long and slow. I need short and fast.
It's normal at first, where it's like him trying to read and doing a couple stalling techniques, but then there's a point where literally John Cena is involved, and they wrestle him.
What are you looking at me for, you troglodyte?
Troglo what?
Look it up!
And they wrestle each other. This is crazy, like, they're really good at distracting me from remembering that they're not doing a lot of Jackson and Rico at the beach plots. By putting John Cena in this and throwing the characters around, like, they distracted me, like, they got away with it. And the fact that John Cena is so pro-literature is just so random to me. He must have been a nice guy to do this, because this is such a stretch. It's one thing to have Disney stars on your show every once in a while, but if you're getting wrestlers from other shows, like, oh my gosh. Hannah Montana is really flexing how much of a cultural impact it had on people. Miley has a moment with Blue Jeans when she thinks Blue Jeans is gonna die, and it's like essentially a slideshow of her on the horse. Trust me, it's not that many scenes. They're not pulling from a lot here.
I can't even put it into words. I mean, the author's words, those are words, but my words to describe those words, I have no words for that.
And Blue Jeans ends up being alright, which is wacky. We don't have to just fix everything all the time, but I guess this entire season's winding down with deep stuff. We don't need to have more drama. The episode ends with Lily getting Miley back on that rope and to the top, and she's feeling confident about herself. Good job, Miley. That's nice. This episode apparently was dedicated to Miley Cyrus's real-life horse, Roman, who died sometime in 2009. And Miley Cyrus's little sister Noah Cyrus was seen at the end of the episode hanging off of the rope alongside Miley, which is sweet because she had so many like small appearances so far. It's fun to see her be involved again. So the next episode is actually the last non-dramatic episode, I feel like. For one, season 4, episode 8, Hannah's Gonna Get This, is the last episode before she reveals to the world her secret. Yeah, and everything changes from then on out, which is crazy because we're only on it. Which is crazy because we're on episode 8 out of 15, so we still have 5 more episodes that the world will know Hannah Montana is Miley Stewart, but right now, this is our last hurrah. And I really love this episode because this whole premise is essentially that Miley has to write a song in a certain amount of days, which gives me season 1 of Big Time Rush vibes, like nice nostalgic teen shows.
The 9 songs, all great, but the new Taylor Swift album has 9 songs and a bonus track. I need one more song by Friday.
Friday?
The season's so serious so far with them moving and complications with Jackson and Billy Ray and school. It's like, it's nice to get a fun comedic episode that doesn't take itself too seriously so we could kind of remember Hannah Montana as it was one more time. Like, I feel like the last normal episode we had was the end of season 3 and they were still at the old house. So let's have fun one more episode. We reveal in this that Miley does write her own songs now, which is a really cool character development. I had no idea that they weaved it into the lore of the show.
It's not gonna be a problem, is it?
The only problem we're gonna have is figuring out which one of the 100 songs up here I'm gonna let you make a hit out of.
Then I'll have it by Friday!
Absolutely!
But yeah, Miley writes her own songs, and they make a reference to Taylor Swift, which is so funny because they're still both relevant today. Like, can you believe that? That's insane to me. They're such a staple of the 2000s, and are trying to weave their way into the 2020s. And I'm not complaining. Miley basically has writer's block this whole episode. She can't write a song. She even tries to steal one from her dad, which is kind of a funny plot.
So tired of the same old game, with no one else to blame. Nah.
But it doesn't work. He can see right through her. And this is when it kind of takes a turn for the interesting. Miley ends up writing the song, and it's great, but they want to bring in a focus group. Interesting, right?
Somebody's not afraid to let an artist grow. I mean, clearly my audience is wise beyond their years. Hey, get your finger out of your nose. You're ruining your credibility.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to take this turn. Basically, they have a bunch of kids listen to the music and tell Miley what their opinion of the music is. And a lot of them don't like it, or they do like it, but they say it's not Hannah Montana, and Miley is pretty offended.
And here's what I think of your mama's opinion.
Daddy!
I think I need to take a walk.
It's definitely parallel to the real world, where I don't know if you guys knew about this gossip, but back when Miley left Disney after Hannah Montana, she came out with a new album that was very mature and like basically her proving herself as an adult, not just a teen star. And she got taken seriously because she made great music. And her career only took off from there further. But this is like a foreshadowing of what would happen after she leaves Disney. Like, this is Miley being judged for everything she's about to do in the real world. It's so meta.
Change is exciting and it's fun. Just like this song, and that's why I love it, and you guys should love it too.
Like, they essentially don't want her to grow and develop. Billy Ray is kind of like, yeah, no, you're supposed to change your sound. It's normal to, you know, reflect who you are. But the other argument is that everything that everybody loves about Hannah Montana is going to be missing, which is kind of shallow. I mean, I get that they view her as just this song machine because she's a celebrity, that Miley's music should be influenced on the focus group as opposed to her normal gut feeling. But it seems like it's still up to her, like she's not stuck in any contract or anything, but she is like nervous about changing her music. And even the little girl says,
I love you just the way you are.
which is so depressing. Imagine being Miley Cyrus, like breaking out from Disney and actually going off to make yourself a big career, and you have the reputation of doing one thing, and it's like the audience wants you to do that for the rest of your life. It's like, no, you have to grow up. And I'm so proud that she did that. Like, it's definitely very inspiring.
I
say it!
I just seem like no.
Oh, Cammy.
So later, Ayaz wants to buy the song Hannah wrote, and she's kind of left with a conundrum. Either keep it for herself and risk her fans not liking who she's changing to be, or let this guy have it and go back to doing the music that everybody expects from you.
Oh, somebody just came from a focus group. I was gonna say I loved it.
Really?
Yeah, you sound great. But if you're bailing, I'd like to buy from you.
It's not a recipe for growth in any way. So she does choose the right thing. She keeps the song for herself despite what everybody says and listens to her artistic integrity. And this episode is just such a nice breath in a entire conversation about how Hannah Montana got her secret revealed that we're gonna miss moments like this.
Just wondering if you had an extra mustache comb I could borrow?
Oh, and I forgot to mention, the B-plot is Jackson and Rico with mustaches. I can't even tell you more about it. I don't want to get into it right now.
No, right there. Perfect!
You gotta trust me. It's definitely just a plot. But it's sweet because it is Jackson and Rico's last, like, argument plot.
You know, you're right. It is better when I fight back.
The next episode kind of does that pretty well. It's the Hannah Montana I'll Always Remember You episode. This episode is great because it's not just about her revealing her secret to one person, it's about her revealing her secret to the world. So we start with Miley and Lily in their fresh new house, bickering about if anybody really recognized Lily as Lola at all. It's kind of a funny bit because it's like, of course she's not that famous, so what does it matter? So Miley's preparing to tell Jesse that she's Hannah Montana, her current boyfriend that she originally didn't choose over Jake, and now they're dating, which I feel bad for him. She's nervous, and Lily's focused on the fact that she might have to reveal that she's Lola. When Miley tells him, he says he already knew, and he picked up on it, which, oh my god, if he could pick up on it, how have not a lot of people online picked up on this? I mean, I guess the online culture wasn't as developed as it is today in Hannah Montana Forever, but you know what I mean. Jackson, Sienna, and Rico just like dancers throughout this special. I don't know, I don't think it's that funny, but it is interesting that they kind of continue the plot. They did this for the He Could Be the One special, so I guess it's reasonable to do it again. So when everything seems fine between Miley and Jesse for knowing the secret, it starts to get a little bit complicated as they can't be together in public. Because if he were to be seen with Hannah and then also seen with Miley, he would be cheating and it would do really bad for both of them. And maybe they would even find out Miley's secret. Miley is, of course, upset that her secret once again gotten in the way as her and Lily get ready to see if they are accepted into college. Unfortunately, they both say that they're not, but Billy Ray reveals that Lily actually did and Miley didn't. She was just trying to protect her feelings. Oh, Lily is actually a really good friend. Miley insists on going all the way to Stanford to see what she has to do to get into this college with her best friend. On the way, we have Jackson, Rico, and Sienna, who turn into Dr. Phil. I love seeing Dr. Phil in a Hannah Montana episode. This is what sold the show for me. Sanford's admission lady basically explains to her that they accepted her over Lily because of her extracurricular activities, and Lily has a very diverse portfolio, but Miley doesn't. Seems like she just goes to school, which is really funny because of course she's Hannah Montana and has so much to do anyway. Lily has the idea to tell her she works for Hannah, and Miley is mad because of course she drove all the way home and now has to drive back. Miley asks for another chance and says that she works for Hannah Montana. The woman says that if she has pay stubs or can prove this, that she would definitely consider her as an applicant. Hannah shows up and tells her she's one of the best employees ever, and the admission counselor is super excited. But she reveals that this is only for a chance to get in, not necessarily getting in immediately. The only way that she could actually get admitted into college is if she was Hannah, which obviously perplexes Miley. The episode ends with Miley giving the decision that as Hannah Montana, she could pretty much get into college, but she would have to reveal her secret, which is a good ending to the first part. She starts to feel guilty that Jesse and Lily and everybody in her life are giving up a little too much to keep specifically her secret, and starts to feel selfish about it. She even has a conversation with her as Hannah, which I can't believe they never did this before this episode. Like, Miley and Hannah talking to each other would be really cool multiple times. But it is really impactful that they never did it until now. It makes the moment really important. Miley considers that this is actually a real truth, but starts to see false sides of Jesse and Lily, saying that they essentially resent her for her secret. And when Miley confronts them about it directly, they actually don't really disagree. Miley and her dad have a moment where she's basically like, why aren't I telling anybody I'm Hannah? And Robbie says that maybe it's time to outgrow this part of her life. Then we have a really beautiful moment with the song that is titled after the episode, I'll Always Remember You. And we go back into her old closet, which is so nostalgic and sad because we get to see her outfit from the pilot. We get to see what she wore up until the second and third season. Although some of these clips are a little weird because they skip around to such random things, especially the Jonas Brothers. Like, why do we need a shot of the Jonas Brothers in this? Guys, it's about Miley this time. And she shows up back on Jay Leno with an announcement she has to make. She goes on stage as Hannah and pulls off the wig in front of everybody. And then we have a really sweet moment where Lily also pulls off her wig in solidarity. And Miley sings for the first time as herself instead of Hannah Montana, which is really jarring because I always thought that this had happened at one point, but it's very rare that we see Miley singing. Like, she did a little bit in the third season, like for a moment, but I don't know. We don't really identify them as the same person when it comes to their singing talent. This is like really impactful because we get to see Miley actually as herself in front of everybody, finally ending the entire episode. This one was really good because it is the ultimate reason to have a double episode because, of course, releasing your secret that you've kept the entire show, 4 seasons at this point, is going to be a really big deal. There's going to be a lot of fallout, which is why it's crazy that it ends with her taking on her wig. I was hoping to remember this episode that she took off her wig and that's what ended the first part, but it was more so the college idea. And I wish it was a little bit bigger than that because the transition would be a lot more intense. Like if she took off her wig like she did with Jake Ryan in her first double episode special. But we'll talk more about the final season later. It feels like there's a lot of episodes that feel like the finale, and this is definitely one of them. They gave so much time for us to see Miley develop, and I really appreciate that because you can't do that in standard episodic or even just long-running TV sitcoms. You have to stick to the structure of the episode, and this really broke its structure to actually show how Miley is affected, makes this decision, and has the character growth, which is so nice because it's like TV does have the ability to do that more than movies. Like movies always have to have character moments taken out because of plot for some reason, but at least TV shows have the breadth and longevity to give these more moments, but it's so structured, so it's unlike TV. Overall, I'll Always Remember You was just such a good 2-part episode that is almost bringing Hannah Montana to a complete close. Since the cliffhanger isn't about Hannah Montana taking off her wig like the Achy Jakey Hark, I give this one a unique twist because it's about her making the decision to go to college. Every single plot line, like Jesse and college, like all have to do with one another, so I do the perfect example of a 2-part episode that gains momentum. It just, things get worse for Miley consistently, and the second half of the episode just continues to build off of all the issues we're having already, as opposed to like, oh, it's a new episode, we have a new story, or we're gonna continue parts of the first story, but not necessarily all of it. And that's kind of how we get to this really beautiful episode, especially for being so late in the Hannah Montana series. Unfortunately, it is like a couple episodes before the series finale, which is also a 2-part, so it does break earlier cardinal sins, but, you know, it's too late now. All in all, Disney Channel, I'll Always Remember You will always be remembered. No pun intended. And now that it's official, Miley's secret's out there, so much is about to happen. So season 4, episode 11 is kind of interesting. Can you see the real me? It's a clip show episode, but it's something unique, I'll tell you that much.
I'm Robin Roberts, and today we sit down with Miley Stewart, the remarkable young woman who is, or rather was, Hannah Montana, as she, for the first time, shares her amazing journey.
To me, it feels like a bit of a commercial break where it actually feels like it's Miley Cyrus playing her real self, but then at the same time, it's in the character and events of the TV show. But she just, like, conducts herself so differently. Like, it feels like an extremely personal documentary being made on Miley, and she's, like, being open and honest with us, but, like, where does reality end and the whole mainstream begin? Because she's being so honest about her character's life. It almost feels like a therapy session where we're revisiting the old clips and kind of how that brought her to where she's at today. Probably for us to see the real gravity of how her secret is going to impact their life.
No anything was more important than my friends and normalcy and my family.
What about your older brother? Was he any help in dealing with his double life?
Well, as my daddy always says, what doesn't kill you just makes you stronger.
And this is the way to do a clip show. I feel like Blooptorious and iBloop, whatever those Nickelodeon people do, sorry, Disney has it better for that.
Right, well, the truth is that normal life didn't end up being as normal as I thought it would be.
Disney knows how to do clip shows. This is a lot more interesting, and if anything, it's at a pivotal moment in the story. Hannah Montana doesn't have to have that intense of a story, but it does, and it's really funny how it works out so well. Seeing Miley like this is so interesting, especially going to the tail end of the series. Like, they're really letting us enjoy every moment that Miley is going to have up from when she reveals her secret onward. And the whole world is like so different, so upside down, and I cannot tell real from fake anymore.
I've been up since 4 o'clock, hon.
Oh, really? You look great.
I do? Really?
Yeah.
The next episode is season 4, episode 12, Kiss It Goodbye. This starts out pretty funny because it's Miley dealing with paparazzi being at her personal house now that everybody knows she's Hannah Montana, which is the first thing I was wondering, honestly, so I'm glad they said something about it.
Keep your pants on. I'm on the other line with the gate company. Okay, I'm back.
Still me, Dad.
Sorry, honey. Okay, I'm back.
Still me.
And we get a surprise. Aunt Dolly, Dolly Parton, has returned to her role as Miley's grandmother.
Okay, hang on tight. Enjoy the scenery, and thank you for flying Air Dolly.
Which is so sweet. Like, they build such a clever dynamic, and even though they don't say if they're like super related or that's just them declaring she's her godmother, I don't really know. But seeing her again and in the new house, it almost like blesses the new house with the integrity of the show, and you're constantly reminded that this is a very familiar atmosphere, even though we don't have the same sets and the characters are growing up so quickly and the situations are getting a lot more dire and dramatic.
Or, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade.
And still getting moments where they're being like really funny, like Miley trying to pose for the paparazzi's pictures or work with them, so that way they're both getting a benefit out of it. It's just so funny to watch it happen.
Then you can just give me and my family some privacy. We can do that. We'll make this a regular thing. And I'll even throw in a couple, ooh, you caught me, every once in a while. Go ahead, take it. Blah, you caught me. Okay, good.
We see poor Rico traumatized. This episode has him essentially go insane because he cannot figure out how he didn't know Miley was Hannah.
Look. He's been like this for hours. There is something very wrong with him.
And you're just discovering this now? I think that Lola wig did some serious damage up there.
And that's where we get a little reference to that Superman moment where it's so obvious to the audience, and I hear people talk about it all the time. Of course, if this were real life, anybody would recognize Miley. Like, the wig, it's supposed to represent, like, okay, like, the characters in this world fall for it. And it's so hard for people to believe, like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. People would fall for that. That is not an essential part of the show. So, like, I don't even know.
I'm a genius. I'm not supposed to miss these things. I'm becoming dumb. Like you!
Miley goes back on Colin Lassiter, which is like an old talk show host from the first season, which is a cool comeback. I like that they're showing us some old people.
You're on with Miley Stewart, the dream killer.
And the whole episode kind of becomes Aunt Dolly mentoring Miley through the fact that people are so obsessed with her, they don't care about her safety, they view her as an object. And she's there to like kind of explain it all to her, which is very sweet because it's such a unique relationship, knowing that her great godmother has also been through what she's been through. But we learn a little bit more about Billy Ray's past too.
Styles change, people change. I don't need to get on television to find out I'm old news, thank you very much.
Oh, so you're just gonna let fear run your life?
Don't be throwing my words back in my face, little missy.
Where apparently Billy Ray has not performed in so many years, Miley essentially has to ask herself, do I want to be like my dad?
Hey, come on, guys, you're missing it.
He's not up there.
Where is he?
I'd like to start by introducing an old friend of mine. Well, actually, he hasn't been around in a while, and I am just tickled as punch that he has decided to make tonight his big comeback on stage. How about it from my buddy, Robbie Ray?
And her dad makes a really sweet gesture where he shows up on Dolly's show and plays live for Miley, who's watching at home, which is really sweet. It's a really cute moment with Robbie and Miley that they're not actually even disagreeing. It's just them like growing out of having this one thing in common. And it's just so sweet. I can't imagine what they're like in real life right now.
Knock him out, bud.
Thanks, Dad.
It's nice to see Robbie back on stage and feeling confident in himself. Like, it feels like that character is also growing to learn how to be alone, which is kind of depressing, but, you know, it's interesting. Oof, and that's when we get to the actual last episode.
What you waiting for, an opportunity to knock. Come on, it's at your door, you're crazy if you leave it locked.
The actual final, because the final episode is a two-parter, and this is just a half hour, so we're gonna have one more kooky adventure with them. Miley and Lily are graduating, which is awesome because they introduced that at the beginning of the season.
And why is that?
Because we're seniors!
And so it feels pretty full circle, and that we got to see like a lot of them throughout their senior year, despite the fact it's only been like 13 episodes.
Jeez, Palumbo, give the girl a little space.
Since when did you become so considerate?
I'm not. Yo, Isabel, picture time. My niece, big fan. And if she asks, I dumped you, all right?
Like, they're really good at giving us time with the characters. And we got John Cryer back. I love this actor, and he's still playing Lily's dad.
Graduation picture.
Oh, real classy, Dad.
It's so weird because Miley was on 2.5 Men, and now he's on their show, and this must have happened before all of that. It's nuts to me. Having Dolly from the last episode, we get another Mama episode. And I love when they do this, like they give each of the aunts their own episode, give Miley a conflict with them, and it's always interesting seeing them solve it. Like this one in particular raises a lot of interesting questions because we saw Dolly, who's a supportive parent-like figure, and now we're about to see Mama, who is a little bit more of a masculine representation of being like, you don't cry, like you're not an emotional person, and like you need to stick to your roots type behavior.
I will never understand California. Y'all will spend millions protecting some endangered stink bug, but an elderly woman's tender feelings, squish.
And it just shows LA versus the South, I guess. Basically, Miley's dealing with fame as an issue again, and we get to see how it affects her family in a deeper way. Mama wants to spend time with her, but everywhere she goes, she's being recognized because now everybody knows Miley Stewart is Hannah Montana.
But my granddaughter's a huge fan, and I hate to bother you, but
well,
we can...
then bless your heart, don't.
So Miley has this whole new life that she's not ready to adjust to yet, but her grandmother is expecting her to walk her through it. It's a lot on Miley's shoulders, and we don't really give her enough credit to realize that it's not normal to come out in front of the entire world as an icon. Like, you are so subject to criticism in a worse way than you can imagine. We get a little peek into their childhood, and I love all this back and forward in time. Like, I love that they're using the last couple episodes to give us a little bit more insight before we say goodbye to them forever.
This is gross.
It's an acquired taste. Why don't you just add a little bit of sugar, sweetie? Or the whole bowl.
Miley and Mama have this tradition where they drink tea together, and it's really sweet. Like, it's like when you were younger, before you care about anything, and you're spending time with old people, but you don't realize it's meaningful. That's exactly what this is. It has a lot to do with Robbie too, which is kind of cool. I like how the last couple episodes give a spotlight on Robbie, Jackson, and Miley, and they're really interesting plot lines too.
I could be an international pop star too, if I had talent. And hair extensions. Yeah, I said it, hair extensions.
There's a funny joke where Robbie is showing the kids his different eras, and one is even reggae, which is so ridiculous.
Was the cover of my never-released Robbie Ray Does Reggae.
But essentially, Robbie abandoned Mama when he became a star, and Mama can essentially feel that coming from Miley right now, which is really, really sad.
We celebrated in an airport cafe because you were switching flights in Nashville. And the only reason that I got 3 hours is because there was fog in Boston.
Well, Ma, you gotta understand. When I went #1 with Dr. Love, Will See You Now, I was huge.
Because it's like such a realistic concern, like Miley does affect all the people around her. I kind of made a musical that was along that concept about a girl who lived in a town where emotions were invalid, and she was a superhero because she didn't have the ability to cry. Like, they thought she was essentially gifted because she had no emotions.
The power, but I am trying, applying, denying it to be what you and the world finally need. How can you be so cold to the one who saves you?
An entire town that idolizes one person as this replica of a role model. And those expectations, like, it's mind-altering. So of course, Mama is expecting this to go haywire. And it's nice because it kind of can remind Miley that she also needs to fight to keep her home life relevant to her, like her family and everything. And it seems like this is giving her a little bit more confidence to learn how to do that. And that's when we get to the series finale of Hannah Montana is Wherever I Go, a 2-part episode, starting nostalgically as we're looking at pictures of Miley and Lily in the earlier season. Who would have taken those pictures? Like, did a photographer show up at their school? They did not have cameras back then, nor did they have the cell phones to do it. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious now. But joking aside, it is really sweet to watch Miley and Lily reminisce and finally be ready to take the final step into adulthood, which is going to college.
I am so proud of you. I mean, you gave up the secret and you put your entire career on hold just so we could go to college together. I mean, who does that? I don't know if I could do that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you're not just my best friend, you are my hero.
Now, Miley's been having a lot of issues juggling Hannah Montana and her true identity this season. So Miley and Lily are excited about college. Meanwhile, Miley's getting offers to be a movie star and actually be a part of another film and...
You know, think of it as Joni growing as a more tolerant and compassionate person, which could very well be the most valuable lesson that she learns in college.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could look at it that way, but I don't have to because I got you.
It's kind of sweet that we're ending on a Lily and Miley episode. Like, I feel like that is truly the heart of this show, is their relationship and kind of how they bond together when times get tough, and when they don't see each other's point of view, they usually always pull through. They keep each other accountable, and I think it's important. Although, I do think Miley's a little bit harsh because she literally doesn't let Lily have other friends even. Jackson kind of inspires Miley to essentially be rude and obnoxious around Lily so that way she's happy that she doesn't inevitably go to college with her.
She gonna be in a foul mood.
Morning, family!
Oh yeah, she's devastated.
which does not make any sense to me. Like, that just seems like cruel. Like, why would you treat someone wrong? Like, Miley will do anything to not be honest with people or have a direct communication.
Miley, are you gonna be like this all year?
What'd you say? I can't hear you with all the racket.
They get to go test out like one of the colleges, essentially. Like, they stay overnight, and they even run into Amber and Ashley.
Oh no. Guess who lives next door? I know. We do. If you weren't rich, I'd totally dump you.
Who, of course, treat Miley super different now that they know the secret, and it's like this whole world kind of turned upside down. I like that we had more than one episode to digest that, because it's still crazy to accept their world where that is true. The episode kind of ends with Miley telling Lily that she's thinking about taking a movie in France instead of going to college, and Lily is like literally heartbroken.
So I guess I'll just have to take a year off. You know, go do some big Hollywood budget movie or something. 'Cause that's how much I love you. My best friend.
And they couldn't soften the blow. Like, no matter how obnoxious Miley acted, like, Lily feels betrayed. And she even goes as far as to say that she wants to move out of their house.
You're the last person I would want to go to college with. No, you're the last person that I would want to go anywhere with.
Dang, Lily. We just got like 12 episodes in, and we got so comfortable with everything the way things were, and like things were gonna wrap up. Like, seeing them argue like this is almost heartbreaking because there's something about it that feels final. Maybe because we know it's the final episode 15 of season 4. Like, of course it's gonna have to go right. It just really is it's just so interesting how they're gonna come back from this.
You can't stay mad at me forever. Please talk to me.
Until I go away to college, I'm moving back in with my dad.
Jackson and Miley have a final moment where they're both on the couch talking about how much they hate their lives.
I know that things are bad right now with Lily, but trust me, the way my life is going, I would so rather be you than me.
And they kind of encourage each other to figure out what to do best, which is really nice. I love the relationships in this show. They have so much to learn from each other. Miley realizes that Lily was only really upset because Miley wanted to leave without her. And if she knew that she intended to bring her with her, that maybe she would forgive her.
That was a hint?
Yeah. She said go anywhere with. She could have stopped at college, but no, she added anywhere. Which means Paris, the place I didn't ask her to go. And why would she hint at Paris if she didn't want to go?
Jackson thinks it's nuts, but then of course it ends up working perfectly. We think Jackson's never gonna go anywhere further than the surf shop.
And I found a couple of jobs you might be good for. Yeah, at a cat hospital, cleaning up poop.
When we get one final moment with Rico, and it's a really nice moment because Rico essentially is like, you're fired, you can't work for me anymore because you need to move on in your life and do something good.
I'm only here because, well, I thought about what you said, and you're right.
That you're the result of a botched Chihuahua cloning experiment?
No.
That you could get a full workout in a hamster wheel?
No.
That you could fit your entire body inside...
Jackson!
He's such a good person now. Like, Rico just being around all these people, seeing everything he didn't know, being exposed to Miley's secret, like, he's changed in a psychologically crazy way. Like you saw him in the last episode, he was traumatized. Like, this guy is in psychosis this entire season, which is funny because he's still, like, true to his character and a funny guy.
I can't believe you do this for me.
Neither can I. But I guess when I look underneath my disgust, disdain, and utter lack of respect for you, you're my best friend.
So Miley and Lily essentially make up, and Lily accepts to go with Miley to France.
Well then, how can I say no? We're going to Paris! There's France!
So this is where it gets really nuts. They're about to leave to live in France, and Lily is essentially like, actually, I'm gonna go to college. So she's gonna stay, and Miley's gonna go. We even see Miley in Paris, which is so crazy. And kind of cool, actually. And I love that we get Oliver and Griffin one last time. They show up at the airport before Miley and Lily are about to leave to France. And it's so sweet to see them one last time and see them do a comedic bit.
Dude, why the hostility?
Well, it's just that I made a huge romantic gesture, and you doing the same thing kind of makes it a little less special.
And then we find that she quit the movie to go to college with her. which is a really sweet ending. I like that they're not anti-college. I mean, of course Disney Channel wouldn't do something like that, but it is sweet that that they both took the responsible route. Like they could have just jumped into a movie, like give into the world of fame and actually ride out Hannah's success, or they could just go through their life the same as they were. Nothing needs to change now that Miley's secret's out. Like that is the biggest shift in their life, and they get to relearn what it's like to like kind of go back to your family. Ugh, and Hannah Montana is just so good at telling the story that fame is not the solution to anything. And like sometimes you get so wrapped up in the idea of being recognized or being wanted that you get a little spoiled. All around, like a really crazy end to the series. I remember hearing the showrunner on a podcast talk about it, and he apparently didn't want them to end the series a certain way. I'm not going to get into the details, but apparently the network asked Miley how they want the series to end, and she's the one who chose it. Isn't that insane? I feel like if we had to sum up this entire show, it's like this girl and her family as she's navigating this world of fame and celebrities and losing herself in the glitz and glamour of it all, but always coming back to what she knows is safe, what she knows is true, and watering the relationships that she has. And the show's really good at giving her karma when she does the wrong thing. And she does the wrong thing a lot. Like, I cannot excuse half of the stuff she does on this show. I know it's just a character, it's just a show, but like, she's kind of crazy. Like, this isn't, it's a little beyond toxicity, but it's okay because it's a story. But it is kind of crazy meta. A lot of what Miley was experiencing throughout filming these TV episodes inevitably did happen to her life. Like, I wonder if that really prepared her to experience life the way her character did, or it encouraged her to try to see a different outcome. Either way, I'm very much on Miley's side. I love Miley Cyrus, and I was so happy when she broke out into doing what she really loved, movies and more music. You know, she lives in our hearts through the movie and all these episodes, and they did just such a good job at finalizing this show. Doing these retrospectives, because I started with Hannah Montana season 1, like that was my first one, has been like such a joy, and it's been so fulfilling to look back on Hannah Montana specifically, because I definitely connect to everybody on the show. Like, there's a empowering femininity around it I could imagine I would have if I were a girl or a boy, and this show like really makes me feel like the things I go through are so valid, and the people I tease and the friends I make and the family I argue with, it's just so authentic, and it will forever be one of the best shows in my book. I'm for sure. But thank you guys so much for joining me on this really, really long journey, and I really thank you for being a part of this community talking about 2000s TV. Like, I feel like I'm having such a good time going through this with you guys, and I just, you know, it's really awesome. So thank you guys for being on the other end and listening to me talk. I feel this connection between all of us. But thank you guys so much for watching. This is Johnny 2000 signing off.
Give in, call me villain, and I'll try not